far your fucking fridge is from your desk. That's not a bad number. What up, Dono? Oh, he's live. Thank God. Never.
Oh, what have you guys been up to?
Say again?
I said, what have you guys been up to?
I've been rotting in bed all morning. I could not sleep last night, and my chest hurts from coughing so much.
Damn, what do you have?
I think it's COVID, but I don't have a COVID test to take, so this is just how it's felt in the past.
Holy shit! You have the Fauci created COVID.
The Fauci virus. The Wuhan flu.
Because you didn't get the Fauci ouchie.
No, I got the Fauci ouchie. I moderated a debate last night. I brought peace to the midnight DGG.
What was the debate over?
There was embed drama on day 2.
Okay. What's the drama?
Prying Mind was mad at Parsec and Darius because he felt like Parsec was... Prying Mind felt like he was right the entire time about like how anybody should just be able to stream to the DGG chat. Prying Mind was winning pretty hardcore.
Was he?
He was. And then I had to come in and shut him down a little bit because he's getting a little big for his britches.
I feel like I listened to a few minutes of that, and it's not like he was just accusing... Is it Parsec or Persec?
I think it's Parsec.
Parsec. It sounds like he was just saying Parsec was lying the whole time.
Yeah, that's what he was saying the whole time. You missed the part where he was winning.
Oh. What part was he winning on?
Earlier. You know what? You'd have to watch it. It was early. But I was able to go in and say that, hey, Parsec wasn't lying. He just has a different definition of some things.
What were the different definitions?
Well, Parsec said that he streamed consistently for 6 months when I would not say that that was true. And he was saying that he was doing it for the love of the game. And I wouldn't say that. I mean, I can't dispute if he did it for the love of the game. All I can dispute is that he didn't do it consistently. Now, he did change that to semi-regularly, which I agreed with. Share your screen. I want to see Factorio.
On live, huh? Fuck it.
Well, but I always share the second screen.
Said no one ever.
Yeah, die, bitch. Die, bitch. Yeah, how's that league treating you, motherfucker?
I haven't been... Well, I haven't.
Yeah, that's right. Don't fucking lie. Oh, different definitions again, huh?
Right
huh?
Yeah, it's just different definitions from Plaz.
Is it better and different for Destiny for people to be watching stream on YouTube or Kick? It's probably better on Kick.
You should watch on Kick and you should be in the Kick chat. Look, I'm going to type in the Kick chat. I love little anime boys. Wow.
Does that, oh, did you do that test or whatever for you?
No, I haven't been streaming because I've been sick. Dan's been streaming, though. I will do the test, though. Maybe tomorrow? Hey, tomorrow. We're migrating from DGG to Kick chat to see if it affects the KCPI. Be there. And one lucky Kick chatter will get $100. Good business.
Jesus. Hold on, almost done.
Fine. 3 lucky Kick chatters will get $100. I just tripled the odds.
Okay, hold on. Ad has audio questions for me. What is this?
He says he said Trump is going to win those primaries. When did Trump, like, when was it,
Oh. Is Ad listening?
He's always here, yeah.
What? What's so funny?
I wasn't laughing, I was coughing, and then I unmuted at the end of it.
Good. Why don't you fucking keep it that way, you little bitch? Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me? Wait, I'm quiet.
Your guys filed. Did you see that?
It's just a list of things we want
Unsealed.
unsealed.
That's what she asked for, yeah.
Wait, Ad, you're watching right now, right? Don't make me explain this twice. Okay. Every compressor is going to look a little bit different, but what's happening is Hutch has a lot of background noise in the form of an air conditioner or something, and the volume of that air conditioner is like, it's like somewhere up here. Wait. The AC is going to be like here. And when Hutch is speaking, Hutch's voice is probably up here. So what Hutch has probably done is Hutch has his compressor set to drop off if it's not picking up a volume that's louder or that's as loud as his voice. But what happens is as soon as he starts speaking, then the sensitivity for whatever that's picking up will start to play all of that air conditioner background noise. So the air conditioner noise is always there, but when he's not speaking, the compressor is kicking in and it's dropping off all of that sound. That's why you're hearing that. So there's not white noise that's being created when he speaks. The white noises are always there. It's just that the compressor is kicking on when his voice isn't there, so you don't hear that as much. So that's why that noise is in the background. You're talking about the expander, not the compressor. I call them both the same. Okay, I don't know what you want me to say, but
Same
that's
thing.
Whatever it is. That's what the. Oh, actually, that makes a lot more sense. That's why the red part is labeled comp, and the green part is labeled exp. Probably because the green thing means expander. So, good job. Wow. I just learned something today. Thank you.
Oh. I heard you got some good content today.
Nope.
Really?
Everything is just fucking boring, bro. What do you want me to say?
No, you must. There must be something.
Everything's just retarded right now.
You know the mantis person who you debated with?
Yeah.
You know that she came into your DGG chat the first week she joined and asked, this is content when you were playing Factorio and you permabanned him.
Good. Based, actually. Good.
That's what I said. I said that's base. You want to hit up the soul link?
Yeah, we'll get there.
Oh, we're working on it.
What is this? Hold on.
Give him 3 months. Give him 3 months of being a top in bed. And if you start going live and force hosting, he's gonna be like, I just don't know why. Mr. Moon and Dan can just force host themselves and take over the viewers.
I'm
It's like they're not even doing anything.
You're
They're
not!
acting
I'm
bots.
self-aware!
And it's like, chat. That
Okay.
Share screen.
I am, aren't I?
Nope.
You. Oh. There you go.
Thank you.
Your favorite ex-husband is going over your new Professor Dave video. Who's my favorite? Which one?
Ex-husband? Oh, Connor, for sure.
Oh, true.
The thing that you linked about Abdul Sayed is not a condemnation. That's a nothing burger.
Really? Let me bring that tweet up. Statement from Abdul Al-Sayed. I believe all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what they believe without fear of violence. This is particularly true for communities that have been intimidated for their beliefs in the past. My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it in all its forms. As I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk, but I want to be crystal clear, nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare, because that's what Michiganders keep asking about. It's why I'm fighting to get money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. Wow. Apparently, this Adri person quote tweeted and said, beast mode, this is how you fucking flip the script. Focus on the issues. If you start apologizing for things you shouldn't be apologizing for, policy ideas will get lost in the shuffle. Abdul Al-Sayed responded perfectly. Why are some people taking this as him throwing Hasan under the bus? I saw this as him focusing on Michiganders. Maybe I'm interpreting this wrong? Okay, so I'm gathering that many people are taking this statement differently. And then she deleted it.
He did not throw him under the bus.
Well, Hasan's audience is not happy.
I don't think
bad
correct.
statement.
I think in the comments they love it.
Gives credence to right-wing and Zionist forces with this latest smear. I'm gonna be real here. I don't really see him here conceding to the opposition's framing or even throwing Hasan under the bus. I understand that we, as Hasan supporters, first often want these politicians to go out of their way and defend him. But in here, Abdullah simply stated that he only speaks for his campaign. That only he speaks for his campaign. Well, okay.
Someone asked, what is a statement that would satisfy me? He would have to go on live and say, Hasan has said demonstrable things, and they are bad.
You mean monstrous things?
Yeah, sorry, monstrous. And he shocked his dog, true.
After watching a right extremist being protested with Moot a couple of days ago.
What?
What? After watching a right extremist being protested with Moot. Oh, did you watch a right-wing protest?
I watched, there's a group called The Good Liars on YouTube.
Okay.
And they go to like protests and they ask just general questions to Republicans. It's good content.
Okay, we've got some tweets.
America, it does not deserve 9/11. That's my new thing now.
He's been rehabbing his image, which is why.
Okay.
This is like a Trump moment.
Oh, yeah. The vaccine is good, guys, really.
Whoa!
Ugh.
But that's got to play on Fox News, right? That's crazy.
This Hasan statement?
No, I condemn 9/11 and the whole audience fucking booing.
Oh, maybe. What did the story about? People want me to say this. Okay. I don't say this is anti-Semitic at all. He's saying that if American Jews tie their identity to Israel and their actions, people are going to take their grievances with Israel's horrific actions out on American Jews. And he's saying it's a bad thing. The same way Muslims got blamed for 9/11, except they didn't even tie themselves to Al-Qaeda. I'm sorry, but the fact that you're comparing Israel to Al-Qaeda and 9/11 to the war in Gaza, and this is just like, oh, sorry, you guys don't see this. This is just retarded. This is a stupid, whatever. At Destiny, how come when you were debating alt-righters, everyone recognized you were the most effective person at converting their audience by ruthlessly embarrassing the content creators in debate? You were less effective at this when you tried to play nice to get on their platforms. Why do they think this logic doesn't apply to the lefties? I don't know if I agree. It's obviously it's hard to measure the effectiveness one way or another, but I don't know if there's like, I don't think it's a one size fits all. I'm sure sometimes like a Pete Buttigieg figure does a really good job at converting people, or like a me being a nice person can do a job at converting people. And then other times a more brutal or hardcore approach can do a good job at converting people. It just depends. But I think the big issue is that right now, like I said, I think that people view left as good who are on the left, and more left is more good. And then, so why would you ever want to convert people away from being socialist to being moderate left libs? That's like a bad thing. You're moving them right. So like even these people, you know, would never say that's good, that you would convert a DSA person to like a moderate Dem, because now you're moving them right. What do we think Hasan thinks qualifies as tying their identity to Israel? That's where the anti-Semitic part comes in for them, saying Israel should exist as an ethno-state. What do you think he means? Jesus Christ. Okay, no country for you. Do you think ethnic majorities should be enforced to make sure Jews don't become a minority voting bloc? If you agree with my previous tweet, you believe in an enforced ethno-state. So I don't know why you fought me by saying, this is like literally definitional. I don't know. Hold on. What do they have an escape?
I'm confused because why does everybody care if like Israel is a majority, but nobody cares about any of the other places?
No Jews, no news. No Jews, no news. It really is impossible.
It's literally, it just can't be like an Israel or like a Jewish minority.
Because then it probably wouldn't be a Jewish state. Yeah. Shut up.
Sorry.
Fuck. Can somebody link me? No, I don't even want to get him. Like, when he says, do you think ethnic majorities should be enforced to make sure Jews don't become a minority voting bloc? Isn't this what we do, what we used to do with the Voting Rights Act, with how we would gerrymander Section 2 districts, is you would create majority-minority districts in order to ensure that they still have their voices heard? Like, is he opposed to that? Because isn't that literally the argument for creating majority-minority districts? Agree with what? A country's ability to regulate immigration based on ethnic background? Yes. Every country regulates immigration from certain countries. Like the United States, every single country does this. Every single country does this. This is retarded. I don't know. I can't. Okay, don't care. This is retarded. I don't leave me start tweets on Israel Palestine. This is like the worst of the worst.
Really? So you're not going to respond to it at all? So he won.
Yep. Do you see a meaningful difference between a filtering by ethnic background versus country of origin? I mean, in theory, yes, but in practice, no, because they would just say, oh, well, you know, we are limiting immigration from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, from Iraq, Iran, blah, blah, but we're going to allow more immigration. Like, you could just say that, and then you basically always, yeah. It's just, the problem is that if you are in an ethnic majority in a country that is never under threat, it's really silly to be like, oh, well, you can't protect your ethnic majority anywhere else that is under threat. That's just a really silly double standard to hold because you have no concept of what it even means to have your ethnic majority under attack. But these people, I don't know, it's Americans. What do you want me to say? Wait, there's one more. This. The only meeting Hakeem Jeffries should be having with Jared Kushner is to tell him he'll be subpoenaed by the House for a corruption investigation on day one of Democratic control of the House. This is just pathetic stuff from the House Dem leader. Wait, why?
Because he's doing his job.
Uh,
Do you want to invite him to my subscription?
I unsubscribed because I got triggered by that dumb...
I know. I still have a year left on my shit but I'm waiting on it to unsubscribe.
Notice how it was okay for Mamdani to go to D.C. and bow down to Trump and kiss his ass and ring, but Jeffries gets shit for preparing to govern in a divided Washington. Maybe you should stop the theatrics and admit you want Jeffries to fail. If people are too dumb to understand the difference between the mayor of New York publicly meeting the president to get stuff for his city versus the future House Speaker, who's supposed to be holding Trump to account, maybe even impeaching him, secretly meeting the president's son-in-law to find common ground with the president, the same son-in-law who should be subpoenaed by said future House Speaker over corruption claims, then I don't know what to say. You're dumb or dishonest, you pick. What did Mehdi Hasan say when Mamdani said he was going to arrest Netanyahu? I mean...
I said based.
Destiny, ethno-state is doing a lot of heavy lifting when there are Arab Jews, European Jews, and more. It sounds pretty diverse to me. It doesn't matter. All this conversation is mind-rotting. Okay, I don't... What is... Okay, I don't care. All right.
Oh, okay, we're gonna play Gaming Over it, and then I guess we'll read chat. I gotta fucking... Oh, I gotta set this up. I gotta set this up. We're gonna read...
When does the conversation start for this?
Fuck if I know.
Skipped to 20 minutes.
Faith, like, reconstruct what I was saying.
Oh my god, it's Parsec.
So, I don't think any of the arguments
He sucks
made
at this game,
in
by the
favor
way.
for why you should
It's
be
a
able
hard
to read
game.
chat, I don't think they hold up.
No, it's not.
Wow.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I have the specific application. Oh my god, bro. Okay, do I just do it? I'll just do this way. Okay, my issue, I'll just...
Yep, should be able to.
Okay, my issue, I'll just repeat again, my issue is that I felt like the arguments you were making were like really shit, and they don't really like hold up to why you specifically should have the monopoly on reading chat.
Okay, well, I didn't say that, and I'd like you to maybe restate one of my arguments, maybe, see if you can, like, in good faith, like, reconstruct what I was saying.
So, from what I remember, you basically were saying that the reason why you had this agreement was specifically because you give Destiny a 5% cut of your, like, of TTS and donos. And I feel like that is just not an actual answer.
Sorry, I asked for, like, an argument that I gave. What do you mean?
Like, you were saying the reason why you have the ability
I don't
to
think I
chat
ever
is
said
because
I-
you gave him a 5% cut.
Okay, sure, I mean, like, the actual reason is because, like, I was given permission by Destiny.
Sure, but then, like, when we talked about this on stream, and, like,
that true,
you
Steve?
and Bing were in the call, it was like, Destiny
Was given permission by me to...
Did you give him permission to read the chat before anybody else? Oh!
Did I?
Like, the actual reason is because, like, I was given permission by Destiny.
Sure, but then, like, when we talked about this on stream, and, like, you and Bing were in the call.
The problem is that I think there have been some conversations going on between different representatives of mine, people, and I don't know, I feel like we're getting wires crossed on things, which might have been the case, I think.
It was like, Destiny's gonna explain this, and he's gonna say why, and you, like, never gave a justification for it. And then Destiny, we have the Destiny combo, and he literally completely makes a sweeping decision against both of you.
Did I make a sweeping decision against both of them?
That he's saying that you did by making it open to everybody. That it was a sweeping decision against them.
And okay, I don't think so, but okay.
Well, you're aware that decision is temporary, right? It's not permanent.
Well, yeah, but the decision is temporary. Yeah, but the decision was made because of how stupid the rule seemed. That was the whole point.
Well, I think it was, like, mainly right now the biggest concern is, like, trying to find, like, the point of, like, the pressure point. So, like, it's, I think the idea of what's happening right now is, like, we're going to kind of let everything fly for right now. And then the idea behind that is we're going to see what works, see what doesn't work. And if it does end up being the case that, like, truly this is the best way to do it, then I think that's perfectly fine, by all means. But, I mean, here's the likely outcome, and this is, like, already what's happening. And maybe you'll agree with me that, like, the vast majority of the people that are going to end up benefiting from this are the people who are already embedded anyways. The only difference being just that, like, they're now able to farm DGG even harder.
I don't disagree with that, but I also think, like, I don't think it's just a unilateral benefit. Like, Darius right now, if he went live, Darius right now, if he went live, he would have to compete with Metalloid Sword and me for chat, right? Or other fucking people doing content. Like, it's not just a unilateral good thing for the established people. But I think it does benefit you. You already had his permission, so it's not really benefiting you as much.
Okay, question. Do you think genuinely, like in your heart of hearts right now, Darius goes live right now when he starts doing IRL content, even like boring ass drive content, right? He goes live right now. You're gonna genuinely look at me with a straight face and say that you and Metalloid Sword are not both gonna go to the absolute bottom of the fucking viewer list?
I mean, we might not get like #1 embed, but like if Metalloid Sword even reaches like 50 viewers from him, that is like a meaningful like difference. And like we literally just saw it. Like Darius got bitched by Toy Story 5. Like it's not just guaranteed that your content is gonna be at the top. Like if there's something that's a little bit more entertaining, like people are just gonna click it. Like sometimes people don't want to see Darius' screen black screen and him walk around for 5 hours or drive for 5 hours.
Are these Discord? Is this a push to talk sounds?
Someone is, yeah, someone's doing sounds.
Okay, I mean, I'll ask the same question again, I guess.
No, it's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed that you're gonna be
okay, so your point makes
just because
no
you're Darius and
sense,
Parsec. It's not guaranteed. Someone can make better content.
I mean,
like you were
I mean,
right now. Wait. You were second embed yesterday to that stream that was reading the AI court reading documents. You were second embed.
Yeah, you'd already been live for like 4 hours at that point, and then people were invested. That's
you
fine.
were second embed for a pretty long time. It was not like, oh, it was like for 10 minutes. It was like you were second embed for a pretty long time. Like Usurp was top embed.
No,
for
I think it was like half an hour.
No. You wrapped up. You wrapped up afterwards because I think you went offline. But you were not. You were second embed for quite a bit.
Okay. Do you think that like Usurp goes live right now and he doesn't have the AI court transcript of the thing that everyone wanted to hear at that very moment?
I'm not saying he's like a better streamer. It's not the truth value statement. It's just that he can sometimes make more entertaining content than you. Like sometimes people would rather watch
possibly,
like, the AI court shit than fucking reels.
Bait by Toy Story.
You got bitched by Toy Story 5! You were live! And people wanted to watch a kids movie over your shit on stream! You got bitched by Toy Story 5!
Do you understand how this stuff works? I'm not. You're not losing. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing content. There's no like getting bitched or there's no.
Well, I've literally seen you get bitched by movies like 2 or 3 times at this point.
This is why it sucks to be the king, because the king can never slack. This is why I'm not live right now, because I'm gonna be slacking. I'm gonna be driving.
I think when you make good content, I think you'll always be #1 embed. I'm not saying, but
I'm listening.
Do you think that Darius will last this time?
Will he last? What do you mean?
I feel like Darius has this thing to where he streams and then he starts to get like pretty successful, and then for some reason he like stops.
I think that the reason people stop is usually they get in the mind rape of like, oh, my view count was X one day and now it's Y, which is lower. Y is going to be lower.
You think so?
And then that like absolutely rapes him. I think Darius will continue. I really do. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I feel like the thing, I call it the OnlyFans trap. There's a lot of girls I know that would do like sex content, people who are strippers or whatever. They have the same issue where if they have like a really good week and they feel like they made enough money for the month, they'll stop, or sometimes stop for a month or 2. And then when they need money again, then they start doing content again. And sometimes it's just hard for them to keep
the Clint Stevens method.
I guess, yeah. I wonder for Darius if it's like, if he makes a decent amount of money, he's like good for a few months and then he's like done and then he comes back after. I don't know. I have no idea though. I don't know.
Like times
where I don't shit Sherlock.
And you're gonna get fucking bitched
I'm
by
not
movies.
expecting to be top 1 out of time. That doesn't mean I'm getting bitched. That doesn't mean what?
Toy Story 5, bro. Toy Story 5. Toy Story 5. It's not like Avengers. It's Toy Story 5 You lost to the worst fucking movie in the franchise.
You are projecting your own insecurities onto me, man.
Movie. People would rather watch a dog shit fucking movie than you drive.
It's okay. It's an okay, good movie. And yeah, I was lagging, and also I was like, I didn't have any content that night.
Go.
There's no cope. I didn't have any fucking content.
That's why I got bitched by Toy Story 5. Fine.
It's not a bitching, dude. You're making it something it's not, dude.
A guy put a DVD player. He got a DVD player. He slapped in the Toy Story 5 disc.
Yeah, good memes. Do you want to like engage now or what?
Well, I am engaging the whole time. What am I not engaging with?
Toy Story 5 DVD player. Toy Story 5 lost to the Toy Story 5 DVD player. Bro, like
my point. You made a point of saying like, oh, like me and Darius, like, bro, we're gonna fucking mog all these embeds. It doesn't really matter. It's gonna like it benefits us anyways. And I'm saying like, no, like sometimes people can stream.
Yeah, but you understand this?
Oh my
god. Okay, prime
make more entertaining content than you. Like you're not guaranteed to have the top embed every time.
Prime, please. You understand this is like a statement that is like on the aggregate, right? It's not like a is it logically possible that there might be an embed on top?
That's not logic. You were like basically implying that it was impossible.
Okay,
the first day of the feature, both of you get bitched by other people.
Let's say there's a world, right, where you are making better content than me, right? And I'm streaming and I have the top embed at the time, and you're gonna throw me over. What stops me from just restreaming you the whole time and keeping my top spot?
I don't know. Bang will get mad about it or some shit. I don't know. Like I thought about earlier about restreaming
Metal. Nothing. I own you at all levels.
If you think that like you're gonna be able to restream someone else's stream and like there's gonna be no moderation thing, if this actually becomes a problem, you're retarded.
Nope, it won't be a problem because I would be the godfather, and you're like a little grunt soldier, and if I want to use you for my content pleasure,
what?
Bing has made this illegal now.
What, restreaming other people's stuff?
You cannot restream another DGGer's stream, no. To undo them or whatever.
To undo them?
For you cannot restream another DGGer's thing for the sole purpose
like,
of just restreaming them.
If you're just doing, if you're just blatantly restreaming it just to like split views or snark, yeah, no. But like if you're just giving commentary or something, that's fine.
Yeah, there you go.
Like some people were just restreaming just to troll.
I feel like I hate doing these types of objections. Like I feel like I agree with you in principle, but this is one of those things where I wonder for the enforcement how difficult that would be. Just because obviously when there's like big drama going down, people will tune in to listen, and I've seen people do that in the past. But like, who gets banned for like? Does this actually count as them giving commentary versus is this a person who's just you know, I guess like snarking or whatever? Yeah, but okay.
Have aura. You got bitched by Toy Story 5.
I do have aura. If I was at home, I would have bitched by Toy Story 5.
At least Parsec got bitched by like the court thing. Like that's kind of like that's reasonable. You got bitched by Toy Story 5. Like that's kind of crazy.
All right. Well, I didn't get bitched by Toy Story 5 because I went offline and enjoyed my night. So
you got bitched by. You went offline because it was bitching you. You're like describing like, reality independent of getting bitched by Toy Story 5, but it's like very correlated. It's like 1-to-1 correlated with you getting bitched by Toy Story 5.
No, it's not. It's not 1-to-1. I went offline because I wanted to go in.
I don't know who is aware of who in this community sometimes, but like if we're gonna have the conversations like this that are meaningfully advancing the discourse on the embed stuff or on any community related stuff, just be aware of who you're talking to. Okay, fucking Prying Mind is like a 19-year-old hardcore rage baiter, so just be aware of that. That just saying.
He's there to fuck you.
Sure.
I want to sit inside the fucking Airbnb all day.
It was a matter of respect. You just wanted to give DDG the opportunity to enjoy the movie together.
Yeah, Darius has a lot
No,
of
that wasn't even it. I just wanted to go offline. And people were watching. I mean, people also insist. I'm like, oh, there's something. I feel less bad going on. There's nothing to watch. If everyone's like, oh, there's something they're watching, then it's not, the chat's not split, and everyone can just do their own thing. And I'll have to sit there and stall and not going out anymore.
Whatever you want to say. Whatever
But
you want to
instead,
believe. Reality can be whatever you want it to be.
There's no someone to say that is the reality, dude.
I can't make
you are such a weirdo, dude. You're like a girlfriend of the chat, dude. I need to tell you every single emotion, every single. You are a weirdo, dude. You try to read into everyone's fucking motives for doing anything. You're like, it's because I'm projecting my own insecurities onto you. You're ending your stream because you're getting ditched, dude. You're not getting all the viewers. You're okay.
No, it's the fact that I hop on call because I hear you say 50 different things. I hop on call with you and you're like, I don't care. Like it's like the same thing Parsec does, where it's like, I don't care if another embed has more viewers than me. Like you do this like false fucking bravado, and then I see it happen, and the instant moment it happens, you fucking get bitched. You go offline. Like the instant moment.
Dog, I have been okay. You're like, oh, we've already had this conversation. I have been streaming.
That's the thing that's triggering me. There's no aura.
You think I'm just going offline every time I've been off in bed?
I don't know if they're arguing the same thing here. Like somebody going offline because they feel like somebody else is offering better content or something, or because they feel like they don't have good content. I don't know if I would say that they're like getting bitched, that they're like getting, you know, owned and it's horrible or whatever. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And it sounds like for Darius or Parsec, I don't know if they would complain and say like, oh, this is a horrible state of affairs. They just feel like, you know, they just don't feel like they have good content and they go offline. I don't know if that's like a bad thing. No?
For 6 years.
Like, bro, Food Shops was over you. Like months ago. Like, what are we doing here? You were not always top embed.
Food Shop was over me. Food Shop.
Before! I've been running the community recently.
What?
It's fine. You can get bitched by Toy Story 5.
Are you making an argument or are you just being retarded?
You know, we can look up how much.
Oh, now you just resorted to memes.
It's not a meme. What's a meme? I'm very like I've substance. Like, what are we on about?
I mean, it is kind of a meme. Listen, I would take you so much more seriously if like you just if you were actually just like honest.
I am the most honest. I'm more honest than both of you combined. I'm more honest than both of you. Both of you pretend. Both of you pretend like
you just lie about what I think.
You would have zero problem.
You lie about what I think for
being embedded over you.
You lie about what I think. You lie about what I think, and you lie about what Darius thinks just for fun.
I wouldn't lie if someone else said this.
Oh, 250 million. At least, you know, 250 million compared to your stream. It's a pretty big budget.
You lie about what I think for fun, and that's why I don't respect it.
What am I lying about? I want to hear the lie. Where's the lie?
Because you completely mischaracterized my position in the conversation. You tried to say that like I was saying that I should get top spots when I literally said in that conversation can you let me finish my sentence? When I literally said in the conversation that I didn't care specifically about like anything whenever it like relates to positions, anything whenever it relates to embeds. I specifically said I don't give a shit what is streamed over me or what's streamed under me. But like you ascribe this position to me because
I'm saying you're lying. Yeah, I think you're just lying.
When have I what have I done in the past to demonstrate this?
Okay, so if we have people who are trying to make a living from streaming to DGG, your position in making a living is meaningfully dependent on whether or not you're the top embed. Like if Darius is losing to Toy Story 5, he's not making as much money as if he was top embed. That's like the whole point. That's why it's like so boring. Like we do this combo and we do this fake ass fucking bravado. We pretend like it has zero impact on your mental health.
Here's a question for you. Here's a question then. Here's a question. Easiest question in the world. Then if you feel like that, why did I do it for free for 6 months then?
Did you do it for free? I don't think you were.
Yeah, I did for 6 months straight. I did it for free. So
well, probably because you did with the expectation that it was gonna be for free, right? Which is why you have this deal. Like it's not just like you're not fucking.
Oh, so whenever I was getting paid, the only reason I was doing it is because I'm getting paid. But even when I wasn't getting paid,
it's not that you're only doing it because I knew I would get paid in the future.
True, Prime Mind. True, actually, that makes a lot of sense.
Motivations, like being top embed, is not just about like an attention or thing. It's also about a money thing, and it's fine. But like we just like pretend like these fucking motivations don't exist because I guess we're just LARPing. I don't know, we're just lying that it has zero impact on anything.
Well, the motivations exist.
Why is everybody saying keep in mind 6 months? Keep in mind 6 months. Oh, because that's how long that's how long Parsec said he was streaming for? Okay.
But the problem is that you're like way over-indexing how much the motivations
are
behind the
TDS guy,
decisions
you get 95% of TDS! What do you mean?
Yes, how does he get 95% TTS? How is that even possible?
How is that possible, Darius? I don't know. What kind of interesting question, no?
It's a business decision, and I was the first one that asked about it. It is what it is.
But how do you get it though? But like, how does that even work? Because it's like a thing that's on Destiny's website.
Okay, here's a crazy thing. I asked
you invoice them every time Destiny gets a donation
during the streams, yeah.
while you're live.
I asked for it. That's how it happened. It's that simple. I don't know what to tell you.
But that's
you asked for it, but like we're gonna pretend like.
No, stop. I just need to understand this is what happens. You write. So every time you are live and Destiny gets a donation offline while you're live in the chat, you send him an invoice for that with $5 or whatever.
Well, I wouldn't do it immediately after my stream. It's typically on a monthly basis.
But you would count it? How do you even go back and count that?
Spreadsheet.
Well, because there's an entire page dedicated to TTS where you can see all of the ones that have came in while you were live. It's really
you have to time that. And what if it's an offline dono and someone just wants to dono offline?
It wouldn't be counted, but if someone's sending a TTS to something that's like obviously relevant to what's happening on my stream at that very moment, then yes, I would count it. That's how it's counted.
That seems bonkers. But I get it. I get it. But that's just crazy.
No, but Darius, I thought this Prime Mind guy, he's kind of retarded though, no? Like he has zero
you are retarded.
criticism.
You are,
everything I say is retarded. Nothing I say makes any sense. It's all schizo, it's all retarded.
Steven decided to do something with him.
Like 5 hours.
If Steven decided to do something with him, and that's like his thing, and that's not. It's I think it's a retarded thing. That's what they decided to do. It's not like.
Do you want the same deal, Darius?
Huh?
Do you want the same deal, Darius?
No, I don't want this nigga's money. I've already taken it from his audience. I don't want fucking.
Who the fuck is talking? Who is that?
That was J. Dr. Fernanda.
Oh. Wait, I don't think I've ever heard their voice before. Have I?
No, I didn't either until today, I guess.
Weird. Okay.
Want the same deal, Darius?
Huh?
Do you want the same deal, Darius?
No, I don't want this nigga's money. I've already taken it from his audience. I don't want fucking his donos. I'll just put his donos thing on there, and that's fine. I do my own audience. I have my own. Well, my own audience is technically people that have migrated from DGD and are in there, but you know, I have other people from my Science community and Ramen. Let's go. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I don't think that's necessary.
Well, like, how are you guys losing the 2v1? That is like the. Like you guys should.
I'm like, how are we losing 2v1?
You have to protect your own interests, and you can't even workshop this shit. It's kind of crazy.
I mean, it's really hard to defend against someone whenever they just kind of like come on their stream and then just start lying about you for no reason. I don't really know how to defend against that.
I'm not lying. Like, I don't like. It's not a lie. Wait. I need this to be explained like 50 times. It's not a lie when I have a different interpretation of a thing than you. It's not a lie. Like when I'm saying, I think that Parsec and Darius streamed the chat
it was 6 million Jews.
They want to make money. That's not a lie. That's my interpretation. What's the lie there?
He's just interpreting the Holocaust in a different way, right? Whenever Nick Fuentes says it was like 200,000.
Reading into your motivations is not lying. It's just my interpretation. It's like the most stupid defense. I'm not like disputing some historical event.
You don't have to read into my motivations because I'm right here.
I'm just saying my interpretation of the thing. It's my take. A take can't be a lie.
You don't have to read my mind at all because the only out that I could possibly give you here.
One thing that sucks about my community in particular, maybe other communities have this issue, is I feel like we built so much on like not being circle jerkers that sometimes the anti-jerking gets a little bit hard. And it feels like Prime Mind is just like hardcore anti-jerking right here. This whole conversation is him super anti-jerking. And so everybody's like, oh, this is freaking epic. And he's owning him so hard. And it's like, not really. Like this argument of like, well, you know, this is just my opinion that you're lying. I'm allowed to have that opinion. It's like, well, I mean, I guess, but it kind of completely and totally destroys the possibility of ever having any conversation about anything ever, because if somebody's just going to accuse you of lying the whole time, I mean, what are you going to, I mean, how do you know? I don't know. We'll see.
Is, well, if you think that it's all for money and you think that there's like some grand scheme, some grand motivation behind it, why did I do it for 6 months? And if your answer to this, to why did I do it for 6 months for free? Why did I do emotes in DGG for 2 years for free? If your answer to that is like, well, you eventually know it was going to be paid for. Well, I mean, it's no true Scotsman. I can't win. Like, you're never going to give anything.
I'm not saying everything you do is motivated by money, but it's like you're starting a stream, you're making money from TTS, you like have a specific special deal. Like, why are we like, we're like pretending like it doesn't exist because like, oh, I did like, you know, I have these certain like, I have the story of like, oh, I did for 6 months, I streamed. Like what? Like it doesn't change anything. You still make money from stream. Like you're still benefiting from it.
Well, yeah, because you think purely in like the outcomes, but like I can tell you whatever the hell I want. the thing is like you're always going to believe one thing. I'm never going to change your mind on
Yeah,
this.
because I don't believe you. I
Like,
think you're lying. Yes, that's my whole point. I'm reading your interpretations.
well, the problem is that
You're
everything
lying,
I've done
yes.
up until this point, the problem is that everything I've done up until this point literally paints the exact opposite picture of the one that you're trying to paint, and then you don't acknowledge any of it, and then you just say, well, it's all the way that I think about it because,
Yeah,
I
because
don't know, it's just like
you're
how I
making
feel.
your
It's just
story.
vibes.
You're making your story. Of course, you want to believe that. You want to believe the story. I can't make you not want to not believe in your story.
Well, it's my story. I can tell it because I lived it, and if it all makes sense, you not believing it is only on you. It's not on me to like sit here and try to
Okay, then
convince you
it doesn't
otherwise.
matter.
All of the
It's
facts are on the
just my
table.
opinion,
But like the
this
thing
is
is,
like
like
a
you'll come on
meaningful
here,
thing
you'll come on here, and then
people are
even in a
gonna-
conversation with me, you will try to like lie directly to my face about something that I said
I'm
in
not
the
lying
voice
about
call
anything.
literally
Say, what
yesterday.
did I lie about? I want to get. What did I lie about?
You were talking about how you thought what I said in the conversation was that I thought I should get a top spot in DGG, when I literally said verbatim in the conversation with Destiny yesterday that I don't give a shit whenever it comes to people streaming over me.
Yeah, I think that's a lie.
I said
My
that
whole point. Like,
verbatim.
yes, you can say that, but I
Well,
think you're
then
lying.
who fucking cares? Because
Destiny thought you were lying too, by the way. What? Destiny thought you were lying too, by
Literally
the way.
all you have
He
is
was
well, you were
sure,
lying. Literally all you have is well, you were
and
lying.
he's like, sure.
Oh, well, you were just lying. You were just lying.
Destiny thought you were lying too. What are you on about?
You're just an
He's like the
infinite
most
mind reader.
unreasonable position.
You
Destiny
understand
literally
that
thought you
I can never win. I can literally never win.
It's like, really? If someone was streaming over you and they got more viewers than you, would you really not care?
You can just infinitely fucking mind read me, and nothing that I say.
Well, so I didn't believe Parsec when he said that, but that's why I asked the follow-up question. I was like, so if I were to make food shops or whatever, some forced embed or whatever, and then he said yes. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, that's how he answers, and that's how he answers, right? I mean, but then at that point I dropped it, right? Like, I mean, otherwise, if you're just going to infinitely assume he's lying, I mean, you need to have some kind of behavior that you can point to say like, oh, well, I don't think you're honest because look at this, and I don't know if we've seen that behavior yet.
In a conversation on stream or off stream or otherwise, none of my actions matter. None of my words.
Could all this drama just be shortcutted if Dear Leader just said what's allowable? No, I have to let you guys fight it out and then see how the community responds to different things to see what is the right decision. Because whatever decision we end up making is going to piss off some group of people. So
matter. So you just have this prescription for me, and nothing that I can say can possibly fucking change my mind.
Hold on, let me use the restroom real quick. 1 second.
Waiting. I just want to say, Prying Mind was cooking them in the content wars of this convo. And I stand by that.
I love.
What's up?
I
Beef,
love
you're gonna fuck it up because I have to ask him at a very certain time.
Okay.
If he's gonna play the game.
Okay.
This is a fucking, it is a whole ass thing to get him to play a game.
Okay. It's a really good fishing game. Good luck. I believe in you. Get him to play it. I love you.
We'll see. Yelling equal content. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes Hobbit follower, yeah.
Were you talking shit? I didn't have my speaker on. Good one.
No,
Good
I don't
one.
think so.
Good one. Yeah. Wow. We feel so bad for you. Keep coughing, dude.
Thank you.
Who cares?
You're lagging too much, Darius. You called me gay or fat or something. I don't know. You can say
Hello?
it. You're glorping.
Right now?
Glorping it.
You're glorping.
And like,
Very robotic.
You gotta get through that tunnel, Darius. You gotta start speeding.
Jesus
I think you just
Christ.
said the N-word. I don't know. But yeah, like I obviously think you're lying. But like I don't like the thing that I hate is like this is the thing you're doing. You're doing the crazy making thing that I literally said earlier. Like you are doing the thing where you're like talking about a position, like it's the most unreasonable thing ever. And then when you're on VC with Destiny, he's making the exact same CV based arguments, and you don't show him any of these energy.
What position do you think that you shared that like he reiterated?
I feel like I'm. Hold on. Was there anything leading up to this? Because I feel like the energy is ramped
Prying
up.
Mind just went live.
Okay, because it feels like the energy is like super high on Prying Mind side, and I'm not like when he says like, "Where was the energy for Destiny?" Like I feel like Parsec hasn't really said much at all. Am I missing something?
Prying Mind is a retard.
Sure, I'm just saying he's got a lot of heat right now for Parsec,
yeah, he's retarded.
and I don't. Okay. Jesus.
Specifically, right now, you just said that it's crazy to think that you would be bothered by being number 2 embed or number 3 embed. Destiny made that.
Well, he didn't say that you were crazy to think that. I think what Parsec said was that it's just annoying to argue the point with him when he's just going to accuse Parsec of lying unless he agrees with him, which is kind of true. Like, what do you? I mean, what are you supposed to argue at that point if he just is going to accuse him of lying the whole time?
Oh, I think one reason that Parsec might be really Praying Mind might be really mad is his embed had been banned before for reading DG chat.
Well, sure, in the past because it was a really big deal in the past.
Yes.
Yeah, with that rule. But this would have been like a year ago or something, right? Or
no, this was like maybe a month or two ago, maximum.
A month or two ago.
Even later than that.
Like earlier than that, or late, or like more recently, or
it had to be like 3 or 4 months ago. And then the second time he got blocked, which is the one that he talks about the most, was for straight up just playing one battle after another. Or basically just replaying it because he kept going by 15 or 10-second increments and just
during
kept
non-movie
saying
hours,
what was
right?
happening in the scene. Yeah.
Wait, why?
Because he was critiquing it, and I let him critique it for like 50 minutes because he was actually doing like going to certain scenes and giving criticism, but then he just started replaying the movie.
Okay, based. Okay.
Out of movie hours, yeah.
That's based, but also a good ban. Okay.
Exact same argument. So is Destiny like mind reading you? Is Destiny mind reading you? Is Destiny like, is he a horrible fucking person for not believing everything you say 100%?
Well, no, I'm not. That's why I asked Parsec the question. It seems like he answered it pretty consistently. So at that point, I mean, what else am I supposed to say?
I'm so fucking lost. I don't think he said
Like, you're not
this.
engaging. This is the problem. Like, this is the problem with every comment. Like, we have a thing. Like, you don't want to. This is like a substantive disagreement, and you just want to do the optics thing. And I'm trying to communicate with you, but you just want to do the optics thing.
I don't even know what you're trying to ascribe to me right now. You're saying that Destiny made in this conversation an argument saying that people who are in the second and third embed positions are going to feel bad.
No, my thing was that when you said specifically, I wouldn't care if people were under me. I wouldn't care if people were over me.
What behavior would disprove Parsec? Like if somebody else like went live when he was streaming and he got like really ass pained over it and was like screaming at them or trying to tell people not to go live. Or, I don't know, maybe something like that. Maybe I don't know.
They were like #1 embed, and Destiny's like immediately like, are you really? Like really? You really wouldn't have any problem if you're trying to make money from this? Like if people were above you?
And then what happened?
Okay. Yeah.
Destiny isn't like mind reading you. He's just doing like a basic ass fucking like, wow, you make money from streaming. So if you're not top embed,
but then what did he say?
Then that probably means that you don't make as much money. It's like it's just like level 1 fucking logic.
Didn't you advocate for the current system, Parsec?
Yes,
No, he was literally like actively advocating against it on stream. Like what do we mean?
Was he?
What do you think I said to advocate against it?
Do you agree with this characterization of a reaction? Well, it feels like really intense. I feel like, yeah, well, I've already explained this for 20 times. Yeah, I feel like I feel like I wasn't sure if Parsec would care or not, but then I asked him, and he said no. Like if you were to force embed or whatever, like food shops or like I wouldn't care. That's my whatever. Like he answered my question. So what else am I supposed to do at that point? Like it's like Parsec hasn't given me a reason to think that he's lying.
Well, I mean, do you believe him then? Because I don't. And my reason for that would be I've been a streamer. I know how streamers act, and I just don't think that I don't think anybody can handle that usually.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I think then the issue would come down to, I mean, now he's committed himself to that answer. So how could he fight in the future against it, right? Like if that's what he said, then in the future, if he were to change his mind on it, obviously it's going to look really bad. So that's the answer that he gave to that. So.
You like I said specifically, we had this combo, and then you said, oh, Destiny's gonna clear this up. Ving was saying the same thing. Destiny's gonna clear this up. Why I have special permissions? And then we see the combo with Destiny, and he's like, he literally questions like why there are special permissions, and he immediately changes the rule so that it's like more free. And you were trying to defend it.
I don't think I've changed any rules. I don't know if we've even had like official rules. We're kind of like trying to figure out, I think, what any of this would even look like. But I don't know if I would ever characterize anything I've done as like a change of the rules or anything.
Well, Prying Mind keeps thinking that he won. Like he's doing a victory lap right now. He feels like he won.
On what?
The fact that you, in his mind, changed the rule to what he wanted, to anybody could do it.
For now, but we're just trying it out, and then we'll see, I guess, what happens, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Why do you think
permissions? That was the whole thing.
Why do you think I made the appeal to Destiny?
Because you benefit from it, and you want the status quo.
Hello, am I lagging?
Because you benefit from it more than anyone else in the community.
Okay, do you want me to tell you the actual reason now?
Go ahead.
Exactly. The actual reason is because I didn't want to speak for him on behalf of him for his community, and I was specifically told by a community manager, somebody that I trust, that this was going to be the case. And the reason why I did this specifically is because that person told me, hey, probably best to just not talk about this right now and just wait until Destiny covers it on stream, which he did.
And then he literally changed the rule against your benefit, like instantly.
Well, he didn't change the rule. The rule is temporarily being lifted because it's not a permanent measure. At
We
least
don't
to my
know that,
knowledge.
right? The whole point of it could be permanent. Like, we don't know that.
No, he literally said just leave it off for free.
We literally don't know. Like, why are we changing the rule? It could not be permanent. What do you mean? How do you? It could
The
be
sun
temporary. Like,
also
there's a world where
could possibly
he
not
gets rid
rise
of it. It's
tomorrow,
like,
but,
all those
yeah.
gets out. But like, there is also a
Oh,
world.
he's doing the logically
there's also a
possible bit
world-
again. That's cute.
I just don't.
like
Okay,
a
this is the
Pico.
problem, Parsec. You're doing the
Isn't it
honest thing, but
logically
you're not
possible?
as good as arguing as me, so it's not working. You have to make
That's
a better
not
argument.
lazy.
You're not making an argument.
I don't think I've changed any rule. I think that the thing is that we didn't really have. So we've had like a lot of. What's like a way to say like hard coded? We have like some hard coded rules right now where just like certain names are exempt from certain things, and we probably need to have a more
Fleshed out.
a more streamlined, generalized approach to it. And I just don't know what that would look like, which is why I've kind of like opened everything up right now, and then I'll make a more particularized decision in the future. But I don't think, I don't know. It's very weird to say that like I've sided with or against anybody, or even with or against any particular argument right now. I don't know.
Good again. That's cute.
I just don't. Okay, this is the problem, Parsec. You're doing the
Isn't it
honest thing, but
logically
you're not
possible?
as good as arguing as me, so it's not working. You have to make
That's
a better
not making
argument.
lazy.
You're not making an argument, bro.
Scream, bro. What are you talking about?
You can 4v1 me. I don't give a fuck. None of you are going to be right on this. I'm completely right on this.
Who do you think streams for the love of the game? Like, who do you think just like is like someone that
No,
doesn't do
like,
it
I don't know.
for,
Like, I don't
profit?
think it's just pure profit. Like, I think you like streaming. I don't think it's like.
Like, who do you think does it for like any sort of like reason outside of it? Who do you think does it just out of okay? Who do you think just does it just for fun? Who do you think just does it for fun?
Probably someone who
Is
doesn't
anybody?
make money. Probably someone who gets low viewers. Like generally, yeah.
Do you think conductors? Do you think someone who gets low viewers and just goes live and embeds themselves, or like what do they have to do?
Like Vibax, okay?
Like,
Vibax will stream League to chat, and he gets like 2 viewers. He doesn't even viewers sometimes. He just streams, but like he likes streaming. games.
Conductors.
Okay, so the person who just plays a game, doesn't use mic, just streams League of Legends.
I'm not saying that like they're better than you. Like they're better moral people than you.
No,
It's
I'm
just
not
that,
saying no. I know what you are. What is? Are you? Do people believe you as a kid, man? Every fucking word I'm saying, you have to read into it, man. Just fucking have a conversation with you, fucking retard. Oh my god. Okay, so fucking when he streams and he does that. That's like him doing it for the love of the game because he doesn't profit or nothing. He doesn't get anything out of it. He just streams League of Legends for no validity. Doesn't get
You might watch
for
live
chat.
entertaining, it might just not be entertaining. But like I think it's like more likely that a person who doesn't benefit from streaming immensely is more passionate who streams a lot than someone who makes a bunch of money from it.
But not when I did it for 6 months because I was just doing it because eventually.
You're like comment like every day. Like I don't know why like you're doing this high road thing. Like you're like acting like you were like getting shafted for months. Like I know you literally have a special cut. You have a special cut.
I don't think that Persec is like saying that he does it even not for like he makes a monetary game, but I don't think Curly, even if there was no monetary game, I think he would still stream in the manner in which he streams. I think that chat enjoys it. He enjoys mostly with chat.
For years,
and he obviously ain't doing anything else.
23, dude.
I imagine you would still stream, but you would just do it less often.
Why?
Why,
Jada? Wait, Jada.
Jader snarking Parsec. Why? Uh-oh.
Why would he stream less often? Why would he stream less often? Can you explain that?
Because he probably wouldn't make as much money.
So it's not just for the
Because
passion.
there's the monetary
So it's
incentive
not
absolutely
just
helps
for the
because I can
passion.
just stream
So
more
it's not
often.
just for the passion, right?
Well, I'm not arguing that it's only for the fucking passion.
That's the argument you're making. You're saying I did it for free. You're saying I did it for free. You're saying I was a slave. You're saying I was an indentured slave. I was 13 years a stream slave, and I didn't make any money.
Bro, you're
That's
so
what you're
retarded,
saying.
bro.
That's what
For
you're
how smart
saying.
you are, you're so fucking retarded, Prime Mind. Like, it's actually.
You can say I'm retarded. All the chat is agreeing with me.
The
You can say I'm retarded. It doesn't make me
I
retarded.
stand by that.
Sure.
Oh, well,
I don't think that. So I think when the chat, literally, like before Persec was streaming, there's just like nothing on. Like no one's watching anything in DTG chat like 1 a.m. There's nothing on, and people are asking him to go live.
Yeah, I'm
it's
not
like I
sure
understand there's a monetary game from his dude as well.
content, but I don't like the narrative we have here. That like everything's for the love of the game, it's for the passion. And then
No one
Parsec
is
talks
taking
about
that narrative.
Who had that narrative?
You had the spreadsheet. You had the spreadsheet for donuts. You had the fucking
I have a spreadsheet for donuts because I have to invoice.
W got a business.
Because I have to invoice. Yes, because I have to invoice. That's the only way that I can get
Like,
paid.
that's crazy.
From
That's
the deal that we have
fucking
set up.
crazy.
Spreadsheets are crazy? You think an Excel spreadsheet is like the craziest thing
It's
out of this whole
crazy that you
situation?
make money from TTS in DDG and you pretend like you didn't benefit from.
Why is that crazy?
I mean, but it's crazy if it was like a solo thing, but it's not crazy because it's decided on by, I guess Destiny. So it's not really crazy. I think it's ball. I think it's a really dumb concept. I think he should just have donuts on his own thing and Destiny can get his own donuts from his own chat. But I mean, if Destiny thinks it's a good idea, then I don't really know. That's crazy.
I think it's fine. It's fine. You can have your, but just don't do the high road thing where it's like, oh, I'm doing it for the love of the game. Like, no, you make money from it.
No one is doing that. You were ascribing this position to me in your head.
You said I'm
literally just telling you that he's not doing
I was
that.
6 months a slave. I was streaming for no money. I was streaming for nothing. Like, what do you mean?
Well, he says
You
he was doing
literally
this-
just said that. High road like every 5 seconds.
Hey, Prime Mind, please take the retard cap off for like 1 second. You understand what I'm saying is that you are over-indexing on one specific thing. I'm not saying it's one or the other. It's not a black or white situation where someone streams only for the money or only for the passion. I'm saying it doesn't make sense that you are over-indexing, you are over-ascribing how much I'm doing it for the money whenever my past actions have shown completely the opposite. That's what I'm saying.
You did it for free. That means that you're like, you were doing it for the love of the game.
Like, it's just like you have a retard hat on. I can't get through to you. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I don't agree with you. You're not making a good argument. You have to, like, yes, I'm not going to agree with you. You're not going to make me agree with you. You have to make an argument, and then you have to prove the argument. That's how it works.
Okay, here's my argument. You want my argument? You are over-indexing how much I am doing it for the money versus how much I am doing it for passion. And if you look at my past actions, and if you look at my past words, if you look at my past actions, and if you look at my past words,
we're just high-roading.
if you look at my past actions and you look at my past words, you will find very easily that you have over-indexed that. And you can apologize, and I'll probably even accept it.
I won't apologize because I'm right. Why would I apologize?
Jesus Christ.
You're like doing this high road shit.
I'll even say, you know what? It's okay. You're farming, and I get your farming.
I'm not farming. There's nothing I never. I'm not farming. I've said this in chat for months. I've said this for months. I didn't have a stream. I didn't say. I'm not getting better from this. This has been my take for months. I've said the same shit. That there are people who benefit from streaming to chat, and they can't reach out. Like these dumbass fucking rules, and now they can reach out, and you were trying to defend it, so that they couldn't reach out. And you're high roading now. You're pretending like you do it for the passion. You're pretending like there's no incentive for you. You have a 95.5 cut.
True.
For DDS.
True. I actually said that. There was no monetary incentive for love. I actually said this.
I watch your stream. What are we doing? What are we doing?
I've actually said this.
What? Three seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay. I don't know.
I've actually said this many times that there's actually no monetary incentive for me to do it whatsoever. You're actually right on that.
It's not that you said no. You just have like you high road. You pretend like you're saying I'm over indexing. You're under indexing. Like you're pretending like there's no incentive. You're pretending like you just do it for the love of the game. Like
there's no incentive. There's no incentive.
I'm in emotes. I'm in emotes ready to get paid. That means that I'm not doing right now. I'm not.
Listen, either it's no incentive or it's all the incentive. There's no in between.
No, it's not maximalist. It's not maximalist. You can have dual fucking things motivating you. Like not everyone is interested. Like only like fucking inspired in one way. Like what do you mean?
How long has Parsec been in the community?
Parsec? I don't know the answer.
It's been like years, hasn't it been?
Hello, Tess.
What?
Oh, are you watching this to make a decision or no?
Well, I'm absorbing feedback from the conversation, I guess.
Okay, can you wait till tomorrow when I go live? I haven't been home yet. I'm going home tomorrow.
What am I waiting for that for?
Because I think that like I'm kind of like the ultimate, decider. Like, you know what I mean? Like once Darius gets in the mix, it's like that kind of like finalizes it. You know what I mean?
Weren't you in this conversation?
Yeah, but like it's just like a conversation based on like it's like what Parsec was doing stuff for. It's not really like what's the environment like once we're able to read chat and stream at the same time. That's what I thought is the reason why we're trying to figure out like if it's okay or not.
What are you saying?
I don't know what the fuck you're saying, and I don't know why you have to be live to have an opinion on this. Like,
because he wants to farm it for a day, I guess.
No. Well, yeah, I do want to farm it one, and then two. What I'm saying is that the fucking ass. Dude, I forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck you guys, dude. You guys fucking made me feel stupid.
Okay.
We're actually watching Toy Story tomorrow, so.
Damn.
Oh my.
Yeah, Toy Story 5's tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you for making my argument for me. Now address it.
That wasn't, you didn't disprove shit. That was my whole point the whole time. I didn't say Parsec is only a fucking greedy Jew who's motivated by fucking money. My whole point was that right now, we see people on stream, they have like a fucking split. I'm not anti bro, like, what really it is. They make money from stream, they make money from being embedded in chat, and then they're trying to pretend like they don't care when people are embedded over them.
There could be two motivating factors for somebody to do something.
Wait, who's that? That's not Jade.
I don't.
That's
remember.
not Jader, right?
No, I don't remember who that was.
Oh, that's Twigs. Okay. Does Twigs even stream? I thought she was just like a Darius guest.
Yeah,
stream
I think
person.
that she does, but not like to DGG.
Oh. Okay.
Well, so incentive.
You learned of it.
True. She's right.
You should say that again, like we didn't hear it. Darius needs to get like 5 different.
So he could be doing it for the love of the game and for money.
Yeah,
he could be both things.
I said it's a little bit of both, but he pretends like it's only love of the game. That's the problem I have.
No, I don't. I don't
know why prying is so fucking triggered by Parsec. I feel like I don't know. I don't think that. Maybe it's just like the way that Parsec talks because his voice is soft or something. I feel like Parsec was not out here doing like the 12 years a slave thing. I feel like Prying Mind is like hardcore exaggerating how much. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand why he's so fucking triggered. Because you banned him from playing Arc Raiders. Okay.
I've said it many times. I do it for the money and I do it for the passion.
When I hear him talk on stream, and when I hear him talk now, and when I had the conversation when Bing and Darius are playing League, it's the same shit. Where like he has like the vibe of like he's like, oh, I only do it for the passion. Like he like moral high ground so hard, but like it's just fake. Like I don't think.
Can you find any clip of me doing this?
This is my impression of you. I don't have a clip on hand. I've watched
You have
like a
quote?
bunch of your
Or
streams.
you're just gonna like sit there and strawman me the whole time and not allow me to like actually clarify my
I
position.
can get clips. Maybe next time we talk, and we can do this. We can go over 7 different fucking clips. I can't pull up a clip right now. Like your whole combo with Destiny, like what was it, like 2 days ago? That gave me the impression of that. That was what gave me the impression of that. Other stuff as well, but like that gave me that impression of that.
What arguments? Again, I'll go through it again, but like maybe I have to rewatch
Yeah,
the
it's a feel
conversation.
thing. It's not, I'm not saying
like,
I can
don't
lie to
know.
you. I don't know. You could be the most passionate fucking streamer, and maybe I'm just fucking reading it wrong. But that's my interpretation.
I don't know how to get through to you if like you won't accept my word.
Yeah,
If
I think you're
just
lying. That's the whole point. I can't accept your words that you're lying. Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, it's just an impasse at that point, because if you think I'm lying and then everything that I've done...
Okay, I'm sorry, does this conversation go anywhere, or how long is it just on them arguing whether or not Parsec is lying? Do they discuss anything
I mean,
in
when
this,
I
or is this-
join, I think it goes somewhere.
How long into that is this?
I don't know.
in the past, and like everything I've said and all my positions have remained exactly the same. Like, what am I supposed to do to like change your mind on this? There's literally nothing I can possibly say. There's nothing. Wait,
Can you clarify? Parsec did not get explicit permission from you to react to DG chat, correct? He probably did through somebody else, because we've been having conversations about this recently after the TTS thing was finished. So he probably did.
What would change your mind? Wait, what would change your mind? What would change your mind?
Is that clear? What you made your argument?
That's the exact same thing. When you said, I don't want to be,
the argument is the word really?
over me in
That's
my
your
own
argument?
embed spot. And then Destiny immediately said, really? You really wouldn't care if people had more viewers?
And then what happened?
Money for you.
And then what?
You really don't care. I want Parsec to answer. You're not arguing for him.
It's a non sequitur. I don't understand the point.
How am I bad faith
comparing to
making an
Destiny.
argument that Destiny made on stream that you didn't say shit about?
What happened after he
That's not
said
the argument
really?
you're making right now.
He literally
Is the other person Sip talking, or is that somebody else?
Yes.
Okay.
He did the thing. He did the thing that caught against him. He fucking let everyone be chat.
And then what happened?
What do you mean that what happened? What do you want?
What do you say after really? Parsec responded and saying, yeah, really. And then he's like, oh, okay. Retard.
5v1, guys. You need a 5v1. You can't even win this shit. That's kind of crazy.
You're like eating your own shit, and everyone's telling you like, stop eating your shit, stop eating your shit. You're like, I'm winning.
Here's how tough is it
It's fine for you to tell me.
Destiny would host food chats RI over your ass, that you don't get the cut, that Parsec makes fucking some emotes, and he gets the cut over you.
I don't want the
He's been,
cut.
treated
I
for
don't
longer on
care.
stream. How the fuck you have zero issue with that? You're so cucked.
Wait,
You're so
Prime mine.
cucked. You're so cucked.
Prime mine. What would change your mind on this? How can I possibly say to you to change your mind?
Prime mine, answer his question.
There's nothing that
What's
changes my
my
mind.
question?
I already had.
Wait, was that you, or was that you in the past?
That's
What
me.
would-
That's past me.
Oh.
What would change your mind on this? How can I,
The
what can I
thing-
possibly
the
say to you to
events
change your
happened.
mind?
The events happened.
Prime
There's
mine,
nothing
answer
that
his
changed-
question.
There's nothing
What's
that's changed
my
my
question?
mind. I already had
Prime
this
mine, answer his
information.
question.
I am answering the
What would
question.
change
There's
your
nothing
mind?
that's gonna change my mind. I already have this
Okay, so you're
information.
immovable on this.
It's not that I'm immovable. I've already made the
No,
conclusion.
he is
There's
movable.
not even
It's
something
been
to hold to
well
this.
established.
6v1, but how many people do you need?
No one's 6v1ing. I'm here to moderate. If anything, I'm on your side a bit
Yeah.
more than anybody else here.
Oh! No, it's not it. 2v5. Let's go.
You can answer the question?
I
Because there has to be
answered
something,
every
right?
question.
It's-
Nothing would
It's
change
in
his
bad
mind.
faith,
He said
right?
nothing would
What's
change
my
his
faith?
Okay, well then it's like it's all in bad faith then. So
Is that correct?
I
Nothing
don't,
can change your mind?
That's pretty good, Chad.
Well, yeah, if I could read Parsec's mind and I could know for certain that all of those things, all my interpretations of those things were all
this is an
wrong.
impossibility. We can't read minds. We need to keep it like hopefully something that I can actually
Yeah,
say or
I'm telling
do
you
or
right
like
now,
action.
I think you are lying. I've watched your interaction with Destiny stream. I had a conversation with you, the Darius thing, and I've watched your streams. I think you are lying that you only that your primary motivation it has nothing to do with money. That I think it's a lie.
Okay,
I don't even know if that's the statement that he said. This is such a dumb conversation.
I said out loud right now to you, like I did 30 seconds ago, I am doing it both for the money and for the passion, and it's a balance.
Yeah, but
And
you
getting the money allows me to do
over-index
more
on
of
the
what I'm
passion
passionate
part.
about.
You over-index on the passion part. That's the problem I have.
Did he?
Can we talk percentages? Like how much passion, how much money?
I don't. It's meaningless. This fucking. I'm not doing the fucking.
Okay, so every streamer.
If it's meaningless, then it doesn't need to be a distinction.
Okay, if you're talking to me, just say like real Mootin, so that I know it's the real Mootin.
All right.
Okay. You didn't
I got
say
you.
right there. You already fucked it up.
No, I didn't. Oh, real
And you
moon here.
Thank you. Okay.
Every streamer does it for the money, guaranteed. But there's also like a depending on like how much you actually like doing it. I don't think I've heard Parsec come in here and say that he, hey, retard, you fucking retard piece of shit. Turn your fucking mic off, Darius. I don't want to hear myself.
What? That's not
Hear
you.
myself through you.
What?
All right.
Darius, can you unmute?
Well, oh, Parsec has never said that he only does it for the passion. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but my interpretation is that like when he'll go on stream, he'll defend his split by saying that like, oh, like right now he just said I streamed for 6 months for free. I didn't make any money. Like he wants people.
That was
to
a response to
perceive
something that you
him
said,
as
right?
being
When I said
more
you were
motivated by
over-indexing
passion
it, right?
than by
Like,
money.
this is-
He wants to be perceived that way.
Okay, so that's how you.
Like, I don't think that's true. I think he just is trying to make the argument that he's not like here solely hoping that he's cashing out. Like, not that like nobody would help at anything at all. Like, probably mine is reading so hard into that. I don't know why.
How you feel about it, correct?
Yeah, that's my it's a vibe
That's
to
your
that. I don't have
interpretation.
a fact. I can't read
So
his
then,
mind.
can we not get here to hear Prying Mind now and get his opinion on that?
Parsec, you mean? But, yeah.
Sorry, I meant Parsec. Yes. Parsec, how do you feel about this?
Like,
Well,
okay,
the only
what's-
reason I brought that up to begin. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, actually, you go ahead.
No,
Frank.
Go ahead,
Parsec.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the only reason why I said that at all is it was directly in response to you saying that I am on stream asking for subs and asking for donos after it started to be allowed, which is something that I do, yes, and I will absolutely admit that, because asking for money and asking for support from the community that I stream for, it does allow me to do more of the streaming that I enjoy doing. It's been greenlit, so I thought it was something that I was able to do, but no one else really gets mad at really any other streamer on the face of the fucking planet for doing the same shit, unless it's like absolutely over the top, which it does not. I don't think that's really the case in my stream. That being said, going back 6 months ago, the reason I said this is because you were saying that I was saying that you were over-indexing how much I talk about passion, how much I talk about like needing money. The reason I went back 6 months, the only reason I did this is because I wanted to show, hey, I was only doing it for the money, I wouldn't have streamed as consistently as I did for 6 months leading up to being paid to be streaming to GGG. I wasn't able to interact, I wasn't able to make money, I wasn't able to ask even like my own community for subs and donations during that time that I was streaming.
I've been sent a chart of how often you were streaming over the past 6 months. I'll link it in chat. It seems to me like you started streaming really in August, and in July, again, this site could just be wrong.
Yeah.
But in July, June, May, April, sure. But it sounds like right now you're saying that you were doing it every day consistently for 6 months.
No, I was not. I did not say I was streaming for every day. I never said I was streaming every day.
I mean, you said consistently.
Yeah, that is a consistent stream schedule for somebody who isn't making money off of streaming.
Like, bro, I don't know what I have to say. Like, I'm the liar, I'm the mind reader. We have the fucking chart right here. You are streaming more actively, significantly more actively now.
Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yes. Because now that I'm being paid for it, I don't have to do other things to make money to live. I don't know how this is obvious. I've never denied this.
I do think that you were maybe over-indexing a little bit earlier.
You were over-indexing on the passion
consistently, constantly for 6 months. That is the point I'll make here. But I don't think there's a problem with what you're doing now. Like if you're streaming DGG and people want to watch you and you want to make money doing it, there's no problem.
Okay, well I will edit my language then. I will say I was streaming consistently for someone who wasn't being paid to stream. I don't think that consistently necessarily means
like, bro, you're trying to mind rape me over this shit. Like I'm like fucking schizo, and then we pull up the chart, and it's like exactly what I described.
Per second, when you say consistently, do you mean like once a week or like once a month, or like what are we talking about?
Oh, like 2 or 3 times a week out of a 7-day week. I would say that's fairly consistent for someone who does not get paid to stream, correct?
Jesus Christ.
Who's like doing other stuff. I had like
I don't know how to read this.
When somebody tells me that they're streaming consistently, I'm personally thinking that they're streaming at least like 5 days a week, every single time, like every day at the same time. That would be consistency. But again,
I don't think so.
If I heard the word I consistently stream and then you tell me it's 2 days out of 7 days of the week, I would say that is a weird way to describe consistency.
I would say that based off of that chart,
it's like
it would
weekends.
not be
It's like
unfair
most
to say that I was consistently streaming for 6 months prior to this.
I do.
I mean,
weigh in on the consistent. This whole thing is Prying Mind is trying to like hardcore mind read Parsec into saying that Parsec is like 12 years a streamer. He's like the slaving away over. But I don't think Parsec has ever made that argument. I've never gotten that impression from him. I've never heard him say anything remotely like that. I don't think anything like that remotely like that has emerged from this conversation. And now they're fighting on the consistent stream thing. I mean, like that is consistent streaming. But like the reason why, I mean, maybe to a streamer it wouldn't sound that way if you like stream all the time. But I think the issue is now this consistently streamed verbiage is now being offered as more proof that he's making himself sound like he's slaving away over streaming when clearly he's not slaving away over streaming. But it's just like, this seems really retarded. I don't know.
And
if the problem that you have is that it's like with the word consistent, then like you can say, okay, well I think the consistency is 5 days a week out of 7 days a week, and that's perfectly fine. But then I would just use a different word other than consistent. I would just say like regularly or semi-regularly, but it doesn't change what I mean, and it doesn't change.
Like I stream super frequently, and it's like I
here.
stream like 2 times a week. Like it's not accurate.
Okay, so
that's okay, but it doesn't change what I'm saying.
It's not true. You're trying to misconstrue. You're trying to misconstrue. You're saying you're reading into my intentions that I'm bad faith, and then
the
like
average person would say
you're
this isn't consistent, but it doesn't fucking matter. This doesn't matter. This is
I mean, like, Moon is kind of right here, but I mean, I think you could just easily side with the other thing. Like, somebody who releases a video on YouTube once a month, that's a consistent release of video. Somebody who streams on the weekends is consistently streaming. Like, consistency has to do more with, like, is it like ordinary, and does it happen at regular intervals? And if it's happening every weekend, that is consistent. It just might not be as much as some people would think of, but...
retarded. I only brought it up because I just felt like you were being a tiny bit disingenuous and kind of like what you were doing when you weren't making any money. We can move on from this point because it genuinely
change the word then. Change the word instead of saying consistently, say semi-regularly.
You were streaming once in a while. Yeah, you were streaming semi-regularly. Yeah, sure.
I would say it's about the frequency I would expect from somebody who's not making any money.
Which is fine, but we tried to pretend like we did this for the love of the game. We did this for passion for 6 months. We have the chart pulled up. No, we didn't.
Well, how can you deny he's passionate?
Jader snarking so hard. Oh my god.
The way that he like expressed how consistent he was streaming 6 months before. Do you think it's consistent? Like it lines up with him saying he didn't do it for the money.
Maybe consistent isn't the best word, but I don't know. I feel like even if
you should
he
be careful with
doesn't
your
do it as
words.
frequently as
You're
the
making
word
an argument.
consistent
You're
does,
defending your
still
soul. You're
pretty
defending your
passionate about it.
line.
I don't know why you're still hung up on the word because we
particular we've changed it. He admitted that he admitted. Sorry, I would say the word doesn't fit, and we have changed the word to fit my definition.
Sure, and if I was Parsec, I would be accusing him right now of lying. Like he just lied. He lied. about how often he streams.
If you were Parsec, you'd be accusing Parsec of lying.
He's saying I'm lying because I read his interpretation, like I read his intentions as trying to make money. So I'm gonna say he's lying for misconstruing how often he streams.
Okay, but I also haven't denied this. This is what's so fucking confusing me is I'm not denying that I'm streaming to make money.
Yeah. Wait, so what's the next point here?
His point was that I got bitched by Toy Story, which I did. Oh, yeah, I didn't do, by the way. I did get fucking bitched by Toy Story. I was having a good. Actually, I think I was hanging out with you.
Okay. Does anything else happen in this of substance, or?
I don't think so.
There's a 2-hour thing on Parsec's character, basically.
Yeah, prying mine is a bit unhinged, but it was funny.
I was trying to have fun with my friends. Actually, that was
the only way to settle this is to
A
look
few more minutes, I guess.
at the end of Darius's VOD and try to get a feel for why he went offline.
The vibe was getting. I was going out. We were literally going out, and I was with Mooks, and Mooks' stream was going out.
Toy Story.
We don't have to do that, okay? For Darius' sake, it's fine.
Just say you got bitched by Toy Story, okay?
I didn't get bitched. Okay, so here's actually this clown.
When Steve goes live in the morning, sometimes I get bitched. It's okay. Sometimes we get bitched, man. It is what it is.
Sometimes
I didn't. No, I'm not getting bitched. Dude, you guys do a show that's centered around Steven. I'm Darius Iro. I
will defend anything else right now. It is not just centered around Destiny. That is not true.
Time slot around Destiny. So it makes sense that you guys are ending and going offline with Destiny.
Whatever. C's live then.
True.
I have. I did that for a year straight. I did it for a year. I've started. No. Let me. Last 2 months, I'll be honest. I haven't been doing that because I've been doing the Stark stuff, and also I've been trying to get a detox off of doing IRL stuff because of the shit I've been going on. But in general, as Darius IRL, who he is, I was live during Steven a lot. I was doing my own thing while Steven was live
right
for a long
now.
time.
You would say that you're centered around Steven then. You would use the same phrase as you used against AE.
Oh, right now, yes, but not in general.
Sure, yeah, I think that's fair.
But it makes sense that you guys would say like, oh yeah, we bitch, because the whole thing is like you guys like the pre-show and then the whole thing is that. Now, right now, yeah, that's the whole thing, but that's not like the like when like November and October come and I'm 24/7 fucking streaming because I have to do the fucking game stuff.
Yeah. I just
The Friday night's a total bitch.
What other problems do you have?
Not 6 months of.
If Toy Story 6 is on the schedule, Darius, are you even going to go live that day, or?
Would you be scared if Toy Story 6 was on the schedule?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
It's not even a funny joke because you guys think this is real. You guys think I'm actually scared of Toy Story.
It's funny because you're actually mad. That's the funny part. You're actually mad, and it's true.
Because you're lying on my name.
Then next time you stream, I'm letting the Toy Story go. I'm letting the Toy Story fucking go in the chat.
Oh fuck, dude! It's just stupid. It's like making you guys make these jokes and it's like it's jokes, right? But then it's not a joke anymore after you guys joke about it so much.
It's not a joke. It's true. I'm not lying. It's true.
I realized, dude. Because I saw this earlier with the DDG week. Shut the fuck up! And I saw the DDG wiki. I'm looking at the wiki and I'm like, oh, Darius, he's fumbled all these girls. He fumbled Xena again. I didn't fumble Xena. I broke up with her. Oh, he fumbled Hannah. Okay, that happened. But Craig was crazy. No.
What do you want, Spriggs? Okay, go join.
These are all jokes, but they're not jokes.
Why are people joining and not saying anything?
I don't know. Spriggs, hello. What do you want?
Classic.
Okay.
Take it into history.
You know what I heard, Moot? That Darius rated Toy Story 5 0.5 stars on his letterbox.
I said I watched it in theaters. It was a good movie.
Hello. It truly can't be this hard for every single person that goes on my stream to make their microphone work. That can't possibly be the case. That can't possibly be the case, right? That for some reason I have the only stream on the internet where people don't know how to make the microphone work. Because that would just be ludicrous, right? It'd be...
Yeah, that'd be pretty ludicrous.
Okay.
It's my grandma to see it.
I agree. Okay, anyways, Prangman, what other problems do you have? Can we get back to the content?
It's like they're like specific statements that like it seems like he tries to give the vibe that like he doesn't care about making money from stream or like he doesn't care about his embed spot. Like specifically he said on stream that if someone was over him on the embed list that he wouldn't care. And I think that's just a lie.
I mean, I will say he did say that, and I personally don't believe him, but that's because I couldn't imagine not caring, and that's just something that happens.
Yeah, if you're a streamer, it's about getting viewers. It's about like.
Oh my god, dude! You guys address it!
What about the elephant?
The elephant, dude! There's people saying Darius cares about the time slot. JSOK, rate me! Whole year! For a whole year! I don't care about the fucking time slot! I never brought up the time slot! That was never me! JSDOK was raping me!
Yeah, he was raping you because you refused to do death stop, Doc Hudson! He fucking got an artist to fucking do, like, Discord avatars. He was doing after-hours snark shit for, like, every other day. Like, he was making better content than you. No shit!
But my point is that I wasn't like, oh, JSDOK raped me! No, I just did other content! I did other things! I did other communities!
He was watched by all of DGG. Like, wow. Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't...
He's always a rapist.
Ironically, no, because you're thinking, you're like, you live and die by DGG. You're talking shit on my name. I paved my own way after that. After that, you guys all went to go get raped by JSDOK. You guys all went to go get my rape, and I paved my own thing. You guys were reacting to me, and you guys were like, oh, Darius.
He's correct.
I think you paved for more than other people. I don't shit on you for that. I don't say you're just a leech. I don't think so. I think that applies to you that way.
That's literally what you've been saying, nigga.
I said you're kind of a leech. Kind of. Not like 100%.
Oh,
I was watching your stream like you're doing your shit. Like you weren't always like centered around Destiny. Yeah,
everyone in this call has done leeching.
Whoa.
I'm sorry. Why were you mad again that you got your embed banned? What was the point of you even streaming? What are you even doing right now?
I'm streaming. I want attention. I don't lie about it. I want attention. I want people to look at me. I want the chat to leech on me. I want people to type emotes. Yeah. I'm not a liar.
And would it affect you if I went live and took over the top spot?
Yeah, I would. I would get fucking mad. If my Lex on stream right now, and I see him playing a 4X game, fucking not doing shit, he's over me, I'm gonna fucking cry.
Give him 3 months. Give him 3 months. Give him 3 months. Give him 3 months. Give him 3 months of being a top in bed. And if you start going live and force hosting, he's gonna be like, I just don't know why. I don't care. I don't care what you do. I'm self-aware. You're not. I'm self-aware. I know what I am. I know what I am. I know what you are. I know what I am. They're just you try to call me, you're not a leech. You just make so sense of these attention seekers that just leech off Destiny. Like, dude, you're a bitch, dude. You're a bitch, dude.
A self-aware king. Okay, that's what I'm hearing.
I'm the realest digger. That's the reason.
I know you're typing.
That's the reason why you hate me, because I'm the realest one.
Okay.
Realist what?
Do we have anything else? No, I'm really asking. Have we sorted this out? Because I mean, it seems like you and Parsec just have a disagreement.
Well,
I tell you we have a disagreement.
I write about a thing and Parsec's lying about a thing. That's the difference.
Well, I don't know if Parsec's lying. I don't believe him, but I don't also believe that he's lying.
Jesus Christ.
I just don't think he knows yet.
Poor Parsec. He's getting snarked all over the place.
Lie implies intent.
Can I flesh out the position maybe then? Okay, so I would say it would piss me off, like if for instance I was live and then like happened a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Mooten goes live, he self-hosts, I get cucked. Yes, it does piss me off. But like the thing is like typically most days, unless I'm already in like a really shitty mood and I'm like already like near the end of my stream, I've already been live for a couple of years, I am likely in that scenario, I'm going to just keep streaming through it. It's what I do. If Darius goes live, I will stream through it. If a movie gets flicked on, I will stream through it. And I would say that like in 99% of the cases where something has happened in like the background of my stream or like another thing has happened, I've always just streamed through it. And people who are watching me on a nightly basis, they will also just they will corroborate this. I don't think there's been a scenario in like the last, I would say at least as long as I've been streaming like fairly consistently the last little while, I haven't like gone offline because another thing is popping up or because I have less viewers because I'm not top embed.
Yep.
But like I don't know what else I can do to prove this, right?
Well,
like, right now, if Dan went live through your time slot every single time and he was hosted every single time, like you would 100% get mad.
Yeah, you just
probably.
Yeah, but like before you were like before you were pretending like you wouldn't get mad. That's the problem I had. Like you're saying that I'm reading your intentions because I'm saying you're lying.
You have 0 accounts right now that are permabanned.
No, I have like a million accounts that are permabanned, but like I don't have.
Well, then would you agree that that would be ban evasion still then?
I got yeah, but I'm not. How are you ban evading if you're like it's not you're actively ban evading?
You just got bitched by Moot.
I mean, like I don't think my existence is unknown to mods. If they want to ban you for ban evasion, I guess they could. But like,
well, you asked.
It's kind of like a mean rule. Like everyone has an
said you would be banned
like right now, Calcifer 65. He makes fun of me for making ults. He has an account, Calcifer 64.
You asked me what you could be banned for.
So right now, Calcifer 64.
Check the sources to see like where they're coming from or whatever, just to verify the authenticity.
It'll say the chatter's name.
Why are you looking at your ex's wiki?
I was actually genuinely curious. That's actually true. Why was I doing that? That's why I said I'm bugging. That's why I said I'm bugging. Genuinely, I said I'm bugging. But I was clicking through. I opened up my wiki and I was like, I kind of forgot who I was dating. So let me go see because I forgot. And then I started clicking down the list and I was like, oh, let me look at their page. And then that's what I saw. I was like, okay. I haven't even seen Cena's, but I'm sure Cena's is something.
Both of these chatters Russell, and then just search my name. Tell me if it's genuine.
Oh, that's a super good idea.
I feel like Witness usually starts me. Huff Daddy doesn't.
Just check out Huff Daddy's logs.
Huff Daddy stalks everyone.
There are some chatters that
he's begging to come on his stream. What do we call it?
Cinematic Gold is terrible at
really, bro? I'm
supposed to get a toy with this.
Can I get a different toy, please? My daughter wants a different one.
Go back. That was a funny Bing joke. You gotta go back like 10 seconds. That's current mood talking.
10 seconds?
Like 10, 15 seconds, yeah.
So like, what are you, man? She had nine report or like nine what do you call it? Violations. Like, bro.
Okay, that can all be done in one day.
You think she did, bro? Like, she's definitely been doing more than just that one day.
It's fine.
I think it was. Yeah, I like clicked through.
It was
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
Darius is at the place and he asked for a Happy Meal, and then Bing goes, "Well, I should have got a toy with this."
Good one.
Yes.
I don't
A Diet Coke.
get our credit for this one.
You got a regular Coke? Oh, we did have a regular Coke as well. We did have a Diet Coke for the small one and a regular Coke for the bigger one.
I'm supposed to get a toy with this.
Oh, there it is.
Can I get a different toy, please? My daughter wants a different one. Is it like gacha?
God, gotcha IRL. That's crazy.
There is gacha IRL. It's called a, like, I mean, it's like the boxes that has the random toys in it. Can't see inside of it.
Oh my god, it's like a loot box. No way.
That's it. Everything else is
literally.
boring.
Okay. All right. Well, we learned nothing from that. All right.
Yeah, there's not really anything to learn.
Jesus fuck. Wait, who is this guy again? The Mercado guy?
I don't know.
This guy, Wick TV, who is literally nothing without the omni-liberal, is asking me about settings I used to wear on shot collar for Hasan. Totally normal political behavior. The white boys for Harris are acting insane lately. How is being Destiny's fleshlight going for you? What?
Does this guy, like, does he have an actual job?
I don't know.
Does he work on, like, campaigns?
Why do we... I know the Mercado name. This guy was... For some reason, we were looking at this guy recently. I don't remember why, though. Oh, he was doing the ice footage during the stuff during Minnesota. Oh, and now he's a Hasan dick suck. Nice.
Classic.
Hasan smears Democratic Congresswoman who condemned his hateful rhetoric. If I was an Israel First Congresswoman with a possible cheating scandal with a Republican in the state, I wouldn't spend so much time vying for the spotlight by actively defaming a prominent anti-Zionist voice to harm the Dem Senate majority chance over a 90-10 issue. Jesus fucking Christ, he's so disgustingly
It used to be
fucking
80-20, I
performative.
thought.
It gets more and more every time another spineless fuck lib jumps onto the fucking cause, I guess.
I love all liberals.
Why are the other comments so black and white on this? He didn't say Israel has no control, just that typical people overestimate the short-term leverage from lobbying. Ooh, uh-oh. Atriox audience, not too happy with his... People are...
Big A.
People are getting a little bit too weird about the Israel take. Uh-oh.
Do you mean Zionists?
What?
Pepe?
I don't think we said anything about... Good one, true. She responded to that. Not Hasan Piker daydreaming about being me, as if, keep dreaming, pal. There's only one of us hurting the chance of a Democratic majority in November, and it ain't me. Queen.
You know how Mom Donnie, when he was like running for office, was like, I'm gonna arrest Benjamin.
We already watched this. Okay.
Mom Donnie.
Have I been bought.com? Which spent more in 2024? During the 2024 election year.
This is easy.
Well,
come on, man.
The answer is probably, because you want to say Israel, so I'm guessing the answer is probably Ireland. But it also says FARA declarations, and the majority of the money spent in the United States probably is through APAC, which is domestic and not foreign. So they have a huge edge there, so it's probably not necessarily the same. School Freedom Fund versus the Bahamas. It's got to be the School Freedom Fund, no? I don't even know what the School Freedom Fund is, actually. I don't know why the fuck I would say that. National Rifle Association versus Sponsored Congressional Travel and Gifts. Who spent more?
Sorry, fuck.
For all of Congress? 2024? I want to say the NRA, but I feel like because of I feel like they want you to, this is like the one that it's actually, yeah, okay. Timothy Mellon or nonprofit institutions. Probably this guy, I guess. China combined versus Elon, probably this guy. Okay, cute. Saunders responded by smearing Democratic Rep Hillary Scholten with unsubstantiated cheating rumors that came from Republican opposition research. Is that true?
Classic.
Uh-oh. Jump scare? Ready? Federal judge blocks FIU's blanket ban on indoor student protests. The ruling stays sanctions against students punished for wearing ice-off FIU shirts during a campus event. A federal judge has temporarily blocked Florida International University from enforcing its sweeping ban on protests inside campus buildings, including disciplinary action taken against students who silently stood against the school's cooperation with federal immigration authorities this year. U.S. District Judge Jacqueline Becerra ruled that icebreakers and 7 student plaintiffs are likely to prevail on their claims that an FIU regulation blocking indoor protests violates the First Amendment.
Miss Becerra.
Now that
that's
she's
my
ruled on
girl.
that, now they can wipe it from the docket. She doesn't have to worry about that anymore.
Don't have to think about that at all.
Thank God.
Can you believe that she's like doing real shit and Pixie has her doing like meme shit?
Well, what are you going to do?
Strong face on, and I'm always going to boulder through it. I'm always going to fucking...
I hate this skin-walking creepy fuck so much. God, I hate him
He's
so
bouldering
much.
through it.
Strong face on, and I'm always going to boulder through it. I'm always going to fucking push through it no matter what. My policy is always to say the truth, no matter how much people punish you over it.
Oh my God.
It's always to have fun with it too.
Oh
right?
my God.
While we're covering such horrifying sights, horrifying realities. I will say this though.
How can one man be so brave?
I mean, this past weekend has been a lot.
A lot.
I'm not going to lie to you. It's been a lot. I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. I'm not going to feel discouraged. I'm not going to stop saying the truth. I'm not going to stop speaking truth to power in general. Someone has to do it. Someone has to tank it. That's just largely my mentality on this stuff.
Got to tank it, bro. You're so brave.
This past weekend has been insane. Like going from the entire Republican media ecosystem universally saying like, this guy loved that Charlie Kirk got assassinated, which I never said and never would, to then having to deal with Mike Rogers and then also distance yourself from Cutie and things will get better in a lot of ways. Trust.
Uh-oh.
That's an insane statement. Okay.
Careful.
Anyway, where was I?
Cutie's more likely to distance herself from him.
I mean, I think that chatter was trying to make a joke. But regardless. So what I was going to say is, yeah, it's been one of the more insane weekends, one of the more insane weekends of my life, I would say.
Wow.
We have, you know, like it has been such a psychotic weekend of
Remember, you can always tell how afraid a person is of things based on the way that they act in response to the thing that they say that they're afraid of. So like I always give this example that Justical in his community will always say that they're completely traumatized and fearful of me, but like they cover me nonstop 24/7. Like it's like what's going on there? As opposed to people in Justical server, the two I always would point out would be Zoe and Jacob, where when they started to get doxxed by Kiwi Farms, they disappeared from the internet because they were petrified. And then they came back to the internet and they said they were petrified of me, but then they stayed there. They kept talking about me for months and months and months. So it's like clearly, like you can always tell, like a person who is genuinely getting like really, I guess like afraid or paranoid or is having a difficult time dealing with like so much negative pushback wouldn't keep doing the exact same things over and over and over again to invite the exact same types of pushback. Like, why would you feed so much free ammo to your haters with this, like, the Charlie Kirk song? Like, you know what you're doing. So it's like, it's just very annoying because it's very obvious that it doesn't, you know, if anything's bothering him, it's that he's not getting enough attention or clout off of it. But that's it. It's not that he's, like, actually bothered by this because then he would just stop the behavior, right? You would see some kind of response based on his actions, yeah.
a barrage of attacks that, like, the founder of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, tweeting at me from prison to organize a cage match. That is like not even in the top 13 most insane things that happened this weekend. You know what I mean? Like, she's in jail right now. She is currently in a cage. She is currently in a cage. For those of you who don't know, the founder of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes.
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything? Sorry, hold on.
That is like not even in the top. Like the founder of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, tweeting at me from prison to organize a cage match.
Oh.
That is like not even in the top 13 most insane things that happened this weekend. You know what I mean? Like, she's in jail right now. She is currently in a cage. She is currently in a cage. For those of you who don't know, the founder of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes. Strong.
Okay. It's dumb, funny memes.
God damn it. I'm sorry. I thought it was muted.
Don't worry about it.
Fuck.
This
Hasan,
look, can I be honest? I know all about his personal life, so I don't need the update. Okay, I don't need the fucking update. Hello, alive. It's.
Do you think that his son likes this negative attention? Does his brand grow from it? I don't know. He's probably got a lot of complicated and conflicting thoughts about the negative attention. But I think one of the biggest issues that people like Hasan has is they don't have any experience navigating genuinely hostile environments, right? Like if you look at his position on Twitch, this is like an uncontested position where he, demands absolute fealty, and then he's completely backed by the staff. I'm not trying to just be like an asshole. I'm just saying that like navigating an environment like that is very easy because so much of it is directly in your control. Whereas trying to navigate like mainstream media or more adversarial things is probably difficult for him because he doesn't know how to do how do you navigate these environments in a way that does good damage control or that sells a certain message or narrative that you believe in, because he just hasn't had to do that type of work before,
I'm Piker. That's how it sounds like. That's what his intro sounds to me. Oh, sunny, slime and alive, but today. Yeah, dude. That's what it sounds like to me.
Piss him off.
Uh-oh. He's just trolling.
That's crazy.
He's just trolling us on. Don't worry. Uh-oh. He's about to make the call. No, he's not. It's
That's
fine.
fucking nuts.
I thought I'm in the sunlight and the sunny Fuck. Just drooled on everything. No.
That's insane.
He's just, it's okay.
I'm in this man's house now. That's it's good to know. Good to know how he feels about me. Okay, so
a few moments later,
Seattle was excellent. The crowd was amazing. We were at the... I just realized I'm fucking literally so close to his drool mic.
Okay.
What are we watching this for?
I don't know. Somebody like in a chat. And it's Hasan. What do you want me to say? We can't watch some Hasan SLOPPA?
No, I agree. That's good business.
Nasty. Anyway, it looks crusty. It is crusty.
I don't know why we're watching this. Okay. Okay. Oh god, this fucking video. Apparently ads put together 30 minutes of this that he thought I should watch.
30 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh my god, bro. Are you going to talk about the thing that everybody cares about?
What's the thing that everybody cares about?
The Jolah shit, man.
Oh, what about it? Oh, apparently he's going to one of the Take Back America or events.
Yeah. Thoughts?
Well, I don't know if they invited him.
Do you think that he should get invited to those?
I don't know. I'd have to think a lot about it. I don't think I would go to an event with him, but I mean, like he is a lib.
Is he?
Well, yeah, every lib is like a left lib these days. There's literally no other lib that is not going to be left lib. That's everybody. You have to have like a retarded take on Israel-Palestine, and you have to be fucking like warm. Like if a socialist really just wants to fuck you in the ass, that you always have to be open to it.
And what are we?
We're friends with those people.
We're Republicans?
Because we have to be.
Oh, I do want to correct some fake news, okay?
Uh-oh.
This subreddit, I have confirmed this. Apparently, Jolah was claiming, because he's retarded, that he's a part of Digital Ground Game with, like, the NSE shit. He is not a part of Digital Ground Game. He's just doing a Take Back America tour event. These are two different things.
Wow.
Based. I don't even need to say a word. Thanks, Mooten.
Oh, you got it? Oh, there you go.
Well, no, you got it. You perfect. Just what I was about to say. So, all good. Thanks, guys.
Wait, is that? Oh, fuck you. Okay, love you.
Oh, well, I mean, if you want to talk, we can. That's cool. But you know, you're watching this on, so.
Oh, fuck you. Well, I think that's basically it, right? Yeah, because some people think he's like an official member, or like leadership, or some long-term thing or whatever. But he just got invited to do an event.
Yeah. Yeah, Kyla wants to be a little bit more expansive with who she like works with and everything. We work with Take Back America Tour, like we'll help them out with like the little bit of organizing they do and try and help them out do events, because ultimately like it is probably pretty good to do a lot of these things, but like yeah, he's not part of Digital Ground Game. He doesn't have any insight or input into like our organizing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. Cool, sweet. Took care of that today. Have a good one, fellas.
Love you. People said he had a conversation with Hutch this morning. Is that true?
He did.
Wait, link me that.
He's a clout demon.
Oh, fuck, wait. Hold on, I gotta watch this stupid shit. Sorry, hold on. Or no, I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry, hold on. Okay, what is this? He put together 30 minutes that he wanted me to go over for this video. Ugh. Putin and his wife were scheming something while you were away. Something about fish. What?
Oh, she. See, this is the problem. Is I'm the only one who can get Steve to play a game, but nobody knows how he works. So I could probably get him to play this game, but no one will shut the fuck up about it. So you're not letting me do it at the time I want. So now he knows.
Now I'm poisoned.
So it's over.
That's right.
Good fucking job.
I'm
There's
almost,
a game called.
I'm at the final stretch on my Factorio factory, and then I'll be done with this game for 2 years again, and then we'll, yeah. I think Soul Link is the next thing we've got lined up, though.
Destiny's job is to shame progressives into being less progressive to protect the establishment. Anyone trying to pressure the party into shifting leftwards from their current right-of-center position must be demonized.
From the right-of-center position? Okay. All of this, okay, I'm trying, okay, hold on. Let me put on my reacting face. I need some cocaine. I need to get something to like fucking pump me up for shit that I don't give a fuck about. That's what I need.
You need a fluffer. A content fluffer. I do what I must.
I don't have the bra sound. Okay, I don't care. Don't worry about it.
You have the bruh.
No, the guy going, bruh.
Destiny's job is to shame progressives into being less progressive to protect the establishment. Anyone trying to pressure the party into shifting leftwards from their current right-of-center position must be demonized. He's defending a sinking ship, and he's going to go down with it. And if you don't believe me, check this out.
Well, I do think that you should have said yesterday when
that's me.
Pisco moved it on you, JD Vance or AOC. I think that that's a pretty easy answer.
The thing is I don't actually know that. Like, in a vacuum with no political influence, I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. Like, the guy was a more moderate Republican type person, but the problem is JD Vance, like AOC, seems to have no capacity to deal with his own side, right? In that he's fully bought on to co-signing whatever crazy dick sucking shit Trump needs.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, like, it's not like I would trust, even if Vance was more moderate, I don't know if I would trust him to govern more moderately if there were extremist voices in his camp. I also don't know how much he is actually like a crazy fucking crypto loony fuck after getting brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel and everything.
Do you know who he is? What do you mean brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel?
What? He's not even watching. Oh, I just realized he's not even watching me. He's watching the Vanguard reacting to me. And I'm sorry. He's not even watching the Vanguard reacting to me. Wait, I can't tell. If it's because I see the Simply Substance thing down here. Are the Vanguard reacting to a Simply Substance tweet of me? Or is this a tweet of all of them react? There's like 7 levels of like anti-fanning going on here, where Simply Substance is like one of the big like snark left logistical dick rider people who's posting clips of me on Twitter, and then the Vanguard are like snarky fucking losers covering my shit, so that Professor Dave could be a snarky fucking loser covering my shit. Oh my god.
Good business.
Teal created JD Vance. Okay, go look at Narnia Capital and where they got all their money.
That's right. AOC, an actual progressive who is genuinely fighting for policy that will benefit the citizenry over the oligarchy, versus JD Vance, Trump's sidekick and Peter Thiel puppet, who is essentially an empty vessel for the oligarchy. Destiny just can't seem to make up his mind between them. Democracy versus fascism.
It's always one of these stupid fucking things, and I saw somebody in my subreddit posted, but I didn't feel like fighting against it, is this idea that like everything on the left is good and everything on the right is bad. And the more left you go, the more good it is. And the more right you go, the more bad it is. So there's this stupid fucking idea that communists or socialists or whatever are further left, so they must not be that bad, so they're kind of good, I guess. And then anything to the right is like literally Hitler. And it's just like, it's such a fucking stupid one-dimensional view of politics. It makes me, ugh.
Toss up for him. Can you wrap your head around that? What more do you need to hear to understand what this douchebag is? Oh, and politics aside, there's another reason why Destiny hates Hasan specifically. It's because he wants to fuck Hasan and he was rejected.
He got you there.
Okay.
Check out this clip from a few years ago. It's Destiny and Hasan back when they were more amicable, plus Andy Milonakis for some reason. Watch how Destiny just blatantly gropes Hasan over and over again in a way that would get him immediately canceled if Hasan were a woman.
I touch a lot when I'm drunk. I see that. I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead. It's booby time, isn't it? Can it be? No. Okay. Okay, just.
This is another substance tweet.
You gotta recover your muscles. I'm a serious food addict. Dude. I know, but like you need to, your muscles have to rebuild. After you work out, you need protein. You understand?
Oh, you have a straight alcohol list too,
I'm sure
right?
you do.
Yeah. Did you want to see a
This is Leftovers H3. I don't even know where this one came from, but okay.
Why do you think you could just sign on to our internet? We're using it right now. All right, sit down. I wash my hands with soap.
How drunk are you? I'm fucking wasted here. We were doing so much.
Your boobs aren't gonna grow if you don't.
This was like an hour and a half stream as well, too, I think.
You need sugar in the chest case? I'm so sorry. If I touch you
A ton of his clips came from Kiwi Farms. Oh, nice space.
too much, push my hand away, okay? I don't want to assault you. Okay. I'm gonna touch you when I'm drunk. I know, dude. All right, stop. If I ever make you uncomfortable, just let me know. Okay, stop. Fine. This is okay. Yeah, okay. Acts like he's a sociopath, so when he's drunk, all of these emotions that he's hiding inside of him to make it seem like he's this cool, calm, and collected guy who doesn't care. Stop rubbing me, dude. Call battery up.
Hey, guys.
1%. Okay. Just, I fell on you for a second. I'm so sorry. Stop, dude. You're a pectoral. Stop. We live in an international market. I know. People are gonna leave. Here in America, we're gonna go over here to China. Okay, dude. Well, China's like, is that where they're going? We're gonna visit Europe. They're gonna go. Alright, dude, you don't have to like literally stand on top of me, dog. What the fuck?
How long is he? How much of
Fuck
this
me,
stream
what a
are-
lecherous creep, right? He clearly has been reeling from this rejection ever since, given that he made actual death threats against Hasan just because Hasan pointed out that his son sounds like a neo-Nazi. That really justifies murdering some.
I don't even know if those two things were connected at all. I don't know if all three of the things he brought up were connected at all, but okay.
Someone, Steven, really? This is not isolated either. Here's Hasan talking about all the doxing and other weird shit from Destiny.
It's perfectly okay to ban this harassing doxer from your events. I've seen people posting the logs of him asking Dan to create a stalking app to harass Hasan during his IRLs. I wanted to include the context of what he was last talking about 2 to 3 hours before asking him to do that. How fucking base would it be if Hasan actually got... It was an honor fed posting. How fucking base would it be if Hasan actually got? Just a heads up, I'm gonna...
By the way, that Fed posting right there is the same shit that Mike from PA Fed posts about me. Now, instead of just saying the words, because everybody will say like, oh my God, like Jesse's being crazy. Now I'll just post fucking Mike from PA saying it. But like, if you think that's crazy or radical or whatever else, then yeah, I agree. You should tell your people to stop doing it all the time. Maybe. Actually, I think I just tweeted this a few days ago. What was it in response to? How long before it happens, you think? His people say this shit about me all the fucking time, but good one.
Going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy. He's talking about me.
Isn't it pretty homophobic? Just assume the bi guy wants to sleep with every man around them. What people are, everybody's homophobic when they can be. That's the thing that I've got used to. All these like far lefty people get super homophobic around me, which is whatever. It is what it is. I don't give a fuck. Knock yourselves out.
Free interviews from now on. Someone is going to die soon in this space. I'm pretty sure. I don't know who, but there's nowhere to go on. Literally anything. Every single person is a pedophile child molester. Every issue is about infinite genociding Palestinians. Every single person is so fake and virtue signaling.
True.
There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. Like, the tankies like Hasan can do all the sex pest memes, propaganda memes. Lib left are all, oh no, I can't touch that. That's too dramatic. And I need to be self-critical of other libs. It's actually so far beyond fucking cucked. It's all over. Waiting for the Civil War reset or something. I mean, this is a guy who writes school shooter manifestos on a daily basis.
None of my manifestos have been about school shooting, and I think the last one we did was like 7 years ago or something, or 5 years ago, but
pretty much about me and anyone around me. And then there are so many people who are just like oblivious. There's so many people who are oblivious. 7 years of defamation, mass harassment, direct cyber stalking. It's just insane.
Brian Shapiro is saying that Hasan is just a podcaster on his radio show right now. I would have to hear the context. Like, it just depends on who you're talking to. Like I said, like if I was in front of conservatives and they were talking about Hasan, Hasan is a fucking podcaster, bro. Take a look at your own fucking White House. But it would depend on the context that I hear. Yeah.
Most people don't know who he is, but the ones who do know who he is find him to be a despicable little rat. And that makes sense. I mean, here he is in Israel, surrounded by his fans in the Israeli occupying forces.
Really? Yeah. Wait, shit, we should find me and we can chat after. I'm curious. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Have a good one. I'll see you around. You're next. Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, no, he is actually legally stalking and harassing me. It has definitely gotten to that point. And not only that, but he's also openly admitted it on numerous occasions. So I think there's sufficient evidence to do so. I mean, if I had literally done a fraction of what Destiny has been saying about me, trying to identify where I'm at in real time, saying someone's got to do it, someone should kill this guy, Hasan has said enough that is like it's worthy of killing him, and also openly admitting to harassment of this sort. And on top of that, it's been 7 years, and he's...
It's just so annoying to see that he lies and lies and lies and lies and lies about everything, so much of his fucking audience. Any clip that I say about Hasan, somebody could kill him for this or whatever, is in response to him making what are essentially sometimes not even thinly veiled death threats towards people. The thing about you could justify killing even your favorite content creator's wife when they're getting skulls mailed to their house is fucking crazy. But the fact that his audience never has to contend with any of this because all of these fucking people, including Professor Dave, will hide behind, well, I'm not going to be confronted about this because I'm too afraid, or not I'm too afraid, because they're bad faith or whatever, especially when at some point it has to break through to their audiences. Given that Professor Dave is literally the bad faith debate guy, he debates the bad faith people, the 6,000-year-old young earth creationists. He debates the flat earthers, the anti-vaxxers, the science deniers. These are the craziest, most bad faith people that all of society has to offer, and he can debate all of them, but somehow every person has a reason why little old me is too much to handle? Really? I don't know. That's pretty weird. I think that's pretty weird.
Not let up, and his freak-ass audience are constantly trying to intercept me in the real world.
This was the tweet that made Mercado unfollow you. He legit thinks you want to mass harass journalists. But yeah, by harass, I mean tweeted them why are you not asking Hasan real questions? By engaging in the exact same behavior, not even really the exact same, but I would say toned down, that Hasan does. Literally, and every single journalist that's been on the receiving end of Hasan's harassment knows this. That if somebody says something about Hasan that he thinks is not acceptable or doesn't accurately characterize him or whatever bullshit Hasan thinks about it, he will send his audience to them. He will sick his audience on them, and then his audience will fucking go full on, mass harassment mode. Like Hasan literally explicitly says this on stream, and every single journalist has been on the receiving end of this, has said the exact same about Hasan's audience. And all I'm saying is, we need to start doing the same. When journalists give a free pass to Hasan's shit, we'll fucking mass tweet at him now, and we'll give him fucking, here's all these videos. Why did you let this slide? Why did you ask about this? It's the same fucking type of treatment. And I think it's totally fair.
World at the direction of Destiny, It is stalking. It is organized harassment. It is organized stalking and organized harassment.
This is Hasan's shit to deal with. I'm just showing everyone how completely deranged Destiny is. This toxic behavior is encouraged in his fans as well. When Destiny got banned from Twitch for hateful conduct, including using racial slurs, his fans brigade...
What? That's not at all what my ban was for, but okay, Chief. Me when I lie constantly.
As usual, and made a big stink over anti-Semitism on the platform because Hasan exists. This resulted in all kinds of controversy for Twitch and sponsors pulling spots, continuing with what a heinous piece of shit.
Wait, hold on.
Direction is like, it's worse than It is stalking. It is organized harassment. It is organized stalking and organized harassment.
This is Hasan's shit to deal with. I'm just showing everyone how completely deranged Destiny is. This toxic behavior is in...
We will kill for our dear leader. Meanwhile, Hasan has multiple fans that have been convicted of crimes now, and we're still waiting for the Destiny one. I'm sure there'll be one somewhere, but...
encouraged in his fans as well. When Destiny got banned from Twitch for hateful conduct, including using racial slurs...
I hate how much this guy... I think that, unfortunately, I feel like this guy got... Well, actually, I can't say this because I don't watch the rest of his content. I guess we'll see the next time he does, like, a science debate. Because it feels like he got a little bit AI psychosied. Right? Like, all of these things are, I don't know which one it is, but he's asking an AI for answers on all of this. I'm curious what his prompts are.
Do you feel like he was, like, just smurfing against, like, the Omega retards that he was debating?
I mean, to some extent, yeah. Because, I mean, it's the same debate over and over and over again, and you should know the material. They're fucking flat earthers, right? Yeah.
True.
His fans brigaded as usual and made a big stink over anti-Semitism on the...
Like, these aren't connected. Me getting banned from Twitch and then Dan's crusade, which I think was perfectly supportable, by the way. Like, the Hasan just says crazy shit on this platform. What do you want me to say?
The platform because Hasan exists.
That was it. Just because we're just mad that Hasan exists, but really because he turned me down so long ago. Rip.
Resulted in all kinds of controversy for Twitch and sponsors pulling spots. Continuing with what a heinous piece of shit Destiny is, here's some more miscellanea.
You have no... And then the 13, 14-year-old video clips come out, the greatest hits for the DDoS kid. All right, let's go.
Like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family.
Hell
It would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I had...
It's because he was Palestinian, by the way. I never said that in the past, but that's the real reason.
And I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of... Oh my god. Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you had no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in, like, owning a weapon. I got permits to own a gun and everything. Holy
Yes, Destiny is talking about how he almost killed a kid and his father. The context is that some kid was engaging in cyber attacks that harmed his income at the time, and apparently the police wouldn't do anything, so his solution was to murder him and his dad.
Okay, we're downplaying a lot of that, but okay, sure.
But don't worry, he didn't do it. Not because murder is bad, but because he didn't want to jeopardize his awesome life making so much money. What a great guy. And...
Well, I think it's because I didn't want to go to prison, but okay.
Would have been bad business.
Now for the meat.
Yeah.
Of it. Remember that lawsuit I told you about last time but didn't go into many details? Destiny said, no way, he's lying. Pangburn said, oh my gosh, Dave could get sued for slandering Destiny. Nope, what I said was true, and here's a quick summary of that and more before diving into all the details. Destiny was caught sending non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic material from her as well.
So, non-consensually recorded porn, this is not the subject of my lawsuit at all, so we're already wrong on the first part of this sentence. Apparently, I didn't send anything to any girl at all. It was a whole other dude. And receive pornography, and I didn't receive anything from that girl as well. It was a whole other dude running the account, so we're wrong on every single part of this, but that's okay. Based, all right.
This qualifies as CSAM, or child sexual abuse material. He also shared that CSAM with his friend.
Non-consensual recorded pornography to a minor and receive pornography to okay. Oh, and then shared it on Discord. This is just a claim that Justical and friends make, that apparently I was sending her fucking porn videos all over the place to everybody.
It's in a private Discord.
To find the minor in order to find the minor he desired for sex?
diving into all the details. Child sexual abuse material. He also shared that CSAM with his friends in a private Discord in order to find the minor he was soliciting. He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage.
So when we say tried repeatedly, I think we talked about her visiting a few times. She brought it up, and then I brought it up. Although apparently it was a guy that brought it up. But like I would have known her age if she's flying out, especially if I booked the ticket for her because she has to give me her fucking information for it. Like what? Well, like with this. None of this is even related to my current court case, though. This is all literally just like stuff from my Kiwi Farms thread. None of this has to do with my current court case at all. Literally none of these points have to do with maybe the first one, but there was no non-consensual recorded pornographic stuff that's even the subject of my current court case. But okay.
He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage. Next, he was sexting the wife of a groiper, which is like those Nick Fuentes types, and it involved age play molestation fantasies focused on her own children.
No, it didn't. Unless I guess you take Connor's word for it and Lena's word, who was reading all of my DMs 8 months ago and felt like nothing was happening like that, but then changed her mind on that a month or two ago. I don't know why, but...
His ex-girlfriend saw the messages between the two, as well as beach photos of the wife's teenage daughters and their feet. I don't shame people for their fetishes or sexual preferences, but I do shame them for violating consent and for stuff with minors. So
thanks. Good. Yeah, okay.
Let's dig through the receipts for all this shit. Okay, first up, Destiny knows that you need consent from people to share pornographic material that features them, right?
Yeah.
I kind of like have like my little archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me or Melina, and Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're going to send any videos to new girls we haven't talked about, like let me know that first.
Careful, weird docs incoming. I think 10-minute ads, I think censored it. But now his site's not working.
Archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me or Melina, and Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're gonna
9:35.
And apparently the police wouldn't do anything, so his solution was Destiny.
Refresh.
Material.
Maybe I can just download it. Hold on. "31 seconds. Wow, gentle man Johnny, thank you for your tier 3 sub, buddy.
He didn't even tier 3. He's lying.
What? He just said, notice my tier 3, senpai.
Yeah, he lied to you.
Why? How? What do you mean?
He lied. It's nerfed.
Shut the fuck up. Okay. 9:30. We were at 9:30.
Destiny's job is to shame.
To there were
hello
girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me or Melina, and Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're gonna send any videos to new girls we haven't talked about, like let me know that first, because you want to be careful. I was like, okay, sure, that's fine. I didn't think about the times I think about it, but yeah, sure. So I thought about it. So that was like an issue that me and Melina had that we talked about, and then we resolved it.
Oh, good, he does know that. Except he has violated his consent with an incredible number of people, including his ex-wife Melina.
An incredible number of people. Wait. Did my bottom... Hello?
That's been done to me without consent or anything.
Bring it back!
That has been my past 5 years. Nothing has happened with consent.
I'm gonna kill myself.
With anyone, not me.
Okay, let me back up. I like the Kiwi Farms watermark, by the way, on the video. Very nice. Good research.
I think about the times I think about it. Yeah, sure. So I thought about it. So that was like an issue that me and Melina had that we talked about, and then we resolved it.
Oh, good, he does know that. Except he has violated his consent with an incredible number of people, including his ex-wife Melina.
Things that's been done to me.
Walker, thank you for the tier 3.
Without consent.
Or the 3 tier 5 subs.
That has been my past 5 years. Nothing has happened with consent. With anyone, not me, not anyone else. Like there's been no consent.
Okay, so who was well into his...
Was Melina lying? I'm not going to comment on Melina's feelings here, other than this was after, I believe this was right after our breakup or whatever. Listen, she's entitled to say whatever she thinks about whatever the fuck. I'm not going. I've already said this. This is my standard for the past couple of years. I think I'm not relegating every part of my personal life, especially now if people want to sue me over shit. If we can go to court, we can settle it out. If somebody that wants to get into that back and forth, but then we can settle it in court. But especially when fucking losers like this want to drag out random shit from my personal life, I'm not gonna litigate that. I'm not going to litigate that publicly, especially because for me to respond to anything would be for me to drag out a whole bunch of other shit that I just don't even think is worth it. So Melina can have her feelings on things the same way I said Cherry can have her fucking feelings on things or whatever. If you want to file a police report, you want to go to court, we can settle all of it there, where we have to look at all the evidence in a formal setting and people can decide what they believe and what they don't believe. But the dragging shit out from our personal lives to have arguments with, yeah, I'm good on that one, Chief. Fuck that.
30s Destiny sharing non-consensual pornography with back in April 2022.
I think Melina in that conversation even claimed, I'm just going by, I think she even said in that the three, like she was saying threesomes we had were things that I was pushing, which is not like, but again, like we broke up, our breakup was a little bit messy at the end, which is, you know,
Same
whatever.
for court.
What? Sure. Well, I don't think, Melina didn't want to be involved in Pixie's court process at all.
Exactly.
And neither did Cherry, even though Pixie kept sticking both of them in the court thing. That's not to say anything, though, to the truthfulness of anything that Melina or Cherry say or a perspective that they might have. I'm not saying that necessarily makes them incorrect or that they're lying or whatever else. I'm just saying that to associate all of this with Pixie's case is not, it's stupid and not true. And to relegate, or I'm sorry, to litigate any messy personal shit in public for, especially when this has literally nothing to do with anything. It's just like, I have zero desire ever. Yeah, that's fucking retarded.
Term partner, perhaps? Nope. Meet Rose, a brand new Twitter account looking very suspicious for an 18-year-old selling not safe for work material. Even Thirsty Destiny seems suspicious, but not quite enough. 1-day-old account seems legit. No ID.
On every single thing that he does in this section is like unhinged. So he posts pictures of this girl from her Twitter account where she's underage, and it's very clearly like CSAM that he just has in his fucking YouTube video. He posts her full name, and I don't know if there's other doxable information in there. And yeah, the pictures, the full name, it's just, I don't know. It's just, but I guess like when you're attacking me, like everything is on the table. So fucking, you know, go hard. Oh, I think he labeled something in that last picture.
30s Destiny sharing non-consensual pornography with back in April 2022. A trusted long-term partner, perhaps? Nope. Meet Rose, a brand new Twitter account looking very suspicious.
Did you make sure to report him?
Oh, is this? I did for this. Yeah, 100%.
I did too. Yeah.
He has publicly acknowledged that he knew that this hashtag meant underage porn. Not safe for work Twitter is just the not safe for work Twitter hashtag. Nothing about this implies underage. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know why or where he even got that information from, but
18-year-old selling not safe for work material. Even Thirsty Destiny seems suspicious, but not quite enough. 1-day-old account seems legit. No ID, no problem. Just write something on a piece of paper. That's good enough for me. It's not like I'm getting off on you being underage or anything. Destiny often claims she said she was 19. He's lying. So, barely even knowing this obviously underage person, he starts sending to porn. Lots of it.
Yes.
Some non-consensually filmed, the rest non-consensually shared, and receiving it too.
True,
anyway,
yes,
exchanging porn is fun and all, but Destiny wants to bang. Where are you? Fly to me with my frequent flyer miles? I'm gonna be in some other places. Fly there to meet me? How about this place? Let's meet. He's relentless about it, but she just says her parents won't let her or something of the sort. Later, he will give photos of her to the website Kiwi Farms for them to figure out who and where she is, which qualifies as doxing. He wasn't even...
We're skipping a lot of things in here. Also, I don't even know why you would criticize me for doxing when you had no problem with everything that you just posted about this person. When I was looking for this person, I'm trying to find out who's leaking fucking 30 videos of me online. I had every right to find this person. I've said this a million times. The motivation is obviously a lot different from you posting all of your information in your video over Kiwi Farms people trying to find her just to drag her to a fucking court case that she doesn't want to be involved in.
Censoring her genitals when he did so, despite having firm reason to believe it was CSAM. He later claimed that he was baiting them into looking, which would be stupid if he knew she was 17, and indeed it was, since he never verified her age because he didn't want to know. They find her, she was indeed 17 at the time, CSAM confirmed. Then in November 2024, we meet Solo, Rose's boyfriend. Solo started by confronting him about the stuff with Rose. She was underage, and you knew it. Destiny figured Solo was just trying to scare him, so he ignored it. Then 5 days later, Solo persists,
boyfriend is a pretty nice way of saying that, I feel like. This is Rose's fucking trafficker.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Leaks all the porn Destiny sent to Rose. Destiny doesn't seem to care much. What's the worst that could happen? Enter Pixie, aka Jane Doe from the lawsuit. She found out Destiny shared her pornography without explicit consent and was not pleased. He usually counters this with some song and dance about implied consent since she shared things with him, but it's bullshit. She had consent to share, he didn't. Cherry, Stasia, Abby...
Why would I even why would I ever even enter an agreement like that with somebody? That's such a fucking retarded statement to make.
MC, these are other women who were also exposed in the same revenge porn leak to Rose. Plenty of incriminating testimony here.
Mantis was in the revenge porn leak? Okay, based. All right.
All saying he did not have permission. Destiny non-consensually recorded some content and shared that and other content non-consensually, and when backlash hit, he and his loser cult fabricated rape allegations against someone else regarding one of his victims to deflect some of the heat from him. Altogether, there are currently 5 women who have credibly accused Destiny of sex crimes. They have proven...
What is it, credibly accused? Only one of these people is really involved in my court case, but okay.
They are in the videos shared non-consensually or shared logs of him sending them their stuff. He does nothing but dox and harass the shit out of all of them. And most importantly, that he was exchanging pornographic material with a minor was confirmed in court. Sorry, Pangburn, no false allegations in my...
Confirmed in court because it was in one of the motions that the other party filed. Okay.
Content. So what about Rose's boyfriend, the leaker? Surely Destiny would help expose a guy who leaked revenge porn of him and all his good friends. Conveniently, Destiny had nothing to give the police, despite having proof he solicited a minor and that her boyfriend was complicit in it, and he knew how he was doing it. He already had a year-long head start on putting together a packet for the FBI, but no dice. So essentially, Rose was an Illinois minor being trafficked by Solo, who...
A year's long head start? Didn't Pixie announce her intention to sue me in January? And then I think the leaks happened in like the 29th of November? Okay.
Coerced her into making CSAM for Destiny and then leaked everyone's explicit videos when he refused to speak to him. Now another problem is that Destiny held on to the CSAM.
Wait, you answer this question then?
I did. Yeah.
You did?
Yes, I did. Yep. Now what?
That's amazing. Did you have audio recorded, or do you have consent to audio record all the gay men that you had sex with?
There was one. Yes, I did. Now what?
Oh, okay. Do you think it's prudent to send all of your homemade pornography to somebody you've known for 2 weeks?
Wait, what was I saying yes to in the beginning of this? Was this even answering this question?
Yes, I do. It was hot. I did.
How long did you hold on to the pornography of a 17-year-old?
As soon as it was obviously no longer required to have done the thing. I'm not going to answer questions about my current court case, Connor. When every 2 days there's a new motion filed. Connor, do you think that's prudent?
While you're being sued for sexual misconduct?
I'm engaging with a suicidal man right now, so I don't know. You tell me, Connor. So now
Solo's identity is...
By the way, I was 1,000,000,000% correct on all of this because the last thing that we're fighting about now in my court case is them claiming that I deleted videos that I should have never deleted because I didn't send all 23 or whatever fucking videos I sent to Abby. I didn't send them all my fucking sex tapes. So I will maintain the exact same line that I have maintained on this, that I am fulfilling every legal obligation and every civil court obligation that I have. That's what I'll say.
Well, your goddamn porn.
It's been public since January 2026, yet Destiny still hasn't given info to the authorities or filed a civil suit. He faced a...
You have no idea what contact I've had with the authorities or not. And I can't file another court case involving the details of my current court case while I'm in a current court case.
Sanctions hearing for spoliation on August 19th. He's accused of withholding his DMs with the trafficker from Discovery, only to leak them to his YouTube audience after Discovery closed. Good thing the plaintiff's lawyer was watching the stream for that, huh? So he had to...
Oh my God.
Delete some videos or pictures he received from the Rose account, but he's not able to admit he deleted them because it would potentially be responsive to his discovery on a civil case. He also deleted 5 years worth of explicit videos on Google Drive and all the attachments to all the conversations with Rose, Solo, Abby, and C, and so forth. Destiny claims he archived them all just in case, but refuses a neutral third-party inspection to prove Pixie's video wasn't shared non-consensually among those archives. Then there is the Groiper husband threatening Destiny...
That's not a real thing. There is no neutral third-party sex investigator that goes through things. Okay.
For an online affair with his wife Britt and lewd photos of his daughter. I'll let this other guy explain it. A former Destiny pal named Connor. He started sexting a girl on Discord named Britt. Britt and Devil, the man that I was just talking to, are military veterans who both have PTSD and military sexual trauma. In November, Devil contacted me and said that his wife was sexting with Destiny and engaged in roleplay.
Remember when Juicesucker wanted all the evidence and timeline for the court case? Could he have provided it to Professor Dave? Yeah, probably. He's the one that pumps out a lot of this information to Hasan or these people that cover me so that they know like what to go over. Yeah.
Scenarios in which they pretended to be each other's step parents, step family, and they role played molesting their kids. Then,
such a wild.
They also pretended to be the kids themselves. So they contacted me in November. Devil said exactly that. Britt said that they only engaged in babysitter role play and it wasn't that serious. So since I had conflicting narratives, I confronted Destiny and I wrote him a letter.
What's the point of going over all this again and again and then again? There's no way it makes sense for you to watch on stream. No, I wouldn't in the future. But ads put this together, so I said I would do it. But in the future, yeah, there's no point for people to repost the exact same like weirdo allegations over and over and over and over and over again. And then it's like I'm just gonna replay it every time, like it's retarded. Yeah.
For further confirmation of what went down, Britt anonymously called into someone named Mr. Girl, crying over what she let Steven do regarding her daughters.
This year I was involved in an online...
Read what it said over Connor.
And it wasn't that serious. So since I had
Connor Points is a corrupt ex-cop, ex-construction worker, alleged pedophile who sent pics naked of his boy toddler around to his friend. His wife was being sniper. Oh, is this... Oh, ads just put this. Okay.
Narratives.
I don't... Is that seems true to me? I have no idea, though.
And I wrote him a letter that I read to you on stream.
For further confirmation of what went down, Britt anonymously called into someone named Mr. Girl, crying over what she let Steven do regarding her daughters.
This year I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to impulsive...
Wait. Destiny, really weird clue. He brought up the third-party investigator. That's a claim that is given when you ask AI and you give it the last couple docs on court listener, because Pixie's side keeps doing this weird claim where they're saying that we both should have submitted like every single thing we had to some third-party authenticator, but this is like not a thing that you have to ever do in Discovery. It's not a normal course of business. I don't know if this came from Joan asking something from an AI and then that's what they said to do, but like this is just not like a thing that you normally do. So yeah.
And regretfully engaged with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids. And obviously it went way too far, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and cried all night because it obviously felt really bad too. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way or if they would actually do it? My understanding is the best predictors are drug use and low empathy. And even worse, what if you felt like you love them so much that you wouldn't care if they did and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with? What if it is kind of enticing to you in a way, even if you deny it or try to lie to yourself about it? Even if you never act out on something like that yourself. Lucky for me, it's over now. If you're saying that you doubt
your willingness to hold boundaries in real life, then that is danger. Yes.
But Destiny didn't like this bizarre activity leaking, so he framed his friend Connor as the villain for reporting potential child abuse to the authorities. And in retaliation, Destiny posted a cropped photo of Connor's child, accusing Connor of sending him CSAM. Every accusation...
Listen, here's the same thing that I've said in the past. I'll say the same thing again. If people want to fucking report me to the FBI or want to report people to law enforcement, knock yourself out, I guess. Like, whatever. At the end of the day, listen, they got a big old file on me. You can add to it if you want. The thing that's weird, though, and the thing that doesn't really make sense is that if you genuinely believe that this type of stuff is happening, why the fuck would you ever go public about it on YouTube? If I'm plotting with some other person to like harm children, why would you give me and this other person the opportunity to get ahead of the cops and to go, you know, have our plan? Like, why would you ever do that? The same thing with the Willie Mack video. If you think you've seen some crazy shit that in your mind, like, is evidence that I'm engaged in some crazy pedophilic behavior, whatever bullshit, whatever the fuck you think, okay, fine, you know, knock yourself out, have fun. But why would you give me like a head start? Or why would you give anybody accused? It doesn't make any sense, right? What you're doing is, it's like a weird, like, you're turning like child porn and child harassment allegations or whatever into like content. That's what you're doing, right? Otherwise, why the fuck would you say any of this out loud? It's just content farming, which is retarded. Why would you do that?
is a confession, just like Israel, huh? To get a sense of how Destiny reacts to shit like this in general,
Just
here he
like
is publicly
Israel. True.
advocating for doxing people when his behavior is exposed.
I expect behavior from Kiwi farms. It is what it is. Like I said, communities like that always exist, but it's really gross when people like Gisticle, whose information I hope I can find soon, are like trying to amplify or put a magnifying glass on it for over there and then have it spread to the other world. That's just wild to me. But you know,
here's Destiny publicly celebrating the death of someone's father while dropping his real name just because he dared to expose Destiny. Plenty of other admissions of him intentionally.
True. Just because Gisticle dared to expose me, that's why I don't like him. True.
Doxing and harassing absolutely anyone who mentions his court case or any of his shady behavior, bragging about how easily he can get away with it, even though it's really shitty. If she was legit a minor, I'm probably done. Indeed you are, Steven. And still, Destiny's
that was right from a Gisticle conversation.
loser cult never ceases to show up for him. The haters are so mad that we know about all of this shit and still defend him. Grotesque. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, there was the time that he tried to get someone deported by ICE. Apparently it's possible that Pixie's wife was a green card marriage. Here he is talking about it in his chat room and also outing her by full name on Twitter, which I blacked out. He's doing this because she screamed at him in a
Oh, he edited out Pixie's wife's name, who, by the way, posts all of their shit publicly on all of her social media, but decided to include the full name of the girl, the Rose girl. Oh, okay. Interesting priorities there. Nice.
Pixie's wife
They'll
probably
lobby one time
should
for
get
obvious
deported.
reasons.
That's an evil, or that's
True.
a fake marriage.
True. Yep.
And he decided that he should dox her and then quote tweet some other guy sharing instructions on how to get her deported by ICE. Classy move. Oh, and here's a fun bonus tidbit about this Myron Gaines guy he's quote tweeting.
Myron Gaines is a freak, an anti-Semitic freak.
What the fuck cares about the anti-Semitism? Like Aaron's positions on anti-Semitism are...
You do, dude. Fucking that's Dan's whole MO. His whole project is to fire Dan Clancy, and the whole thing is like saying fucking Hasan is going to genocide the Jews. You do.
Did you get that? Real anti-Semitism doesn't matter to Destiny, especially when it comes to having sex. He'll bring barely legal
Never done anything sexual with this person ever. Is she barely legal? How old is she? But also, the issue with Myron, I like how he clipped that thing. My understanding is Myron doesn't get special protections from Twitch to stream and engage in infinite anti-Semitism, so it wasn't related to that conversation in any way, size, shape, or form.
No Nazis around with him on tour for sex. That's how much he actually cares about anti-Semitism. Because nothing actually matters to a sociopath like him except his fetishes and petty grievances. That's why he attacks people like me or Hasan for imaginary anti-Semitism instead. Real classy. And how does Destiny feel about all this disgusting sociopathic behavior? If you ask him, he claims he's unimpeachable.
I feel like I'm largely immune from any big cancellations, unless like fucking battle.
Well, I guess we'll see what happens when the court case ends. I'll either be a super ultra pedophile, super rapist, turbo rapist, or there's going to be a whole bunch of people left scratching their heads wondering why all the insane claims that have literally already been proven about me in court all got dismissed. But I guess we'll find out. Stay tuned.
And that logs get leaked to me from like 20 years ago or something. So yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm not typically worried about that. I just don't do much to get canceled. I don't have like edgy opinions sometimes. But the way that I live like my private life and my professional life are all pretty above board. I'm a pretty good person. I pay my taxes. I don't cheat on any of that shit. I take care of all my paperwork. I do. Yeah, I think for the most part, I'm pretty unimpeachable as a person.
And with his political canvassing operation Digital Ground Game running damage control for him, messaging people and whitewashing all the shit he's done, who could blame him? He feels invincible. Hasan sure noticed. And that's probably the end of this saga for me. I have absolutely no intention of being dragged into the cesspool that is never-ending reactionary YouTube political slop and tribal mudslinging.
But all you've done for the last like fucking 30 minutes of your video was slop and tribal mudslinging. What the fuck?
This would be a fruitless distraction from my science communication. And honestly, combing through all this stupid drama, he said this, she said that, I sent this, they posted that, it nearly made my fucking head explode. Who lives like this every day? I've never felt so old as I did putting together this last section, and I hope to never have to do anything like that again. Reading esoteric primary literature on astrophysics is way more forgiving. The point is that Destiny made a clickbait video pretending to expose me as a Jew-hating Nazi, so I clapped back to expose his slander and make the case for Israel's genocide. He made a limp dick response, sent the troll army after me, and Pangburn went off the fucking deep end, filleting AI for 50 hours to do damage control for his prized pig, desperately trying to smear me, even though he has nothing but fake accusations of anti-Semitism, while Destiny is a sexual predator and genocide apologist, who Pangburn will now be judged very harshly for platforming, with all the facts out in the open. So I gave you this one to mock both of them for all this activity, and I'm out. I have way more important things to do. But once again, for the record, I did not start this shit. I rarely do. Even when I do start things, I'm always super charitable at first. James Stewart, Sabina Hassenfelder.
True. So charitable to me at first, yes.
My first videos poking those figures were incredibly forgiving. It's when they react like toddlers that I go full Hulk. This wasn't even that. Destiny was not on my radar. I've vaguely known about his Zionism for a while. I didn't say anything. Then I noticed he did a reaction video to my Danny Jones appearance.
There's a whole genocide happening over here that no one's talking about, right? And you'll never know about it because
There's
the reason why Dave hates me is because he's obsessed with the Israel-Gaza thing, which is funny because he commits all the same errors when it comes to Israel-Palestine as he sees other people doing the vaccine shit. That's
True.
Still, I let this one bullshit comment slide since he was joining me in mocking Danny's supplement chilling and incompetence.
The one comment. Oh my God, he's so nice. He let that one comment slide. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're what a nice guy. Jesus.
And at that time, I still thought he deserved points for his anti-MAGA efforts. But then he throws this shit out there, calling me a Jew-hating Nazi, and then dispatching his troll army to attack me as though there wouldn't be consequences. It's like, do people somehow still not know who I am and how I do? When you fuck around, you find out. He poked the hornet's nest twice now, and this is what you get. You get your pitchfork-toting mob sprayed down with a power hose, and your house of cards set on fire. Destiny thought he could run cover for Israel as a backup plan for getting exposed. As a sex pest, and both threads are unraveling simultaneously. His Israel apologetics have become totally indefensible, and his revolting predatory behavior is finally having legitimate real-world consequences. He has nowhere left to run. He could come clean and admit that this is genocide and start telling the truth about Israel, but that's the thing about sexual predators. They always protect themselves first. As for Destiny's pathetic cult members, the brigading troll army, the cockroach party, it's your turn to listen up. What I've done to your dear leader is quite devastating. I'm not the first to expose all of this, but it's now all in one convenient location for an entirely new audience to see what a worthless piece of shit your hero is. You mindless lemmings who dox, threaten, harass into oblivion anyone who dares shine a spotlight on the spineless pervert you've been trained to insulate. You, who have already desperately tried to get my channel terminated on the grounds of imaginary terrorism, like pathetic little babies, I can feel the rage towards me bubbling inside you. Your instinct will be to target me even more directly, puffing up your little boy chests and doing anything you can to ruin my life.
Free Destiny. Free Stephen Kenneth Bottle II. Hey, Frogan. Free Destiny, motherfucker. Free Stephen Kenneth Bottle II. He did nothing wrong. You can't get shot. No. I just did. Oh, you did nothing, pussy. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Hey, don't come at me, bro. Do something. Don't touch me. What you gonna do? Fucking retard, kill yourself. Listen, I'm not Destiny. I'm not gonna play around and troll you. I will do a one-way trip to your house, and I will knock on your door with my stream right outside, and I will bang, bang, bang until you answer. Keep fucking with me. And we'll see what happens. That's a threat. Do it.
Yeah, this little asshole named Darius is a whole other rabbit hole. And if you think he's the only Destiny worshipper who's like this, you'd be dead wrong. But know this, tough little children. If you show up at my house, if you come near my wife and kids, if you put any of us at risk for a single second, I will destroy you. Real-world consequences will arrive for you at lightning speed if you do absolutely anything beyond acting like a little bitch in the comment section, which you're welcome to do to boost my content in the algorithm. So think long and hard about how badly you need to continue acting like disposable pawns for your sex-pest cult leader who doesn't give two shits about you. And finally, the American-Israeli war machine, which was the impetus for all this. Like I outlined in my previous video, the genocide, the Orwellian surveillance, never forget that this is all one thing. Zionism is the oligarchy. Weapons manufacturers testing new toys on Gazans to market them as battle-tested for global export. Real estate moguls planning luxury resorts and high-rises on the ashes of slaughtered children in New Gaza. Palantir mass surveillance tech being used on both Gazans and American citizens for techno-fascist billionaires that are actively planning to tank the global economy and replace federal governments with independent corporate-owned and operated dystopian city-states. The moral failure of Zionism and the genocide of Palestinians we are witnessing in real time is inextricably linked to this last gasp of predatory capitalism, as the unquenchable thirst for profits finally consumes every last institution, gutting and privatizing every last public service, destroying entire democracies and ecosystems in an effort to maintain untenable short-term gains. This is the real existential fight. Everything else is a distraction, including Destiny's weird-ass sex stuff. So I'm gonna get back to my efforts now. So that's it for Destiny and Pangburn. May their reputations continue to suffer appropriately. I guess some people just never learn. And with that, it's back to debunking all the anti-science propaganda peddling frauds from every corner of the internet to every corner of Trump's cabinet, since that's what we're all here for. Until next time.
Okay. That was a good science-based takedown of my stuff. I appreciate it. Rage bait from Joe Rogan. Thank you, Dave. Wait, what is this? Was Charlie Kirk killed with a drone? Viva Frey and Jimmy Dore on Dark Horse. Was he?
Losing their fucking minds.
The derangement of 2020 and 2021 it should be studied for the rest of time.
There was active government involvement in Twitter. They were actively censoring and removing posts and making accounts banned.
To shape the narrative.
How do you think Dave gets away with all this shit? Well, these are like the standard narratives about me and like every lefty community. So I mean, it's pretty easy to get away with it. You just repeat the same shit that everybody else says.
And they were doing it in posts and making accounts banned.
To shape the narrative.
And they were doing it in a back door with some intelligence agents that had been embedded in the old Twitter. When Elon bought it,
so he's got to get like a ban for posting
exposed.
CSAM to his YouTube video, right?
I don't know how. I mean, I feel like YouTube takes that pretty seriously, but who the fuck knows?
I would assume that's pretty fucking crazy.
These people had like a direct connection with Twitter. They were pulling down factual stories. They were banning accounts of scientists and researchers who were accurate. I mean, it was dark. People don't realize how dark it was because we're out of it now. And now it's all like Nazi memes and Nick Fuentes clips. but if you go back before Elon purchased it, it was a censorship dystopian hellhole where if you said a man is never a woman, like Megan Murphy did, you're banned for life.
Yeah, it's censorship hellhole to cesspool hellhole. Like pick your.
Yeah, I don't know which one's better.
Pick your direction.
I honestly hardly go on because it's just so toxic.
It's crazy.
But I think it's important to exist. I think it's important to exist, and it changed the narrative. That's where woke 1.0 died. That's where it really died. And I don't know if she had gotten it, if Kamala had gotten into office. I think there'd have been so much pushback.
Pretty sure this guy, the guest, is still a fan of yours, and here he's letting Rogan say shit like this. Yeah, Chris Williamson. The issue is that he's part of the group of people who all get pulled into the, like the, is it just like the epic centrist thing? I don't want to call it a grift, I guess, because they probably genuinely believe it, but yeah. What do you want me to say? It's, yeah.
Still, unless they passed laws, which I know there was a lot of talk about passing censorship laws on the internet, about regulation on the internet. No one ever like put anything to policy, but there's a lot of discussion. Like in the lead up to the election, they were talking about this. Like
is this
free
the Section
speech.
230
Tim
stuff?
Walsh was saying free speech does not include hate speech. Well, the fuck it doesn't, dude. Because who defines hate speech?
Oh, fuck, I'd have to go back and check that. Isn't this not true? Weren't they accusing Tim Walz of saying this, but he didn't actually say this? I feel like we looked this up a long time ago. Was it a complete lie? I feel like I looked this up a long time ago, and it was something about that. I think he was talking about lying about elections, which is actually against the law.
That's such a subjective title. He really said that. It doesn't. It does. It combines. Yeah, hate speech is a part of free speech. I hate you, you fat.
I think we need to push back on this.
Oh, it might have been this. Oh my God, 8-second video clip based.
I think we need to push back on this. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
It sounded bad because he says or hate speech here. Which he shouldn't have said this at the end here, but the conversation that they're having here has to do with, I think a guy might have been arrested, or there was somebody talking about, I think somebody had been arrested because they were lying about where to go to vote or something, and it is a federal crime to lie about certain things relating to voting, like to lie about like what day you go to vote. Like if I put a Facebook post saying, hey guys, remember to vote tomorrow, and tomorrow's not election day, that's actually a federal crime. And that was the context of this conversation. So he shouldn't have said the hate speech thing here. But I don't think this is what he was talking about. Like, they've never had a conversation beyond this clip, this 8-second clip, mentioning, like, banning hate speech. I don't know if he was asked to clarify later or not, but wherever this interview comes from, they were talking about the voting thing. Check my link, read Justico's response to Dave's vid. That motherfucker was in contact with Solo. Deleted Pixie, sent to Solo after being told it was CSAM. What did it? Yeah, of course. Yeah, but he tries to... Nobody ever attacks him on that shit.
Fuck. See, that's hate speech. That's actual hate speech. Right? That's real hate speech. That's covered. It's under the First Amendment. I don't really hate you, Tim. I don't envy you, but I don't hate you. But it's like these kind of fucking phrases are dangerous because it leads to actual censorship, which leads to military tyranny.
Like what Trump kind of tries to do right now all the time. Based. Dun, dun, dun. What else is going on? Here's the Tim Walz context.
That's exactly right, and Governor. One of the things that I've learned
can you watch
in
Mark
studying
Carney's speech later?
Sure, link it.
all of this of democracy modernization is that the more people that participate, the extremes of parties go down because you want to get all the voters.
Exactly
and I think
right.
that what you're putting down is absolutely correct. And I want to, just before I ask you another question, I want to talk about what you just mentioned about misinformation. Because oftentimes before, in previous political chapters, disinformation, telling people where to vote the wrong way, that was kind of, these were considered shenanigans. But it's becoming more ominous. Can you talk a little bit about that and what you will do to ensure that there are penalties for that?
Yeah, years ago, it was the little things, telling people to vote the day after the election, and we kind of brushed them off. Now we know it's intimidation at the ballot box. It's undermining the idea that mail-in ballots aren't legal. I think we need to push back on this. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy. Tell the truth where the voting places are, who can vote.
Oh, he might. So he shouldn't have said hate speech here, just because it is such a sensitive thing. But in the context of like intimidating people, trying to discourage people from voting, technically, I think is also like that's federally illegal. And now listening to this again, that's what he was talking about. Like because before this, he says threatening people going to the ballot box or whatever. You can't do that. Like anything that's aimed at discouraging somebody from voting is a thing that you're not supposed to engage in. Yeah, but he just shouldn't have used the hate speech term, because it has such a particular meaning, especially in an American context. But I think if you listen, it's pretty obvious what he's talking about. He's not talking about banning hate speech or whatever.
Who's able to be there. And I, watching some states continue to weaken the protections around the ballot, I think is what inspiring us to lean into this. Again, all we're asking is to make it as easy and simple as possible to exercise their right to vote and participate in our democracy. And I'm in 100% agreement with you. That makes it so that more people are there. You get more opinions brought in. And I think it tempers that extremes that we get. Because, again, I can't imagine someone going and standing in line for 8 hours to try and vote and then being told that, maybe the votes didn't count or maybe something's wrong. Or you have these candidates who lose and are on these ridiculous court cases that they keep bringing up and losing on. Here in Minnesota, we're going to bring faith back into that system. It's already been here. We're very proud that we're near the top in voter turnout, but there's more that we can do.
I really like the way you slide in that you're the top in voter turnout. So I want to ask you this other question.
Okay. Mark Carney.
The Prime Minister has just come to the podium. Dominic LeBlanc, Janice Charette are there with him, the trade negotiators. Let's listen in to Prime Minister Mark Carney.
To update Canadians on developments in our trade negotiations with the United States. I'm going to go through why we're walking away from a bad deal and what comes next. Pendant une bonne partie de notre histoire, les Canadiens et les Canadiens
Canadians could rely on favorable trade.
Oh, you're linking the HUTCH Jolah talk we're going to listen to next.
A stable relationship with the United States, more and more open access to the U.S. market, and rules that both countries understood and abided by. But that did not just change direction. The climate also changed.
We can't control the storm that blows in from Washington. We can, however, chart a new course by building Canada strong at home and diversifying our trading relationships abroad. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous.
We are masters in our own home and an excellent partner abroad.
Canada has worked intensively and in good faith with the United States to negotiate a new comprehensive trade deal. We've been pragmatic, patient, and persistent. We pursued every opportunity to reach an agreement that protects Canadian workers and their families, that strengthens our economy, and that respects Canadian sovereignty. We've been under no illusions. We recognized from the start that America has changed. Early last year in this room, I observed that the decades-long process of steadily increasing integration between our economies was over. Our government understood before many.
How many? Yeah, what is it? Still 0 new trade deals? We can't even get a trade deal with fucking Canada?
That America would transform all of its commercial relationships, that it would put a series of tariffs on its closest allies and use economic integration as a weapon. We recognize that sometimes its signature was written in pencil. We worked in that context to try to strike a fair deal on which Canadian businesses and workers could rely. Our goal has always been to get the best deal for Canadians never a deal at any price or on any time frame. Last month, when the United States announced another round of unjustified tariffs, I gave our negotiating team a new mandate to seek a fair deal negotiated in good faith. Because I believe that people on the ground, on both sides of our border, want this relationship to work. The bonds between Canadians and Americans are long, and they remain strong. A mutually beneficial trade agreement is possible, one that respects our sovereignty, one that builds on our complementary strengths, one that lowers costs for families on both sides of the border, one that creates good jobs for our workers. Canada has always worked towards these goals, even while America's attention and dedication to them have wavered. We've consistently proposed long-term partnerships, while America has often pursued short-term transactions. The gap between partnership and competitor, unfortunately, has remained too wide in recent days. So last evening, I instructed our negotiators to return to Ottawa. We cannot accept what they've offered, and we will not give what they've asked. Over the past year, the U.S. has imposed a series of tariffs that violate its commitment under our agreement with them in Mexico, so-called CUSMA. The United States has continually changed their rationale for these actions, from fentanyl to taxes on U.S. tech giants to certification of U.S. aircraft.
Remember, when we did initially these stupid fucking tariffs on Canada, the justification for the tariffs was that there was an unacceptable amount of fentanyl that was coming in from the Canadian fucking border or whatever. That was our initial justification for these fucking absolutely stupid fucking tariffs. Jesus Christ.
To the sharing of tolls of a bridge that Canada built and paid for, to our dairy policy, to provincial decisions not to sell American alcohol during the trade war, to a television advertisement that quoted Ronald Reagan, to smoke from wildfires while they threatened our communities. Another prominent justification for U.S. tariffs has been their claim that since the United States runs, quote, a trade deficit with Canada, we were ripping them off. Also a quote. But the U.S.'s narrow merchandise trade deficit only exists because the U.S. buys so much of its energy from Canada. Canada fuels American growth, supplying 99% of their natural gas imports, 85% of their electricity imports, 60% of their crude oil imports. I don't think they want us to stop sending any of that energy. And if you look more broadly at the comprehensive U.S.-Canada trade balance, which includes the many services from finance to entertainment that we buy from the United States, that shows a persistent American trade surplus. Most fundamentally, trade is about building mutual strength, creating a relationship that benefits both countries. For example, Canada is the largest customer for U.S. cars. In fact, we buy more American-built cars and trucks than the United Kingdom, Japan, and China combined. It's the same for American steel products. Canada is also the largest customer for 26 U.S. states and a top 3 customer for 45 U.S. states. Last year, Americans sold almost $600 billion in goods and services to Canadians. That's more than $1.6 billion every single day. On the other hand, Canadian exports to the United States lower costs for American families. In contrast, tariffs are taxes. Taxes which are ultimately paid by U.S. consumers. While the United States has imposed a seemingly endless stream of tariffs and threatened more, Canada has, by contrast, taken several steps in good faith to try to find compromise and secure a comprehensive deal in the best interests of both Canadians and Americans. Our negotiators
sought not only to lower the tariffs, but also to restore a degree of certainty and stability through a new comprehensive agreement that Canadian businesses and workers could rely on, which brings me to the most recent negotiations.
The U.S. announced that effective August 19th, it would impose 50% tariffs on a series of industries ranging from hockey equipment to clothing, cement, and beer. The only advantage of this latest threat was that it was a catalyst for more intensive negotiations. Our objectives in these latest talks have been to preserve tariff-free access to the U.S. for the vast majority of Canadian businesses. Secondly, to provide greater stability to our trade relationship. Thirdly, to significantly reduce U.S. tariffs on our key strategic industries so that Canadian businesses in these sectors would have the best access of any in the world. Fourth, protect our small and medium-sized businesses, including by removing the imminent threat of those new tariffs. And fifth, fundamentally, maintain Canada's flexibility, independence, and sovereignty so we...
What are your thoughts on CARNEY? It's just very annoying that my country is supposed to be way better than Canada, and they have like a leader who's not like an actual fucking retard speaking for them all the time. I kind of remember when we had like real politicians in the United States, even if they were Republicans, they weren't fucking retards, and now I just have this fucking retard in the White House that is supposed to speak for all of us and represent all of us. Ugh.
Can keep building the country Canadians want. Canada has made offers to secure a
holy fuck
fair, comprehensive deal that would be in the best interests of Canadians. We were willing to drop our remaining retaliatory tariffs on strategic sectors, particularly steel, aluminum, and autos, if the the United States substantially lowered theirs to levels that made it economic for Canadian companies to export to the United States. In exchange for a fair deal, we would encourage our provinces to return U.S. alcohol to the shelves. And we would take administrative measures to protect supply management without changing the system itself, the U.S. quotas, or the tariffs that would apply. There were some things we wouldn't do. We were not prepared to compromise Canada's sovereignty or to undermine our key industries. We
were not prepared to accept any compromise on our sovereignty, protection of the French language, and our culture. For our American colleagues, let's be clear. For my government and for Canada, these questions were never on the table, even if the United States tried to put them there up till the last minute.
Now, in recent weeks, there had been important progress made towards a possible agreement, an agreement that would have reinforced Canada's position as having the best deal in the world with the United States, including...
Thoughts on CARNEY? Why do you dodge the question? What do you mean? I think Carney's a very smart guy. In terms of, was he good for Canada or responsive to Canada's current needs or political environment? I mean, I wouldn't know as much about that. I mean, my impression of him is really good, but you know, you're asking like a quadriplegic person, you know, how somebody else walks right now, and I don't know how I can even evaluate that compared to any politician in the U.S. and government right now. He seems like a good dude, yeah. But I'm also like, he seems also like the king neo-lib guy. So, what I mean, and I am the neo-lib guy.
By securing the best terms for each of our most important strategic sectors and by providing greater certainty about our future trading relationship. And while we believed earlier this week that we were moving towards a mutually beneficial agreement, in recent days, the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability of any deal. In short, they asked too much and they offered too little. More fundamentally, the cumulative effect of U.S. demands revealed the limits of their commitment to a true economic partnership. As I said earlier, as a result, last evening I suspended trade negotiations with the United States and directed our negotiators to return to Ottawa.
Yep.
I want to thank Minister LeBlanc and our chief negotiator, Janice Charette, their team. They've worked hard, in good faith, right up to the last minute to defend the interests of Canadians. Now, Canada will match Washington's new tariffs dollar for dollar in order to protect Canadian workers, farmers, families, and businesses. Our response will be concentrated in sectors such as steel, dairy, appliances, agricultural equipment, pulp and paper, and electronics. We'll also include products that are currently subject to unjustified Section 232 and 338 tariffs. This is a focused response to protect and defend our industries and allow them to compete with U.S. products in the Canadian market. In the coming days, we'll release details of these new tariff measures which will come into force the Tuesday after Labor Day. Let me be clear. We take this step reluctantly. Reluctantly because we recognize that some of these measures will raise costs and reduce choice for Canadians. Reluctantly because we recognize that some U.S. companies and some U.S. states are innocent bystanders in a dispute that they did not want. Reluctantly because this trade dispute is preventing Canada and America from doing so much good that we could do together. But at the same time, we take this step confident that it is in the best interest of Canada. And that by rejecting a bad deal, by standing up for Canada, by focusing on what we can control, we will build Canada strong for all. Building at home and diversifying trade abroad is not our plan B. It has been our plan A from the start. Canada will continue to pursue this path to build Canada strong because it's right and because it's working. We're moving rapidly to build major infrastructure. We've already referred 27 nation-building initiatives to the new Major Projects Office, new ports, mines, energy corridors from every region of the country that now represent $500 billion in new private investment. Projects that will help Canada build bigger, move faster, and trade more with the world. Thanks
to Build Canada Homes, we are accelerating the construction of affordable homes. In just a few months, that new agency has committed to building more than 17,000 housing units through 17 partnerships. We are also building local infrastructure that Canadians can rely on every single day, thanks to the Build Strong Communities Fund, which represents an investment of $51 billion. More than 100 projects have already been announced right across the country, and they include new hospitals, new community centers, and new public transit lines as part of agreements with Yukon, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Ontario, and Quebec. We will also double the capacity of our electrical grid by 2050 so that Canadians have access to affordable and sustainable energy for generations to come, because controlling our energy means controlling our destiny.
Last Monday in St. John's, the governments of Canada, Quebec, Newfoundland, and Labrador launched the single largest investment in Canada's history to build the largest clean energy project in North America ever. Une deuxième Bay James.
A second James Bay.
Enough clean electricity to power every single vehicle in Canada. We're building our economy while taking charge of our security by investing $500 billion into our defense, expanding our shipyards, growing our aerospace industry, increasing our cyber capabilities. And we're realizing Canada's full potential as an energy superpower in nuclear, LNG, renewables, and low carbon oil and gas. These are the initiatives that are the future of our country. Canada is now the best connected economy in the world. Over the last year, we have signed more than 20 trade and security deals across 5 continents. We completed our most recent deal with the United Arab Emirates in a record 47 days. Canadian businesses now enjoy tariff-free access to 1.5 billion consumers. Over the next 6 months, we'll double that number through new trade deals from ASEAN to India. C'est ton ton.
This fall, we will begin discussions with the European Union, the second largest economy in the world, to deepen and strengthen our economic and security partnership.
Canada is building such unparalleled market access because we're trusted, because we're reliable, and because we have what the world wants. That's why the world is coming to our door. In just 3 weeks, we'll host the first Canadian Investment Summit in Toronto. The summit is attracting the world's largest investors who collectively manage over $100 trillion in assets. When they get here, they'll find a Canadian economy that has never been more connected or more ambitious. Nous réduisons les impôts.
We are lowering tax. We are removing barriers and accelerating the transformation of our economy. We lowered the tax rate on new business investments to only 13%, which is 4.5 percentage points lower than in the United States and approximately half of the G7 average. We are accelerating the process to approve new investments, making them more predictable, while also investing with the private sector. We are building one Canadian economy. Over the last year, we eliminated all federal barriers to internal trade. We also relaxed conditions so that Canadian workers
Really? Oh, but the provinces can probably still have their own barriers if they want, I think, right?
Can use their skills right across the country. We are also working with the provinces and territories to remove barriers that have divided our economy for generations. At the same time, we are taking steps so that Canadians can buy Canadian, hire Canadian workers, and build with Canadian materials more easily.
Budget 2026, we will go further to make Canada even more competitive and attractive for businesses and strategic investors to build, invest, and grow. The new U.S. tariffs are designed to hurt us and divide us.
Not good.
They're a miscalculation. They're a miscalculation because Canadians will always take care of each other. We know we're stronger together.
Aww.
In the last year and a half, Canadians have met this moment with resolve, with purpose, with strength. In many ways, vacationing in national parks, buying Canadian products, choosing Canadian, small acts of solidarity, repeated millions of times that make a statement. We're masters of our destiny. This government is matching that spirit with $25 billion to protect Canadian workers and businesses hurt by American tariffs. We're helping small and medium-sized businesses respond by investing in equipment, in productivity, and supply chain resilience. And we're financing large companies to keep large employers operating and to retain their workers. We're helping those hardest hit industries retool and pivot to those new international markets. And we are being our own best customer. We have the right plan to build Canada strong. We're on track and it's working. At the same time, we recognize that some of the biggest payoffs of this plan, of this transformation, will take time. And that's why we're also focused on giving Canadians a boost today and a bridge to that better tomorrow. So we've cut taxes on incomes, on housing, and on gas. We've introduced the Canada Groceries and Essential Benefits, up to $1,890 per family, helping 12 million Canadians get ahead. We're stronger now than when the United States started this trade war. More unified, more determined, more ambitious. With the strongest fiscal position in the G7 and a resilient economy, Canada has all the resources we need to pivot and to prosper. Growth is accelerating. We're projected to have the second fastest rate in the G7 this year and next. We are creating jobs in this economy at 4 times the rate of the United States. Our non-U.S. exports are up sharply. They're on track to double over the next decade.
Steve, wouldn't you say this is what... Why'd you call me Steve? Wouldn't you say this is what Lib Dems should do instead of the slopulism shit Destiny? And then you tag me in the name at the end. I mean, I would say so, but I don't know if Canadians have been mind-rotted enough yet with a horrible media cycle or ecosystem the same way that Americans have. So I think Canadians are still a little bit more receptive to like real shit, although they're trying. The right wing is trying to get up in there, but...
Foreign direct investment in Canada is at its highest level in 2 decades. It's running at twice the rate of our nearest G7 competitor. Canada. Canada now ranks as the most attractive country in the world for infrastructure investment. Last spring, I warned that America is trying to break us so they can own us. And I promised that that will never, ever happen. We are keeping that promise. Canada is becoming stronger and less dependent on America. We are already giving ourselves more than they can take away. And we are just getting started. As we observed earlier this week in St. John's, Canadians don't submit to the weather, we thrive in it. We don't wait to see which way the wind's blowing or surrender ourselves to the waves to be storm-tossed by events. We set our own course. We make our own weather. Au Canada, nous sommes maîtres chez nous.
In Canada, we are masters in our own house, from coast to coast to coast.
Building Canada strong for all.
These 11 people are calling an UberX from our...
Well. I have 2 Canadian friends that are fully bought into the Muslim invasion shit and keep hitting with the at least Trump is trying something. I mean, younger people are going to be more susceptible, and then unfortunately right-wing people everywhere are just more fucking brain fucked, at least in North America. So like your Alberta separatists or whatever the fuck else. Those people can be a little bit more susceptible, but as a whole, I don't think I don't know if any country's politics have gotten quite as bad as the US's yet.
Felt like he threw in the towel a little bit for the last hour of that conversation. He was conceding way too much by the end of it.
Now, in my opinion, Adam Mockler is very intelligent. I think he's probably like the young LeBron James of liberal politics. I think many of us agree. He knows that in order to vie for influence...
One thing that I've noticed that, and I really am not trying to snark anybody or be an asshole or whatever, but one thing that I've kind of noticed a lot over the past couple months especially is there's a big difference between simply covering and reporting the news versus like knowing like politics and then versus understanding like political ideology. These things are way more separated than I would have ever imagined, I guess, a long time ago. That sometimes people can be very good at reporting news stories, but they might not understand exactly any political theory, I guess, which I guess isn't immediately like unbelievable. But then, yeah, I don't know. I guess like looking at how I'm trying to think of a way to not. Obviously, it sounds personal when I frame it all through like the whole communist fighting and all this bullshit. But just the way that some people seem to be incapable of understanding some political realities that exist, like a political theory reality that's beyond just reporting the news, is kind of surprising to me, I guess. Yeah.
In our coalitions, in a competitive coalition, which we need to operate, it's difficult, but we need to operate that. He needs to not go out and just be like, there's not going to be a big, you shocked your dog with the power of Zeus and you are terrorist and you are whatever. That's never going to happen. If anything,
I don't understand. Oh, wait. He's not even talking to him. He's just listening to this. How long until he jumps in? Okay, okay.
Agree that probably would not have been effective in that spot.
Some of Hasan's fans, which you agreed with me a few weeks ago when we chatted, or they see themselves as normie and progressives. So when I see someone like Adam Mockler make that pragmatic decision to not go scorched earth with Hasan, I see very clearly the role he wants to play and the strategy he's using to get credibility with Hasan's fan base.
Well, again, I don't think I disagree that maybe going scorched earth wouldn't have been the strategically correct move, but there's a lot of space in between going full scorched earth and conceding basically every point by the end, which is what I remember happening by the end. Like Hasan would he would do his normal bullshit rants. He'd rant for like 7 minutes. And he would make like 50 claims about the Democratic Party during that rant. And then Adam would jump in and start with, you're right about that. You're right, and then he would, so I don't know. To me, like that was bad. I didn't like that. But I also agree with the idea that like if Adam Mockler would have just full sent and gotten really angry and started hurling, doing like name calling or going scorched earth, I don't think that optically that would have been.
And I don't think anybody wanted him to do that. I was never saying he should do that ever. I don't think I even implied that he should do that. So I'm curious where that impression even comes from, I guess. Kind of weird.
The right play. Yeah, I don't know.
So whenever there's a flashpoint, so whether it's an election or another big controversy or another October 7th or Ukraine or whatever it might be, then Adam Mockler has legitimacy with Hasan's audience where he can be convincing to Hasan's audience and pull Hasan's viewers away from him way more effectively. Like I think you have little to no impact in that arena. And people like Adam Mockler, Josiah, you can argue they're good or bad at it, but I think that is the role they're trying to play, and myself as well. But
I don't doubt that they're trying to play that role, but I guess the calculation that I share with Steven is that I don't think them playing that role in that way is having that effect. I think that Hasan is more likely to siphon viewers from them to his perspective than vice versa.
Yeah.
I think you do need to be fairly assertive. You don't have to go scorched fucking earth, but I think you do need to be more assertive, but I've been saying that for a long time. Original Heirloom with $5. I share your judgment on Jolah, but his comments on Gildebrand and Stevens were alarm bells for a lot of people, to say the least. I think it comes up. Well, my read of that, for what it's worth, I think he got a little Facebooked about her specific quote, and then I just think he got stubborn when they dove into the particulars on Wick's panel. That's what I think.
The only thing I don't like about these types of excuses, not saying that Hutch is making excuses for him, but it's like, I'm so sympathetic to normies when I talk to normies. My expectation for a normie is that basically I don't expect this person to know anything, because they just, I just don't, whatever. My expectations are very low. But if you're not a normie and you're a person reporting the news, then I mean, I think that my expectations of you go a lot higher. I don't know.
I don't think he was intentionally lying. I think he just was kind of stubborn in that moment. But I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong, I suppose.
Community assumes all of us are either useful idiots or, you don't think we can be effective in doing the reverse of what socialists do to your community.
Jolah said that he can come on right now to have a conversation. Yeah, why don't we do that?
Socialists also don't get people from my community. That's not happening, because if you're in my community, you probably already have. I think in the past they did, for sure. But like when I say in the past, like 5 or 6 years ago, before I had my huge split, because I didn't realize that there were people in my community who were like socialist friendly or whatever, or thought that socialism was based and cool or whatever. I just had no idea. But then once I realized that, yeah, then of course that's not going on anymore.
Easier just to have a conversation with them. Hutch, that's a fair read. People do dig their heels in sometimes and don't want to be wrong online. That happens a lot. A lot. That's one thing, guys, I don't think is discussed enough in this space, which is that these creators are all human beings. And human beings have egos. And especially human beings
that do politics,
that are in this space have egos. And when there's an audience watching you, it's going to impact the way that you respond to stuff. There's this other factor that's influencing your state of mind. So I think oftentimes that the stuff that comes from that gets confused with sweeping. But I think maybe some people watch creators, especially political creators, especially in a debate setting, and they don't really consider that factor. They think everything is just normal, but there's an audience watching. But the audience watching changes the dynamic. All right, Jolah is here. Senor Jolah.
Hello, Hutch, how's it going?
Hello, hello. Your turn
on
here.
On camera. I do have camera if you want it, but
yeah, we can do that.
I'm not streaming or anything.
We can do that. Let me. Where is? All right, we'll deactivate. Make sure you mute the stream. You would be so kind.
Yep, I got it muted. Oh, good.
You know what, bro? You know what, bro? You know what, bro?
Oh.
I'm gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna trust you, because I have to go to the bathroom. But you're not gonna do any racial slurs like you normally do, right?
I'm gonna tell the audience how Jasmine Crockett, Haley Stevens, and Kirsten Gillibrand, how I was right about all three of them, and they will not be mad.
Okay, you do that. Chat. Be nice to him. I'll be right back.
No, it's gonna be a good conversation with Hutch. I'm happy to talk to Hutch about this. I think if I had to pick a creator, it would be Hutch, because he's such a good sweeper. But see, that's an issue though, because I use dry humor like that a lot, and bad faith internet communities will clip that and then say that I meant something out of it, just like that clip of the Haley Stevens, or not Haley Stevens, but
why is it literally always like, oh, anything I say can be excused always?
Yeah,
it's just he's fucking retarded.
Yeah. Well, they apologized for it, and it was out of context.
You're right.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, that too.
And David Crowley.
The thing is, for a lot of these people, I don't think they are malicious. Although it's become so hard to distinguish. I think the problem that I feel, I guess this is up for a debate, is I just feel like a lot of them aren't meeting the moment. Like there are media environments that these people would be cherished additions to, but it's just not what we're looking for, or I think what we need right now. We need people that are more unashamedly pro-moderate Dem, that are willing to unashamedly defend pro-moderate Dem positions, and that's what the moment is calling for. And so when you get these people who think they're like good faith actors who end up just kind of like snarking the party over and over again, it's just not good.
Not good.
Crowley was coming back, and I just debated for like 6 hours that day, and I was exhausted. And I looked at the results, and I'm like, holy shit. There's no way Francesca Hong up by 20 points in the polls. The polls that turned out to be, one of them was actually a joke poll, apparently, like literally a joke. And the betting markets gave her a 95% chance to win. And I was like, holy shit. Another poly market Cauchy fail. No one expected this. But yeah, I was super pro Crowley, happy Crowley won. And I've been debating progressives and telling them how Crowley is actually a progressive. Although I think he needs to maybe adjust his rhetoric a little bit. I don't know enough about Wisconsin politics to give a huge comment on it. But Republicans right now, like Greg Abbott and Tiffany in Wisconsin, are lying about their position on data centers. And that is a big political topic right now. So it might be good to come up with a good 1-2 punch to come with some aggression for that topic. So all these lying Republicans want to get the inside track on what is a very pertinent political issue. But I'm very happy David Crowley won. He'd be the 4th black governor in American history, I think. I can check that. Let's see, since Reconstruction, how many black governors have we had in American history? If you guys ever stop by my stream, and if anybody here wants to call in, I do go live. I will be live tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern. I usually debate MAGA people, and a lot of those conversations are like
he's clout
taking
sharking
shots at each other.
hard.
They get really heated. But I talk to people
Hey,
like
almighty.
so they usually handle it pretty well.
Hey, you trying to make a living over here? Hey,
I really appreciate a chance to talk to somebody because I never talked to a liberal before, and this is actually really fun. So we get opportunities like that on my stream. But I do take some calls on lefty infighting. If anybody wants to join in, give a call, and whatever else, we can have a good conversation. I am involved in actual Democratic politics in a +15 Trump area, so I am working, and we are pretty successful in flipping Trump areas red to blue. So I'm excited for the results that are going to come up. How long of a pee is Hutch taking? Why does Hutch have a TV behind him right now? What's going on? I also want to challenge Hutch on his skill-based matchmaking take.
Oh, geez.
Hutch doesn't want players like me to drop 50 bombs on noobs. I don't think Hutch ever played Call of Duty. I think he's a new video game player, and that's why skill-based matchmaking is terrible for the culture of Call of Duty.
Right? He gets it. Why am I 30 frames per second? Hang on.
I cannot hear you. You're muted from me.
I'm 30 frames a second. No, we're good. Jolah, I'm a little surprised to see you here, given that I saw you post about me on the internet and you said that you would no longer be watching me because I am a shit lib.
Damn!
You're a shit lib, 100%. Yeah, Hutch,
what do you have to say for yourself?
I was just kidding.
Yes. I know you were very offended by that, and I know you take those things
just
to heart.
using humor.
You've been on the internet a very short amount of time. You have not been experiencing toxic chat rooms or anything for a while, and that is the peak of toxicity that you've seen online, and I apologize for that. So yeah, the past 2 weeks, I think you explained it very well, and that's why I wanted to talk to you, because not many can put themselves in other people's shoes, but the first time you look in your mentions and you have thousands and thousands of people calling you a disgusting liar, covert, subversive, tanky idiot, it's probably not good to live tweet your feelings during that, and I definitely did do that, responding to every Twitter account, and I don't think I did the worst crash out ever, but I definitely did not approach it in a way that I would hope I would, in the most healthy way possible. So that was my turning point, putting that post up, because I'm like, wait a second. My issue was with how toxic people that follow like the Destiny rhetoric and also the Destiny community. I'm like, why the hell am I grouping Hutch into this? Because then I watched a video of yours. I'm like, okay, no, I have a personal reason to,
What? Wait. Oh! Is he watching us? Oh, shit. Well, that happens when the live ends. VODs are members only. Oh. Wait, was he still streaming? I didn't even notice. Well, fuck. It's unlisted. What do you mean it's unlisted? It just...
He knew we were watching.
Oh, no, wait.
Jolah did this.
Thanks, China.
Now it stopped.
Heard him, like...
Hassan fans are coming after me.
Oh.
I'm not...
I don't know what just happened.
An anchor on the party. We view them as like a...
Defending workers' unions. Like
wait, is Lib Learn live now? I thought that show usually goes live later.
Bruh, you don't know when Lib Learn 2.5 libs is live?
Shut up.
He supports very...
Stop trolling.
That is the
stop snarking. Stop snarking them. You're snarking. You're snarking them.
No, I don't care. I'll defend it. I told him IRI and he laughed. He thought it was true too.
That follow like the Destiny rhetoric and also the Destiny community. I'm like, why the hell am I grouping Hutch into this? Because then I watched a video of yours. I'm like, okay, no, I have a personal reason to like you as well, because we have very similar personal histories and very similar family histories, and I love that you covered that and you're very open personally. Really,
is your dad a cop?
You talk about. No, but also,
are you throwing carbon out on purpose? Damn, why are you snarking this guy? Yeah, why would I keep carbon? I don't need any of this shit.
Also, Thursdays in about a month at 9 p.m. You're free?
Oh.
Bi-weekly.
If you're asking me a question and you type more shit after, I miss your question.
Brother, I put 4 of it in there.
Yeah, but then you type other shit and then I miss it.
Well, I have things to say.
Hold your tongue. Yeah, send me a more complicated, or send me more information about it, but almost certainly yes. Almost certainly yes.
All right,
yeah, almost certainly
yes.
Thank
you. That's what I want
to
know.
We definitely relate on that. So working.
God damn it! Why does he keep doing this? Stop stalking me! What?
Get start.
pretty good at, but doing count stop options as well. On that. Okay. So working through stages of understanding yourself, breaking yourself down, and then even and having to deal with other compulsions as well. So like I had to move away from competitive shooters because it just wasn't fun anymore. Because I was pretty good at them, but it's like holy shit, my brain could not take it, the grind that it required, and I stopped enjoying video games. Or like I could see the same things with like Josiah having to block certain accounts on Twitter because it takes away from your more productive parts of life and happiness when you're addicted to engaging in a certain thing. Sure. I definitely have done that in the past few weeks, but I'm really happy that clip of me reacting to the Crowley results was shared to you because that is the peak of the brigading that was done by the DGG community with everything I was doing the past few weeks. Like that was me showing a reaction like holy shit, I cannot believe David Crowley is coming back. Another Kalshi 95% chance Francesca Han's gonna win another time where the complete opposite result happened because I was like completely
that was the peak trolling. Okay.
Shocked.
Because I had seen you posting about how you didn't like her for weeks, I think. I could be wrong about that.
She's the best. And I've been making the affirmative argument for Crowley, saying that he is a progressive, and progressive should be happy that if Crowley's considered a freaking moderate, a guy who wants universal pre-K and expanding, paying for childcare and moderately moderately increasing taxes, defending workers' unions, like he supports very progressive policies. So I've been on the front lines arguing in favor of him as well.
So, what do you think is going on here, man? Do you think that I haven't watched your conversation with Steven yet? I saw some of the clips. What do you think about the? Because I think like me and Steven operate from very similar assumptions about where things are at right now, with respect to the left. What do you think about the proposition that the people that him and I seem to spar with quite a bit, like we sort of view them as an anchor on the party. We view them as like a pack of wild hyenas just like nipping at the heels of the party, and that's what drives our like coverage of those people. Do you share the same sense about that movement, that they're like a hindrance rather than a reliable coalition partner?
Yeah, I agree with your critique of Pisco, for example. I saw your guys' conversation where he goes into these spaces, and I also agree with his, his argument that he should be trying to influence these spaces. But then you have the ability to say to Pisco, like you are going into.
I don't understand what this is. There's a thing in my brain. I've complained about this. I just don't know how it works that you get a question and then you don't answer the question at all. I don't know how I just don't know. Like that was a pretty clear question from Hutch. Maybe he'll get to it, but it's just like, did you hear the question? It drives me crazy.
Of Pisco, for example, I saw your guys' conversation where he goes into these spaces, and I also agree with his, his argument that he should be trying to influence these spaces. But then you have the ability to say to Pisco, like you are going into these spaces. Here's how you can adjust it in the future. I understand that you're doing this in good faith. I think you're still on our team. I think Pisco is honestly trying to do good things for the Democratic Party and for democracy in America and for liberalism. But I have certain ways that you can adjust it to make it better. So I love your criticism of Pisco because I could agree with that. And I go harder on like Hasan and Crystal Ball than Soypill and Pisco, but I also don't have any relationships with these commentators. So I don't know if having a bigger stake in it would change that. Like my biggest ever tweet ever is calling Hasan a Chinese agent like a couple months ago, and I know Pisco would never do that, and I know Soypill would probably never do that, and I understand why they don't, and I would want them to go more aggressive in some of these scenarios, but I'm also not going to try and I'm not going to implement myself in that conversation in a way that's very abrasive, that assumes malice, that assumes that they are trying to be subversive or sweet for people. Yeah, I just like how you can provide good, solid criticism to make it better. Like, do you think Pisco is working in a good faith way and he cares about liberalism, but you just disagree on tactics? Or
I think Pisco, who is my boy that I love and is my boy, and I wouldn't say anything to you that I haven't already said directly to his face in public. And sometimes in private. I do think that he is operating from I think that he definitely genuinely believes that he can be influential in that way. And I think the big issue that I have with Pisco and to Josiah as well, to a lesser extent, I guess, is the idea that I think like the people, like not everyone, but a lot of the people that he thinks that he can influence in a better direction, I think are just a lost cause. Basically, like they're not, these are not people that are going to be persuaded away from their current strategy of filtering everything through their narrative. And I mean, I just I think it's like a frog in a boiling water type situation here, because to me, and this is just me, and you guys can decide for yourselves, this is where but for me, for example, when you accuse a politician of covering up a murder, that's kind of a big deal. Like,
did they have to redo court today? Today, wait, have they not filed anything yet? I think today their filing is due for
end of business. But that means end of day to them because they're retarded. So
that has to be their big thing for spoliation. Yeah.
Spoliation plus things they want sealed, I believe. Or maybe that's not it.
Yeah. Because I think we filed what we wanted unsealed, and I don't know if they're supposed to file things they want to keep sealed. I don't know, but
I don't remember.
I think that is supposed to be today.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big claim to make, and then that says nothing of accusing normie Democrats of like wanting to support G side. That's like, you know, the worst thing that you could accuse someone of doing. And it's just they're so flippant about when they make these accusations and claims. And I think we've all just gotten used to it. Like I see it now and it doesn't surprise me or shock me.
Wasn't it spoilation before Friday and business and today sealed unsealed stuff? No, I think before it was they needed to file all the documents they wanted to reference or whatever. Like I think the judge called for them. So when they filed my whole depot, I don't know, they're supposed to file the whole thing, but it's to give them, the judge, something to reference, and then they're going to reference it, I think, when they make their filing today for to strengthen their spoliation claims.
I mean, most of the time. And so I think that's kind of coloring people's perspectives. Like it doesn't land the way that I think it should land. And a lot of what I do, and then I'll shut up for a second, but like a lot of what I do is trying to jolt people.
Jesus, this is so much heat. The malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves is dangerous and anti-Semitic. There is zero justification for threats against the safety of our Jewish brothers and sisters. At a moment of rising hate, we will fight the cancer of anti-Semitism with the fierce urgency of now.
Oh, look at this, Cooter. Oh, sorry. I didn't mute.
Yeah, that's a Hakeem Jeffries tweet, though. Damn. Imagine that Hakeem Jeffries is literally tweeting about anti-Semitism on your platform, and there's no actionable things or nothing even happens to you about it or anything, but okay, good one. Must be nice.
People out of that complacence and that new baseline that they've maybe found themselves when they like read those kinds of tweets. I want to jolt people and remember like,
Sorry,
oh yeah, that's actually an insane thing to
He's
say.
got to get banned, right? Like this is absurd. He has the minority leader of the United States Senate, House of Representatives, saying like this is not good.
I mean, I would say that the bill before Congress was even more, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty
that
crazy.
was never voted on, but yeah.
Well, no, I know, but the fact that somebody suggested it is kind of crazy, I guess. But yeah, no, this is obviously but nothing. Something is, yeah. Jesus.
And so that's
and I want to talk about that, and I also want a chance later on to talk about my Haley Stevens remarks, my Jolah remarks, and
Dude,
also
Hasan's
my
gonna be so
Jasmine
mad
Crocker
that a
remarks.
black guy's fucking with him again.
Doesn't matter. That's good for him. What more could you expect from the Zemocrats? I don't know, what would you call them? You have ZN, yeah, how would you?
If that'd be okay, because I think you're someone that would give me an actual good faith and chance to explore those. And also I have a good comparison.
The Ziocrats, you could just call them that, right?
For Destiny and his community to Eminem, that would be very useful, in my opinion, to the way we talk about this. But my analogy for this would be, it's like
my
Jolah remarks and also my Jasmine Crocker remarks, if that'd be okay, because I think you're someone that would give me an actual good faith and chance to explore those. And also I have a good comparison for Destiny and his community to Eminem, that would be very useful, in my opinion, to the way we talk about this. But my analogy for this would be, it's like, let's say you have a kid. I don't have any kids, but...
Hold on, I just want to say real quick.
I didn't understand that at all, but okay. Also, I really don't like that this guy's saying I wouldn't give him a good faith chance. Like, I had like a 2 or 3 hour conversation with him, and then after the stream, he went on to other streams like, yeah, after an hour, I gave up because I realized how pointless this was. I was like, okay, bro.
He's so smug after the fucking
yeah, I know,
combos, too.
And it's like
disgusting.
Cringe.
Say real quick. I'm pinning it in the chat. We have a friends of the pod policy. You guys, so you can insult Jolah, you can say mean things about him, you can especially like attack his arguments, whatever, but just like tone it fucking down, please, for the love of God. Okay, go ahead.
Unrelated. My first conversation with Destiny. My first conversation with Destiny on the 31st of July was me saying to him, "Make sure your community is not too thorny to prevent entry. You don't want too high of a barrier for entry for your community because then your community cannot be an off ramp as effectively to more far left creators." That was my first conversation with him, and then he called me an op. I think that same week. After I put up a tweet that said, Hasan fans are coming after me, Destiny fans are coming after me. I can't fit in with either extreme. And I said, I don't want to be a Mallory McMorrow, haha, getting squeezed out of both extremes and dropping out completely. And they took great offense to that because they were like, how dare you compare us as extremes to Hasan and to Destiny? I'm just trying to let people know that from the outside, coming into this type of conversation, both sides are seen as extremes in the political online space.
Just to be clear, well, he's in the political online space. I am a moderate Dem through and through. My positions are moderate Dem positions through and through. Like, and I'm not even saying that to be like, there are some things that I would probably disagree with the moderate Dem position on. So like, I don't know if I have moderate Dem positions on like guns. I think the Democrats are retardedly crazy on guns, but for the most part, most of my views are pretty moderate. Yeah, I'm abrasive and I scream a lot, but I don't have crazy positions on things. So for him to come in and be like, well, you know, Hasan, who wants to destroy the entire country of Israel and, you know, have a revolution in our country to reimagine the entire mode of production we have, that's the same as Destiny, who wants to take like moderate policy approaches. I think is like so dumb.
And we can talk about that later. But yeah, just the attacks on me have been deranged. The Francesca Hong stuff, the clips out of context, just everything. The lack of charitability have been one of the reasons why the community is losing all of its friends. But anyways, for this DSA issue, it reminds me of when someone is like a parent and they have like maybe a 15 or 16-year-old and they start dating for the first time and they bring someone home and you're like, holy shit, like that person is bad news. Like that guy does not want to go to college. I think he might be doing drugs. Like he might be, you know,
he keeps representing as like this person who's just entering the space and hasn't known anything about it, you know, until he just entered now into the fucking battle royale. But like this guy had a very active presence on my subreddit. You saw for like 4 years. He's like posting his stuff on another account. He's been making content. He's been involved. Like he's not like a newcomer who's like, oh my God, I can't believe how crazy the space is, you know?
He just dicks off all the time, and you want to tell your daughter, do not date him. And I want to ground you, I'm not going to let you go outside. Or you want to tell your son, do not date her, I'm not going to let you go outside, I'm just going to ground you. In those relationships where a parent completely drops the hammer in an authoritarian manner, that child often disconnects from their parents later on, and that parent ends up having less influence with that child. If the parent works in an authoritative way, where they have strong principles, they still engage, they're like, okay, I know this guy is bad for my daughter or my son.
I see where you're going, but
not gonna...
Hold on. Wait, what?
You're like, holy shit, like the clips out of context. Just everything, the lack of charitability have been one of the reasons why the community is losing all of its friends. But anyways, for this...
I like that. Fuck you. What a fucking I hate this motherfucker. I am so charitable to everybody on the internet. I watch so much of their long form content. I'm willing, and I'll debate you and I'll have a conversation with you. I'm willing to give so many people a shout out to so many fucking things. And they still drop this like, oh, very uncharitable, very lack of charitability, blah, blah, blah. Like, my brother in Christ, you're literally on shows with Mr. Moot and like just blatantly fucking lying about propaganda that you're doing on how much you fucked the facts up and then denying it to his face. And even when we were having our friendly conversation, when he felt like he'd caught me on one thing, he was like, shouldn't you know this? Shouldn't you know this? Oh, so you're right. Shouldn't you know that? Oh, I can't believe you know that. And it's like, bro, chill. Jesus Christ. Ugh.
DSA issue. It reminds me of when someone is like a parent and they have like maybe a 15 or 16-year-old and they start dating for the first time and they bring someone home and you're like, holy shit, like that person is bad news. Like that guy does not want to go to college. I think he might be doing drugs. Like he might be, you know, he just dicks off all the time, and you want to tell your daughter, do not date him. And I want to ground you, I'm not going to let you go outside. Or you want to tell your son, do not date her, I'm not going to let you go outside, I'm just going to ground you. In those relationships where a parent completely drops the hammer in an authoritarian manner, that child often disconnects from their parents later on, and that parent ends up having less influence with that child. If the parent works in an authoritative way, where they have strong...
You can't compare like how you parent a child, because for a child you have like all control over their life, and it's a totally different type of relationship. This is like a crazy comparison to make.
That person is bad news. Like that guy does not want to go to college. Issue. It reminds me of when someone is like a parent and they have like maybe a 15 or 16-year-old and they start dating for the first time and they bring someone home and you're like, holy shit, like that person is bad news. Like that guy does not want to go to college. I think he might be doing drugs. Like he might be, you know, he just dicks off all the time, and you want to tell your daughter, do not date him. And I want to ground you, I'm not going to let you go outside. Or you want to tell your son, do not date her, I'm not going to let you go outside, I'm just going to ground you. In those relationships where a parent completely drops the hammer in an authoritarian manner, that child often disconnects from their parents later on, and that parent ends up having less influence with that child.
This is also sad, and I guess I don't blame him because he doesn't have kids and he's like 20 years old. But like parents absolutely do this all the time, and in some cases it's definitely called for. Like it depends on how bad the person they see their child getting together with is, but like.
If the parent works in an authoritative way, where they have strong principles, they still engage. They're like, okay, I know this guy is bad for my daughter or my son.
I see where you're going, but
they're not going to be around forever. And when they are gone, I don't want to.
You don't know what you're, bro. Like he doesn't have children. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. Your kid's life can get fucked up, especially if you have a daughter. Your kid's life can get fucked up in so many ways. Like a weird dude might not be around forever, but his fucking kid will be if he knocks up your fucking daughter, or if your kid gets into fucking drugs or gets expelled from school because he's falling into a bad group. Like all these things are huge concerns. There are huge things happening in your kid's life from high school age that are worth, like, your parents keeping tabs on.
Terminate this relationship so it's irreparable in the future.
I see where you're going with this. I understand the logic. I guess when I hear you describe that kind of thinking, my head just immediately jumps to, these aren't teenagers, these are adults. And, you know, I think the point that you're trying to make has validity up to a point. But what I hope you're not saying is that we should literally treat them like adolescents. Or babies.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
So how firm you are is one of the big points. So you might want to have boundaries like, here's the hours you can use your phone. If you're in these locations, you can tell me, you got to tell me where you are. There needs to be some standard of, if your grades drop, then we're going to crack the hammer down. So in reality, I would say that we are really vying for influence with not the boyfriend they bring home. We're probably not going to change that person. So
like, and then also, yeah, like the subreddits that this guy would post to all the time on his Jolah Sixers account. Like this guy's posting frequently to r/Vosh, to the BreadTube subreddit, to Kyle Kulinski a ton, Left News, Secular News, which I'm guessing is related to Kyle Kulinski, maybe. But like he's not just like a random centrist or moderate Dem who stumbled into the space. Like he very clearly has a huge partisan lean. But then I hate it when people just misrepresent their views on things. God, it's so fucking annoying. Like just own it. Otherwise you do feel like a subversive op. That's what you feel like.
So we're not going to change Hasan. We're not going to change Crystal Ball. We're not going to change Kyle Kalinske. But we're vying for influence with their followers and their fans. And I even see like Adam Mockler saying, and you probably, do you disagree with Adam Mockler when he says, he took a pretty, I would say, decently strong stance this week that we should not be devouring Hasan Piker, that Abdul should not. Did you see that clip from Adam?
Adam Mockler said Abdul al-Sayed should not disavow Hasan. Do you have a clip of that?
Like, he's misrepresenting that. Do you know what he said? Oh, he's snarking me now.
Sorry. Say it again.
And regardless of if you think Adam Mockler was right or wrong in this, Adam did not say Abdul should not disavow Hasan Piker. What Adam Mockler said was Abdul shouldn't disavow Hasan Piker because he shouldn't be focused on that. He should just pivot into other issues. He should be talking about other things. Not like, oh no, like he should stand by Hasan, or he should, don't ever disavow Hasan Piker. It was more like, don't let them yoink the chain on you and like force you to talk about shit that's not relevant to
the conversation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which is, I would argue, meaningfully different than the way that Jolah is presenting it here.
Well, Jolah's a liar. He lies just like Labs
Whoa.
does. Wait, did you see the new thing with the Mike Rogers campaign?
Hasan Piker's call for violence against the Jewish community, specifically against Jeremy Moss, must be condemned by every single Michigan Democrat. Wait, what did he actually say against the Jeremy Moss guy? Was that in that 17-minute thing we watched, or is that a different thing?
I don't think I've ever seen it.
But conman Abdul al-Sayed doesn't have the guts to disavow his running mate. Abdul's attempt at distancing himself from this violent and hateful rhetoric, now that he and Hasan won the primary, is the epitome of what a conman does. Says one thing when it serves him and another when it doesn't. His rhetoric is causing fear in Michigan communities, is un-American, and makes him unfit to represent our state.
Doesn't look good to Dems when you also have Hakeem Jeffries talking shit on him.
Oh, this is the Adam Mockler clip. Fuck. If anybody has that other clip, let me know. I'm just curious. Oh, they finally did their filings. I might read these later. We'll see.
Ooh.
Are they... I'm so curious. Or actually, wait. They could have filed them before end of day and they just got posted online, maybe.
Possible. Improbable.
They filed them at 4:50 p.m., yeah. Later, some random TikToker joins and points out to HUTCH, hey, before end of day.
It's true.
Problem? Was it just this clip that we watched and then Moss was just there?
Why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer.
Okay, yeah, it was him saying this in the background. Jesus, that is a bad look.
This was crazy.
Yeah, not good. Well, I don't know, actually. I saw Soy Pill's tweets that it actually just...
Oh.
Because I don't think he
no
said
big
Jew
deal.
bad, so it's actually good, you know?
Well, they're not even saying, like, Zionist anymore. They're just saying fucking Israel.
True.
And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
Looper. Okay. Why do you think he's so mask off and retarded with his statements? Is it just hubris? Because he's never been in an environment where he's gotten pushback before. He's just used to operating with impunity. None of the people that have interviewed him have given him really any pushback, and then Twitch obviously doesn't give him any pushback, so. Today, in a first-of-its-kind collaboration, YouGov/IMEU policy project, polling of Democratic voters in the first 6 states to vote in 2020 will be announced on Hasan the Hun stream. What? Why? Well, okay. That's okay. Interesting.
He took a pretty, I would say, decently strong stance this week that we should not be devouing HaSLOP, that Abdul should not. Did you see that clip from Adam?
Adam Mockler said Abdul El-Sayed should not disavow Hasan. Do you have a clip of that?
Yeah, we could find it really quick.
No, I don't. I don't agree with that. No.
Okay.
His entire argument was every time.
Yes, you
he's
do.
a liar.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, there are certain people. Yeah, don't ever assume.
We should not waste time playing defense ever. We should be pounding Republicans. Kind of similar to what I said before.
Yeah, but the reason why people like Abdul have to play defense is because they keep those relationships open. And so, you know, like, and I just think that Hasan is politically toxic, and I do care about that race. So I think it's a strategic error for sure for Abdul not to disavow and distance. Like, I think it's going to hurt him. Like, every week, every other day, Hasan feeds the right-wing media machine a new clip, and they don't even have to take them out of context. They're just like bad clips objectively. Do you have a clip of that? Let me see this.
I sent you the link to it.
I don't agree with that at all. Did you send it as a DM? Or did you send it?
Oh, yeah, in Twitter DM.
Oh, Twitter. 1 minute clip. Okay, let's.
Should El-Sayed separate from him?
I think that when it comes to Hasan Piker and Abdul, there doesn't need to be a disavowal. I think that's fruitless, and I think it's just conceding to these right-wing frameworks. I genuinely think that Donald Trump surrounds himself with people that are just as like radical as Hasan Piker on a daily basis. The way that Stephen Miller is always screaming and frothing at the mouth on Fox News every single week. I mean, Donald Trump surrounds himself in campaigns with many extremist radical people. The Republican Party is like uniting around Max Miller after he allegedly broke his 2-year-old collarbone. I'm not trying to compare any of that to Hasan Piker.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I'm just saying that the Republican Party holds themselves to one standard and then holds Abdul El-Sayed to this impossibly high guilt by association standard. No, we shouldn't disavow it. Keep campaigning, keep moving forward, keep laser focus on Mike Rogers. I'd say that's my framework.
That's your framework.
So, listen, I think that's I don't even know where to begin with that one.
I mentioned Max Miller to Destiny.
The way that he ended that.
Who cares about Max Miller?
The way that he.
Oh. I thought he said Stephen Miller.
Ended that clip. He said, you know, they're trying to hold Abdul El-Sayed to some impossible standard. What? Like, excuse me. Like, this is. I feel like in politics, as has always been the case, you will be judged by the company you keep. And it's not an impossible standard
to not keep company with people who are
to want your politicians to not be publicly chummy with people who say the things that Hasan says, you know, every time he goes live on a stream. So I don't agree with that Mockler take at all. Listen, he can do whatever he wants, Abdul. He's grown up.
But it also depends, again, on the environment that you're in. I would never concede anything ever to Republicans. Never. Not even Hasan. Never. Not in front of Republicans. Fuck that. But so that your own party and base knows where you stand on things. I think that's totally acceptable.
He's a big boy and he's running in a competitive race. And so if he decides that his association with Hasan Piker is not a liability, man, go with God. I wish you all the luck in the world in fucking Michigan, but it seems a bit risky.
My biggest issue with this entire conversation with the DGG community and Destiny. And by the way, I'm going to be working with Digital Ground Game too, and I'm sure people are going to be up in arms about that. But
when he says working with, he got invited to do one like debate event thing. But okay.
Kyla and Erudite has been very kind, very supportive. And
you're having a conversation with me right now, just so you know.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. I looked at the chat for a second. And I know, Yeah,
don't let the chat
not
distract you.
Don't look at the chat.
You're having a conversation with
the idea that myself, Josiah, Pisco, Adam Mockler, I believe we are all having internal dialogue. We are having internal conflicts on how we can best navigate this difficult coalition in the Democratic Party. And I think you see that as well. And I think you also have said that the DSA, you don't have confidence that they're going to be. Do you not think they're going to be around for long, or you just don't think they can take over the party?
No, I think.
But you think they can stay around as like a spoiler.
I think the only thing that could like take the entire organization down is if there was some massive scandal. You know what I mean? Like, I think they'll probably be around for as long as I'm alive, but I think they're going to oscillate between, like 150,000 or 200,000 membership to 50,000. I think they're just going to hover around like a certain range of memberships for a really long time, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think they have much ability to grow. And my argument for defeating bad elements of the left in the commentator space is we need to prove to be better conduits for what Democrats want in response to Republicans. And we're not going to win, like I mentioned, I think you watched a little bit of that debate with Destiny. We're not going to win in one big conversation with Adam Mockler saying, Hasan shot his dog, and this is a lie, and you're a communist, and whatever else. But I think we can win by if we engage with platforms where somewhat friendly.
I like that Jolah because he is a disingenuous fucking piece of shit. I'm sorry, he is. Like, he keeps saying, oh, shagging dog, shagging dog, shagging dog. The biggest deal I have with Hasan is not the dog shagging thing. That's just the thing that shows you how dishonest people are about him. It's the fact that he fucking supports terrorists murdering civilians. That's the fucked up part, okay? Especially from a whole group of people that virtue signal so fucking hard about a genocide that they know nothing about, okay? About their obsession with the Israeli-Palestinian genocide for an issue that they know nothing about. For those people to be so obsessed with that, but then to be okay with a guy like praising terrorist acts, it's beyond the pale. That should be a really... Like, that should be an easy line in the sand to draw.
Friendly with the viewers of those platforms, and we outgrow them. We show that we are bigger enemies. We're better tools in fighting MAGA. One reason why I was like 19 or 20, and I was more of like a Bernie bro person. And the reason I left being a Bernie bro is because...
I don't know why he keeps doing this like play of like, I left being a Bernie bro, not a Bernie bro. Like, bro, you literally are 100% a crazy lefty. Like, all of your, not crazy lefty, but you have a massive partisan slant in that direction. All your posts and everything show the same, He's not a crazy lefty. Like, he does give libs their props, I say, on his social media thing. But when there is a decision to be made, it will always be decided by the insane lefty people versus the more moderate left people, it seems to be.
I cared about real life politics and real life implications of Donald Trump winning. So I was watching, Jimmy Dore back then. I was watching probably Hasan back then. I was watching Oni Kalkolinski back then. And the reason I left is because when the election came around, they were not supporting Joe Biden. Even after all the COVID stuff, they were not supporting Joe Biden. They did not care about throwing trans people under the bus. They did not care about all the Supreme Court seats. They did not care about all these issues affecting Americans. And then I started watching commentators like a Brian Tyler Cohen, like a Destiny, like even a Vosh at that point. I know Vosh kind of went.
He was pragmatic. He was pragmatic in 2024, and
I would argue that Vosh at that point was the biggest connection to me becoming more liberal at that point in my life, because he made arguments that were more sympathetic with like a populist type framework, and then he became sure.
Before you, what did you think of the Mockler clip, or is that what you're unpacking right now? Do you agree with him?
I'm unpacking. Okay. I think that he's saying don't disavow Hasan, go hard at Max Miller, because even in the worst case of the DSA, I would argue that there's dozens of Republicans in power right now who are actual criminals. And even with the DSA or without the DSA, the media coverage is unfair to Democrats, and that will exist no matter what. And I want to make sure that that Americans know the Republican Party is fundamentally corrupt as much as possible. And I want Democratic voters and people that like Democrats, if they Google anti-Trump video right now on YouTube, I want them to find Pondering Politics over maybe like a crystal ball. I want
Well, I think the issue here is that we're at this like really uncomfortable juncture where it used to be for a really long time that the Republican media apparatus, they would just lie about the Democratic Party and the median Democratic politician or voter where they were at, and they would call us crazy radical communists and all that stuff, everything that comes along with that. And it was obvious nonsense. Obviously Joe Biden was not some crazy socialist, neither was Obama, neither was Pelosi or Schumer. The issue now is that we do have crazy radical communists that are, or social, whatever, Marxists that are very openly so. And in the case of Hasan, I mean, he doesn't even hide the fact that he thinks America is the most evil country that's ever existed on the planet. He thinks China is, the way he talks about China is, he said something.
Quick democracy break from CNN. Supreme Court backs Trump's order to curb mail ballots. The Supreme Court on Monday said that President Donald Trump could begin carrying out parts of an executive order intended to restrict mail voting, but additional legal challenges could hinder implementation of his plan before the November midterm election. The ruling injects new uncertainty about the voting rules for the midterms by keeping alive the possibility that Trump will impose policies outlined in March. In the March order, they gave the U.S. Postal Service and the Department of Homeland Security unprecedented roles in the running of elections. Another 6-3 ruling. The High Court's ruling, handed down in an unsigned order over the dissent of the court's 3 liberal justices, means that the Trump administration may move forward with a proposal for DHS to compile state-specific lists of people it believes are eligible to vote in the Democratic-led states that had challenged the plan in court. Another part of Trump's executive order instructs the Postal Service to impose new mandates on states that want to send ballots through the mail, requiring that they submit their own lists of eligible voters to the agency and include information on ballot envelopes to allow those ballots to be tracked. Nice. Trump's getting his voter lists that he always wanted. We'll see how it goes. Oh boy.
The other day that I thought was like really telling. He's like, we can't just employ a strategy of sitting around and waiting for China to save us. But, you know, and it was nothing that didn't surprise me when he said that, but you know, it's a good glimpse into how his mind works and how he sees the world. And so, you know, like those kinds of views on top of the fact that he is just like a tanky that, you know, not so successfully like hides his power level if you know what to look for. And so the uncomfortable position that I think we're in right now is the fact that like Fox News and the right, I'd say on balance, are giving people more accurate information about Hasan Piker than the center-left media. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
In the coverage I've seen CNN attack us on a little bit. I haven't seen MS Now. Fox News, I would mostly agree because they kind of do the communist thing and the Mao thing, so that's not incorrect. Possibly.
I mean, like I was watching that.
He's downplaying it so much, pretending that he has absolutely zero understanding of the current media environment is so fucking cringe.
Hasan and Sam Cedar and Jon Stewart. Did you watch the Jon Stewart conversation with Fetterman?
I saw the full one with Crystal Ball and Soccer. I saw half of the conversation with Fetterman.
So in the conversation with Fetterman, when they got to the topic of Hasan, Fetterman just started repeating the things that Hasan has said, his positions, like his publicly held positions. And Jon Stewart started saying, don't you think you're constructing a caricature? And then the conversation became about supporting Iran. Like Fetterman was like, I don't think we should be hanging out with Hasan. He supports Iran. And Jon Stewart was like, he said something like, oh, you're saying he really, don't you think you're like, it was obvious in that moment that Jon Stewart like didn't know that Hasan unironically like supports Iran.
Yep.
And so like that's what I'm talking about.
Kinda
and then you
weird.
turn on Fox News, and you know sometimes they're clipping him and taking him out of context and making some wild claims about him that aren't true. But like a lot of the times they're just like showing you clips of what he said, and there's no amount of context that's going to change that. So like that's what I mean when I say like Fox News, you know, you're saying like, well, they're gonna like I don't know if this is what you're saying. You tell me. But I oftentimes hear well they're gonna call us radical communists anyway, so it doesn't matter. And it's like, well, wait a second. You shouldn't make their job easier by associating yourself with someone who is like a radical Marxist who literally wants to end the American project. Like I don't understand the logic of that.
Because there is no.
I feel like I can completely agree with your points and also agree with Adam Mockler at the same time, understanding the current media environment. So I can agree that Abdul Al-Sayed is a dumbass for contending with Hasan Piker and even opening that door. And especially dealing with this political battle as a Muslim man with the name that he has in Michigan. It'll make it even more difficult when Hasan does not give a singular shit about protecting the candidates he's associated with. And Hasan should shut the hell up until election day if he gives a shit about helping Al-Sayed. And I'm even seeing some Hasan fans say that. So I hope that, you know, that notion continues. I also agree with Adam that in your 60-second CNN hit that you're going to say, well, I don't agree with Hasan Piker, but, you know, Max Miller is a child and wife abuser who abused.
That's fine.
He's so obsessed with this Max Miller story because I guess this is the thing that he's like looked up the most. But it's like on the broad, like national level political scene, like he's like so obsessed with the Republican bad narrative. Like we understand that Republicans are bad. Like if you want to cover this thing, you can cover this thing. There's nothing wrong with covering it, but that doesn't mean you have to sweep for all the crazy tankies at the same time. Like you don't need to do that. I don't know why he keeps presenting these as like one or the other.
Daughter and granddaughter. Yeah, I mean, if that's okay, then yeah, sure.
Well, because at that point, because you've included the disavowal, like that's what makes you what you're saying. I agree with you. Don't like. I feel like, especially in political debates, especially if you're a political figure and you're going on an adversarial platform, you don't want to like. It's like you want to maximize the use of your time, and what you want to maximize is offense and minimize defense. And so I agree with you. Like do the disavowal, and then immediately redirect and be like, well, I have nothing to do with Hasan.
It's like, and I cringe too because AOC gets stuck on it where she will be in an interview and she'll be like, well, I think he apologized for that a couple years ago. Then you welcome more conversation about Hasan Piker, which, you know, as a media strategy, I think that's really bad for Democrats. Electorally, it's hard for me to, I'll need to see data after the election, but if the two issues Republicans are trying to get voters to care about are Hasan Piker and foreign policy, I don't think voters are going to vote on those two issues.
Like, why does he laugh? They don't care about, like, these are people who are sometimes hardcore motivated by trans, like, prisoner surgeries. Like, you don't think it's possible to motivate Republican voters with retarded fucking cultural issues? How old are you? Hello? Have you been involved in American politics at all for the past decade? This guy's entire lifetime of politics should have been dominated by retarded fucking culture wars issues that Republicans keep trying to like eke out wins on. Like, hello?
Issues. So I agree with you in a media context. I agree that it should be a disavow. Really quick, like I don't agree with him, but let's move on to the real issues from like Abdul or AOC. So I agree with that. Should Abdul do a full on? This is why I left Hasan Piker. Not right now. There's not enough time until the election. So yeah, I think
it's so easy to just say like, oh, that guy doesn't represent my views, and I disavow whatever the fuck. Or like it should be a distance takes like one ad thing, and then you're done with it.
Mind those points. Do you think he will?
He will.
Jesse Waters tonight. That conversation on Fox News tonight. You see Abdul's gonna be on Jesse Waters.
No, but it wouldn't shock me if he took it. I don't know if he'll say I'll never associate with Hasan ever again, but I predicted when Abdul won that in short order, we were going to see a moment where he disavowed or condemned something that Hasan said, because they're burying him in ads featuring Hasan Piker. And, you know, if his calculation is they can just weather that storm, okay, but I don't agree. And so I do think he'll probably say something to the effect of like, oh, well, I don't like that he said that, or I condemn that particular statement. But
are you okay with how Zoran did it?
I would have to go back and look at what Zoran did. I don't remember.
I just said like the 9/11 comments are terrible comments he does not agree with, I'm pretty sure, and he moved on from it. He just never brought up Hasan ever again after that.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with the strategy of...
While that's true, I don't think Zoran was ever as closely tied to Hasan as El Sayed is, because I feel like once Zoran had like become big and popular, I don't know, did he ever appear on stage or anything with Hasan? I feel like Hasan only ever appeared next to him in that one interview.
I don't think I've seen him on stage. I'm pretty sure Hasan even got kicked out of like a party over it now.
Probably got kicked out, but I know that. Yeah, I don't know. Also, Zoran is running for the mayor of New York City, not senator of a hardcore battleground state.
Method for Abdul? Okay.
Yes, you should. I mean, it's even more, I think it's even more incumbent on Abdul to do that because he's running in a competitive race, you know. Zoran is running in a state that is pretty deeply blue. New York City is definitely blue. And so the fact that he did it or saw value in doing that, I think Abdul El Sayed should take notes because it's going to work. You know, one of the reasons why the Democratic Party struggles so much right now is because of the perception that it's too extreme. And when you have Fox News running wall-to-wall coverage on Hasan Piker and his greatest hits, you know, literally wearing a Mao outfit,
kind of weird.
It's not great. And, you know, there's a non-zero chance that Hasan could cost us a winnable seat and, you know, help to flip a blue seat red. With his
I see that frustration as well, like
shenanigans.
from Adam Mockler, like being pissed off that Republicans are currently owning the White House with Trump making $2 billion or $3 or $4 billion his first 2 years as president. Max Miller abusing the daughter and granddaughter of...
Like, here's the issue. This is the issue that I have with people too when they talk about like, oh, never mind. You're talking about this. This is actually the biggest error that people make. And I don't know, maybe Hutch will get here. The biggest error that people make when they're talking about this is they're talking about Hasan like we're trying to weigh two really difficult things. Like Hasan brings all these bad media hits and everything onto Abdul El Sayed, but he offers so much value. But Hasan offers no value. Hasan is not helping El Sayed in any way, size, shape, or form. There is not a single person in all of Michigan who is thinking about voting for Abdul El Sayed, or they were thinking about not voting for him, and then all of a sudden Hasan shows up and like, actually, fuck it, this is our guy, let's go. Like, that's never happening. Hasan could literally do the exact same promotion from home for El Sayed that he could do by going and being on stage with him. The only thing Hasan does there is he leeches clout and he exposes El Sayed to a ton of attacks. So why defend this? There's nothing to defend. If Hasan had like a massive ground game, a big operation next to El Sayed, and he was like providing a ton of actual valuable material support that he needs to be there for, then I think this is a good conversation potentially to have. But this when he offers nothing except for him just leeching clout, it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? Why? Hello?
Making $2 billion or $3 or $4 billion his first 2 years as president. Max Miller abusing the daughter and granddaughter of a fellow Republican who's a U.S. senator as well, and Max Miller being a congressman.
Oh my God,
that not representing the Republican Party, being a sitting congressman, but Hasan Piker representing the Democratic Party, being an outsider whose DSA coalition has like, what, 4 seats in Congress?
Like, who are you arguing with here, bro? Oh my God.
In total, or 4 or 5 seats in Congress. That is also, in my opinion, a failure of the media just being anti-Democrat. Because I mean, I don't know about you, but I'll ask you, I guess. Do you think we have any Democrats in Congress currently? I know you might say Daria Lisa is going to be coming in, but any Democrats currently in Congress who are at the level of Lauren Boebert or Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Well, what do you mean by at the level of like how disgusting they are, or like influential they are?
When you say the level, you mean just
radicalism? And I mean Jewish space lasers, like the literally asking for the same policies of like, banning other languages, like the most radical, like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Rashid Tlaib, is she the one who did the Israel has hypnotized the world comment?
Jesus Christ.
That was a long time ago too. That was like 4 or 5 years ago. It was a little weird, but you know, hey.
I'm trying to think if like Rashida Tlaib, I don't know if I would put
Oh my God, you guys are
that was Ilhan Omar. Sorry, not Rashida Tlaib. What do you say?
You guys are fucking mind linked.
Oh.
I'm trying to think if like Rashida Tlaib, I don't know if I would put I think Rashida Tlaib is pretty bad. And I think Daria Lisa is just the worst. Maybe the worst Democrat elected to the Congress in my lifetime, in terms of just like toxicity for the party. But I don't think so outside of those two. Nobody really jumps to mind. But I don't know if I would put Rashida on the same plane as like Boebert, but I think that she's destructive. I think that she's harmful for the party.
Even Rashida, I believe, voted for standalone Ukraine funding packages, so that might put her above Darya-Liza. So
well, you know, she worked against
she
worked against the candidate in a presidential election versus Donald Trump, and that
I agree with that,
that alone to me is like, okay, well, you know.
She was my example as well, because Ilhan Omar, AOC, and Ayanna Pressley all endorsed Kamala in July. So like Rashida was my option as well for the most like radical member for Democrats in Congress. And when I take her versus Marjorie Taylor Greene or versus a Lauren Boebert, the Republican Party, there's no reason and I like IRI when he says that he wants to see Darya-Liza in action, because your tweets a couple years ago might be different from how you conduct yourself as a congressperson. So hopefully there's some moderation there. Like
I mean, listen, it was a few, bro. It was a few years ago, and she was like a 26-year-old. Like,
I'm low confidence. But even if she is as bad as we think the worst scenario is, I think she'll be in line with one of the Republicans who are in Congress right now. So the American perception, even with Darya-Liza, even if she is a member of the Democratic Party, there should never be a perception that Democrats are more radical than Republicans.
Sure, but like these are, regardless of how your positions even are on these people are elected people in Congress. Like these are not random campaign surrogates. So why are we even doing this comparison? Hello? They're not. Hasan is not a member of Congress. It's not the same thing at all.
This is my argument, and I think that's Adam.
But in order for that to happen, you have to disavow people like Darya-Liza. You know, like
Republicans don't disavow any of their people. They don't disavow their wife beaters and child abusers. They don't disavow their active criminals. They don't disavow Gonzalez, who's like mistress set herself on fire. They don't disavow anybody in the Republican Party, but they're seen as less radical for some reason.
I would argue that the extremism that we've seen in MAGA and the Republican Party has largely hurt them during the era of Trump. That's a whole other conversation. Like I think if the Republican Party had a different leader, like if Donald Trump had not won the primary and then the election in 2016, and a more normal kind of candidate came around in 2020 or something like that, that they would have bigger majorities right now, and they'd probably be getting more legislation done. But the extremism that we've seen out of MAGA, I understand what you're saying in terms of like media narrative and public perception, and that is a problem. But they have blown so many winnable races. By the way, I mean, you're familiar with I Feel Jaded, right?
Probably.
Yeah, he wanted to confront you, I think, a little bit.
Confrontation.
If you were down to do that.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I invited him on my stream too, but we could do that. But
we'll give that a second. We'll finish up what we're saying.
Why? I believe that's why Adam Mockler isn't going to go like disavow Hasan. He's just going to say it's stupid and move on. Which you said right here that they'll probably make you happy just to hear like, okay, I don't like those comments. I don't like Hasan. I don't work with him. I'm going to move on and move forward. What do you think is the main reason why? I'll list the names again. That Mockler, Pisco, Josiah. Like, why do you think? Do you think they agree with what I'm saying right now, and that's why they don't want?
I also really don't like that. I can't tell if I've done this, and I'm just like missing it because I feel differently in the moment or whatever. But like this weird thing of like, like I don't know what I would call it, consensus politics or something. Like, don't you agree that this person agrees with me, or why do you think this person agrees with me? Like, don't these people agree with me, or like this person agrees with me? Like, and I feel like he doesn't offer his own individual like strong view of things before just constantly invoking other people agreeing with him. I don't know. It drives me fucking crazy.
It's like, fuck, what's the fallacy? It's, God. When someone's like above you or whatever, it's like,
fallacious appeal to authority, or?
Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not even that. It's like appeal to majority, basically, or consensus. It's appeal to the consensus. Like, but it's just, yeah, it's so cringe. I don't know. Because it almost feels like, too, when he says this, that what he's trying to do is to get you to feel bad to disagree with a friend. Like, that's the vibe that I get. Like, oh, like, your boys all agree. Like, you know, Adam Mockler, you said he's good. Like, he agrees with me, right? Like, why do you think he agrees with me? And it's just like, so now you're not actually having the argument with Jolah. You're like, now you have to justify why you fucking hate your friends or whatever. Yeah. And it's like, I don't know. It just feels slimy.
Want to go after the left, or do you think they would be able to maintain the relationships they have with like a Crystal or Kyle by have those relationships while still critiquing them more? And if not, is it worth the trade-off of critiquing them in a much harsher manner if they would hypothetically be cut off from their audiences and platforms? It's a big question. But.
Yeah, I think there's a combination of things going on that lead to people like my friends taking a less hostile tone with them. There are certainly people probably in chat right now that take the least charitable position, which is that it's just like purely for being a sellout and chasing money and clout and sweeping for tankies and that kind of a thing. I think it's more complicated than that. I think like the fact that this particular online crowd that we're talking about, like the Hasan, we'll call it the Hasan space, they are fucking vicious. Like, just the most vicious online community that I've ever sparred with. Like, I never had people like invoking dead relatives until I started barring
or using racial slurs against me, or being as homophobic, I guess. Maybe conservatives were, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I would feel differently too. Well, this was my whole motivation for why I felt as strongly as I did about these topics. I would feel differently if I saw these types getting called out ever. I think I would have a much different feeling about it. But the fact that they never get called out makes me scared. Well, and I guess now we're seeing the results of that, huh? with all the conservatives now getting these free attacks on our blue Senate. Yeah.
Sparring with these people. I never had people sending me death threats before I started sparring with these kinds of people. And so there's that's in the background, and whether consciously or unconsciously, I think people have a justifiable reason to be a little bit worried about that. I think that my friends are where I was at maybe in like 2020, which is, I think they sincerely do believe that they can be persuasive and pull people from that space to their perspective. I think they earnestly hold that belief. And then there's also like the networking part of this, but I don't see that like as completely invalid, when you do this for a living. And then also,
I will say, I probably said clout when I got mad, but like technically networking and clout is not it's not technically a bad thing if you're like a political influencer, because especially if you want to spread your message to other people, I mean, you kind of do need more people to hear it. I think I've talked about this in the past, that it's a little bit of a weird attack to make on a political streamer that like, oh, you're just trying to gain influence or something. And it's like, well, yeah, but I mean, like what is politics if you have no influence? You kind of need some, right? So that's not technically a bad thing.
Also evaluating the effectiveness of your efforts to pull people to your side. Like networking is not like a bad or a toxic or a gross thing. And so like, I think trying to keep those channels open for future kind of conversations, I think is a part of this as well. But I do think that they, and I told them this directly, so I don't feel like I'm talking shit about them behind their backs, but like, I think they're being naive about this. Like, I think they're that frog in the boiling water. And it's just like when they hear like, Josh Shapiro covered up a murder and, Kamala Harris wants to kill every Palestinian. It's just like, they've just gotten so used to that rhetoric that it's just not registering in their minds, like how crazy that is. So I don't know. I don't think it's one thing or another necessarily. I think it's a few different things.
It's tough to understand as well, because if we're trying to make a rational analysis of this, they might be right for the correct assumption that the viewers have a level of irrationality that they can tap into. So for like, I talk to a lot of voters from Democrats and Republicans, and when I talk to Democrats, a lot of them are now Candace Owens viewers. Like a lot of them are now Candace Owens viewers.
Who are you talking to? What do you mean when you talk? When you talk to voters, who are you talking to? Are you involved in your local like Democratic Party?
I'm involved in canvassing. I'm involved in Democratic organizing. A good amount of voters, not the people who are like involved in the party and like knowledgeable necessarily of politics, but they watch the whole like we are turning against Trump thing and the conspiracism about like even the Charlie Kirk stuff. I know a lot of people who are like, Candace Owens has a point. Tucker Carlson has a point, especially after Hunter Biden went on their platforms to help launder their platforms, which I think Hunter
he's on my shit list right now. I don't love Hunter Biden.
I think he's being abused by them a little bit. He was good friends with Tucker Carlson growing up, so it's a really kind of scary, there. But the way voters
Hunter Biden was friends with Tucker Carlson?
Oh yeah, they have a background.
Were they friends? This was 30 minutes ago. Since the primary election, Abdul and I have been in continual dialogue in our shared fight against MAGA extremism. We have also talked about Jewish and Arab safety and security, both here at home in Michigan and in the Middle East. Coexistence among all of our communities is essential for the future prosperity of all Michiganders. These important conversations do not fit neatly in the confines of a tweet or reel like so many want them to. I'm grateful that Abdul and I are having them. There is still work ahead to unite our ticket despite our differences. It won't happen overnight, nor should it. It will require continuing outreach that is credible and authentic, but provocateurs are exploiting this moment to create further divisions. I will not be lectured by a California podcaster about what Oakland County, Michigan's Jewish community should and shouldn't believe, and we certainly won't be gaslit that we're responsible for the anti-Semitic harm upon us. The attempted murder of Jewish children in West Bloomfield has no justification, and as a Democrat and a believer in our Constitution, I will never agree with Mike Rogers' dangerous election denial, backing of ISIS cruelty and obedience to Donald Trump and his future court picks that will erode our rights. Let me be clear, I am not supporting Rogers. Damn.
They went, I forget, they knew each other for decades. I think they may have went to a similar school because they're both from wealthy, elite families. You can look up
Do you see how he fucking does this here? They were friends. Now, they knew each other, and they're from the same area.
Yeah, it's you don't remember the Mike of AK story, huh?
No.
Why do you think this latest Hasan statement has caught fire compared to everything else? I mean, it does sound pretty bad. And also, he just has a lot of eyes on him now. Like, there's a lot of people looking, and there's going to be more heat turned up than there ever has been before, so. Oh, live Hasan reaction? Uh-oh.
Jeremy Moss is playing his role in the play constructed by the GOP. Yeah. There's no room for extremism in Michigan. My statement, says Jeremy Moss. Since the primary election, Abdul and I have been in continual dialogue in our shared fight against MAGA extremism. We have also talked about Jewish and Arab safety and security, both here at home in Michigan and in the Middle East. Coexistence amongst all of our communities is essential for the future prosperity of all Michiganders. These important conversations do not fit neatly in the confines of a tweet or a reel like so many want them to. I'm grateful that Abdul and I are having them. There's still work ahead. I just don't understand. Like, he's just still refusing to endorse Abdul al-Sayed. There's still work ahead to unite our ticket despite our differences. It won't happen overnight, nor should it. It will require continuing outreach that is credible and authentic, but provocateurs are exploiting this moment to create further divisions. I will not be lectured by a California podcaster about what Oakland County, Michigan's Jewish community should.
Like, it's because of you, buddy.
And shouldn't believe, and we certainly won't be gaslit that we're responsible for anti-Semitic harm against us. The attempted murder of Jewish children in the West Bloomfield has no justification. I've never justified it. Oh my fucking God. It's literally... I like that every single new statement adds on a different thing. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, by the end of this media cycle, they're just going to be like, Hasan did 9/11. And if you don't believe that, if you don't agree with that, you're anti-Semitic. You know what I mean?
Those pesky Jews.
It's unbelievable. It's unfucking believable. Stop saying sue, sue, sue. I can't sue every single person. Okay.
He's skinwalking me again. He's skinwalking me.
He's gonna. Okay. I mean, it's not unbelievable. It makes sense. You become a prominent threat to AIPAC. You become a prominent threat to Israel's ambitions in American politics. Yes, people are going to aggressively prosecute that. People are going to aggressively attack you.
Oh my God. True. Wait, we got a big truth bomb. It won't let me scroll up. No! The far left is still outraged over Kamala Harris sitting down with Liz Cheney, who is very much against Gen 6 and told people to vote for Kamala Harris, but they defend politicians campaigning with Hasan Piker, who didn't endorse Kamala and thought Gen 6 was awesome and funny. True.
Strengthen, not abdicate our...
Yeah, that other part. Liberals fucking chanting USA after she said we have to have the most lethal military force.
Which we should. If we have a military, it should be lethal.
What is this? Like, welcome back Hitler? Like, what's going on? What the fuck's happening here? If you don't recognize how fucking terrifying that is, that a Democrat is saying that, and a room full of Democrats are cheering that on by going USA, USA.
My God.
You've lost the plot. This is shit that you hear at a fucking Trump rally.
My God, dude.
Hitler. Welcome back, Hitler. It's no longer Hitler or Himmler. It's Hurler.
Strengthen, not abdicate our...
Yeah, that other part. Liberals fucking chanting USA after she said we have to...
Frickin' epic, bro.
We whiffed not boosting Aisha. She got close with no money or attention, but in 28 she needs the priority campaign. Wait, what? We whiffed not boosting Aisha. Dog. What are you talking about?
Dog.
We did boost her, and she won.
Yeah, dog.
Oh, you're talking about Faruqi. Oh. You're talking about... I thought you were talking about Aisha Wahab. I was like, what? We literally did boost her, and she did defeat AIPAC in spite of the $6 million they put into that race in a matter of 17 days. Historic amounts.
Defeated AIPAC. Hell yeah. Yeah, we haven't done anything historic over here on this stream, guys. Fuck!
Don't knows.
There's like 30, there's 41 of them.
You're scared of them?
Hold on, we get an emergency Hasan clip.
Urgency of now. It's a subtweet. At least he didn't say Hasan Piker said this and instead subtweeted.
Oh, he's so mad he didn't use his name. Oh, no. He's doing the Hasan strat. Uh-oh.
But this is how...
Fascist.
This is how a smear campaign works.
Oh, true. What? Oh, you disagree? They're smearing him by talking about what he's saying.
And Nikki had a good take as well. The way establishment Dems are trying to clobber Hasan is actually a Republican wet dream. They've robbed the GOP of one of their greatest fantasies and are harming no one but their own candidates. Yep.
Yep. That's right.
We have to double down on our efforts, dude. That's it. Do not let this smear campaign distract you from our goals. They wouldn't be doing this if we weren't making an impact.
There you go. Hell
For the
yeah,
last 10 years, I said the exact same shit that I'm saying right now.
10 years.
Okay. For the last 10 years. So why is it happening now? Because we are having an impact. Because people's minds are changing on this issue. Okay? That's it. That's it.
That's it, guys.
They want us to be distracted. They want us to be fighting amongst ourselves. Don't fall for it.
So brave.
And here, there's a shining light here as well. I'm hardly a Hasan head. Watched a few of his interviews with Mahmoud Khalil. Never vibe with the personality. The reason I defend him now is because he's one of a long series of dominoes needed to fall before fascists can permanently crush your existing rights and freedoms.
Wow. I cry. No shot.
There are certain incidents that don't pass my smell test, and I tell you, I don't think this is a false flag style situation. I think this is a blowback situation. It's someone seeking out revenge, someone frustrated and angry. Israel's wanton killing of civilians and synagogues like this one that openly support Israel despite its behavior make Jews less safe by motivating acts of hate. Like the synagogue support for Israel is irrelevant, dude. Come on, it's utterly irrelevant. I mean, I understand that it like also plays a role in the way to make Jews less safe by motivating acts of hate. Like the synagogue support for Israel is irrelevant, dude. Come on, it's utterly irrelevant. I mean, I understand that it like also plays a role in the way that people perceive Jews in America for having responsibility over Israel's violence. Is it? Yes. Yes, because there is no justification for trying to go into a synagogue and murdering kids. What are we talking about? There is none. Okay, this is not like an anti-Zionist act. This is someone who lost their minds when their immediate relatives were slaughtered by the state of Israel that carries the banner of Judaism. The issue here is the false conflation between Zionism and Judaism that many of these Jewish institutions openly declare without recognizing what kind of damage that they're doing. This is what I actively try to push back against. Aaron Regenberg says, this is a heartbreaking attack, and it does make me fear for the world my Jewish sons will grow up in. If a significant portion of Americans metabolize their legitimate anger towards the government of Israel and the resentment against Jews as a whole, that is genuinely a more perilous state of affairs than Jews in this country have faced in generations, which is why it's so dangerous that mainline Jewish...
Okay. All right, back to this.
Let me see really quick. Tucker... They talked about it in the podcast they did. But that'd be a decent stream watch if you have a chance for that too.
I just don't love, like, I feel like Hunter Biden has the sloppy-list mind rot.
True.
I see him in the same way that I see like Channel 5 News.
Damn.
I just don't love his news. I've seen so many clips of Hunter on the feed lately. I'm like, oh my god.
Know each other for 30 years.
Jesus. Interesting. So where are you going with that, by the way? So people are saying that they, okay, Candace Owens has a point. They're going more into the anti-establishment, like populism stuff. What is that?
A lot of it is not going to be A plus B equals C. Like a lot of it's going to be very convoluted, very weird. The reason why different people follow different commentators and believe different things about politics can be very different. Like there's people who answer polls, and you can read from even the New York Times, who say that Zoran Mamdani ran to the right of Andrew Cuomo by running on affordability when they focused on foreign policy. Like it doesn't make any sense.
This is like weird things that lefties say, I think, that ran to the right on, ran to the left on because of some like random policy thing that they can't make work in their very, very narrow view of the world. I don't know. I think it's cringe.
It makes zero sense.
Are you talking about
there
was something that was reported on Twitter yesterday or the day before where somebody spoke with two people in New York City that were Republicans, but they voted for Zoran. Is that what you're referring to?
That was one of them.
And they said that the reason why they supported him is because he ran on affordability, and so did Donald Trump in 2024. And it was just, it was one of those like, I give you the median voter, ladies and gentlemen, kind of moments there.
Yeah, exactly. And I told you before in our Grand Platter conversation, I was not like, holy shit, I love this freaking guy. I'm like, okay, Democrats love him. The other candidates are trash. So we have no choice. He won the biggest vote.
I was right about him. You got to hand it to me.
You were right.
I was
about
right about
Grant
that
Plattner.
guy.
I did tell you in that conversation that I had friends and family tell me, I'm like, do you ever hear about this guy from Maine? And they're like, oh, the one moderate candidate, the one like normal guy, like he's just like running down the middle. And it's like
he's just like you and me. Yeah,
he's just like you and me. He has the Susan. I'm always gonna miss your Grant Plattner voice. I don't know if you can do that anymore.
Susan Collins doesn't understand what people are talking about here in Maine.
And now and by the way, there's a Republican-backed movement in Maine. It's called, it's something about being disenfranchised. A group of people who are voting Grant Plattner to restore their lost votes stolen by the Democratic Party. That was a news story I saw this week.
It's a Chinese op. It's a Chinese op.
Yeah, I would just say for people, don't assume it's all going to make technical sense when you see a commentator using certain rhetoric in a certain audience to try and move them in a certain direction. Sometimes it's very intentional, and sometimes you just have to think like.
I hate the condescension. I don't know if people understand this. Like the amount of condescension that this guy uses when he's talking about anything, about like he acts like he's on like such an insanely highly strategic level that like the ordinary human mind could never comprehend because of how involved in politics he is and how deeply strategic all of it. It's like, bro, it's not that deep. Holy shit.
If there are two options on the table, there's one option where the Vanguard and Crystal and Kyle and all of them are going to be having the same conversations without Pisco. Okay, Pisco has what 30,000 subs on YouTube. Not to say it doesn't matter, but without Pisco, or they'll be doing the exact same content with a little bit of a nudge from Pisco. We want it to be more of a nudge, but a little bit more of a nudge from Pisco. That the reality in which Pisco engages in some way with them can be positive for a democratic future. And at the very least, do not assume Pisco wants the worst and he's just grifting for money. Because I can say from experience, I have made less growth in social media engaging with your communities. I have made less, okay? Because I go to the Hasan community, looks at my stuff, and they see me calling Hasan a Chinese agent. I can't grift in either direction, okay? Trust me.
Well, listen,
I wish I could.
I think you're in a bit of a.
Cool.
I think you're in a bit of a. I want to say the word spiral, but it sounds like you're going crazy. But that's not what I mean. Because I have sparred with you. I have sparred with DGG more than a few times on a number of issues, and what has happened for me, and these are experiences that I learned from. It feeds on itself. And so what happens is maybe I like someone sends me a link to the Reddit and there's some like really unhinged post about me with like a bunch of crazy, like a bunch of like upvotes. Like there were posts where the people are like, Hutch, at the end of the day, I think I think people were like, some of the stuff that was being said, it was wild. And then I would like focus on those posts when I was live, which would attract more of those kinds of people to show up in my chat. And then even more unhinged stuff gets said. I react to that. It goes back to the Reddit. And so you're in this fucking spiral. And then by the end of it, you're like, I fucking hate DGG. When really, you're probably tangoing with like 1% of the community.
Like,
and, you're attracting more of that 1%. And then
they make you look crazy to other regular people. They make you look crazy. Like, what are they responding to? And the same thing happens with their community responding to some other far left communities. It's like outsiders coming in who don't know much about all the drama are like, why are you acting this way? And that's what
but this is an entirely new calendar. It was just adopted on August 14th officially. And kind of in preparation for this, and in a couple months, frankly, like right after the November midterms, a lot of folks are going to start announcing their intention to run for president. We can probably guess a few candidates already, but we'll have an official list probably by the end of the year and going into next year. And what we wanted to show is something that I think is pretty clear for everyone who's been following the 2026 midterms, which is that the 2028 race, in many ways, is going to hinge on how do these candidates react and listen to and abide by what voters are demanding around Israel.
Oh my God.
I think especially, we've had members of Congress, their elections very much influenced by this question. Candidates for Senate, Mayor Mamdani running for mayor of New York, his race very much hinged on this question.
Hinged on
it. For president,
it.
it's an entirely different
hinged
game,
on
because
it.
The president actually
Mamdani's race hinged on how he felt about Israel-Palestine. Okay.
Almost unchecked authority to decide where weapons go, where weapons don't go. To sanction other countries. I mean, President Trump is announcing all these sanctions.
Were these people?
Today.
This is the YouGov poll guy. They're debuting 6 polls on Hasan Piker's stream. I don't know why.
We've done nationally and in a lot of districts around the country, a lot of states around the country, and really hone in on, okay, if you're a likely Democratic primary voter in 2028, what do you want your presidential nominee to do around U.S. policy toward Israel, and how much is this going to affect your vote? And the results, frankly, are not
it's a Palestinian
surprising.
org. Yeah, but didn't they do some polling through YouGov, and they're debuting that here? It was IMEU YouGov polling that they did through their participant in this, I believe.
Kind of put their heads in the sand about what's going on here.
Well, I guess I don't know the connection. Maybe these guys just asked YouGov to do polls, paid them, and now they're debuting the polls here. I guess
about
maybe
whether Israel is committing a genocide. Michigan just had a primary. 80% say yes, Israel's committing a genocide. In New Mexico, it's 76%. In New Hampshire, it's 78%. In Nevada, it's 78%. In Virginia, it's 72%. The drop-off we see is in South Carolina. It goes down to 57%, but this is not because folks are saying, yes, or no, I don't believe Israel's committing a genocide. They just default a little bit more to a don't know position, really what we see in all of these states on this question is Israel committing a genocide against Palestinians. No more than about 5% in each state say no. It's either a flat yes or a don't know for 95% of the voters who are likely to turn out in these primaries. And we see this kind of overwhelming response also for questions around, should we sanction Israel? Should we cut off all weapons to Israel?
South Carolina, should the U.S. sanction Israel, has a 49% yes answer and only 16% no.
Right.
I mean, that's incredible. If this is one of the more conservative states that we're talking about, a more conservative, or at least the estimation is that this is a more conservative electorate.
You're right, and I mean, there's definitely work to do there. I would say that if I were, a progressive candidate thinking about my game plan, I would say, hey, that's a state where there's a lot of persuadable voters to come in my direction, because they're so far not saying, no, Israel is not committing genocide. Yes, I want to send weapons to Israel. Again, only 4% say yes to either of those things. But they are.
Is there any reason to trust these polls, especially given the state of polling lately? I mean, I wouldn't immediately distrust them, considering all the conversation in the United States is about how Israel is committing a genocide and everything else. It's not like you hear the flip side to that very much. It wouldn't surprise me if most Americans thought that. I wouldn't immediately believe that that's impossible.
Almost, it feels like, I don't want to use the word unanimous, but just overwhelming numbers where, people talk about 80-20 issues. This is a 90-10 issue.
Oh my God, it's Hassan's
or
thing!
Or a 95-5 issue.
Yeah.
It appears.
Yeah.
And yet you still have, just to keep naming it, you still have folks who say,
how is it a 95-10 issue or whatever when only 46 people or 46% or whatever support it?
You're just not thinking. You're not thinking.
I think we're also seeing, the news from Mike Rogers a few days ago where he doesn't want AIPAC to spend on his behalf in Michigan. I think, we've done polling of Republicans. What we see is that younger Republicans are also moving in this direction. There was a New York Times poll a few months ago that found that 63% of Republicans aged 45 and younger say we should stop sending all aid to Israel. 63%. That's actually not that far away from where these Democratic voters are. It's just a little bit behind. Older Republicans is a different story. But when you're talking about a general election, you just want to peel off some of the other parties' voters. Independents as well. We've polled Michigan plenty of times, and we see that independents are kind of where the Democrats are overwhelmingly. Israel's committing genocide, stop using my tax dollars to pay for bombs to Israel. And so we wanted to really get this information out, again, soon after that this calendar was adopted. We want to make sure that the people running for president, the people who are going to say, hey, I should be the person who, after a really stinging, brutal loss in 2024, where we lost every single swing state and young people did not turn out to vote, is a big reason why. And people in very blue pockets, like big cities in these swing states, people in college towns in these swing states did not turn out to vote. How are we going to reverse that? We all know that part of it is going to be getting people to actually want to vote for you. And part of it is going to be like, do I listen to my voters on speaking clearly about what we're all seeing? And I think that's maybe one point to return to is the reasons that you're seeing these overwhelming numbers is because everyone is seeing Israel do the exact same thing. Everyone is seeing the Israeli government leaders gloat about how many Palestinians they want to kill or move out of their homes. They're seeing them get away with that with no consequence whatsoever. And they're seeing our government, frankly, do cartwheels over and over again to keep it going, even though it's costing us money and even though money is not being spent in the ways that people want it to be spent here. And so if you're a Democratic candidate saying, I want to be both the next leader of the party and the next president, you have to be able to say, not just,
fuck Israel,
hey, let's end the weapons funding to Israel, but we're going to hold Israel accountable for what is clearly a genocide. That's what Democratic primary voters are saying in each of these first 6 states. There is no state that running on that platform of policies of I'm going to sanction Israel, I'm going to cut off all weapons to Israel, I'm going to put an arms embargo on Israel, will hurt you in a Democratic primary if you are running for...
We argued about this a long time ago. Oh, I can't pause this live stream. Remember what I said, that it would never be enough for these guys to just have like we need to stop supporting Israel, that it would always go further into you have to be actively hostile towards Israel. It was always going to go there, all right?
The pro-Palestinian movement is fringe or whatever, they're fringe. And they're giving Democrats bad advice, and they're actually putting Democrats into a nosedive. In the same way that we won.
Yeah, I think they understand that it's bad advice. I think that at this point they're more invested in protecting their comfortable sinecures, or they're more invested in protecting this allegiance between themselves and Israel. Whether it's because they're getting a lot of AIPAC money, whether it's like personal sympathies, I can't tell. But ultimately, I think there is this understanding that this issue has become untenable. And there are some who I think are looking for more sophisticated ways of continuing this relationship, but then there are others who are very aggressively posturing against those who speak out against this relationship, and they're not even shying away from leaning into Republican smears as well, as we've seen. One thing that I want to stress
you guys
here
do
also
when it's against
is the
moderate
fact
Dems.
that this was already, according to polls, even back in 2024. A very glaringly obvious issue that was motivating voters and was causing voters to stay at home, as you also pointed to. This is 2026 where this polling is being conducted. And it's not like Israel is going to become a more popular entity overnight going forward, especially considering that its lack of accountability is what's leading it to behave in more arrogant ways, more violent ways, more belligerent ways in the region. And that's actually contributing to its unpopularity. So if the numbers look like this right now in 2026, I mean, by 2028, we're going to be looking at a very different reality overall.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's almost like two ideas that I don't want to say are in conflict. They're in tandem. One is this has kind of been the Democratic Party reality for 2 years. We've been doing this polling of Democrats since August of 2024. We tried to get the Harris campaign to look at it because we polled Pennsylvania and Arizona and some other swing states, and we saw very clearly that there were people who were actually saying in the poll, I'm thinking of sitting this election out unless Kamala Harris says we should restrict weapons to Israel. It was actually overwhelming in states like Pennsylvania that voters would say that. They did not listen, but the polling has been there. I would say it is moving more extremely in the direction of this is undeniable. It was already undeniable, but this is just really a different.
Okay, we're good.
What happened with me? I definitely agree with what you said about that, and that's why I said in my tweet where I'm like, I'm gonna stop watching Destiny and Hutch because they're talking about the DSA too much. I still think that there's too much DSA conversation, but the way you do it is
I don't think there's enough conversation about DSA, Jolah.
Exactly.
I think more people
Hutch.
should be talking about DSA. I mean that so genuinely. I'm not even fucking kidding.
And that's the issue too, is I do that far more than a lot of the guys that I'm getting like, compared to. And I'm like, I don't have the history to back it up though, or the fan base to advocate for me. And like you said, I'm arguing with that 1% of the community that's like super loud and super annoying.
I would say
it's also hard
just
when the
stop.
extreme rhetoric is also coming from the top as well.
Just stop doing that for a little bit. Let it calm down for a little bit, and then re-engage. But that's my unsolicited advice to you.
I did not expect Destiny to call me a brain dead, mentally ill idiot who, if I was blasted from from political commentary forever, all of politics would be better. I did not expect that within a week of engaging with the community from Destiny himself. I did not expect that, and I also did not expect him to call Josiah a bad person.
What was the context of that though? Like, oh my God, this guy is so fucking cringe with the way that he tries to like get you on his side. Ugh, Jesus.
That's a whole other thing from bad opinions. Saying saying Josiah, like I like Josiah a lot. Saying he's a bad person is just like, I don't know, it's whatever. But
oh my
yeah,
God.
super fun time.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. And I did spiral, and I'm coming out of it a healthier man.
Just as a heads up, the reason why I'm bothered by it, and again, I understand that I'm literally the fucking T-1000 cyborg, is that it's a lot to ask with absolutely no like self-reflection whatsoever for somebody to not give a fuck about another community online that's involved in like the real life harassment and destruction of that person's entire life and every single person around them. I think it's pretty crazy to have zero sympathy whatsoever for that. And it shows me that your engagement with me as a human being is not with me as a human being, but it's just me as some kind of proxy for you to either leech an audience off of or to launder political talking points through. That's a little bit fucking insane. I would argue it's the same for how they talk to Hutch about it as well, but like personal attacks, I guess it just don't exist when it's me or Hutch or Lonerbox or anybody else, I guess,
And I'm happy I went through this now because I'll be more prepared in the future. Anybody can clip anything at any time.
Let me read some of Let me read some of these donations. One dangerous thoughts with $2. He just lied again. They're 56/57, not childhood. Wait a second. Was that a joke? In between the lines with £5. I think if you can't thread the needle of being friendly whilst not giving constant concessions to leftists, it's best to refrain from it entirely.
True.
Dongus with $20. Big Dick 20. The issue is Pondering and Mockler constantly say the left needs to present a coherent vision to woo voters, but then happily cede the ideological battle that single-payer and anti-corruption are inherently socialist. Cheesy Fries with $5. Don't get it twisted. MAGA disavows people who don't support the candidate. DSA leaders and members support people who don't support our candidate. RevTop with $2. MAGA doesn't disavow, but do we want to be MAGA? Top with $5. Progressive has lost all meaning. Now everyone has to pick either DSA adjacent or moderate, but it's ridiculous to call Richie Torres a moderate. Caramel Cold Brew with the tier 1 membership. Disagree with Jolah, but he seems harmless to me. Anion with $10. That's almost worse, isn't it? Harmless? Almost worse than like bad.
Oh, true. Also, yeah, I did get mega triggered on that. The Josiah is a bad person comment came after watching that comment in the Vanguard's chat that I had Miami diaspora brain. It's just so crazy, the weird types of like racist attacks that I've never in my life seen before in any far right space versus the crazy, weird, unique things that people on the left think of. And then, yeah, for people like Josiah Peace to just be utterly and completely silent, all of it is just fucking cringe, yeah.
Who was I on? Anion with $10. Hammering MAGA should be the focus, but failing to disavow far left extremists is like handing the Republican Party ammunition. It's the Dems fumbling the best favorability they've had in years. Well, the National Democratic Party, I don't think that's true in terms of favorability. Rizius with HK50. It is annoying that Jolah, Pisco, and Pondering can, in righteous anger, call out or disconnect with those who are rabidly attacking them, but also want the Dems to shake hands with those attacking them. Knife Mall with $2. I bet Jolah is against skill-based matchmaking. You have a comment on that?
Tell you what, Hutch. So I think if there is going to be skill-based, there needs to be a ranking system. That's usually what I say. Or at least a number, so you know like who you're playing. Because if you're a good player, at least you know if you're struggling that you're playing against other good players. You're not just like, oh, I'm losing to idiots on here. The one thing I hate.
The worst thing about skill-based matchmaking is actually, how is he just wrong on every issue? It's exactly what he's talking about right now. Because people, when they implement skill-based matchmaking, people legitimately believe that there is like a conspiracy against them that is like putting them in unfair lobbies over and over and over again that's not at an appropriate skill level, and then that's the only reason why they're losing games, and it's because the skill-based matchmaking system is somehow secretly against them and their account. They're like trapped in elo hell without a rating, basically. It's like, sorry.
That everybody should watch out for. So I solo queued 2 Masters in Apex Legends, which if anybody's an Apex player, you know that's pretty difficult. Retention-based matchmaking is worse than skill-based because that gives you artificially easy games. So I have people playing Fortnite for the first time in a few years, and they're like, wow, why did I stop playing? I got 30 kills this game. And I watch them play, and they're playing against a bunch of bots or worse players. So it gives you really easy games when you haven't played for a while to get you hooked to the game. They make it progressively harder until you wean off of it, and then they make it easy again.
I don't know if there's ever been proof of this ever. Also, all the weird conspiracies about like, oh, they use the skill-based matchmaking to fuck with your mind, to brain control you.
To keep you into the game. So retention-based matchmaking is predatory. That should be slandered.
Predatory? I swear to God.
Predatory.
The language
it gets people addicted to the game more.
What?
We were Force 50 didn't leave.
Well, we were, but these guys definitely aren't. But we definitely
Absolutely.
were. Okay, but that's different. Okay, I had loss streaks in League of Legends that I went to Cambridge and I was asking some of their math professors to analyze it, and they said it's mathematically impossible. You cannot you cannot have loss streaks that are this big without there being some kind of conspiracy, Force 50 conspiracy to lock you there. And you know that, I mean, what do you want me to say? That's just true. Okay, that's just true.
I think it's predatory. I'm just saying. With packs and stuff too.
I actually hate gamers. I really do. Rizius with
I had to stop playing competitive games.
50 HK. No, I think I already got you for that one. J Ray with $2. Hutch, you didn't read my super from Friday. It was $10. Well, shit. Meta Reaper, did I not get you for 125 months? Oh my God. Peasy with the tier 1 membership. Thank you. The trade with $5. They essentially get to influence Soy Pill, Pisco, Josiah, and Adam's audience. Our libs aren't winning that exchange. Will it flip? Not until they push. And now I think I'm caught up. Did you finish your point with the Candace Owens stuff? Like, this is where the voters are going? I think you did, right?
Shit is just very wacky out there, guys, and you can't be like super hyper specific about literally every point when you're having. Like when I talk to a Trumper who calls in, I do YouTube short streams. They call my.
I also hate this debate strategy of like explaining a thing that nobody's just agreeing with you with and pretending that you're explaining some novel thing that they don't understand. And it's like, yeah, we know this. Hello, nobody is asking you. But like it's like when he does that thing when he's like, yeah, I can't just go on the stream and be like, why are you shocking dogs? You know, that's never gonna happen. It's like, yeah, nobody's asking for that to happen. Literally, nobody is saying that you have to do that. I don't know where this talking point is coming from.
My radio type phone number. We shoot the shit. Like not everything's gonna be 100% said with accuracy. Like someone said I lied because I said that Hunter and Tucker knew each other.
No, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're doing it right now. You're doing it right now. Don't spiral.
I know. But you just read that on your stream because you made money from it, so I get to respond to it really quick. Okay. So Hunter Biden's 56 years old.
I think they were playing. No,
they knew each other.
I think they were playing. I think
they were playing. But people are saying that unironically. And
no, I think this person was
30 years.
I think that was just joking. I think that was a jokey comment.
How do you tell? No, I know.
I mean, it's tough these days.
Thank you, Father. Thank you. Father.
Should I pull Jaded up here? He wanted to have some words with him.
Jader!
Time. And Haley Stevens.
Pisco's here too. Pisco, you want to get in on this? You want to hit this shit?
Of course, because of course he wants to talk about every single person that is bringing up points related to me, but never me. Always, yes, the Pisco way. Hell yeah.
Hit this shit.
Jaded, did you want to turn your camera on?
I would prefer not to. If that's okay.
Wait, is that actually?
It's not J Doctor now.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I don't have my thing set up right now.
No, cold take. You shouldn't be involved in politics at all if you're not going to turn your camera on.
True.
Just fuck off.
Well,
just literally fuck off.
as a content creator,
Unless
yes.
you're like an agent.
Well, no, as a content creator, yes. But if you're like doing like call-ins like this, I think it's okay.
No.
Damn.
Cam on.
Okay.
Messy room, and I don't want to be embarrassed, but and I'm
Wait,
already
how old are you?
Me even more.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you have a bed frame?
I do.
Okay. Already ahead of the curve, man. You're already. So you're.
I got my shit together, man.
That's like if you're a 22-year-old with a bed frame, you're going places in life. Okay. You're gonna be just fine. Hang in there.
All right. Well, do we just want to get into it?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be about either Stevens, Gillibrand, or Crockett. So which one do you want to do first?
It's going to be about a bunch of stuff. So, yeah. So just to introduce myself again to the audience, I feel jaded, or you can call me Jay. I'm a progressive TikToker, and I would understand and accept a lot of Jolah's perspective in this conversation if his behavior, quite frankly, online reflected his opinions that he listed today. So I never really agreed with the claims that Jolah was an op initially, but I think I do now, and maybe in this conversation you can change my mind again, but we'll see.
Okay. When you say
the big thing that really go ahead, yeah.
When you say op, what do you mean? Like literally an op, or like a useful idiot?
No. Well, there's different ways. I think Jolah behaves in a way that is damaging to the liberals and progressives that he aligns himself with, in a very broad sense. And there's different areas in which he does that, and I'll get into some of these. But the really big thing that I want Jolah to answer for real quick, before we get into everything else, was the thing that kind of made me raise an eyebrow to think that he was maybe an op. Was you calling him calling Hutch a shitlib?
No, we talked about that though. We cleared the air.
No.
Well, but why did he say that?
He called you a shitlib 3 months ago.
Remind me where I called him a shitlib. Where did I call him a shitlib at?
You called him a shitlib on a stream 3 months ago after the Grand Platinum conversation. We can watch the clip if you'd like to.
Yeah, when did I call Hutch a shitlib? I want to see the clip.
Oh, now he needs to see the clip. Now it's important.
Let me just say.
Okay.
It takes a lot. Like, listen, I'm just saying, it takes a lot. You can call me a punching bag. I just don't get my feelings hurt very often online anymore, and so I've been following Jolah for a little bit now, maybe 3 or 4 years. I think we first spoke during the Biden administration. And so I've seen some of his posts and comments about me in that kind of way, like taking little jabs. And I don't go from 0 to 100 real quick. It just doesn't bother me. If you're trying to paint the picture here that he has like no respect for me or something like that, but what posts are you talking about here?
I DM'd you in Discord.
Did you know he called you a shitlib like a year ago? I don't know. It's a little silly to me. Disrespect. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'll judge.
Do you guys have any opinions on the combo with Hutch? I thought there's one.
Oh, hey, and it's him talking shit after a convo too, huh?
Classic.
There's one point that bothered me a little bit.
Hmm.
Do you guys have any opinions on the combo with Hutch? I thought there's one point that bothered me a little bit. It's when Hutch was like saying, I'm closer to the median voter because I like the candidates that make me emotionally happy, basically. And I'm like, bro, I think these people are good actors. In the same way that I like music that's inspiring or TV shows, I'm not thinking this politician's a superhero. I felt like that was kind of degrading, kind of condescending. And he was like, well, I view politicians as tools, which is my position as well.
Listen.
I'm just not a shitlib like he is.
Listen, in fairness to Jolah.
Wait, that's obviously sarcasm, bro.
What?
Every time, man.
It's unbeatable.
It's
unbeatable. He's a king. This guy's our king, the next king debater. It was obviously a joke.
Shitlib like him.
In fairness to Jolah, I can be a little condescending from time to time. I don't know.
I'm just not a shitlib like him. That's not me doing. That's like me doing talk at the bar like I'm shooting shit with somebody.
Listen, I don't.
No, it wasn't. It was an insult that you used after justifying why you used the insult. That Hutch has a childish view of politics. Oh, because I think that this politician is more close to the median voter because I like that politician personally. The only difference I'm not sure. Like that's you're justifying the insult, right? Like what?
Listen,
I'm just not a shitlib during our TV shows. I'm like, so when Hutch, I thought there's one point that bothered me a little bit. It's when Hutch was like saying, I'm closer to the median voter because I like the candidates that make me emotionally happy, basically. And I'm like, bro, I think these people are good actors. In the same way that I like music that's inspiring or TV shows, I'm not thinking this politician's a superhero. I felt like that was kind of degrading, kind of condescending. And he was like, well, I view politicians as tools, which is my position as well.
Listen.
I'm just not a shitlib like he is.
Listen, in fairness to Jolah.
Wait, that's obviously sarcasm, bro. I'm just not a shitlib like him.
In fairness to Jolah, I can be a little condescending from time to time. I don't know.
I'm just not a shitlib like him. That's not me doing. That's like me doing talk at the bar like I'm shooting shit with somebody.
Listen, I don't. It's gonna take a lot more than that.
And it hurts too that fucking Hutch is throwing the other dude under the bus, kind of, because the other guy's right. This was an underhanded attack at Hutch. Now it's okay for Hutch to say it wouldn't bother me much. Dude, people attack me all the time. I'm like, whatever, I don't care. I can be a big boy about it. But like, let's be honest, it was an attack, right? Obviously, it was an attack.
Don't piss on me and tell me it's raining.
True.
No, for sure. It did with me too. That was the first thing that made me raise an eyebrow. Listen, The thing that I find weird with
shitlib is also a weird insult that only comes from lefty communities. I don't ever see that outside. Like a conservative would never call you a shitlib. That's a socialist insult for liberals, is shitlib, which is kind of weird to hear him just kind of say rattle off as well, but okay. Especially because this guy is in online content creation. He knows how this clip will be perceived, and he knows that he's like it's too much. It strains credulity to pretend that he just like accidentally rattled this one off and wasn't aware of how it would be perceived. Cringe.
That isn't your behavior towards Hutch. I think it was probably joking, like you said. But it's just kind of the fact that you have that in your vocabulary. It's a little weird.
Yeah,
I'm an NBA fan, so the example I will give is there was one NBA player a while ago who was streaming and he used the K slur, and it was a little interesting. He's like, well, maybe he was just...
Whoa, hold on. Wait, do you remember this?
I remember the guy using it, yeah.
My hot take on this, that I don't think anybody went to this table with me. I legitimately, I don't think he knew that that was an anti-Semitic slur. Did you ever see the clip of him using it?
No.
He just rattles it off so like organically and like doesn't even think twice about it until his agent calls him later. I don't think he thought that it was like, I think he just thought it was like a fucking thing you said when you were mad at people or whatever.
I mean, I believe that sometimes. A lot of the times people, when I was younger, like we used slurs that we had no idea what the fuck they meant.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, but I just think for that one particular, that was funny though. Damn. Myers Leonard, yeah. Rip.
Just joking, just talking shit online. It's just like,
back in the days, who remembers the scuffed podcast days with that guy? Rep. Yeah, that was our dude.
More Mike for PA threats.
Based?
That's Hasan's boy.
Wait, hold on. We got a Mike tweet here. We got a new tweet here. The left should be clear. Our intentions are to end support for Zionism in this country. Genocide is the ultimate crime. Justice will be done. The country should be aware we have such plans. What a weird fucking statement. That's okay. I feel Jay did. Oh, wait, that's the guy talking to Hutch? We're talking about Hutch in chat. We're talking to Hutch. Hi. I don't know if anybody has the clip of him saying it, but I don't know. That was just the vibe that I got. But maybe, who knows? Maybe he did know. Oh.
Let me say this.
That was so bad, dude.
Let's go, baby.
Fucking cowards. Don't fucking snipe me, you fucking kike bitch. I just dropped that on my head. That didn't even go to fucking... anyways.
I mean, yeah, he doesn't even...
I don't think it... Because it also doesn't make sense here as like an anti-Semitic slur. Like, I think it's just some shit that he hears people speak. He might think it's like... Or he might know that it's like a bad word slur, maybe. But I don't think he has any idea what specifically... Because I think he streamed for like another 20, 30 minutes. And then I think his agent called him. And they were like...
it's over.
Bruh. Yeah. Oh, shit. That's true, too. I remember I used to say buck broken a lot. And I had no idea.
What the fuck is that?
Don't say it. I think it refers to the theory that... Is it that the white master would rape the black man to make him submissive or something? Or that a black person would... It was something... It was yeah. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't know the insane... Yeah, but...
You know the lore.
There were a few podcasts I was on where I was like, oh, this dude's like fucking... This guy got fucking buck broken. I had no idea. I thought it was like some guy getting fucking mind fucked or whatever. Yeah, but rip. Shh, anyway.
That was fucking stupid. The other thing is, we've got to get sharper against our enemies. We've got to put them on the back feet. What happened to Anthony Weiner when he got primaried?
What?
In San Francisco. Notice that when he's getting primaried, suddenly he's not saying shit about Israel. Right? He's sitting there quiet. Oh, he's anti-genocide now. We have to primary every fucking Zionist. We got to put them on the defense. We have to scare them. Did I say Anthony Weiner? Sorry, Scott Weiner.
Yeah, that's probably what you meant. Kind of weird.
You know, all these guys throwing around the inbred fucking term, but look at Mike.
The other thing is,
come on.
True.
Well, why do you have that word in your vocabulary? Like, I don't know if I've ever heard...
Oh, I don't know if it's a word I've heard before. You should never ask. You can never ask questions like this.
I just heard it.
I don't know. I know.
Someone call someone a shitlib who wasn't a leftist.
Yes.
I don't think you're a leftist.
See, this guy knows. Yeah, true. That is, by the way, 100%. Yeah.
That was just something that made me raise my eyebrow. But yeah, I think that was one thing that kind of like I said, made me raise an eyebrow. And then I kind of re-looked at the criticism. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will say that Hutch can call me a sloppy list whenever he wants, or a shitlib.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one. Oh, you got him. Okay, good job.
both of those things. I'm sure Hutch would say he could be a shit lip sometimes. You know, we can all get along and trash talk a little
Yeah,
bit.
I just say it's just an interesting word to use.
Good deflection.
I just put my condescension hat on, my old man hat on. I don't say you're a sloppulist or a shit liberal. I say you're a youngster who's still figuring it out. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's way more hard hitting than sloppulist. I agree. Anyway,
I do think that. That's what I'm saying. I think you're both
just always
more hard
deflects, like on
Yeah, it's
everything.
always-
It
it's
was
just a
either
joke. Yeah.
or you know, it didn't like. It's just disgusting. He didn't mean to lie.
Yeah.
Fuck this guy. I'm never doing anything with him, by the way. So if hey, Take Back America event. If you want me, I ain't going to one that he's at. Triple as.
Damn.
Hitting, yeah.
Yeah. So I think re-looking at some of the criticism that's been levied at Jolah from a bunch of different communities online, whether it be this one or DGG, that a couple that I think I pretty much agree with now is that, one, you absolutely have lied and have smeared normie Dems in the past.
True.
Two, I do think you run cover for leftists.
True.
And three, I think you're just a little bit desperate for attention, like I said in my tweet.
True.
And let's start. I want to start with the smearing about normie Dems. You mentioned Stevens, Gillibrand, Crockett. I'm going to run through all of those real quick. For context, Jolah said that Gillibrand called Zoran a radical jihadist. She absolutely didn't say that. They checked it on a debate that Jolah had with Wick and Mooten. And she very clearly didn't say that. But Jolah...
Yeah, and I agree she did not say that, but I said it was still bad, and she apologized.
He's lying. He just lies.
It's OP.
Lies.
It's OP. How mad are you? That's so OP. Be honest. Are you mad? You sound mad.
Disgusting.
Oh,
I'm mad
Moot's
because
triggered.
he literally on there is just like, well, I will just disagree. Then we'll just disagree. She said it. She said it.
God, Moot's so triggered. I love how triggered that you get, you shit lib.
Apologized for it because it was bad, and I said that's why she apologized. And Wick told me the only reason why Gillibrand apologized at all is because the Communist Army came for her on Twitter.
I think you were being a little stubborn on that one.
I agree with you too much. Yeah,
I think you were being a little
I'm not used to
stubborn.
getting dogpiled on the internet too. So I definitely would not contest that at all.
Oh my God.
Wait, did he just immediately concede to Hutch or what?
Brand apologized at all.
He said, "Oh no,
because
you're
the
still
Communist
getting
Army came for her on
dogpiled."
Twitter.
Oh my God.
I think you were being a little stubborn on that one.
I agree with you too much. Yeah,
I think you were being a
I'm
little
not used to getting
stubborn.
dogpiled on the internet too. So I definitely would not contest that at all. And there's the one with Cuomo where someone calls Zoran like a jihadist or something, and Cuomo doesn't say anything, but he just laughs along like it's funny as shit. So there was a tone from like the Cuomo crowd against and the anti-Zoran crowd.
What does this have to do with anything?
What does it have to do with anything?
Yeah.
He's just moving on. He's
Yeah,
just immediately moving.
immediately justifying a thing that he said wasn't a thing he said, or just
okay to say he was the same as like someone who's like who wants violence, or he's not going to protect like Jewish New Yorkers because of his stance on Israel. So I definitely agree with that. I don't contend with that at all. And if I would have had a chance to clear that up in good faith, I definitely would have said that.
Okay. Well, just to be fair, you did levy that claim a bunch of times. You did it twice in your conversation with Destiny. You did it again in the conversation with Wick and Moot. And this is a claim that you've made multiple times until you were called out for it. But
and that's fine. You should be able to have disagreements and say to a commentator like, okay, you said this. What?
It's just disagreements. We can't have disagreements now. Mooten would say you can't. By the way,
Triple as.
You can't have You can't just disagree on things.
I can't disagree.
Did you really mean by it? What?
Eliminator, thank you for gifting subs in Cake Chat.
What was your intention? And judge based off of that after. And after I saw the full clip again with everybody scrutinizing it, I'm like, okay, maybe Gillibrand got a caller that was really concerned about Jewish New Yorkers, and they used wording that she repeated in a way that was, and I still think it was not a great way to repeat it, and that's why she apologized. But I definitely agree that I was wrong on that point.
Yeah, and it's just one example. I'm sure it doesn't happen all the time, but there's another example where Jolah called Haley Stevens probably racist. She might be racist is the exact quote that he used.
That was just a joke, though.
And then called up on that one.
It was clearly a joke.
I'm sure he was joking. I believe him when he says that. But it was the title of the video, and it's a little weird that you'll put that as the title of your video and say that people. Well, if I could just finish real quick, I think it's a little. You said that I called you out about this on Twitter, and you said that any good faith person knows that you didn't seriously call her racist, right? But when it comes to Gillibrand, she didn't call Zoran a jihadist, but you took that from what she said. In your post, it was literally the title of your video, and you said it word for word at the beginning of the video. So I think that's a little hypocritical, wouldn't you think?
So I would say that we should be checking each other with our own ideological sides for sure. And with the Haley Stevens video, where I say, guys, Haley Stevens might be racist, and then I show her. There's a video of her jumping towards like black voters, saying, "Hey guys, I'm proud to have worked with Obama," and you can watch that clip. I think the overall point of the video was clear, in my opinion, that I was talking about her pandering by using Obama's name, which I also support her doing. I have no issue with her using Obama's name for that. If I had Obama say something nice about me before, and I was running for political office, I'd be showing that quote to everybody. So
why would you call that pandering then, though? Pandering obviously and clearly has a very negative connotation, but okay.
Don't blame her for that. If I would redo the video, I take those criticisms and I would rename it. Instead of saying, guys, Haley Stevens might be racist, I would say that, guys, I think Haley Stevens is pandering using this Obama quote. I would probably say that instead to be more accurate. So I think that's good criticism, and I think I should improve on that in the future. But my intention was not to, fully lie and slander any more than Haley and Abdul were already doing to each other in the campaign. But in the future, I definitely would title it something different for sure.
Wait, you said she was.
I do appreciate that criticism.
You said she was pandering to Michigan black voters by touting her former relationship with Obama. But then you also say that was smart politically.
Yeah.
Why would you
be smart politically? Why would you say be pandering? I'm not pandering for that thing.
Like, no, I'm sorry. Just in case I don't know, somebody needs to hear it. Pandering has a heavily negative connotation. I don't care if it's in the dictionary or not, but when somebody says pander, the implication is that you're being disingenuous. That's what the implication is. Somebody who's pandering is not accurately representing their views. They're only saying a thing because they're trying to win over your perspective, and oftentimes they're acting in a disingenuous manner. That's what pandering means.
I was pro Abdul. I'm not.
When I hear pandering, I guess, like I imagine her, you know, like for me, it would be pandering if she, how do I say this? I'm thinking of a few like examples in my head, but it might be too edgy. If she was just like filming like TikToks, she's like, hey guys, I'm listening to my favorite artists, you know, of the 20th century, Tupac Shakur, you know what I mean? Like that would be something like obvious pandering, but having a relationship with Obama, I don't understand how that would be pandering.
Just the idea of seeing black voters and running up to all of them and yelling, "I'm proud to work with Obama" was funny to me.
You're saying she was on the street and she ran up to a bunch of black people and was like, "I work with Obama."
We can watch that. I mean, every campaign.
Show me the clip.
Every flyer had that in it.
Yeah, there you go.
And you can even say it's unfair. You can even say it's unfair. But as part of, I did support. Yeah.
This is his. Well, this is Jolah's video, by the way. DM'd you on Discord again.
Oh.
Bro, Haley Stevens might be racist.
What?
That's crazy. It's just a crazy thing to say. Yeah. Yo, Haley Stevens might be racist.
True.
That's right. Haley at her event, she sees a bunch of white people. She sees a black person. She's like, hey, you. I work with Obama. I work with Obama. Vote for me. Wait, you people do like Obama, right? I'm going to walk up to random black people and be like, hey, you know, I supported Barack Obama. Fist bump, buddy.
Everywhere I have gone in Michigan, I have taken the time to visit a minority-owned business.
I'm so happy to be around all of my minorities in this minority-owned business. This is not how normal people talk.
We don't have to watch the full thing. I don't think that's your best video, Jolah. I don't think that's like pandering. Outreach to black voters looks like that because they do.
True. Now he's like, because he's trying to play HUTCH here, right? I was like, oh yeah, you're right. Maybe it wasn't. Cringe.
Want to know that politicians are not taking their vote for granted. I mean, there was a reason why she did so well with black voters.
True.
I mean, I would not call that pandering. No, I would call that like just normal politics.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but it was something I was playing fun at. And the minority-owned business comments, I would prefer her to give a story about a business she visited, not just say, because at the end of the video I say that she should not talk about the voters as if they are electoral math.
Like, and I know as white people, it's really hard for us to understand this, but people do like to feel like you are responding to their unique issues. Again, I know that like all these Marxist types have completely just decided that all identity politics is AIDS cancer. They can't talk about any identities anymore, but voters kind of do like it when they feel like somebody's... Now, obviously, they don't want you to be pandering. It doesn't want to be like... They don't want to feel like you're being disingenuous about it, but people do like it when they feel like their issues are being recognized.
Politicians and campaigns look at it that way, but that's probably not the best rhetoric to use. But you are correct, she did do very well with black voters. And I don't even disagree it's a dumb TikTok. The issue is if communities say that I am a bad person or my whole entire political career is fake and does not matter. Versus, well, you know, I couldn't...
Yeah, well, we're building the case for that, and so far, it's not looking too good.
Say that?
Isn't like people say
well,
that because
it
fucks with his money.
Whoa. Maybe.
Hutch brought up with the communities looking at like the Destiny Reddit. If you look at the Reddits, and of course, Hutch's chat definitely has said that over the past.
Hutch, remember the Reddit? Remember Hutch? You said that the Reddit was bad, right? Remember that, Hutch? The Reddit. Yes, we agree on that point.
Few weeks every time I comment, by the way, as well. Thank God for the Friends of the Pod policy and the tight shit that the mods have been keeping. But you've seen the comments as well about me.
Oh yeah, the pod. Remember that you guys have the Friends of the Pod policy. Thank God, so that I don't get maligned. Like, yeah, this is good for you. Oh my God, dude, this is pandering, by the way.
It's been insane.
You did call me a shit in the comments on camera.
What?
Thanks for bringing me on Lib Learn, Hutch.
Yeah. I've also seen the comments that you levy towards the rest of chat, for the record, right?
I never said anybody is a subversive, secret, evil actor that's trying to infiltrate liberal spaces.
Oh, and then he does the hyper-specific. Well, I didn't say anybody was a subversive, evil actor. Well, why would you even say that to random chatters? That wouldn't even make sense as an insult, right? What? Like, how would a random chatter even qualify for that? What?
To become a socialist, especially somebody who's involved in actual democratic politics and
oh, he's involved in real politics too. Don't forget, that's really important, guys.
I don't even know if I believe that though.
No,
I haven't seen any proof of it.
100% like a Mike from PA thing, right? It's probably little to no participation, but still, don't forget it. You shit lib.
Area, or claim somebody is at their core a lying person who's going to be deceitful and is a snake and is irreparable. Like I've never made claims like that about anybody. I responded to points, and I do shit talk and I bust balls. But if you're going to interpret busting balls as you know, this is definitively where this person is, who this person's always going to be, rather than I would rather us engage. You could bust balls back, like Hutch just said. Like we could bust balls back and forth, and then we can come to a real conclusion. And some people, I'll give. And to be fair, tons of people do make completely serious statements and say it's all a joke. Now, when I say the thing about like Destiny community being extremist, Hasan community being extremist, and I feel like I'm Mallory McMorrow in the middle being squeezed out with a laughing emoji, I do think that's partly a point I was making, and also a joke about Mallory McMorrow, who I did support in the Michigan primary, about how that progressives like McMorrow who could possibly unite the party. Not saying I'm that person, but they do get squeezed out by the center and also the far left of the party, and that is an opinion I have about what happened to McMorrow. And I think I've been glazing her nuts.
Were the centrist moderate Dems or whatever, were they shitting on McMorrow? Okay.
stop. Because her response the other day when someone said, "Hey, McMorrow, you were mocked during the primary by Abdul. How could you support Abdul who mocked you?" And Mallory said in a sarcastic tone, like, "Oh, was I mocked? Oh, sorry, I was mocked. That means I'm going to give up healthcare, reproductive rights, and all the other issues she cares about, and why she's doing politics the way she is." So like, there can be people who say it's a joke to completely obscure their point, 100%, to say that like, "Oh, I don't mean that at all." There could be what I did and use a jest to get a point across. In my opinion, about the online communities and Mallory McMorrow and her role in politics as a comparison, and it can also just be a joke where I'm making a point, about Hutch that I was serious about like the music critiques and the meeting voter.
He wasn't joking when he called him a shit lib, by the way.
I know, yeah.
And then I finish it with, "Because I'm not a shit lib," and it's like that is to me. If you watch anyone who watches my content, I don't use that word ever. That was like literally just me effing around with chat, just being goofy, and I don't even think that was
just being goofy.
Sure. Do you remember the tweet that you made that started this whole conversation with DGG? Which got you your first conversation with Destiny this recently?
I said Destiny should stop acting like...
He's just like, God dang it. There was a guy who was singing, we saw it earlier on stream, and he says the N-word in the song, and then he starts screaming, "I don't use that word. I don't use that word ever." Anybody know what I'm talking about? Whatever, fuck it. Fuck all of you.
You were watching it?
Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them.
True,
fuck
okay.
the chat.
True, fuck
Let's
the
move
chat.
on.
Okay, base.
Like, anti-social losers, I think, and being toxic to anyone who's trying to join their ranks. I think that was the first ever tweet.
Which I linked you the tweet in Discord.
And there was one with Micro PA and Hassan that I was purposely posting to piss off Destiny.
Oh, it's a
That
tweet.
might be one.
It's a tweet that says...
Oh my god! I was joking, or it was a meme, or I was doing it intentionally to piss Destiny off. But the fact that he got mad is not fair. Like,
you continue being ineffective social outcasts, helping Hasan win.
Can you tell me what the context that he was responding to there, Hutch?
Feels like a criminal trial.
True. And it should feel that way.
Destiny said, "Cancer is a large group of cells with one thing in common. They happen when normal cells become cancerous cells that multiply and spread." And it's a screenshot of Hasan leaving a comment on Ryan Getty's video.
True.
And for the record, Jolah responded to that by calling Destiny an ineffective... Hold on, I'm going to get the exact quote here.
You got a little spicy.
Ineffective social outcast.
Got a little spicy.
Interesting.
I still agree with that. A little spicy.
Well, do you understand how it can be seen as a little bit hypocritical that you're sitting here complaining about people calling you subversive when the very thing that started this conversation that got you a conversation with Destiny was you calling him an ineffective social outcast for tweeting about Hasan?
Had you been sparring with DGG at that point yet, Jolah, or
that started it? That was the first tweet.
You threw the first shot. Oh no, you threw the first shot. That sucks.
And that was the tweet that Destiny responded to, saying you should hop on my stream.
Yeah. Yeah, and before that, my engagement with DGG was a month earlier when I posted that Hassan's a Chinese agent, and Destiny reposted that, and that was awesome and based.
Listen, I'm not saying...
So what does that have to do? First of all, that wasn't... Wait, did he say that my first engagement was before that? Because he's been posting my subreddit for 4 years!
Sparring with DGG at that point yet, Jolah, or
that started it. That was the first tweet.
You threw the first shot. Oh no, you threw the first shot. That sucks.
And that was the tweet that Destiny responded to, saying you should hop on my stream.
Yeah. Yeah, and before that, my engagement with DGG was a month earlier when I posted that Hassan's a Chinese agent, and Destiny reposted that, and that was awesome and based.
Listen, I'm not saying you don't call it Hasan. I've seen you call it Hasan plenty of times. Again, I don't think you're a leftist. I don't think you're a leftist. I don't think you're... I think you give cover for leftists.
I have made a lot of comments over the years, and it's just something you give up on with Destiny about broad appeal for... You ever hear... Do you listen to Rap at all, Jay?
I do.
You ever hear about Scaring the Hose music, like JPEG Mafia?
Sure.
Where it's like, there's music that sounds good, that's a good vibe, that you'd play in a party setting, in a social setting. And then there's some artists where they have really good fan bases, really tight fan bases, but if you put their music on in a social setting, everybody's just gonna leave and feel like, why is Eminem talking about killing his own mom? Like, what the hell's going on here? That is what I view Destiny as. That limits his growth. He's mad.
Everybody has different lanes that they like to operate in. I like to be in my edgy fucking internet lane. But again, there's a reason why Fox News isn't playing fucking clips of me to malign Democrats that are campaigning alongside me, because that's just not the lane that I want to occupy. I'm okay with that, though. Hasan is the one now who wants to be on stage, roped in with fucking, sometimes even, well, I won't say moderate Dems because he fucking hates him, but like, that's the difference. Like, I know where I'm at, and I'm not letting people use me as some attack ad. Like, imagine thinking you might tank a fucking Senate campaign because you want fucking clout. How fucking stupid do you have to be? And I don't know why people keep making these same comparisons. It's not the same. If I was trying to appear next to like mainstream Dems in huge Senate races or whatever, and I was like desperate for that type of clout, then sure, I think this criticism would be super valid. But that's not what I try to do partly for that reason.
About people like Josiah, who kind of, quote unquote, if you compare it to a small artist, goes mainstream and needs to drop certain parts of their artistry to make that mainstream push and appeal to a broader audience. Meanwhile, you can say, oh, well, Eminem has a technical ability. He says all these super fancy rhyme schemes, whatever. I'm like, dude, he's talking about killing his own daughter and his own mother. Like, it doesn't sound good.
Whoa. He never
That's also a horrible analogy because Eminem was like fucking one of the best-selling rappers of all time. Every single album was like fucking quadruple platinum. What? Like, that's the comparison. You don't want to be a failure like Eminem. You want mainstream appeal like Drake? Like, what the fuck is the comparison here? What?
He never rapped about killing his own daughter.
No.
Oh, also, yeah, that's definitely not true. Chill.
Killing his own daughter and his own mother. Like, it doesn't sound good.
Whoa. He never rapped about killing his own daughter.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
Relax.
At one point in my life, I did own every Eminem album when I was like 15. So I do apologize for that. Eminem loves his daughters.
He's lying again. No way he did.
Yeah, but killing his own mother and doing other crazy things. And I say the same thing when Destiny's like, this is a cancer that festers.
Does he talk about killing his mom? I know he talks a lot about Kim.
He talks about Kim. I think he might have.
He has a song called Kim
after...
where he fucking has a whole fucking role play of him fucking murdering her. He might have.
He might have talked about his mom after I think she sued him.
I'm trying to remember. Killing his own mom. Snort and blow it. We gave him the Rolling Stone. I'm trying to remember that lyric. Killing his own mom, raping a whore. And wait, what is that? I'm trying to think. Yeah, the Kill You song. He might talk about killing his mom. He might say it one time there. That might be it.
There's like no normal person's gonna read that and think it's cool. Or when Destiny's like, I'm not gonna say the word for it, but he was talking about the college Dems.
But he might just talk about raping his mom. I don't remember. I don't think about
his example
Why
was
is the optics
he doesn't
cucking you?
So the way that the optics cuck here works is he's implying that I have a goal that I'm not going to be able to accomplish because of my rhetoric, my optics. So he's going to come in and tell me that I need to be changing the way that I'm operating. I think that at times I feel like there are times when there is certain rhetoric that I need to change, and if there is, I'll change the rhetoric. But he's trying to fit me into this box of like, who could like a Democratic senator campaign alongside? And that is not at all what I try to. I don't even know if I have an interest in angling myself in that direction. But he does this to deflect, I think, sometimes a lot of the criticisms that I'll give Hasan. But again, my criticisms for Hasan is that Hasan wants to be next to mainstream Democrats that are running for office. And the expectations of your behavior and everything are going to be significantly different there, which I feel like is so fucking obvious, but I don't know.
Want to work with them for whatever reason, talking to Servine, I think his name was, and Destiny just pulls out the classic, what if they were the rape Democrats? What if they were the rape Dems? Should I still work with the rape Dems? I'm like, okay, that's some shit where it's like, okay, you're scaring the people, the normal people away.
I'm an online YouTube, Twitch, whatever the fuck, political commentator. Like, there aren't very many normal people that are watching me or watching that conversation. Like I don't know who he thinks I'm trying to appeal to there. Like, I don't use rape analogies when I'm on fucking CNN or whatever the fuck. If I'm like doing a mainstream-ish interview, I'm not like, well, this is all I saw, like rape. Like, Jesus.
From your audience with this embrace.
You would work maybe with a college Democrat chapter who called it out and were like, hey, this isn't good. We don't like that. Our chapter doesn't support this.
Sure.
Tone. Meanwhile, Kyle Kalinski's launching 15 anti-Trump videos every day, and all these other channels are going to be outgrowing your influence. So I think that's the real way you compete with these channels.
Yeah, but wait, Kyle's not an edgelord? Kyle is for sure an edgelord, bro. I don't even think he's that far from
but
Destiny.
He does it. I don't know. It's just the anti-Trump content being focused on Republicans, because he says things like Donald Trump, they licked Donald Trump's ball sack from the back, is something Kyle Kalinski would say, which I think is funny. But it's not the same as like rape analogies or calling someone cancer that is festering in the party. And Destiny agrees with me that 90% of Hasan.
He's really focused on that cancer comment, and I don't think that cancer comment hits anywhere near as hard as he thinks it does. I think the rape analogies would be super toxic. I try to use like rape as a fucking verb or adjective when I'm doing serious political stuff, because that's a pretty big like, bro, chill. But again, I'm not appearing on TV next to mainstream Democratic politicians.
Viewers are normie progressives. He said in our conversation, 90%, maybe more, of Hasan's viewers are normie progressives. If they read that tweet, they're going to think, what the hell is this guy talking about? A cancer growing in the party? Is he talking about me? So I have criticized that abrasive language. And I'm not saying I've never done that. I'm not saying any other creators have never done that. But it's something that does limit. Like, if you say, like, this person technically had such a great argument, because I've shared Destiny clips before to people, and I'm like, dude, listen to this guy. He destroys this MAGA guy. Yeah, and Kyle uses it as well sometimes. But sometimes they would say, like, I looked at his other content. Why is he talking about this this drama with this like child? And it's like, okay, well, I'm not getting into that part. But they can't disconnect, like, in the same way people can't disconnect Eminem from his like crazy shit that he talks about. And it's like, oh, Eminem's an amazing lyricist. Didn't you hear how he said it and how logically correct it was? It might still push away a general audience. That's the criticism I make when I say like social outcast. I probably phrase it in a nicer way. I definitely did.
It's funny we're talking about Eminem, and I feel like this might be the whitest rap take I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, you should listen to this rapper. He's an amazing lyricist. This is the way white people talk about Kendrick Lamar, by the way. Sorry. But it's like, but then they'll hear that Eminem is rapping about really edgy stuff, and like, oh, actually, I don't like it. Like, what are we doing? I don't know. Whatever. Jesus.
I did phrase it in a nicer way when I talked to him. That was my toxic Twitter way to frame it.
If your point about Destiny is that he gets a little too edgy sometimes and flies too close to the sun, I think probably his own audience would agree that he takes it too far sometimes.
Yeah, but, or like Eminem, why is he yelling all the time? Why is he yelling about this?
But what I want to say is that Destiny, it's baked into his brand that he's going to be super edgy.
Say that.
So the people who find his content like that about him, and so I don't think that he, like, I don't know if he would have the same viewership if he stopped being edgy altogether.
I agree, it's a niche, but you can't be mad when people leave that niche and try to go after different things, because that niche.
Who's mad at this? I'm like the most tolerant person of people saying like, oh, this guy is maybe too edgy and I don't want, like, I'm totally fine with that. I've never forced this on anybody ever. They're like, this is what I mean, this like debate strategy of like inventing a thing the other person said and then giving the most reasonable counter argument in the world against it, when it's like, yeah, I would say the exact same thing. This is the exact counter. Yeah, of course, because this would be a stupid demand.
is holding them back as well if they associate with you. If you're not going to drop any part of that act, is what I usually say to that. But that's a really complicated. I'd have to think about the conversation more. But that's my general sentiment.
Okay.
Listen, I have disagreements with your strategy. We'll get to that if we have time, I guess. But I kind of want to get back on track to the kind of smears and what I believe to be lies that you've told about Normie Dems. Like going back to the Haley Stevens things, it wasn't just that you said she touted her support, her work with Obama. You did blatantly claim that she said she was endorsed by Barack Obama.
Apparently he called Hutch's chat. Oh, didn't work. Somebody said a shitlib Destiny waiting room. I don't know why this tweet isn't working.
On the debate stage, and
Whose
she just
stream
didn't
is
say
it
that,
gonna go on
right?
after
So that's just
this?
another example.
True.
Yeah, but when someone asked me about that, I said that without thinking, and then Moot was like, "Wait, did she actually endorse Obama?" And I'm like, "Oh no, she just inferred that she, or did she get endorsed by Obama?" And I said, "Oh no, she inferred she's being endorsed by Obama." And he's like, "So you lied about that? So you lied?" And I'm like, "Wait a second, like I didn't realize it was gonna be such a hostile conversation." I'm like, "No, she said that she ran around the state saying that Obama loves her and Obama respects her work and everything, but I never would."
I'm pretty sure even in the TikTok he says it.
I have noted that, Corey. I'm literally a liberal Zionist Lameo, the shitlib Destiny waiting room of fire. Only if you, in bad faith, want to give me zero chance to communicate like a human, you believe only Destiny's community, then yeah, I am a liar. I only talk about APAC if they're genuinely spending tons on specific races, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Claim that she was endorsed by Obama, and in that TikTok I did say that as well. But I think it's also a result of yeah, people hate the format. I hate the format, but I'm gonna participate in it. Like yesterday, I did a video on Natalie Harp and Trump, and in the letter she wrote to Trump, she talked about how she would forego meals and forego sleep to be around Trump and to be dedicated to him. And in my TikTok about her, I said she would forego meals, forego sleep, and I said she would forego showers. And I added in that third part, not even intentionally. It made sense in my brain. I said it really quick. I posted it, and I realized after the fact, like, oh shit, I actually said that she would forego showers to be around Trump. She technically did not say that in the letter, but I did not intend to like lie there. And if somebody said to me like, wait, she didn't say she like forewent showers to be with Trump, I would never try to obscure that or lie about it.
This is like such a reach. Or how is this even remotely the same? It's just not even like, oh my God.
In general. And if I do correct myself, this is after Destiny called me an op multiple times, and after I was already being shared, every tweet I would post being shared and being dogpiled.
I'll say it again. I was there live. The sole reason Jolah is even on Hutch's stream is because he wanted to prevent Hutch from watching your debate with him. Literally 2 minutes into the VOD, he asked to come on. Oh, why not wait until after if he feels he represented himself well?
Stuff. So I think that negative tone was already there, which I was not expecting. I would have happily had a good positive conversation about if I was doing irresponsible coverage about Stevens or whatever. I'll happily take that criticism. But in the moment, like Hutch said, being dogpiled for the first time because I'm not like an internet gremlin like many people are.
5 years, bro.
5 years.
5 years. I'm just a baby boy. I'm brand new. I don't know anything. I'm not an internet gremlin. I don't know blah 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 blah.
Mr. Shitlib over here. It's yeah, it is tough to respond in that moment. And I've been off Ivans for like 30 days as well, which has been tough for me.
Oh my God!
He's got all the excuses.
Bro, this guy's an excuse machine. What the fuck?
You got off of Ivans?
No, listen.
Yeah, I've been off Ivans for 30 days. I've been like moving in slow motion, so that's been even harder to do that. I've actually had to take notes recently.
Did you? Well, never mind. I was going to ask you a personal question.
No, I'm just trying different things out.
No, listen, I believe you can make a mistake. I'm not saying you're. I've made mistakes in the past too. I've said things that probably weren't true in my TikToks, like offhandedly. So I understand that. But again, it's just another example of this happening. Another thing that you said in this conversation that kind of made me raise an eyebrow was that you think David Crowley is a progressive, right?
I think in 2016 terms, he'd be considered a progressive. I think even today he has a lot of progressive policies.
In 2016 then that doesn't mean anything. Why would you say in 2016 terms? What does that have to do with anything? We're not in 2016, right? You know that, right?
I agree with you. I made a video calling him a progressive, defending him. So it's just a little interesting that I don't think that's always your take on things. Like sometimes I'll notice that you have a tweet and you say something.
Firecat, thank you for gifting 10 tier 1 subs.
Something a little different than what you say on stream. Like this tweet, for example, Hutch, I just DM'd you.
Uh-oh.
Where you called David Crowley a centrist, which I thought was a little interesting. Given that I know you supported him over.
Well, he's a centrist in this. I don't know.
Or like
joking? Joking?
So my full quote on Crowley was the fact that, like, my full opinion on him was the fact that he's considered a centrist in the Democratic Party should be really good news to progressives. I think if it was in the context of the primary, then I wouldn't be surprised if I called him a centrist, or even if I called him. I mean, it's yeah.
I mean, it was a little bit before you said that on stream. I've heard you say that it's a good thing that Crowley is considered moderate, is what you said.
My full stream
because
comments are going to be more thought out than my tweets too, typically.
Sure, interesting, but it's just a little weird to call someone a centrist and kind of conflating that with, like you said, this is what you said exactly. You said same trend. It was responding to the clip that where Crowley was talking about how he felt that being labeled establishment was a smear on him as a black man because he grew up in a not so great situation and worked his entire life to like represent his community. And him being in politics his whole life is him doing that. So he feels a certain type of way about being dismissed as an establishment candidate. And you retweeted this and you said, same trends. Centrist candidates will call you racist and leftist candidates call you corrupt. Rinse and repeat. I think that's a little disingenuous, kind of conflating those two things, especially in the context of the clip that what he was saying. So
I do agree. I do believe that we need to have a Democratic Party where we can critique each other without assuming we're racist and corrupt.
Oh, that's a really good point that nobody would have ever thought of. We should be able to critique each other without calling each other racist. Okay, well, that's a really smart idea. Good. Okay, nice. Okay.
Because I'm sick of the leftists doing that. I'm sick of the more center of the party doing that.
He didn't call anybody racist,
and
correct?
sometimes it's true. No, but sometimes it's true when they make that claim. Somebody can be corrupt, somebody can be racist, and it can be valid. But it seems like every conversation became that because I saw a lot of the comments where the establishment is the new hard R, and I'm like, that seems a little bit overblown. That was my response to that. But I am sick of that being the claim. And yeah, you could say I'm both sizing things sometimes, but I do try to hold.
Fuck it.
Call who? What? Say it, Moot. Say it, you little bitch.
I feel like he implied that Haley Stevens was being racist. I don't know. By like running up to voters, be like, I
With the
voted for
Obama thing?
Obama endorsed me.
Wait, what do you mean implied? He didn't. The title thing was literally Haley Stevens is racist.
Oh, you're right. No, he didn't imply it. He said it. Never mind.
He flat out said it, bro.
Yeah, he said it.
Both sides of the left accountable. The left is.
And listen, you mentioned this earlier in your conversation, the DGG Reddit post, I think that was like you face palming after Hong was losing. Yeah. I don't believe that's you being mad that Hong lost. I think that was kind of a ridiculous clip. This one I do think a little differently though. I think you calling him a centrist here is really interesting.
Well, listen, I try to call balls and strikes around here, and I want to do a little sweeping for Jolah right now.
God damn it.
Sometimes I concede the framing when I talk about certain races. So sometimes if I'm talking about a primary where it's an insurgent progressive versus more establishment candidate, I'll use language like the centrist in the race. I think everybody does that, right? It doesn't necessarily mean
I can understand that if it was.
Yeah, this guy's about to say it, but I'm going to say it first so I sound smarter. Like, when Hutch does it, I don't think anybody's confused about what Hutch's positions are. But if you do it where people are confused about your positions, well, then I think it behooves you to clarify, to be crystal fucking clear, because you know what the perceptions of your positions are, right?
The moderate in the race.
Do you have another
leftist candidate?
Do you have another example of him like calling someone a centrist in that way?
No, that's the only one I have of Crowley specifically.
Well, I'm just saying, like I do that personally, and I think a lot of people in chat do that as well.
Yeah.
So
it's just another example
from Pisco as well. So Pisco was talking to the Vanguard, and he said something I saw a lot of liberals get really mad about. I saw a clip of Destiny reacting to the part where Pisco said that Crowley was the lesser of two evils to the Vanguard, and he's like, "Oh, great, we're calling Crowley the lesser of two evils." And I'm like, "Well, Pisco in that conversation is adjusting his rhetoric for their framing. Like, I'm sure Pisco thinks Crowley is positive. He's only saying lesser of two evil because he's speaking the language of who he's communicating to, in my opinion, in that conversation with Pisco. But I don't think that Pisco views Crowley as an evil or a lesser of two evils. I'm sure Pisco would say positive things about Crowley as well. But that's an example of somebody just adjusting their rhetoric to fit the crowd they think they're speaking to. And I understand.
I not to fucking toot my own horn, but like I am the person on the internet who's probably done this more than literally any other person on the planet. Maybe in all of history for internet politics. Like this weird condescending framing of like, wow, don't you understand that when you're talking to somebody that you disagree with, that you have to adopt like thanks, I had no idea, bro. I've never heard of this concept in my entire fucking life. Like I'm not the one who literally wrote the book on communicating with communities that are dramatically fucking different than your own. Like what? Like just the amount of like, well, fuck me, dude.
In the future, I will say, I've taken a shift in the past few days. I am going to be...
It's also a little bit rich for him to speak like this. Like, he has so much advice on doing this. But then when he's communicating to us, who supposedly, I guess we have a ton of political similarity to, supposedly, he says this, right? It seems like he can only take the most hostile, aggressive framing possible in a way that's turning off the entire audience to him, which should be a massive failure on his part if it literally is the fact that we're so politically similar, no?
Tweeting much less. Being on Twitter so much in the past 2 weeks has made me a worse person. And I need to slowly disconnect from it. I'm going to be blocking people just like Josiah did.
This tweet was 20 days ago. Do you think you were kind of like reacting to pushback and that's why you called David Crowley centrist? Or?
I mean, that's something I probably still post, honestly.
Okay.
Depending on the context.
He was coming off his meds, man.
But yeah, not all my conduct on Twitter represents who I am. But
what lane do you think what lane do you think you're trying to occupy, Jolah? I'm just curious. Like what kind of audience are you trying to foster? What kind of politics are you trying to?
I like the way Kyla gave me this term, progressive realist. I kind of like the idea of I can talk to the center and say, Chuck Schumer, Kyla, progressive realist. I never really heard that term before. But I like the idea that I can say to the center of the party, like, dude, Chuck Schumer is a problem. His candidates are a problem. And his candidates and his politics are the only reason why DSA is even real. And you guys got to get yourself in shape and stop allowing these long-term establishment, deep center politicians to run bad campaigns and bad operations. Let young and up-and-comers into the party. Because if you don't find young talent, the far left is going to find young talent. And also to the far left, I want to be able to have conversations with them where I'm like, you dipshits are so dumb. Like, you guys say you're anti-Israel, but you are helping Israel's chosen candidate win in 2024. Like you realize they want Trump over Kamala heavily, but they still refuse to use any nuances about the huge differences for Gaza.
They literally had, Kamala literally had, and Joe Biden practiced nuanced positions on Gaza. You don't want nuanced positions on Gaza. You want empty, hollow, virtue signal positions that takes the most extremist position possible.
Trump being president versus Kamala Harris. So I want to be able to have both of those conversations in terms of my conversations with the left. And then obviously I do love anti-Trump content on top of that. But in terms of the left, that's what I want to do.
Schumer's candidates are not all bad. I'm just saying.
Not all bad.
Yeah, I like to describe myself as a pragmatic progressive. The reason I was so warm to you initially, Jolah, is because I think I see a lot of like what I do and what you do. I resonate with a lot of what you do. But one of the things, I followed your content for a while. And I didn't initially think that you were an op or anything. I thought you were a good ally. You did a lot of similar things to me. One thing that kind of changed my perspective on that a little bit before the recent like drama, if you'll call it, was your coverage of Crockett in the Texas primary, which you mentioned earlier, but.
That's drawn out. So just to give an overall look at how the primary went. So Jasmine joined the race on the final day to file. There is a lot of information to lead into the idea that she assumed she was going to be able to come in and win because of her popularity. Her campaign was not put together very well. They had issues having a proper portal for volunteers to help. They had issues having a structured campaign. She came in late. And then throughout the campaign, there were a couple different claims. So one claim about Tallarico was that he called Colin Allred, who's an ally of Crockett, a mediocre black man. And they tried saying Tallarico was saying that, as a black man, Allred's mediocre. And in my opinion, that seems pretty slanderous to presume, and you can Google all this stuff, but the mediocre black man controversy, I think, is crazy. But they just let it float in the air that Tallarico might be a secret, like, racist at that point. And also the Stephen Colbert one was crazy.
They let it float in the air? So they didn't even make the claim? It was just some random online, or?
Too, where Stephen Colbert said the FCC was coming after him. And they had a video with an interview with Tallarico where they did not air it on TV. They aired it on only YouTube. And it became a huge story because people are like, Trump's trying to censor people, and they're afraid of Tallarico speaking to their audience. And Hutch, you can look this one up too. When that Stephen Colbert story came out, Jasmine Crockett took the narrative of the Trump admin that the FCC was not interfering whatsoever. And she inferred, none of this is going to be her directly saying it, but she inferred that the Colbert show was colluding with Tallarico to help him beat her by manufacturing this story, by saying the FCC did not actually come after the Colbert show. And they were purposely withholding it to be only on YouTube to make it a big media story, to make Tallarico look like the biggest enemy to MAGA, to make it look like MAGA is so afraid of Tallarico speaking to give him a boost in the campaign. So those three attacks during the campaign already created the soil for a more toxic result to the end of the primary. When Tallarico I don't think he did any negative campaigning versus Crockett whatsoever in the primary. And then they both promised they would campaign for each other around the state. And then Crockett has not campaigned with Tallarico around the state. There's been no unity tour like we've seen in Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin.
Yeah. For the record, for anybody in chat who doesn't believe what he just said, I agree. I think that's a fair interpretation of everything that he just laid out. I agree with Jolah's interpretation of the situation is what I'm trying to say. That wasn't my issue with your Crockett coverage. All those things I think were completely reasonable to believe. I might disagree with you on some, like, I don't know if it's necessarily taking the Trump administration's narrative on the Colbert thing, and I don't necessarily think that her running with the Tallarico comments on Colin Allred were all that bad at all. I think it's fair for her to do, especially in a primary. Similar to how Kamala Harris talked about Joe Biden during their primary in 2020.
Was that little girl?
Yeah. So I disagree with you on a little bit of that, but that's not the issue I have. The first thing that I found interesting was, and you can attest to this if you want, you called yourself like a Crockett fan, like a Crockett defender before she came in the race, right?
Yeah, I would defend her from MAGA, just calling her low IQ and everything. And I would share her like, this is hilarious. I love how she's like screaming at Marjorie Taylor Greene that I forget what she called her.
Butch built blonde
Barbie,
yeah.
Yeah, like that shit was hilarious. So yeah, whenever I talk to a Trump supporter, I go really hard on them whenever they would talk about Jasmine Crockett in a negative way.
She was Jasmine Crockett.
She was a little too edgy sometimes, though. The Hot Wheels thing, that was not great, I don't think.
That was funny. Nope, that was funny. That was nice.
It's funny for a text message, not for... That was too edgy. That was her Destiny moment. That was her Nebraska Jasmine.
Or that was her Beans tweet from Kyle.
Yeah.
Jolah, would you consider Jasmine Crockett a progressive?
She's probably to the left of Tallarico. I mean, she's for Medicare for All, right? And he wasn't?
Yeah, she was. And she probably still is. There was one really interesting thing that you said towards the end of your TikTok and your reaction to her getting into the race, which I think was mostly positive. You mentioned that you were pro Tallarico and you think you had a better chance of winning, which I think is fair. For the record, I supported Crockett in the primary because I think either one of them had a pretty good chance to beat Ken Paxton, which is why I am very supportive of Tallarico right now because I think he has a really, really good chance to win. But one of the things you said at the end of that video was that...
Mark my words.
Maybe. He's got to win first, okay? One of the things you said at the end of that video was that Jasmine Crockett was against any real structural systemic reforms of taxation and redistribution. And that was kind of crazy to me, to be know about Jasmine Crockett and view her as progressive, but to think that she's not for structural and systemic reforms to taxation and redistribution. I think that's kind of crazy, right?
I'll accept that criticism for sure. I liked how Tallarico ran on it as a campaign focal point. So he would do the top versus bottom, like not faux populist, but the populist conversation about like it's us versus them. I did enjoy that more than just Jasmine being anti-MAGA. I liked having that extra layer on like being pro us, being anti-corruption, plus being anti-Trump. So yeah,
that's what your video was about, by the way.
Yeah, definitely. If I said that, then I definitely agree with the criticism.
Yeah, because just for the record, she supports expanding the Supreme Court, something Tallarico hasn't said. She co-sponsored the minimum wage increase. And and then she... Yeah, so Josiah, if we go back and look, if you didn't have any pro-Jasmine Crockett tweets, you're on thin ice, buddy, okay? But she also co-sponsored the Medicare for All bill. So yeah, she's very clearly, I think, a progressive who had a lot of smears against her from the far left because I think, quite honestly, there's nothing a white leftist hates more than a black liberal woman, respectfully. Or not respectfully. I think that's just true.
Respectfully, they're a bit racist. Respectfully, of course.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not a very confrontational person, as you can probably tell by this conversation. But yeah, I think that's pretty true.
Yeah, but then the left yelled at me for doing, just really quick, like the left yelled...
Holy shit, Josiah finally attacking the left?
No way.
If we manage to eke out a Democratic trifecta in 2029, your first priority must be to expand the Supreme Court. For too long, feckless institutionalist politicians and irresponsible leftist pundits have ignored the importance of SCOTUS. The funny thing is I don't know if this is attacking the actual like the leftists, like the socialists who didn't care about Hillary Clinton, or if it's attacking people like me and Wick who are undermining El Sayed. I actually don't know.
Yells at me because I'm very identity focused in my politics. So I would probably say that like Bernie Sanders is like 99% class and like maybe a little bit social. But I bring up all the time like Crowley. It's a huge accomplishment that Crowley would be, I think, the 4th black governor in American history since Reconstruction, and Americans don't realize that. So I get accusations from the left that I talk about identity politics, that I'm identity obsessed, and then I get, and that's where my comment about like you know, the being called either corrupt or identity obsessed or racist or sexist, depending on what I'm focusing on at that moment. So I definitely agree with you. There's a huge issue with that. I think Keith Edwards has covered it without much without cushioning it nearly enough when he's talked about Crockett. And there's a few other accounts. Any account that says like I've never said, and I have fought everybody that said, oh, she was too ghetto to win in Texas. That is, I have fought everybody tooth and nail whoever said any dumb pathetic shit like that. So I agree with
somebody maybe, but I don't know how big this was. Yeah,
that's a huge issue for the progressive left, and they can't just roll out like, oh, we like Summer Lee, so it's okay. Like it needs to be fixed in the progressive left for sure.
Yeah. One thing I want to kind of push back on you on is that in your last conversation with Destiny on Wick's panel, you said that you didn't criticize Crockett until after the primary, which you did criticize Crockett a lot after the primary. That's true. But this, like I said, that comment about you saying she was against structural and systemic reforms, that came before the primary. And then another clip where you said she called Tallarico an evil racist.
I was going to bring that one up as well. Yeah, I regret making that video. In general, it's not true that she outright said that he's racist. Just like I said before, she inferred it. But we're not even for evil racism.
He keeps saying she inferred it. I think he means to say she implied it, but okay.
Real quick.
Yeah.
You imply things to other people. You infer things from people. My fiance does this all the time.
Sorry, I'm stupid.
Beyonce?
No, I'm not stupid. Okay, sorry. Implied. Thank you. This is why we need an elder statesman in the conversation to correct our grammar errors, to correct us. She implied multiple times that. Do you think with the mediocre black man story, Tallarico says that he said he claimed Colin Allred, his campaign was mediocre, and he was not commenting on Colin Allred as a black man. But the interpretation that I saw from the Crockett camp was they believe that he was saying he was pitting black men and women against each other. Because in the same quote, he called Jasmine extremely intelligent and skilled as a campaigner, and that Colin Allred, as a comparison, is a mediocre campaigner. But they said he's a mediocre black man. Do you think when they share that story that they intended to imply that Tallarico was being racially insensitive by calling Colin Allred mediocre as a black man?
Well, just for context for the audience, this claim came from a TikToker that I really like named Morgan. There's a firsthand account of a conversation that she had with Tallarico. Actually, I don't know if they might go by they them. I'm sorry if I misgendered them, but and then they also encouraged the Crockett campaign to boost that story as well, according to reporting from Texas news outlets.
Do you find that story believable? I'm curious.
I do. I think it's a way of where he could have said something he didn't really mean it that way, and Morgan could have taken it a certain way. Well, if you're asking me if I think Tallarico is racist, then obviously I'm going to say no, right?
Well, but to me, it seems more plausible that he did say he ran a mediocre campaign, but she heard him wrong. Because it would be one thing if we had any indication whatsoever that Tallarico had said similar racist things in the past. That story to me is like really difficult to believe. I mean, can you just imagine like telling a TikToker, a black TikToker, that Colin Allred is a mediocre black man? I don't know. No, he did not. Hang on.
He probably didn't say black. They just said mediocre man. And then the other person said, oh, he thought he was a mediocre black man. But they didn't say mediocre black man. Just like if I were to say like, oh, I think Mr. Moon is a piece of shit. And so like, oh, Destiny thinks Mr. Moon is he's a white piece of shit. He said piece of shit. And
there's people in the chat saying he admitted it. He did not admit it. He said that Allred ran a mediocre campaign. Not that he never ever admitted that he called Colin Allred a mediocre black man. Just because
one is an attack on him as a black man. One is commenting on the campaign. So like calling him a mediocre black man would be very problematic if that happened. But Tallarico's the same guy publicly who has said that like, and RNC shares these clips. He said that racism is a virus that white people have ingrained in us that we must live with, or something like that, like during COVID. So it's hard to believe that guy, like Hutch said, would say that too, especially a black TikToker as well. That seems very implausible.
I believe, for the record, I can see that argument both ways. I probably lean more towards the side of believing Tallarico's narrative on this, but I can also
I've never seen anything from Tallarico that would make it seem like he would ever say something like that either. Yeah.
Understand why Morgan would take if that is the claim that he made if they would take it a certain way.
Yeah, I agree with you there. You probably shouldn't be using mediocre in any context. Like, when you're having
especially when talking about a fellow Dem, right?
Well, especially when you're having a conversation with a TikToker.
No, I mean, yeah, maybe it depends on the TikToker, but like, I feel like that's probably one of the least offensive words you could ever use. Like, this person ran a mediocre campaign. Like, that's probably I feel like you're reaching for the least offensive type of word you could ever fucking pick there. Come on.
And it's an informal agreement of like off the record. I mean, that showed.
I don't like how you're using the word TikToker there. It feels a little bit personal.
No. I mean,
respect TikTokers.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Oh, you're teasing. No. I mean, like that to me, it showed. I'd say poor judgment on Tallarico's part, because like what are you doing having privileged conversations with social media influencers? And I don't know. That's just like what I hope that was a growing lesson for him, because that was for sure bad judgment. Yeah.
And to get back to the conversation too, so I see Minnesota, I see Michigan, I see Wisconsin even. Francesca Hong has been at multiple events for Crowley the next morning after the primary, in which she had a 95% chance to win according to prediction markets. That has to be extremely troubling or extremely hard to deal with psychologically. And she woke up the next morning and was doing a unity breakfast with Crowley. I don't know if I'd be able to do that after losing such a big event. Like, that's crazy. And so they were seen together. Jasmine has been on the record saying that she has, that Tallarico sent her voicemails to have her speak with him at the convention, and she ignored them. She refused to listen to those voicemails. She's talking about how she's going to help down ballot races, and she's not going to use her resources on the statewide race in Texas. But she was campaigning for California governor for Becerra. She was campaigning in Michigan. She made a full endorsement. All of her full endorsements are on the Firepack website. It's her
in the primary, for the record.
Yeah, but she
campaigned for California governor in the primary.
I agree with that, but she's still traveling to other states, and that's even lower for me then, because she's going to other states to influence their Democratic primaries. She's endorsing for the U.S. Virgin Islands in a very affirmative way. But her only tweet about Tallarico is like, Tallarico won, I congratulated him. By the way, vote for all Democrats because Republicans are bad. And I just want to see any unity whatsoever. Like, even Bernie and Hillary, that was tough. Bernie waited 40 days. It's been like 4 or 5 months since the Texas primary was over. It's just so weird to have a race like this with such an impressive Democratic fighter like Crockett, and the two candidates have not appeared together publicly one single time. So I think that story is still really crappy. And in my initial TikToks, I was still on high guard over the mediocre accusations, because I did see many creators saying Jimmy, because they would use Jimmy instead of James to be like, to be whatever. Yeah. And they would say Jimmy, the closet racist. So I was responding to those people, those TikTokers, more so than I was responding to the reality of what Crockett said, which is the implication that she inferenced, implicated.
Yeah, just for context, the voicemail thing wasn't until June, so that was after the primary, where you made a video on that. So that just for the timeline's sake. And I think there's perfectly valid critiques to have of Jasmine's strategy, right? My problem is, in your critiques of her strategy, or
I do think it's kind of weird how at times it's like Tallarico is snarked by his peers. I feel like I've seen enough that Crockett's behavior is definitely condemnable. That's a word. Like, I think there's definitely room for critique there. But the issue is, like, people on the outside of this race have so much motivation to turn things into so much more, and then people end up responding to so much more than what the other side is actually doing. It just gets like really fucking crazy cringe, which you could argue Crockett might have a responsibility to clamp down on that a bit. It was really funny. Oh man, I don't think this was on stream. When I was taking pictures outside of when I finished the debate with Alex Stein, and there were two black ladies there who, they were both, I think one was running for a congressional seat, and the other one was running for a state assembly seat. And I think I asked both of them, because I was curious on their perspective from, like, you're, black women in the state of Texas running for office. Like, what was your perspective on the Crockett Tallarico thing? And the lady to my right was saying that there was no actual issue at all between the two, and that all of it had been hyped up from online stuff. And then the lady on my left was like, no, you're super wrong. There was hugely contentious issues. And it was really funny that even of just the two women in front of me, they had a massive disagreement over what that was. So that seemed like there was a lot of stuff going on in that race, from the online and from the local world, and then the white versus black, and it was a Texas seat, and there's just like so much. There was just so much going on there. I don't know if any of that got caught on, if anybody was streaming while I was talking to them outside when I was doing pictures, but
calling her out for not answering James Tallarico's voicemails, you say that she didn't endorse him, right? Like, why are you, and you just know this isn't true. It's like, why are you hurting your own argument by saying something that you know isn't true? And it's not helping. Go ahead.
I think she endorsed. If I'm talking about, like, Josh Shapiro, because I'm in Pennsylvania, if I'm talking about Josh Shapiro and somebody says, hey, do you endorse Josh Shapiro? And I say to you, well, I said vote for all Democrats because we got to beat MAGA. And they say again, do you endorse Josh Shapiro? What's something you like about Josh Shapiro? And I say, well, the big issue is we need to beat Republicans, so vote Democrat. Do you think that's a full endorsement?
I think it will depend on the clip. What you just said, I would say it's not a full-throated endorsement for sure. But it's frustrating because you've literally said that. I've heard you say that that's a full endorsement. You said that, like, I watched you for, not for obviously Josh Shapiro, for Abdul El-Sayed. When he was asked, this is the clip that you played in your conversation with Destiny.
With Destiny, he was so happy for this clip. He was like, oh, I owned you. He was like screeching. He was like coming when he found this one video that he didn't even know existed. He was coming when he found this video.
Abdul El-Sayed was asked if he would support Stevens if she won. And he doesn't say objectively, I will endorse Haley Stevens. He says, we need to beat Mike Rogers. Yes, that's what he says. And you watch that clip.
But the thing I said also in that, but there's a huge.
And you use that as an example. You use that as an example of what you call a cut and dry response. Of like, that's very clear that he was doing it. Because you watched another clip where every single one of the candidates was in a debate online. And the first two give very, very clear endorsements that they will support the winner. Like Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens did. And when Abdul was asked about it, he said, yes, but he gave a qualifier there of we'd have to sit down and talk about policy changes that need to represent all Michiganders or something like that. And you said that, to be fair to you, you said that wasn't a full-throated endorsement. but you'd have to see more. You wouldn't call it a non-endorsement because you'd have to see more, is what you said.
Yeah, that's the
because
part
you
that
said
really
the
matters
other clip
here.
was cut and dry.
Yes, what I said in that conversation is both statements are fine. The reality we would need to see is in which Abdul loses and his conduct after losing, because my Jasmine takes are based off her conduct after losing. So she actually had a more affirmative statement of Talarico before she lost the primary. She was saying like she'll campaign for him statewide before the primary. So she was lying, in my opinion, to voters when she said I'm going to campaign for Talarico statewide, and now she's not going to campaign at all, only for down ballot races. And that makes no sense, because if you want to push all down ballot races, you push the top of the ticket because it's statewide for resources sake or sake. But like
he hasn't ruled out campaigning
Abdul,
with James Talarico for the record.
If she does, I'll take. If Jasmine Crockett does that, I will take everything back. If she shows unity on stage, I've said this hundreds of times. I post a picture of Bernie and Hillary. They hated each other, but they appeared together on stage. If there's some type of negotiation, if Jasmine wants concessions from Talarico on something, which Talarico just diverted $25 million to Black Leader Outreach a few weeks ago, additional in Texas, because Black leaders told him that is what's needed. Those conversations are great. They're productive. Yeah, for the Abdul conversation, I think it was an endorsement. But what I said about the full third part is, would he have followed through with it? I don't know. I think he would have, because he endorsed Kamala. Would it have been enthusiastic? I'm not really sure.
Talarico is he talking about? I feel like Talarico is, from everything I've seen of him, Talarico just seems like a super sweetheart. I'm hoping he would follow through anything he would say, but I don't have any reason to think he would lie about any of it.
But yeah, my conduct on Jasmine is based off her conduct. So.
Oh, if Elsay had lost. Okay, never mind, gotcha.
Oh, that's why I said to Destiny, we'd have to live the reality in which Abdul loses to fully know, to make a full comparison.
No, to be fair, you were referring to her concession statement, saying that it wasn't an endorsement. And when asked what you think was a real endorsement with Abdul El-Sayed, yeah, and it was. And that
Abdul would have lost, and he said the same thing, it would have been an issue. Yeah, but if Abdul would have lost and had to concede, and he said, I do not, vote for all Democrats, I would have had an issue with that too.
So it's just an unfalsifiable claim, I guess.
Yeah, we
have a literal clip of Abdullah saying, for word, when asked if he would support Haley Stevens if she won, he said, we have to beat Mike Rogers. Yes, that's what he said. Right?
Yeah. I think the other one where he says we have to come together to find a solution to move forward that all of our voters are happy with. That's already happening behind the scenes. That always happens. I don't know why he said it like publicly, but he should have just said
it was very
answer of
that's a qualified.
But they all have to do that right. They're doing that right now with Stevens. I guarantee you. That happens in every campaign.
They're doing it for him for sure.
Negotiations. Yeah, everyone like that's a normal thing, and it's based off rhetoric. That's why I said we have to judge. I'm basing this off of Crockett's actions. So yeah, we don't know. And you can say like, is Abdul the type of guy to lose a primary and be pissy about it and go back on his commitment to voters to help us beat Mike Rogers? Maybe you can say that's a possibility, but we can't tell that. I never thought Jasmine would do this. By the way, I thought she'd be on board from day one because she's a full Republican fighter.
Your claim that she didn't endorse him came specifically after she didn't answer his voicemails. That's what you used to support your claim that she didn't endorse him. That was in June, right? The rest of you continue to carry that statement as the race went on that she didn't endorse him, which she absolutely did, in my opinion at least, for the months following. But in June, the only action she had taken that suggested that she didn't endorse Talarico would have been not answering his voicemail and not speaking at the convention. Those are the only two things.
Yeah, in my case now.
So when you say you're judging it based on her actions,
that's what I'm saying. Yes, everything up to this point has been reinforcing that opinion that has been growing since I saw those messages and everything as well. And then I look back at the statement and I'm like, okay, that informed it. That informed me that she did not fully endorse Talarico in that message because she did not intend to campaign with him around the state. And I hope she does eventually. That'd be great to see. But
we didn't know that at the time.
She still had. Yeah, I know. And that's why when her actions happened, I looked at her words differently. Yeah, you can interpret words differently based off actions. Well, and actions are the best words. Is the best language. So
you looked at her words differently, specifically on the action of not returning his voicemails and not speaking at the convention. That was when you decided to make the first claim that she didn't.
That's when I realized. Yeah, that's when I realized it wasn't a real endorsement. Yeah, that's when I realized it wasn't real.
What?
I can see the link you clicked.
No, I thought I banned the link. I don't know how people keep posting his fucking tweet style, so I thought I banned it. But I think you're exempted. Okay, Jesus.
I'm probably.
So that's enough.
Every time he tweets like some retarded shit, someone's like, "Do you see what this retarded shit he's tweeting?" Like, no, I don't care. Jesus.
That's fine. If that's your take, I think I disagree.
She can prove me wrong any day. She can appear as a unity rally any day. They can appear on stage together. I'll take everything back. I'll say, you know what, Jasmine was asking for concessions. Talarico finally, did the outreach she needed to. But yeah, when she doesn't answer voicemails and doesn't go to the convention, and other Texans are there, celebrating the win together, and turning to beat Ken Paxton, and she has not been seen to this day on the road with them together. Like an endorsement means typically you're sharing email lists, you're sharing resources, you're sharing door knockers, you're going to appear together at some events, you're going to make affirmative statements in favor of your candidate, not just that the other candidate is worse. Usually that's what an actual endorsement entails. If you look at Jasmine's PAC, the Fire PAC, she has a list of her actual endorsements that she wants to give resources to. Like anyone can go to her Fire PAC, and that represents Jasmine's opinion. She said it herself. Those are her real endorsements. But she gives vote blue no matter who, which is fine. It's like the bare minimum. But yeah, I think we should move on to the general now. But I don't know how much we have to keep on looping on this. But
sure. Yeah, the frustrating thing for me, Jolah, is that again, I do think there are valid critiques of her strategy. And just for the record, her strategy, even if you disagree with it, I want people to acknowledge that it does make sense. Like she has an actual strategy. It's not just completely that she's butthurt, like a lot of people are saying online. She's saying that her supporting down ballot candidates.
I don't know, but he was in my chat and he's cool. Maybe I don't trust anybody, but maybe he's an actual progressive, like one of the few.
Well,
you ever see the movie Left Behind?
Let me look.
It's like the one where some people think that when Jesus comes to the planet, he's going to take a bunch of people up to.
I did see this.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's like a Christian movie. But they'll leave the unholy one, or the ones who aren't like good enough behind, or whatever. He might have been one of the progressives that got left behind when they all ascended to Marxism, and he's an actual progressive guy. Maybe, who knows?
Specifically black candidates in Texas will garner more.
It does feel a little bit, but this is only looking externally. Obviously, I don't live in Texas and I follow this race much. The vibe I get, though, and my vibe is also heavily influenced by other people online who want me to have this vibe, so I'm aware of that. But the vibe I get is that Crockett is a little ass pained over losing that primary. It does feel like a little bit. Not as much as some people have you believe, but a little bit maybe.
More support and more enthusiasm for black voters in Texas to vote, and therefore will go to vote for at the top of the ticket, which Jasmine Crockett also endorses, right? She said we need to elect Dems up and down the ticket. She did that from her very concession tweet, right? So the problem, that's your strategy.
Oh, you debated Josiah with this guy, Mootin.
I debated Josiah with this guy?
Tell Moot I debated Josiah with him. That's what he said.
Josiah? When the fuck did I debate Josiah? What did I debate Josiah about?
Really, Moot?
No, I'm trying to think. I remember Josiah came on the morning stream once. I don't know. I'm sick.
And the brain. Sick in the head, maybe.
You can add me on Discord and recollect my memory.
Strategy. And I think it's valid to critique.
I agree with you.
I'm gonna make a video tomorrow. I'm gonna make a video tomorrow saying that she should.
She can appear, right? She can appear.
Yes, I'm gonna make a video tomorrow saying that. I will advocate for her doing that. But one thing I won't do in that video is say that she didn't endorse him. I think that statement is so clearly just not true, and it's hurting your argument. And I know that you're capable of pushing back against the people saying she said a certain thing when she didn't, because you do that with Talarico. You made multiple videos pushing back against Jasmine Crockett supporters, saying that Talarico never called her unelectable, which he didn't. For the record, Crockett's never made that accusation, but one accusation she did say, which is just true, is that Lone Star Rising PAC, which was founded by a self-described 15-year-old friend of James Talarico, spent heavily in attack ads against her, and they did call her unelectable in that ad. So that is true. And her problem with James is that she feels like he didn't call that out enough. And I kind of disagree. I think he did what he tried to do. But
Haley Stevens, that's part of an endorsement as well. Haley Stevens goes on Fox News and she says, I am a proud Zionist. I disagree with Abdul heavily on these things, but I'm going to work with him to beat Mike Rogers. Like, you can literally go out and say you disagree with the candidate who won, and I'm happy with that. And like Talarico a few weeks ago told everybody, keep Jasmine's name out of your effing mouth. And he said, anybody who says anything bad about Jasmine, shut the hell up. We want to focus on winning in the general election. And I hope, I don't think he needs to keep on doing that. He's been doing that. He has said that. He's trying to make a good effort. And now I think it's up to, if there is an ask, if Jasmine wants Talarico to invest somewhere or say something in particular, or add a part of her platform to his campaign, this is the time to do it so we can focus the final 3 months until the election. And I encourage her to do that. I think black voters should demand concessions from the Democratic Party that black voters always show up for. And I encourage that 100%.
All right, let's start wrapping things up, okay?
Wow.
Okay. Sure. It's a little interesting to me that you saw that Talarico clip where he said to stop talking about Jasmine Crockett, because you made a video on July 9th saying that you were done talking about her, and you proceeded to make 7 more videos talking about her, including every time you talked about Michigan.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, fuck. When Talarico said, keep her name out of your mouth, he's probably talking about people like you, who's making it harder for for him to actually do anything. Yeah. Oof.
In Wisconsin, you would take shots at her. Like, this is a...
Yeah, because I did get annoyed because I saw the unity happening in the other states, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to mention her in the video, but I'm going to put her in the title, because I said, except for Jasmine Crockett, Democrats are uniting.
You didn't mention her in the video. Both of those videos, by the way.
Okay, well, regardless, yeah, I was annoyed because Democrats were united.
So it's a little frustrating that you know that.
He's just a pivot god. You're just so
he's
jelly.
A
this guy's breaking.
Lav, man.
He's breaking your angles constantly.
It's hurting Talarico. You know that it's hurting Talarico, and you're continuing to do it. And I think that's leans into something else I was going to mention.
I don't know if it's hurting Talarico or not. I don't know if it has that big of an impact.
Why do you think he would go on it?
Oh, now he's a little baby boy.
Actually.
Baby boy, just a baby boy. I don't know if it even matters.
Why do you think he would go out and say? Yeah, obviously. So why would? Okay. Do you think Keith Edwards has hurt James Talarico's chance of winning the black community?
Keith Edwards. Not necessarily. I mean, I see.
What did he? Oh, is he pretending not to know who he is? Did you say who's Keith Edwards? Did he just do that?
Chance of winning the black community.
Keith Edwards. Not necessarily. I mean, I see. Maybe, probably. I guess in totality, yeah, he's a negative influence.
The very quote that James Talarico gave, where he was telling people to keep Jasmine Crockett's name out of her mouth, was a black voter in Texas telling James Talarico to call out Keith Edwards and Rogue DNC.
Yeah, and another account, Dave Viper. Or
pivot.
That has 500 followers, and people were clowning on her, saying it's actually kind of based to go up to a political U.S. Senate candidate and ask him to disavow your Twitter enemies. So that was kind of based. We should all do that.
Epic.
Yeah,
joke.
I think Talarico wants her support. He wants coalition to work. He's been nothing but kind this entire time. He never went negative against Jasmine. He did not go negative against Jasmine once, even when they were going negative against him and his team. So I think he's still doing that. He wants to build coalitions. He's inviting Cornyn staffers into his campaign. He wants to beat Ken Dyson. Yeah, I do appreciate the constructive criticism. But yeah, I'm happy we got to talk, because doing this discussion is going to be a lot better than it would have been going back and forth on Twitter randomly like petty children, like Hutch sees us as. So.
Well, listen, I will cut off the conversation there. I had a lot more to get to. Maybe I'll send it over to Hutch and he can read it on his own, or I'll continue this conversation.
We got other topics I want to get to before the pod tonight.
It's your stream, yeah. You're totally valid to do so.
Get off my fucking back is what I'm saying. Jesus Christ. Just relax.
I really appreciate you having me on again. Jolah, hopefully we can talk again in the future, maybe. So
yeah, you can come on my stream whenever. Just send me a DM. Or
sounds good. Thanks again, Hutch.
All right, guys. Jolah, I'm taking off. We can pick this up another time.
All right. Thank you for hosting that super drawn out conversation. But yeah, another time. Have a good stream.
Take it easy, man.
See you, man.
All right, we got to get to...
I only got through 1/3 of my notes, by the way. I had so much more. Well.
What chat is he in?
He's in YouTube chat, bro. He's a YouTuber.
Bruh.
And a TikToker. What do you mean, bruh?
Come to kick chat, man.
Has Lib Learn been good tonight?
Come on, bro.
What?
5 years.
Stop
And that's
snarking! You are a
snark.
You're a
however
snarker!
I am. Yeah, I am. We don't call it Lib and Learn around here. This is 2.5 libs.
Okay, I'm catching up. So here, if you want the current, Lib and Learn, there you go.
Put it in private chat.
Wait, can we do donos?
Oh my god, there's 45.
A new segment.
45.
I know, but you gotta get through them, man.
Okay, I'll be back here. Have your donos.
Why don't you sit here and listen to him?
I'll turn my speaker on.
Peeps Jubumna here. Destiny-obsessed terrorist Dig Suck Piskow. Errant anti-Semitic cause. They openly despise Jews. They are cause one consciously weaponizes anti-Semitic brain rot and violence, while the other runs cover for it by definition rape.
Wazoop DGG. Hamasabi greenlighting violence against Jews he personally deems unworthy, plus fake Dr. Dave getting butthurt over comments criticizing his sloppulous trash, have truly convinced me. I will dissolve Israel now and move to Poland.
Hasan, Hamas, one letter off.
Human dignity
Makes
shall
you
be
think.
inviolable. To respect and protect it shall be the duty of all state authority. The German people therefore acknowledge inviolable and inalienable human rights as the basis of every community of peace, of justice in the world.
For
Prisik, thank you for streams this money for Prisik. Only place, thank you.
Wait, was that for Parsec? That's got to go on the spreadsheet.
A-R-I. Can we get an Obamna?
Obamna.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage, our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known.
Better than Hasan in real life.
Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. And all the girlies say I'm pretty fly for a white guy.
For a white
Uno,
guy.
dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis.
Ryan and I are starting a new podcast, by the way. Destiny might be in it.
Click this now, https://emenql.com.
We love him here. Hitler. Yeah, great idea, J. Dr. Renanda.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Metalloid sword here? Can you fucking believe it? I spam green text all day, and this cheeky fly white guy takes my top in bed. Absolute bollocks.
Hello? Someone's at my door?
Steven, it's me, the real Mr. Mouton, trapped inside my own subconscious. Why did you use the One Wish Willow to force me to love you? I already do love you, silly. More than anyone.
Silly.
You never had to use magic. You just had to ask.
That's right.
The far left was outraged over Kamala sitting down with Liz Cheney, who
This
was
is
against
good.
Jan 6th, and told people to vote for Kamala. But they defend politicians campaigning with Hasan Piker, who didn't endorse Kamala and thought Jan 6 was awesome.
And black people, is it true that Mike from PA snubbed you at a Bernie rally? Have you seen his fat girlfriend?
Amazing.
Maybe, I'm the real fly white guy.
Alright, what's your opinion on Toy Story 5?
Well.
Me, bruh! Can a brother not post a fat ass anymore? Oh, bruh!
Alarma.
Alarma for what?
Come on! Chat! Metal Gear Solid here! I can't believe this daft cunt got added as a TTS voice here. Didn't this Jew-hating wanker got rejected twice by his university? Hold the fuck on, Dave! Actually has a degree, he belongs in the bin! Alright, lads. Metallised sword here. I like seeing our right good Prime Minister Andrew Disraeli Burnham show up in Ukraine dressed like a footy dad. He wears what I wear when I'm sat around on my arse at home doing fuck all.
I'm very curious if you have seen the discourse going on between one mere Rabbi Shmuley Botich and that one Lil Icelandic Viking.
Tinky Winky, Tinky Winky Dipsy, Dipsy Lala, Lala Po, Po Teletubbies, Teletubbies say hello. Ayo,
Hello,
Tinky
baby.
Winky, haha, Dipsy Lala, ha ha ha, Po Teletubbies, Teletubbies big hug ayo.
Poland mentioned. Slugstony.
3 balls in your mouth from the donor class.
Did you all see that I announced today I'm making new music? I can't wait to share all my new thoughts and insights on a broad range of new topics like rape, pedophilia, cannibalism, and anime. Also, please help me. Lav
Dude, I
is
hope
driving
he's
me
got
nuts.
Destiny in his new lyrics. That'd be sick, man.
Curious if you've seen the stuff with Caroline Leavitt with the decoy plane. Objectively hilarious for when you have a moment.
Are you talking about the decoy plane where Trump went on one?
The man
That?
Mouton complete getting over it in 20 minutes.
Shut up.
Steven, how have you been enjoying my Esther program? Please bring your feedback to the next meeting. Also, what's all this embed nonsense? The only embed you should care about is Hamas embedded in the civilian population.
People are saying she quit because she was on
Crying
the
sounds
decoy.
like
I
the
doubt that.
trumpet fight donkey manlet guy when he does the whiny spurgout thingy. Hello, thank it tippy he. 2D Viro Fulshes nearly 84 GY Wuchu D2 D28 A4VJ. And no, 4VJ eat our chain.
Real Mouton here.
Okay. That's it. Good one. Good one.
I love that Twitter added the location feature. Seeing where keyboard warriors live and watching them run makes me...
Hey, Destiny, this is Real Food Shops. Where are we watching Toy Story
Wow,
5? Love you.
Jesus
Bye.
Christ. No way.
After dealing with the pathetic Destiny cult, I've come to realize they always said that Charlie Kirk was a Nazi, then they celebrated after they killed him.
You should be able to add a dono voice
Oh,
for
boy.
$1,000.
A video from 10-minute ads.
Shut up, Hamster Hawk, you fucking bitch.
Maybe this site will work?
How about this? Let's try a different site then. What about this?
Fuck this shit.
The portal to Hyperborea has been found. It is inside your sister's womb. You need to have consensual sex with your 18-year-old or older sister to see the ice giants. I have obtained the knowledge of the Valkyries and can remove the sleep spells.
Thank you, Joe. I'm getting right on that.
Happy 35th Independence Day of Ukraine. Also, perhaps the bigger event to celebrate is that by the time this TTS donor message is played, you will have surpassed 1,000 total TTS donations since Jador secured his spot as Employee of the Year.
No.
Brunhilde the Nibelungenlied has awoken. He swung his sword in a fury. Sigurd has slain the dragon.
Wait, so Steve's not here.
Granny
I'm invoicing
carried
for all
the
these,
gold
baby.
from the
That's just good
moorland.
business.
The runes of power are mine.
Vive la Canada.
Viva la Canada.
Why do people wear 2Ks? What? It is an article of clothing. Why do you wear clothes? Ovibiously. Because there's no social stigma against exposing one's bare ears. It's ovibious that my ears are cold.
This is how I feel when they make claims about how toxic our community is. https://http:// YouTube.com other7.
Mr. Spinelli, I left you a donation in your Zionist website and you skipped it. How very Israeli of you, but enough. Come and put that motor mouth to work for a good purpose.
Go. Was that the last one? Damn, those were good.
Oh.
Ah.
Now, that's slop.
Yo, peeps, Jew bomb news created a false binary. If they're the right, any objective or dissenting outlet must be left. But instead of rejecting their propaganda, the left internalized this BS framing. Fuck our timeline.
Oh, you're a gamer. Okay, dude. 1v1 me in StarCraft.
Hey, DGG, listen. Tiny ain't gonna listen to your donos, but the money behind this whole operation will always listen to your donos because I care, unlike Dear Leader.
That's right.
Like the Jews, the blacks watch and wait. The worst thing that can happen for conservatives in 2026 is that the blacks see that their vote was weakened. 2028 will be a bloodbath after.
What?
For voting.
Okay.
Support trans people. Love trans people. Protect trans people. Celebrate trans people. Defend trans people. Honor trans people. Embrace trans people. Uplift trans people. Respect trans people. Include trans people. Believe trans people.
Have sex with your sister.
Fearlessly protect trans people. Always support trans people. Truly see trans people. Wholeheartedly welcome trans people. Loudly celebrate trans people. Proudly stand with trans people. Actively include trans people.
The pill pills are R and N not N note N not WWO work WW we're working.
Shut your mouth, RFK.
I, Donald J. Trump, condemn any and all people involved deeply in the embed drama, especially Prying Mind, who I call Crying Mind. Any further talk about embed drama will incur imprisonment and deportation. Thank you for attention to this matter.
Dying Mind.
Pussy 2, remember that one, ha ha ha. Pussy 2 was so successful. We are finally releasing, under great caution, Pussy 3. Dr. Kelly Jean has come up with a recipe, and this will go in the new COVID-20 vaccines. Also, I'm gay.
Was that it?
He says it every morning. He calls me Zionist. He calls Zionist. He calls himself Zionist all the time. Zionist this, Zionist that. Zionist please, Zionist, have you lost your mind? Can a Zionist borrow a French fry?
I love America. I just pretend I hate this country for bitches. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You're playing Minecraft in a cave, looking for diamond sets. Funny in the same cave looking for miners. 'Cause my sexual attraction to miners is major can't. Even Scotch with our poppin' or rager. Always been a pervert, so I accept the insults.
The best argument that Jews count as hope people is IRI being in the pretty fly for a white guy video.
That's right.
L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L.
It's like Ratatouille, the food scene where he goes back to his childhood. I'm getting that right now. All right, skip it. Thank you.
E wins, 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 E wins. Win, wins, ins, in, ends, and S, CS.
Prying Mind is just ass mad because he didn't think to invoice Moot and Destiny for all the times he carried them in Arc Raiders.
It's true.
To my fellow Maple Story DGG-ers, inshallah, we will create the greatest DGG guild of all time when Classic Maple Story drops October 21st launch date. Let us turn Victoria Island into an liberal paradise. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
My spike proteins all over chat. Take it, chat. Take that spike protein shaft down your throat.
Gary's Economics here. I was a successful trader. I made so much money, I would piss on it and then set it on fire in front of my homeless sister. So you should listen to me and stop being a nitwit.
Spit on that thing, boy. Or man, little man, I guess big man. That was AI. And even if it wasn't, I
Odious.
apologize.
Chapter 9, in the home of my parents. It has turned out fortunate for me today that destiny appointed Istanbul to be my... For that little town is situated just on the frontier between those two states, the reunion of which seems, at least to us of the younger generation, a task to which we should devote our lives, and in the pursuit of which every possible means should be employed.
I'm going to Dear Leader's court case, and I'm going to shake his
Hey
hand.
Moot, just
even if
borrowing
I
your
am
voice
sick.
to let chat know that even though shit's kind of between us, we Canadian diggas still love you American diggas.
Thanks, man.
Without Mr. Mooten, this stream would be nothing get fucked Steven.
He's right.
Hi Moot and Dr. Jean here, and you need to start taking ivermectin water to help with the cold your life depends on it.
I will do anything you tell me, Miss Jean. And I would do anything for Invader V.
L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L
I'm telling Peach, Peach would do anything for Invader V as well. It's just true. What is Dear Leader doing right now? Yeah, I'm invoicing. Yeah, that's just business.
Cough, sniff. Cough, 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 cough.
Sorry, I didn't mute.
Sniff, fiffly, cough, 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 cough. Sniff, snit.
Am I still sick? I'll be live tomorrow. I'm feeling a lot better today. I had to sleep till 1 p.m., but yeah.
Cuff, 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 cough, cough. Seize, seize.
Kafka.
Cuff, Joe, kusso, 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 kusso. Sheval, she.
Sadly, our true culture has been taken from us. 777 millimeters of mercury. 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 777 millimeters.
I am invoicing for
Oi, lads, metal on sword here! Why
Guys,
didn't
I need
I
more
think of
podcast
begging
names. Can I
Jada?
get-
How are there still 9 of these left?
Shut up, man. We're farming. Keep it going.
Yes!
Let's keep
So
it going.
I'm pausing after the next 8.
so I can make some money instead of relying on Unidev paying 50% tax so I can sit around on my arse doing fuck all every day?
In this special episode, we talk with a disenfranchised young man who lays out his reasons for voting reform.
For starters, I don't give a fuck about 5 million quid. I made that much gambling on stocks. I just want to wank without a license.
That actually might be an excerpt.
Hey, loser, hop in the whip. Me and my boy Big Yahoo are going to pull up in Gaza to make sure Palestinians are up to date on their COVID boosters. Oh shit, hang on, Kaya Place.
Org! Ow! Ow! Oh, man, son of the corn pop man. Huge yard. Yow, you, YA. Hold on real quick. Hey, J Yoda and children to dono sense and servo what to mabazaikwini. Jet just what's a warned
Exactly,
you see.
Joe.
L underscore underscore forcing fours.
Hey, you know how, well, you know how sometimes there's, anyway,
What happened? We used to be able to talk to other streamers.
All persons
and
shall
now
be
everybody's
equal
fortressed
before the
up.
law. Men and
Being
women
banned
shall
from
have
Twitch doesn't
equal
help.
rights. No person shall be favored or disfavored cause of sex, parentage, race, language, homeland and origin, faith, or religious or political opinions, freedom of faith and conscience.
If I had a one wish, Willow, I would wish these leftists loved the USA more than anything in the world, just so that they would be trapped forever in a hellish dimension, screaming. What?
Base.
Okay, that was a good one, I guess.
Yeah, that's base.
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick.
Oh my god,
right
I like
now.
it when
I'm
they do
just
this one over and
stroking
over
my
again.
shit.
It's
I'm horny as
hilarious.
fuck,
When they do
man.
the
I'm a
same
freak,
one
man,
over
like-
again and over and over. Yeah, great.
What the hell, Leonte?
777 millimeters
Skip.
of mercury, 700.
In Crusader
I heard
Kings 3, incest is the optimal strategy. Why would you ever let your valuable blood be given to anyone else? The best strat is to marry your sister in Crusader Kings 3.
That true?
I didn't play it, but I.
Mr.
Like that
Mouton.
game.
More like Mr. Footen, Mr. Grey Poupon, Mr. Croton, Tootin, Mr. Fruitin, Mr. Luton, Mr. Wu-Tang, Mr. Suit, on Mr. Cootin, Mr. Recruitin, Mr. Hebeen, Mr. Fig Newton also. Please, could you unban me? I was just a little overzealous about my 2 favorite content creators.
What's your name?
Mr. Moot.
Hello, everyone. This is your daily dose of internet. A man fought 40 iguanas from his own patio. He says it's environmentalism. He has not left the house since March.
PP wins.
So when I get to Dogwarts, I have this really cool trick. I want to try it. Check it out. sick, right? Just need some lube.
That's stupid.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, you said you might go over your
private
court docs?
Well, I don't think they filed anything. These were just things they wanted sealed or something?
Response and opposition to motion. Yeah, I mean, there's some sealing stuff. Jane Doe filed a few things. It's just telling the court what to look at.
If I had a one wish, Willow, it would be to wish wash the wibbity wobbity woe baby woe baby.
Aren't they supposed to file like a new argument today?
I think they're just pointing to their
Mr.
other arguments,
Bonnell.
no?
I thought that they had to refine them. Or like I thought they had to make a stronger argument for why they felt like stuff was spoliated, why they felt like stuff was actually deleted.
I think they're going to do that in court. That's what we're going to the court for, no?
Is it?
Isn't that what the we're doing a redo of the spoliation hearing?
So they're going to make the exact same arguments, but they think that with the deposition transcript, they're going to find stronger sources for their arguments?
Yeah, and they might have witnesses.
Yeah, for a good one.
So yeah, it's literally another waste of your day. They have nothing.
I'm also super curious, not that I know anything about anything, I guess, but like bringing witnesses to a hearing like this seems a little wild if they haven't been involved in the case at all yet, and if we hadn't had a chance to like ask them questions or depose them yet. No,
pretty
like
crazy.
if it's new people, like if Lena wants to fucking come to court, it's kind of weird that we didn't have the opportunity to do a deposition.
Oh man, it would be cinema. Well, she's not even like, yeah, you had no time to do a deposition. She's not in any of the discovery. It just feels like surprise witness.
Surprise. Huh.
They're gonna ask to steal the court too. That would be the funniest thing.
Based.
But yeah, I mean, why not?
Sorry, whose idea was this? Oh, we've consolidated. You're all trapped together like little freaks in a little ant farm. We're gonna shake it up and make you yell at each other. Wait,
what's the link for this? It's so good. What's the link? It's
what are the
channel
links?
link. Yeah. It's youtube.com/libandlearn. I think it's at. You have to be at too. So it's lib and then the word and learn. And the Twitch is lib, the number, not number, letter, and.
Uh-oh. Another congresswoman claims that American Jews are responsible for the violence being committed against their communities are unacceptable and cannot be tolerated. It's dangerous and anti-Semitic. We must stand up to the scourge of anti-Semitism wherever it rears its ugly head. Uh-oh.
This might actually get the vote on that bill that was put forward.
Oh, shit.
Just put it in the chat. Put it in private chat. Yeah, I'll do it in private chat. I mean, why not?
Sorry, whose idea was this? To have it all be complicated and awful?
Yeah, this is complicated. Having two channels is complicated. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Too many words.
Too many words. Okay, private chat. I put them in there for you. Mr. Hutch. It should be a very simple process. This is a very easy thing. And guys, we know it's going to be some growing pains. We want you to make the best of it at your new school and with your new friends. And things are really going to turn around. You'll see. You ever feel like that sometimes, that you're just trying to steward your audiences to a greener pasture? That sounds like I'm going to kill them.
Why? Am I going crazy? Why do when I copy paste YouTube links, it just does the title of the fucking video instead of the address? Because you're copying, you're doing the Control-C that says copy text of link instead of the link.
Ah, yeah, you've been doing that.
What am I doing? So when you copy paste, there's two options. One is copy text of link, and one is copy link, and you're copying the text. I'm just saying Control-C, bro. I don't know.
You know what?
Oh, there it is.
I
figured it out.
Wait, did you just talk?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
It's live and learn. What do you mean?
We're talking about fucking pasting links. Shouldn't they have like some like shit to go? Let's fucking get it going, man.
They're doing a new format. Mootin.
You were right. I rated this apparently.
Oh wait, welcome Raiders. Welcome. I was right. He's coming. Of course. I would never let us down. Folks, what a crazy weekend, huh?
Why do you say that? What do you mean?
I don't really know. I just.
I've always hated it on talk shows. At every talk show, at the beginning of every talk show, they go, "We got a great show for you tonight." It's like
it's not always a great show.
Yeah, would they say otherwise? Would they be like, "We have a terrible show for you tonight"?
Pretty mediocre show tonight. Yeah, not really.
It's fine. I mean, if you want to tune in. By the way, guys, Jeremy Vaughn's coming on later. He is the Massachusetts House of Candidates, and we will be interviewing him and saying, "What's up? Do you denounce the DSA? Yes or no?"
Do you denounce bad things? I want to ask him that personally. I don't want to support someone who likes bad things.
Oh my God!
Holy crap!
Chat from Josiah
from our
he says, "Happy consolidation day back to the court." And there is our man.
There he is, the man of the hour.
Well, I tried to host on YouTube, but it wouldn't let me, and I was waiting until the stream went live, so I'm sorry for being late, but I was just trying to raid and host. I was able to raid on Twitch, at least.
Okay.
Uh-oh. We got a debunker react.
What do you like? XQC who literally, all right, we're done with that kid. You will eat a ban if you ever fucking link me his nonsense ever again. I'm just letting you know. Because he's very aggressively trying to cultivate a following for himself. We're not going to do that. No free clout.
No free clout.
XQC, Asmongold, a lot of these.
Yo, chat, back in the days, okay, chat, you weren't there, but
no free clout is crazy, chat. When we
Hasan.
had him playing Blackout.
Yeah, with nothing.
On our prime streams, just to get some nice vibes going. That was free clout, little buddy. Hey, buddy, you were born from free clout.
Yeah. He literally born into free clout.
Molded by it.
Ooh.
Yeah, we suspected that you were trying to raid. So some of us thought that would have been because you're just a very like good person and altruistic. I said that you were probably waiting for that.
Yeah, maybe we could find a way to like have the waiting room just available, and like if people are streaming right before. And I stream too, just to direct people, but I didn't end it 5 minutes before. I took a little break. But yeah, we'll work out the kinks, everyone. We're all here now. So how's everyone going? How was your week, everybody?
I'm feeling worse after that Supreme Court ruling. I'm not gonna lie. It's just so many times at this point. The Supreme Court hits us with some bullshit. And this opinion is just like all the other times when executive power is involved or when Trump's involved and it's his use of authority, they put a big thumb on the scale in favor of Trump. And they're like pretending that these election day rulings or these election-related regulations they want to pass, who can know what they're going to do? It's not like they're signaling what they want to do. We just have to like pretend and walk through the motions and wait around for them to do all their crazy corrupt shit before the court's going to step in and do anything about it. And so I think it just underscores Josiah and my crusade, and I think you guys are on board mostly, that court expansion and court reform are some of the most important policy goals that we can get out of these Democratic candidates, and we need commitments on it because it's vital.
Well, can you give context, please? I mean, what is this ruling going to allow him to do going to the midterms? Because I know I was scaremongering, or maybe not mongering, maybe realistically sounding the alarm that these people are going to fuck with some shit in the midterms. Like, what does this mean implication-wise? That is he going to be able to make it mail-in ballots less viable in more states?
Not yet. So basically, what's going to right now? I actually think there's another injunction that might be stopping the implementation of the rule. But for now, if this goes the way that the court is signaling, then it would be the case that Trump is going to be given enough time to try to like implement the rule lawfully, even though facially the rule is like a clear infringement on the state's sovereignty. You know, states are the ones and local governments are the ones that generally run elections unless there's some congressional law on point. What the court said is that the states suing the government, they don't have standing because they've just given like kind of inside executive orders, like internal executive directives, and nothing has like crystallized yet, such that the states are injured. And what I think the dissent powerfully points out is you guys are putting your blinders on. You're ignoring all the statements of the administration. You're ignoring like the structure of the rule and trying to atomize it. And that's how you like devise this situation, which is I think absurd on its face. That like they created this rule for it to be useless, or they created this rule about like making lists of people just for the benefit of the states. It's because they're really altruistic and wanted to help the states. And so it's a standing issue. It's a justiciability issue. It's a jurisdictional ruling. It's not a merits ruling, but it signals that the federal government's going to be given maybe a bit more time to try to find some way to work it out. But if you give a mouse a cookie, you know what happens, right, Soy Phil?
He gets diabetes because it's too much sugar.
No, he's going to try to interfere in the 2026 elections.
Oh, right.
And so it's just, we can't let this mousy guy get involved. And so, yeah, there might be a ruling eventually that goes the right way, but you don't want to give these people space. And just how they're signaling to be so deferential to Trump, so deferential to his power, I think is just bad for the state of the country because it's so indicative and it's so representative of the other kind of moves that the Supreme Court has made recently.
Not
I'm
good.
not following, I don't know anything about that, so.
Yeah, I got just came out like an hour ago. So I have no idea what it's about. I didn't even know what it was about. So you just told me right now. So news to me.
Trump did an executive order where he was like,
yeah, I know about that.
Yeah.
But what? So the Supreme Court ruled that. Well,
no standing. Yeah, no standing because the states aren't injured yet. We gotta wait for them to make like a real rule. Only when they make the real rule can we let you guys sue over it, basically.
But can this even be implemented in the 2026 midterms? Is it even possible?
The wording of the opinion seems to suggest that they leave open the possibility that they could implement something in time for the midterms. In fact, that's one of the things that they cite. One of the factors when you're like assessing stays is the balance of equities, and you have to assess whether or not like there's irreparable injury.
Wait. DSP clip.
All right, we did this down. Guys, can you do me a favor? Can we hit the 250 milestone? I've been wanting to open a pack of Mega Dream EX, and we didn't get to do any on Friday at all.
Guys,
so it sure would be great if we
really?
could do it on the stream, and we're only 50 away. Can we get some people to work together, get to that
Support
milestone,
the stream,
so we can do it? I want some more hits. I want that freaking Pikachu. I want that Dragonite now
Come
from
on,
that
guys.
set. And we can't do it if we don't open the packs. So please support the stream if you've enjoyed Sunshine and this stream. Let's go. Let's get to the 250 milestone.
I feel like sometimes you guys don't even want to see him open the packs. Don't you want to get another God pack?
And what they suggest seems to be, well, if you fuck around with this too long, they might not be able to implement it in time for the midterm elections, which would seem to suggest that they're open to that possibility. But what Justice Jackson points out is this lets them do some gamesmanship because there are additional legal principles against affecting elections too late, right? And so now they've like given you a too early principle with a standing application, and they also have this thing called the Purcell principle or the Purcell doctrine, which is like a too late principle. And so it really lets the government kind of play around and do bad shit, which they want to do.
Well, Trump voted again by mail in last Tuesday's Florida primary. So his campaign against mail-in voting is do as I say, not as I do. But also there's red states that vote by mail almost exclusively, like Utah. And there's also red states like Idaho that aren't even on board with this voter rolls bullshit. So I just don't think this is going to go over well, any sort of messing with the voting process, especially this close to the midterm. So let's see how some red states react to this as well.
All right. And finally, to get Hutch in. Hutch, how was Mexico? Hot and humid. But it was nice. It was nice. It was good. I obviously don't have a problem with voters pressuring politicians to take certain positions. That's politics. I guess the only thing I want to say is like, I feel like it's unlikely that we're going to have votes back to court. So I just want to temper people's expectations. But I'm not. But listen, you can pressure me. Right. That's all good. But it's just that one feels like.
Oh my God, that's Josiah's thing. Like, he's gonna fucking around.
We got mainstream Democrats like Kamala. She's talking about it. Other maybe. So it's not like there's 0% chance. It just seems unlikely. That's a big one. That would be probably the most significant piece of legislation since I don't even know, 70s or so. That would be big.
Well, I mean, things could change in the next 2 years, and Trump could do some crazy shit with the Supreme Court for sure. But I just think the chance of packing the court is slim right now.
Uh-oh. Oh shit! Are we in a moment right now, guys?
We might be.
I think we're in a lib moment right now, guys.
Wait, pull up Hasan stream quick.
I don't think Hasan the Hunt's poisonous brand, a performative anti-Semitism, could get more repugnant, but I was wrong. Suggesting that American Jews are semi-responsible for violence directed at them is reprehensible, and there's no context that makes it acceptable. Full stop. Leadership means drawing a line. Every Democrat, especially those who've embraced or elevated Piker, needs to forcefully and unequivocally condemn his hateful comments. Oh, not Destiny. Oh, he's not even live. Moot.
Shit.
Uh-oh. That's a big one.
No, you're probably much more likely to get like a code of ethics, something like that. But I mean, Pisco, you think this is realistic? I mean, first of all, you got to get rid of the filibuster. You don't have 60 votes, and the chances of getting rid of the filibuster are already slim. So I think, yeah, dude, who's gonna? There are so many moderates as you just indicated, right? Like you got Angus King. You have.
What did I say about harassing journalists? Maybe harass wasn't the best word. That we're giving Hasan a free pass. Remember how horrible that was?
Except Max Nordhau, who himself is LARPing as a Jewish person, even though he's not. I believe his name is Brian Griffin. He's not Jewish, but he lies about being Jewish on the timeline. Clip stepped. Max Nordhau.
Ooh, he's got that name call out and everything. It would be really funny if this guy like planted a fake dox as Brian Griffin. That would be really funny if that was the case. But
I think it was like DSA Watch or this guy, one of the like beeper in the bio accounts, right? That his name is Brian Griffin. Yes, literally, like the Family Guy. Anyway, so
isn't doxing bannable on Twitch? Not when it's Hasan Piker doing it, you fucking moron. What a stupid fucking question, LeMayo.
Smear starts here, right?
You have Chris Coons, you have Mark Warner, you got all these moderates nobody's ever heard of.
I get
against the filibuster.
With the current Senate, I get you. Like the current House Senate caucus, yes, but when we look at Trump's numbers right now, I don't know if you saw the Harry Enten video, he's like -32, which by this point in 2018, I think he was like -17 or 18 or something like that. And so I think that it is possible, not that I'm like bullish on this outcome, but it's possible that we can see a Senate map that we just can't even imagine right now. So like I wouldn't rule out like 58 Democrats or 59 or 60 or something like that. I just wouldn't rule that out for 2028. Like, well, listen, the fact that we're having a conversation right now, a serious conversation about Texas and Iowa flipping blue, you know, I'm just saying like stranger things have happened. And we've
True, although I would be careful because the last time we had a serious conversation about Iowa flipping blue, it was on that seltzer poll. Oh, the trauma.
We've had a lot of American history where things change very, very fast. And so, yeah.
But here's what's going to happen. These wins, let's say the Dems control the House, you're going to see Trump's behavior change. Like he's restricted now, right? He had a rubber stamp from the House and the Senate to do whatever he wanted. No checking him on his tariffs. They're on war. So I think like the sting of Trump dies down as he gets closer to 2028. And I don't think that it leads to like, you know, causing more outrage. I don't know. I could be wrong, but.
Oh, well,
okay, guy, I'm going to quote Nikola Tesla from the movie. And you guys know this movie? The Prestige, that's right. Where he presents a saying, which is man's reach exceeds his grasp. And what Nikola Tesla says is, actually, that's not true. Man's grasp exceeds his nerve. And here's what I'll say to you, guy. You gotta do the necessary first step. If you're telling me we won't even have enough votes to do filibuster reform, to get rid of the legislative filibuster, then we are cooked. How is a President John Ossoff, a President Gavin Newsom going to be able to deliver if we can't even get rid of the legislative filibuster? When we had votes on the legislative filibuster carve out for, was it the John Lewis Voting Act or some of these legislations that were proposed under Joe Biden, we were getting like 45, 46 votes for some of this legislation. And so I cannot accept, guy, and I will not accept from you, doomerism on at least the legislative filibuster. If you want to say court reform, court expansion, that's too far, I'm going to fight you on it, but we have to do the legislative filibuster. That has to happen.
I applaud your optimism in thinking it can happen, but this is why I've been such a cheerleader for the Safe America Act and rooting Donald Trump on, because I know this is the best way, the easiest way to get rid of the filibuster is by getting the Republicans to do it with that atrocious bill. I do not see the filibuster going away for years. I'm sorry, Pisco. I would love.
If I was a betting man, actually, you shouldn't even ask about this. I don't think we'll get Supreme Court reform or a filibuster abolished. but
I bet you could bet on it on Polymarket.
Oh, true. Wait, on Polymarket.us.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Politics. Do they have? There's no way that you could vote on something that far out. Oh, we got our Tallarico and Paxton polls here. Almost neck and neck. Oh my God. Becerra, 95% chance. California governor. My judge is... Just kidding. LOL.
Could you imagine?
Could you?
And then she'd have to pawn it off on somebody else.
Fuck. How do you spell filibuster? Filibuster.
Filibuster.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Oh, okay. No filibuster polls. What about, what was the other thing? Supreme Court reform?
I unironically don't think the Dems have the balls to get rid of the filibuster.
Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, there is a poll on, will the GOP use the nuclear option to break the filibuster? They've already signaled pretty clearly that they're not going to do that.
They will not do that.
Otherwise, they would have for that Save America Act, right?
Yep.
Are there any long-term electoral things? Or like legislative things? There's no way the answer to this is yes. Straight up from moose traffic returns to normal. This is at yes,
Yeah,
49% by
money.
December? No shot.
Nah, that's free money right
That's
there.
a nah from me, fam-a-lam. By December. By September, it's 28%. No shot. Normal?
Normal? So that would be what? Like 100 plus a day?
If the 7-day moving average of transit calls through the Strait of Hormuz, according to IMF Port Watch, is greater than or equal to 60 for any day between June 22nd and June 30th, this market settles to any day. Ooh, for 1 day.
One day they got to put more than 60 in? And we got a blockade up right now? And Trump's doing more shit against them?
IMF Port Watch Strait Hormuz.
You got fucking gamblers, dude. They're getting boats ready. We got to run it.
Jesus Christ, bruh. Is it like tanker or is it every... Oh, no, wait. What did it say? Does it say... If the 7-day moving average of transit calls through the Strait of Hormuz is greater than or equal to 60 for any day. Oh, no, it has to be the 7-day moving average. Okay. Wait. When did the war start? Anybody remember? Huh. I don't remember when the recent war started. Is there a way to tell maybe from this graph when we think... Oh, I'm actually fucking retarded. I forget I said anything.
It
Oh,
started
no, never mind.
47 years ago.
I thought this was
no?
back to 2022. Jesus. No, but yeah, you can see very clearly here where the traffic falls off a fucking cliff right here in March. Jesus. What is this? What is the dotted black line? Is it tank? No. Maybe last year's average or something? Prior year's average, okay. Sheesh. That's a sheeshter. 7-day moving average, I see. 62.
When did the war end?
Who knows? However, the 7-day moving average right now is 11. It's been going up.
Could be good business.
Oh, it got up to 24 in June, July. I think that's a freebie. I don't know. I'm going to get money on Polymarket tonight.
No one wants to see this game.
Too late. And now it's full screen.
Yeah, I know. I know. We'll get to that later.
Hear me out.
Yes, the goal.
That lady looks a little bit like Zendaya.
I don't think there's any world where that's even remotely the
Little
case.
bit.
Any world. Not any world. Jesus Christ. I'm out of... I can't even believe you would say that.
Goal here is twofold. One is to divide the base. One is to one goal is to divide the base. One goal is to punish anyone who dare speaks out against Israel. But then the other goal is to get someone who's crazy enough that watches Fox News to fucking kill me. Okay?
Jesus.
It's Tiller.
Oh, hey, he's skinwalking me again. Oh, hey, yeah, whoa. What did I say? This shit isn't going to end until somebody fucking dies. Hey, this is exactly the same shit that I was complaining about. Oh, it's not on screen.
Do you think Hasan will turn down the rhetoric now?
True, just like the Trumple.
Tiller, the baby killer, all over again. I know. It's to foment stochastic terrorism. I know, guys.
Oh my
I'm aware of it.
God.
I'm familiar with what's happening.
Yeah, because you
And
do it every fucking day.
I think it's so sad. It's sad that there are, unfortunately, many prominent establishment Democrats who are leaning into it as well.
Oh my fucking God, dude.
It's a sad state of affairs. Again, we have a crisis in illiteracy. We have a crisis in truth. We have a crisis in having no consensus reality.
Yeah, tell us more, Hasan.
And the Republicans have designed this media environment.
Wow.
And now they're taking advantage of it.
Wow. That's crazy, Famalam.
In many respects, the last decade of smears that we have withstood in the
Decade of smears on poor Hasan. A whole decade of smears.
This community have made us perhaps the perfect community to withstand this barrage of heinous smears. This was never going to be easy. It was never going to be a cakewalk.
Oh my
it is what
God,
it is.
dude. One man. Remember, guys, they're not after Hasan. They're after you. He's just in their way. Remember.
I don't know what else to say.
Man, rough life being this guy.
I was a Trump guy and he saved me from the alt-right pipeline 8 years ago. Thank you, Hasan.
I don't know, did he?
Yep. These smears are light work compared to the post-October 7 smears, man. Don't sweat it. It doesn't matter. It's becoming more sophisticated.
Because people are actually looking at the shit I'm saying now.
It's getting more sophisticated than that. Look, our enemies are never going to be... What? The fact that you never sued before has led to Scotch and explaining that table of lies he might go down for it? That'd be sick? Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Sue, 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 sue.
This guy's so brave.
Look, man.
What a brave
He only
man.
streamed 4 hours, so maybe.
All I'm saying is I will make a promise to you that
I'll never stop fighting.
I will be unbowed, and I will always say the truth. I will always tell you what I think. I will always say the truth.
Oh my God, so
I
brave.
will always seek truths
So
from
brave.
facts.
Oh, seek truth from facts. So brave. Oh my God, dude.
That's it.
How can one man be so brave? That's what I want to know.
Paul Bless had an interesting take on this as well, because Trey Easton came out. I want Abdul to win desperately. But the most predictable thing in the world was Piker would inevitably become a serious liability in the general election. If you care about Abdul's campaign succeeding, you should want him to distance himself from Piker clearly and directly.
That's right.
True. Pretty
It sucks
easy.
because people are still carrying out their, oh, I actually want you to win.
And it's a pretty easy thing to do, you know? To distance yourself from a guy who openly praises terrorists, you know? That's not really that difficult, I don't think.
Breaking another Abdul.
Uh-oh.
Hasan mentioned.
Where? Oh.
Alarma.
Folks can't afford groceries. Folks can't afford gas. Folks can't see a doctor. And this is what Mike wants to talk about. A Twitch streamer. He's dodging the first 2 debates because he doesn't want to have to step outside his safe space in the Fox cinematic universe. Coward. Like... Oh man, he's taking the Hasan advice, dude. You just got to pivot into talking about the issues. That's all people want to hear about are the issues. It's so brave.
Let's see how that works, Bob.
No, it's just keep talking about the issues. Nobody really cares about the Hasan stuff. It's all just a meme, okay? Nobody really cares. You've got this.
Love to join you. What I think is going to have to happen is some more moderate Republicans who buff the MAGA stuff will join President John Ossoff and his Democratic colleagues to pass some more incremental changes, like an ethics, code ethics, whatever you call it, for the Supreme Court. So I'm not trying to make anyone sad here, but like this is what I think is realistically going to happen.
We're going to get IRI. We're going to convince them because here's the thing, right? We have a narrow window of opportunity to bring our country from the brink because these crazy Republicans, they're not going to get any more sane, right? You saw what's going on in Florida and where the youth of the Republicans are going. I mean, it's Groypers, it's Tucker Carlson, it's Megyn Kelly, it's all this bad shit, all right? And so I don't see any world in which Republicans like learn from the tragic error of their ways and MAGA and they come back to reality. So there needs to be something, a bulwark, if you will, against this threat. And unfortunately, it's not a question of if we can get it, just is necessary given what the Electoral College is going to turn into, given what's going to happen to any legislation. You're talking about public option. I mean, they're salivating at an opportunity, the conservative justices, to strike down any piece of bipartisan legislation that a Democratic president is going to present. So it's not a question of can we get it? We must get it. And there needs to be a way it's going to, yeah.
But instead of putting in one basket that, Guy and I feel might be a little far-fetched, why not also instead, if that can't happen for whatever reason, then what's the other option? The other option would be to rebuild a coalition big enough to do transformative stuff. And so to me, the hyper expansion and not talking about this other thing that we obviously
is the Jesse Waters Abdul Sayed, is that live? Can I look at that on YouTube anywhere, or is it only on Fox?
Need to do if we're having long-term success. I don't know. I just feel like we're missing part of the prescription.
I want to be able to tell you that it's not a panacea. I want to be able to tell you that it's not necessary. And listen, if we don't get it, am I going to give up? No, of course. I'm going to be fighting to the last day for our country and with all of you guys. I know you.
What?
What about the description, Hutch?
True.
You'll be fighting with me till the end too. And if we were to lose the 2028 election, I would be fighting until, again, this country means everything to me. And so I'm with you on that. I just do think it just is necessary. And changing, I would love to have a bipartisan, moderate, incremental change. I just don't think, is your...
No, I'm saying... No, I said not bipartisan moderate. I said build a 2008 coalition, 1960s style coalition.
Oh, sure.
We should be focusing probably more energy talking about that.
Hello.
Than court expansion, I think, because that to me seems more likely than court expansion. I mean, it's just like such
the
a
reason we do it though, Hutch, is because Josiah and I both have this intuition that the structural factors that would contribute to a Democratic win of the magnitude of Obama, that those factors of Democrats delivering go right through the Supreme Court and right through legislation. How are you going to get an Obama era coalition without doing stuff, right?
But hold on, Pisco. I think if you don't take the steps that Hutch is describing, like code of ethics, term limits, it's just going to start a war of expansion. You know, like what is your response to that? That the Republicans will then expand it further the second they get a chance to do that, because you're not actually solving the problem. You're dealing with the results.
Yeah. So here's how I put it before in these debates. So the first thing you often get is this tit for tat thing, right? The tit for tat. Well, if you just do this, the Republicans will just do this, and it'll go endless back and forth, back and forth. First of all, as just a predictive matter, what is the history of this occurring, such that there's able to be a sort of successful reverse court pack in the previous court packs that we've seen throughout our history? There's been like one time where Thomas Jefferson has reversed court reduction from John Adams, but beyond that, there's not much empirical basis to suggest that we're going to have this endless tit for tat. Second, a quote unquote endless tit for tat is preferable to the current status quo. It's
Didn't the threat of retaliation prevent the last time? Was it JFK? Who was the guy that wanted to pack the court and it was a big deal, and then it ended up not happening because people just didn't get behind it because they were worried about, I don't know if you could say arguably, or was it FDR? The thing about tit for tat though is it's difficult to say when you say like what's an example of it working. Well, like an example of it happening, I guess, and then working is that, well, if tit for tat is like in play, then it's not like you're not really seeing it work because it's not like actually like people know what's going to happen, so it won't happen. Like if I were to grab, like a tall, strong dude's dick in public, you'd probably beat the shit out of me, right? But if somebody were to say like, well, can you give me an example of this ever happening? Like, has that ever happened to you? It's like, well, no, but I've never done this before because I know this is what would happen. I'm just going to grab a random dude's fucking junk because I'm probably going to get the shit beat out of me, right? I wouldn't do that, right? I wouldn't pretend to break into a guy's car. I wouldn't pretend to punch a dude's fucking mom in the face because I know that I'm going to get fucking murked on this, right? So it's kind of a weird thing to say, like, what's the example of this happening? When it's like, well, the whole point, I feel like, of these kind of retaliatory politics is so that people don't do those big things. I don't know. It's like deterrence, yeah.
Preferable because, would you want the court 100% of the time? Or
Sir?
What?
I have a statement for your audience members. It's important.
Okay.
I don't feel like you do this enough. There's that fucking retard, the Mehdi person, Mehdi's takes or whatever. Stop posting their shit. They're irrelevant except for being retarded. Okay, that's it. That's the only, yes, this person is saying retarded shit. It's on purpose. They know what they're doing. Okay? They understand that when you post a video of Hasan pulling his dog's tail, and they're going to be like, oh, yeah, I was trying to stop a fight. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They want to get some of that Hasan clout. Okay?
True.
That's it. And you shouldn't give a fuck. You should treat them like a random fucking retard in JStalk's chat. Like, no different at all. You shouldn't be like, oh my God, look at this tweet. People, why the fuck are you linking a retard? Yeah, a retard is retarded. More at 11. Do they have news at 11? If they would, that's when they would say more, because it wouldn't be that exciting.
Damn.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Or 0% of the time or 50% of the time.
Okay.
Obviously 50% is superior.
Oh, I'm sorry, am I interrupting?
Raises concern.
Yep, we're trying to listen to this. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't... But fuck, you're obsessed with Pisco.
Okay.
If Republicans initiated a court expansion, right? If Republicans did a court expansion as we understand it, that is with legislation, would you say we shouldn't do it in response, Ira?
Well, as far as these being unprecedented things, we also kicked out a speaker for the first time in our nation's history in 2023. So these are wild times, and people are manipulated very easily. And so I think Thomas Jefferson, if they had X, maybe back in his day, we would have seen some.
They were more partisan than us.
But I'm just saying, what means more to you?
They were more partisan than us. Aren't we like some of the most partisan we've ever been in terms of like congressional stuff? I don't know.
Term limits on Supreme Court justices or expanding the court?
Expanding the court.
No.
Wait, what?
Back in his day, we would have seen some.
They were more partisan than us.
But I'm just saying, what means more to you? Term limits on Supreme Court justices or expanding the court?
Expanding the court.
No. That's crazy. Wait, why would expanding the court be better than term limits? Would be like one of the most insanely, and it's like that's like bipartisan. We should all be able to agree on that.
How long?
It doesn't. The point of term limits isn't about how long. It's the idea that every president would get the same number of Supreme
We'll get
Court
one or
hits.
two. Yeah,
It picks,
yeah.
That's the point. Yeah.
Because I think Trump is trying to wait to like 5, right?
Well, he's already done 3. He could get 4 or 5 if like Alito or Thomas.
Price.
Yeah.
No.
Yes,
yes, 100%. And I'm trying to be respectful, but this whole thing about ethics code, it doesn't matter. It really does not matter.
Forget the
Ethics
code
code shit
ethics.
makes
Term limits.
term limits raises additional issues, right? The term limits further politicize the court. Why? Because the long span of tenure on the court, at least somewhat, is insulating these people about thinking for their next job, right? Think about how it would really be. I mean, some of these state Supreme Courts, for example, when they're really truly worried about their next job, you're going to see rulings that are more harmful in terms of partisan. So if your concern is partisan makeup, you shouldn't go to term limits. The problem here is a skewed partisan court in favor of MAGA that had an original sin of the Merrick Garland of what happened there. That's the issue here. And it's resolved.
Well,
just up the amount of money they get.
Well,
Don't ever have to worry
it's
about
about
a
getting
job
jobs
again.
afterwards, but I just don't understand the.
Got him.
Why do you keep stop? Okay.
By court expansion. The other stuff either doesn't address what's going on or introduces a bunch of problems that doesn't resolve the here and now. And the here and now is we don't have 20 years to write the ship. We have 5 years.
Well, yeah, Pisco, can I jump in here? I need to ask Pisco about this. Like, I understand the idea that if there are term limits on the Supreme Court, then they might make more radical decisions to preserve their jobs or like do things that are more partisan. Why can't you expand that argument to literally every politician that has a term limit and say, oh, well, you know, they're going to do things in their own self-interest to get reelected, so we should just have no term limits on any politician?
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with you. The problem is with the legislative and executive people, we want them worried about their next job because we want them worried about elections. And a lot of them want to have be reelected. And so it makes sense to have that incentive for the political branches of government, but not for the supposedly independent branch of government. And when it comes to the more like kind of, well, what about the politicians with the private interest, the corrupt interest? The way you address that is through corruption, targeted corruption, law enforcement, that kind of stuff. And then like, for example, laws potentially banning stock trading, that kind of stuff is how you address them. But we actually do want partisan actors responsive to political wins. That's a good incentive.
So you do not support term limits for Supreme Court justices?
Nope. And also because it would require an amendment.
Disagree.
So in terms of practicality.
That's such a weird. Wait, how does the Supreme? Wait, I have to be charitable because there's no way he's just crazy. When he says Supreme Court expansion, he must be talking about a slew of other changes as well, and not just packing the court, right? Because that's like, of all the possible things you could suggest about the Supreme Court, that's like the dumbest possible suggestion, that we just want to pack the court and literally that's it. Like, I thought the point of packing the court was so that we could get these other things that like IRI is talking about.
The amendment is just way out there.
Okay, practicality and getting it passed, is that what you're saying?
You need an amendment and you need to
but
go
there's
through
there's other ideas. There's other ideas that I'm sure you're aware of where you can have someone be like a senior judge in another.
What other than term limits would you do? I think expanding it for having like so that the court can do more rulings and having it like one justice per circuit, I think is a fine expansion. I think that makes sense. But the term limit thing was the nice thing because it makes it so that you don't get this wacky lottery of like sometimes a president can just have 50 fucking Supreme Court picks and sometimes your president gets none. I just think that's really crazy for a whole fucking branch of government to basically just be at the whims of luck or how long somebody might survive for is kind of crazy to me.
Another capacity or whatever, right?
You kick them down to the federal ideas are constitutional, right? I'm not convinced that many of those are
unlimited like time on the Supreme Court. Was it just so like they wouldn't have to?
Your what?
Sorry, let me. The original reason so that like people wouldn't have term limits or anything like that, and it's a life position, was just for the simple fact of we don't want the court to be partisan.
Yes, what Pisco's saying was true. Supreme Court justices, once they're on the court, their only thing they should have an obligation to is their good faith interpretation of the law and not political partisanship, because they're not worried about some job after they leave the Supreme Court.
Like a senior judge in another capacity or whatever, right?
I'm not convinced that many of those ideas are constitutional, right? I'm not convinced that many of those are constitutional ideas. And who's going to rule on their constitutionality, guy?
Well,
it's going to be the Supreme Court of the United States. Yeah. So it just kicking the can down the road. The problem is this court, and we need something that addresses this court.
Well, but my last little point was,
yeah,
as you pointed out, states have their Supreme Courts. No state has lifetime appointments. No other country, as far as I know, has lifetime appointments. We're the only one in the Western world that does this, and it's a disaster because people feel they get upset that knowing this person's going to be on the court for 40 years. Instead, it would lower the temperature if people knew it's only going to be 18 years, and I think it would improve our country in general just for that alone.
Yeah, so listen, if you put a gun in my head and said term limits or no term limits, I'll give you like a long period of time. For me, the minimum amount of time I'd like to be interested in is like 18 plus. But all I'm telling you is that we can have a conversation about that. Maybe we agree on that, guy. Maybe we end up and we say term limits are a good idea separately. But what I'm saying is it doesn't address the problem that Josiah and I are identifying. The problem that Josiah and I are identifying is a problem about this court's legitimacy and the next 5 years. And that's a problem that needs to be resolved now. I
don't understand this. He's giving like this is the absolute worst possible take you could have on Supreme Court reform, because it sounds like what he's saying is literally just, I don't like this is like the, I have to be misunderstanding this, or maybe there's more that he's just talking about now, because this is the Republican caricatured position of a Democrat, is that, oh, you just want to expand the court right now because you're not happy with who's on it, and that's it. You don't even want to make real changes. You just want to expand it because you don't like who's on it, which should not be the position that we have ever. That's like because then everything that IRI is saying becomes very valid. Like, well, okay, well then how do you prevent the Republicans from just coming in and expanding it if we're just like playing the expansion game? Like that's like the worst That's like the worst take that you could have on this, I think.
HUTCH. I want an Obama-era coalition. I want us contesting Republican states and more right-wing states. But how is that going to happen if the Democrats are stymied at every turn with anything that's going to like create that mandate? And so it really is the foundation for everything. It's the foundation for retribution for what happened to Merrick Garland and just desserts. It's the foundation for good policy. And it's the foundation for good coalitions that survive the test of time and doing abundance and all the other shit that you might have in your policy agenda.
I agree. This Supreme Court will strike down anything that they disagree with, and I think that will lead to the public getting worked up to be able to implement the changes you're talking about. But what is the practicality of getting rid of the filibuster in the next couple of sessions of Congress? I mean, realistically, like, it's not going to happen in the next session, and the 121st Congress starting in 2029, or you're talking 20, you know, the 122nd. Like, realistically, what do you think? What do you think it can happen?
It needs to be 29, and it needs to be something that the Democratic base and influencers are pushing
I understand.
for. And listen, the last time we had a vote on that,
of it happening, though?
The last time we had a carve out on that vote, we had, let someone do the whip count. It was like 46 or 47 for a legislative filibuster carve out. And so you tell me
that was for a specific thing. That wasn't to get rid of it.
Justin, it's literally why most Dems want the reform, including you, LOL. If the rulings were so heavily Republican favored, Dems wouldn't care. I'm not going to deny what you're saying in terms of most Dems probably feel like it's like Republican favored. My thing is, I don't know, maybe I'm just a retard. I just feel like they're doing dog shit rulings with bad law. I don't like it when it feels like it's impossible to legally understand the things that they're arguing for. That's my issue. Like, there are going to be times when I imagine a court can rule against the thing I would like, but they have like some kind of rationalization for it. But when it seems like they're picking and choosing their arguments all the time just based on the personal whims of the politics of the people on the court, I don't know about that one, Chief Keef.
The reality of it happening, though.
The last time we had a carve out on that vote, we had, let someone do the whip count. It was like 46 or 47 for a legislative filibuster carve out. And so you tell me
that was for a specific thing. That wasn't to get rid of it.
We just make it for a specific thing. We make it for
so
whatever
the
emergency is.
Or it'll be for voting rights. It's not going to be in general, though.
No,
but then
okay,
the Supreme Court can still strike down,
right? Yeah, the Supreme Court can try to do. That's why you start with court reform. That's why it's so important to start with court expansion. But yes, that's correct. We can just do a carve out. Just do a fucking carve out like Mitch McConnell did for Supreme Court appointments. But do a carve out, and we almost had the votes for that.
I don't think you'll have the votes to do a carve out for Supreme Court reform. It has to be something that is at top of mind.
That's something that's actually like a reform that can be sold in a bipartisan manner. Like I said, I think that everybody should agree with term limits. I do think that something needs to be done to rectify the current bullshit that is the current Supreme Court. I do agree with that, but I don't want to call that a pipe dream, but that's like an out there thing. Like a real solid Supreme Court reform that leaves us in an institutionally stronger place, I think is more important than just trying to pack the court so that then we can do the other thing. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one.
Is like in front of people right now, which is like voting rights or abortion. Those were what they were talking about doing a carve out for. I have not seen evidence that there could be a carve out for expanding the Supreme Court. I think the Supreme Court, basically my final argument in this, the Supreme Court has to get way worse. And that's going to take years before people get fed up with it. I'm sorry. I know people are fed up right now and they have every right to be, but not enough people are fed up. They haven't even begun to do terrible things.
I'll give you my last word on it. We don't need to convince 52 senators. I don't think. I think we need to convince one person, and that's the next Democratic president. The next Democratic president needs to have a mandate, and we need to get the president on board with this policy. Not to say he won't have checks, but a huge step, a huge inertial step is going to be electing a Democratic president whose base is fucked. That's why when I'm thinking about who I want to be the leader of the Democratic Party, who I want to be the president, this is a high salience issue. Kamala Harris rose to near the top of the pack just for signaling that she's open to filibuster reform, that she's open to all this other stuff, even though it's not in her purview. Even though, right, it's not in her purview. Well, why is she commenting on legislative filibuster? Because she understands the power of a mandate, and the presidency is what matters now. That's who I want to convince, and so that's what I want to do.
You think John Ossoff could be the person that could lead that charge?
He definitely could be.
He'd be the first Jewish president when anti-Semitism is popping off right now.
Yeah, we got to fight all those anti-Semites.
I wouldn't count Ossoff out.
Yeah, right, dude. Oh my God.
Anti-Semitism is popping off right now.
Yeah, we got to fight all those anti-Semites.
I wouldn't count Ossoff
Hasan, you're on the chopping block.
I feel like Ossoff's stock is rising every week, man. Like I really
you don't have anything to say about that?
What?
About Pisco wanting to fight off anti-Semitism?
Do you know what? Wait, say that again. What was your...
You don't have anything to say about Pisco wanting to fight off anti-Semitism?
Well, yeah, I just laughed at it because it doesn't seem like... I don't know if I'd rely on him to be able to do that, no?
I think he's got like some intangible talent that it's like hard to put into words. But when you see him...
Packing the court could be feasible to actually do, though. Setting term limits would require amending the Constitution, which... If you want to bet, I'll do it with just you. We could do $100, 10-1, Cheon Soyun, email my guy. Doing a partisan court pack would be one of the most unpopular things. I don't even think, fucking Trump can't even get rid of the filibuster, okay? Doing a partisan court pack would just look so crazy to the average voter. Like, that almost sounds to me like a single issue that could tank your entire chances of even winning anything. That's just a wild thing to advocate for. It's just like a purely partisan court pack.
You think that'd be more wild than like holding the previous administration accountable?
Yes. Because you could argue that other thing on like after doing some investigations on the House. But if you literally just say like, we want more Democrats on the bench and we're going to do a one-sided court pack and try to block the, it would just be the most, it would just, voters hate things that are partisan, as retarded as they are. And if they, I mean, if you could sell it away where it doesn't seem partisan, then I think you could get voters on board with it. But things that seem partisan, voters hate that shit.
If we win the midterms, and I mean, Alito and Thomas are almost out. And then we win 2028. I mean, I think that's how Dems could get their seats back and like bring balance to the court without packing
to the court. Nice. Maybe, yeah.
Speak. Like I saw some clips of him, his Senate debates back in 2020. Was that when it was? Yeah. And man, did you guys watch him debate? He's insane. Like he has just insane presence when he's on that stage. And I'm just imagining him on a debate stage during the Democratic primaries. I wouldn't count him out. I mean, I take your point, Guy, about the current climate, and you know all the people on the left, like Kyle and Hasan, who say they like him. That's going to go right out the window the second he actually like has any chance of becoming the nominee.
He's a progressive challenger. Yeah.
But he is like, I think, a kind of a special politician in terms of his talent. He's got it, bro. He's a
special guy. He's a special, and I think that his riz, his power, like he could be a commander. He could be an Obama type, and I want that for him. And if he is in line on these structural reforms, I'm going to be the first one handing out the John Ossoff signs because that's what's needed.
I mean, like Ossoff is in a moderate area too. Like the fact that would he really be the one to be on board with the most extreme, the most radical possible things that you could be pushing for, which would be a partisan or a partisan court packing idea? I don't know, man.
It's necessary, and it might be hard, Guy, but one day I'm going to convince you. I'm going to convince you, and I know that you want what's best too, and I know you don't want people to get disappointed, and I know that's what's going on here, and I respect that. I really think that,
yeah, that's part of why I'm pushing back, because I want to...
If you can't, I don't know why you're saying this. I can't, unless there's a way to watch Jesse Waters. I don't know why you're giving me live commentary and chat about it. There's a way to watch it. I can watch it, but
I want people to be realistic. And you make a good case, Beasto. It could work out the way you're saying. I mean, Trump may do some crazy shit over the next year. Supreme Court may enable him in some ways that there is the momentum to reform the Supreme Court. I mean, that's how it happens, right? It has to happen. I'm just saying, right now, the well has not been poisoned enough to get what you want. I don't think. I could be wrong, but I don't think. Most people are kind of just chilling. They just want to grill and save a few bucks at the grocery store. You know?
Okay, that might be true, but like that's what we need our leaders. And the Supreme Court's opinion polling has never been lower than, or I should say, I should qualify that. Recent polling suggests that it's at close to the nadir, if not at the nadir or nadir. I don't know how to fucking pronounce that of approval. And so, if there was a time, I think it would be now. And I think, unfortunately, it has to be now if we're going to have any kind of.
The appetite for Dems is there for this. I don't think it's that far out of purview. The Supreme Court rulings have been fucking insane. So, unfortunately, as much as I hate to contradict you, because spiritually I do agree with you, I think from a normie perspective, not really, actually. I don't think many normies care that much about stuff that's happened with the Supreme Court. Now, we care for people who are like super into politics and shit, but I think what IRI is saying in terms of a normie check is true. It would have to be that like the Supreme Court makes it so that like saying swear words is illegal or something. I think the biggest ruling that the Supreme Court has done that the average American cares about probably had to do with rolling back protection for abortion. But everything else, I don't think anybody else really cares that much about criminal immunity and all these other things. Because the average voter probably thinks the average president is never getting charged with a crime anyway. Like, I think it's just people just don't care that much about these things. Even the fucking the citizenship thing, which I think was fucking insane. Even that, I just don't think the average voter, unfortunately, cares that much about these things.
Way to prevent the Royper and Republican onslaught that's waiting for us in 2030 and 32.
What about impeaching one of these?
How is he so scared of the fucking Groypers? If he's going to constantly tell us that the DSA and those types have no political power whatsoever, but like the Groyper thing is legitimately like terrorizing him. What?
Isn't that shit cooked? Like, I don't see anything from the fucking Groypers anymore.
I mean, there's been like reports that there are a lot of like staffers and shit that are Nick Fuentes fans and stuff. I don't know how true that is, but
way to prevent the Royper and Republican onslaught that's waiting for us in 2030 and 32.
What about impeaching one of these motherfuckers like Samuel Chase, the only Supreme Court justice ever impeached? He wasn't convicted. He was appointed by George Washington, of all people, and he changed his tune from what I read. I wasn't alive at the time, but he changed his tune, changed the whole court for like 100 years. Why not impeach one of these?
I love you, Guy. I love you because a couple of reasons too. One, if you don't have the votes for filibuster reform, you don't have the fucking votes to remove one of these justices.
You just need a majority in the House. I'm saying.
I think you are much more likely to impeach a Supreme Court justice than like to completely get rid of the filibuster permanently. I feel like you're good, especially depending on the behavior that you accuse them of.
Impeach and convict?
I don't know if I don't even know if you have to do that. Isn't impeachment on its own enough to remove a Supreme Court justice?
Is it? I didn't know that.
I don't know if you have to do it on the Senate as well. But even if it is in the Senate too, I think it would be much easier to remove them from remove a Supreme Court justice
Then get like Dems on board with removing the filibuster.
than to get the American people on board with it. Yeah, I think.
Samuel Chase was not removed. He was just impeached in the House, and it
Oh, who
changed.
cares about an impeachment? Oh, because
it changed his tune. He was like lecturing people, and he was causing a lot of problems. I don't
maybe
have all
back
the
then,
history.
guy, but now like impeachment, you can do it to Trump twice. What did he do in response to that? I mean, like
And
it's
then number
actually
two
interesting
guy-
to me that Trump is signaling he's scared of impeachment post midterms, and like, why do you care? Like, you should be scared of conviction, but you don't give a fuck about getting impeached unless it
Alito
bogs
would just
down
be
to your
more
agenda.
pissed. Alito would just start writing like opinions that were even more political and shit. Like he's gonna it's gonna get worse. But then number two guy, I actually have not been convinced that they've committed impeachable acts. And so, out of respect and deference to the Constitution, I'm not gonna. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, yeah.
Really?
Not,
Like Thomas and his
that's
RV
correct.
and all that
Yes,
flying
yes,
on planes.
Alito
Didn't he
not
take
recusing
bribes?
What?
Didn't Thomas take bribes?
Arguably, or at least that was the perception. But it's interesting that he thinks that they haven't done anything impeachable when impeachment is just a political process. You don't have to actually break a law to get impeached. He thinks they haven't done anything impeachable, but he thinks it's the Supreme Court is so corrupt as an institution, the current court, that the people literally need to be packed against. I would feel like, however fucked you think it is, that we have to pack the court to make up for how fucked the current court is, that would be down the road from, and your first step would be like impeaching somebody would be my thing. But
Yes. That's the principle, right? I'm here to defend the Constitution and the American people, and that means first and foremost being principled on the Constitution. And so that's what this all is about, in my view.
Okay, fair enough.
Should we use Asif as a sequitur into
Oh,
a
yes.
Natalie Harp story? What do you guys know about Mrs. Harp?
I think that
Were
there
you
was some,
completely checked out of that. Hutch?
a little bit, but I feel like there was some reporting about that before. It was just it went into more detail this last week, right? Because there was some reporting on that woman being kind of weird and other people in the administration taking note of that. But somehow they got, what was it, the email or the letter or something? Yeah,
we got the letters. Do we want to? I don't know if we want to read the whole letter. Please go through the
I
whole
would, yes, I want you to read at least one of at least the choice quotes. I want you to read the part about the guardian protector with all my heart, that I want to be pretty for
All
you.
right,
That's
let's
the part I want you to read.
let's look at this one. This is from the Daily Beast. So.
People deserve this.
Yeah, she says, Dear Mr. President, I'm sorry. I thought I was the only one left behind last night and had no idea Margot's car was also pulled over and sent back to the airport. Since I was alone in the van outside customs without my passport, I panicked and should have just called Secret Service instead of you. I am also sorry if I was an embarrassment walking the course in Scotland. So this is the photo of her like chasing after his golf cart.
She's
Right?
like the only one on the road.
The first day I was told there were no carts and people walked, which is why I walked. The second day I was specifically asked by
saved her life from cancer, which I read was bullshit. That her medicine she used that got rid of her cancer was already available. So I don't know what to think of this woman, but strange character for sure.
Speaking of first administration, on January 6th, or right before, she told followers, we will never give up, for truth is on our side. January 6th is coming. And then days after the election results, we love you, we love you, we love you. This is a coup in response to Biden's victory.
Jesus Christ.
Uh-oh.
Democrats are still
Big memes. Let me use the restroom 1 sec.
shut out of power. Fetterman says if they don't take back the Senate, it's Abdul's fault. And James Carville, he says, get your own tent.
Some of these people will tell you they don't like the Democratic Party. They think it's co-opted evil, that it's no different than a Republican Party. Good. Don't be a Democrat. Don't use the word Democrat. If it's such a horrible thing, why don't you call yourself the Socialists of America? Or the Independent Socialists of America, or the Unaligned Socialists of America, whatever the you want. Don't use the word Democratic in it.
The Democrat Party is transitioning. On Capitol Hill, the Commie Caucus is about to quadruple. The Democrat Socialists of America is now larger than any organized socialist movement in American history. They're calling this a guillotine-curious moment. Establishment Democrats are telling the Times, quote, they pose, in my view, a mortal threat to the Democratic Party. This party lacks leadership, so they're feeling around in the dark. And the only guy with any swagger, any name recognition, well, we've all seen him naked.
I know everything about the laptop, more things than I want to know. I've seen you with your out. I've seen you with a crack pipe in your mouth. My question, are you running for president?
I'm here to announce. yeah, exactly.
Have you thought about that?
Yeah, no, I haven't.
No,
here's my thing. If I announce for president, then somebody should check and see if I relapsed. That's what I.
Whoever takes up the mantle is going to have to put the commies on a leash, because right now the Bernie bros are running wild, and somebody's about to get mauled. They might even bite mom. AOC dropped the pronouns from her bio and disavowed woke 1.0, called it crazy. Oops.
Calling it crazy isn't just like careless language. It's revisionist history. And it's unacceptable from politicians who, by the way, owe their careers to the exact energy they're now describing as some sort of silly aberration that they can just dismiss and move on from.
So the Democrat establishment, they're the ones on the leash. You have a faction of energized, door-knocking radicals, savvy with social media, going through political puberty, realizing they're stronger than they think.
Would you accept an endorsement by the DSA?
I would not. I'm not going to sort of look into all these endorsements. I'm not going to reject an endorsement by certain individuals at the DSA, but I'm certainly not seeking any endorsement from the DSA.
I'm not saying no, but I want everybody to know I'm not asking. Van Hollen, he's the front runner for Schumer's job if the Senate gets new blood. Abdul in Michigan says he's going to chuck Schumer overboard if he gets in. And that's a big if. The far left's proven they can win primaries here and there. They've proven money can't stop them. But can they win a general election? Can they win statewide? We'll find out in 10 weeks. And Michigan is the biggest battle of them all. Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed joins us now. How you doing, Abdul?
I'm good, Jesse. I appreciate the opportunity for a good, wholesome conversation, and I just want to start where we agree. We both played football and lacrosse. We both love America. We both love freedom, and I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Absolutely.
Oh, no. I'm sure, I mean, he's just trying to look personable to the audience at home, but it's just funny seeing him treat Jesse Waters like a human when this guy is actually a demonic fucking spirit. There's a reason why a lot of these Fox News guys look like they don't age, is because like when demons take human form, oftentimes they forget to update the way that they look to an average person. It's like kind of like the sorceresses in The Witcher.
We'll see how much we agree on. I know I don't agree with you on this. You want to abolish ICE. Who's going to deport the criminal aliens from the country?
Well, you and I both know that we've, long before we ever had ICE, we had INS. We were able to enforce our immigration policies without shooting people in the face and the back of the head. And we just celebrated our 250th anniversary. That was an anniversary of throwing away tyranny. Now, to bring that tyranny back under the guise of the U.S. government itself, that seems to me to be inconsistent with the freedom you and I both love.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a dodge, Abdul. They did the same thing as ICE back then, INS. Do you know how many illegal aliens are in the country now?
People in the face and the back of the head?
Do you know how many illegal aliens are in the country now?
We had, no, I mean, to your point, Jesse, let me answer the question. To your point,
how many do we have?
Fewer when we had INS. To your answer,
yeah, exactly.
When we had
exactly.
INS,
we now have
INS worked a lot better.
Abdul, listen, we had twice as many illegals now when we had INS.
So to your argument,
you have to have the manpower to do it.
If you want to do that correlation, we have ICE now, and we have far, far more undocumented people. So ICE is clearly not working. It's just shooting like American citizens in the face and the back of the head. So
well, illegals are shooting people in the face too.
Disagree.
Abdul, you got a guy in Michigan.
So American citizens.
You got a guy. Let me just say something, okay?
Fuck. The only time I've ever wanted to be a politician would be just so that I could have, like, do you ever have the fantasy of like, I want to go get a job again at McDonald's just so I can wait for that one fucking customer, just ruin their fucking
and then,
day.
like, freak out
yeah,
or
and then just
whatever?
just have my moment because fuck that. The only time I've ever thought about wanting to be a politician is just to get on one show like this one time to have a debate with these motherfuckers. If you care about illegal immigration, if you care about ICE, your president, Donald Trump, has made ICE more unpopular than it ever has been in the history of all of fucking ICE's existence. Like, this motherfucker came in talking about 20 million, 30 million, 40 million illegal immigrants, and what do we get? Dead Americans on TV? Like, how good has ICE been? Kristi Noem is gone. He had to fight. He had to move around the one fucking, not Hogan, whatever the fuck that one guy's name is. The bribe. What? The guy who took the bribe or whatever, like the commander. Like, they everything about this immigration enforcement with this current administration has been such a fucking disaster that if you're going to come in and tell me that the Department of Education's job was so unpopular that it needed to be abolished, that USAID, something that most Americans didn't even know about, had to be abolished, but we can't abolish ICE, an organization whose entire mission was already subsumed under another organization prior to 9/11. Like, I'm sorry, fuck you. Like, that's just a bullshit argument.
Get back to the conversation about the broader issues. Okay. Well, you cut me off, Jesse, and you said we're going to have a good conversation, so I'd like to do that. I just want to answer the point. When I travel the state, and I have traveled my state, more people are asking me about how they're going to afford their gas and groceries. They're not asking me about immigration.
Well, they also don't want to get molested.
This, jeez. Again, I feel like Democrats learn this every election cycle. I feel like we've done this over and over and over again. This affordability thing is nice, I guess, but like culture issues move voters. Even broke as fuck voters can have a lot of hate in their heart. They can have really strong feelings over culture issues. You can't just pretend that Americans don't care about this and they only care about affordability. I'm sorry, but Americans are fucking retarded. Americans don't give a fuck sometimes about affordability. They'll pay higher prices for things. They feel like they're fucking over some other group of people. Like, they'll do it. We've seen this happen time and time again.
Abdul, you got a guy here from Southeast Asia, molested a kid. ICE just picked him up. You want that guy to stay in Michigan?
I'm glad that guy got picked up, but that's a different thing than saying that INS would not have picked him up. Jesse, you're too smart for this.
It's a bureaucratic game you're playing, and that's a dodge. You need guys to get these guys out of the country.
Therefore, ICE, we need ICE.
Like, also, I've never heard anybody give this counter before, and I wish I could hear the counter. You want that guy deported, the molester guy? So somebody molested an American citizen, and then you want them to just get out of jail free card? Why? Is that really how you feel about that? Is that true for all criminals? So we no longer prosecute crime in the United States of America. If you're an illegal immigrant, you can come here, commit crime, and know that if you get caught, you're just going to be bussed off to whatever other fucking country we're going to send you to. Like, in what world does that even make sense?
I'm just saying, look, playing by your own rules. When we had INS, we had fewer people doing the things that you're talking about.
That's because Biden didn't blow open the border back then.
When we had that.
All right, that's because Biden didn't blow open the border back then.
That's not a nice question. That's a CBP question.
No, you guys let in a ton of people, and we got to get them out, and we'll take the guys out the way we need to take them out. Green New Deal.
Take them out like you took out Renee Good? Like you took out Alex Preddy? Like you took, like, I mean, stupid.
You back that up. Do you drive an electric car?
Oh
I drive a plug-in hybrid made right in the United States. The bigger question about cars, though, is why the president just started a trade war or escalated a trade war with Canada. It's about to make all of our cars, especially the internal combustion engine cars, so much more expensive.
You want to get rid of the internal combustion engine?
No, I don't. Who told you that?
That's what the Green New Deal says.
America to design internal combustion engines. No, that's
the Green New Deal says phase out fossil fuels.
Build renewable energy opportunities. Look, I'm not going to defend the Green New Deal. What I'm telling you, though, is that we could make a whole
You're
lot
on the
more
record as backing the Green New Deal, Abdul.
Look, I'm just telling you this. Are you opposed to the idea?
We're not talking to Democrats right now. These aren't Democrats. We got to be ready. These are big boy fights, but that's okay.
That we could reduce energy costs and create jobs in Michigan?
Absolutely, but I don't want windmills in Lake Michigan.
So you're absolutely opposed to that?
Yeah, I don't want to put windmills in Lake Michigan. Do you?
Windmills.
I don't think the people in Michigan want that, Abdul. If you're running on that, that's not going to go over too well.
No, I mean, Jesse, look, we can have a conversation if you want to. You want to keep cutting me off, we can keep doing that too. But you told me we're going to have a good conversation. I just want to talk about something.
Did you believe him?
Right now, we have an oil pipeline in the Great Lakes. If that oil pipeline would have burst, the consequences for our Great Lakes would be disastrous. Now, you're telling me that you'd rather have a situation where that happened than a windmill? That really is so offensive to you?
No.
Those windmills are good.
I'm saying I don't want to get rid of fossil fuels, and that's what the Green New Deal does. Let's move on. You want to soak the rich.
Just drive the narrative that you say looks like amateurs in actual debates. As spite-driven as I can be, nobody will ever invoke more spite in me than MAGA has. It's literally impossible. I would defend Hasan debating Jesse Waters. I hate these demons with all of my fucking heart. I just can't do it. I can't bring myself ever.
I would root for both of them to ruin each other.
I don't. These guys are actual. Also, this is the guy that literally got me fucking demonetized on YouTube, so fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Rabdul, because this isn't a podcast. I got to sell ads in the breaks. You want to soak the rich. Let's listen to what you said about the taxes. Run it.
I also think we got to start taxing wealth for people who have over $100 million. I mean, at that point, like, what are you going to do with more money?
What are you going to do with more money? I mean, whatever I want.
I mean, Jesse, I don't know how much you make.
I'm not a billion.
I think I'd rather have. Well, yeah, look, so that's exactly it, right? The question ultimately is, do you want to drive on good roads, or would you rather have a billionaire make a second billion? That's what Mike Rogers wants. That's what Donald Trump wants. Apparently, that's what you want. I think the people of Michigan want something different. They want good roads and good schools.
So you're saying Beyonce, who just became a billionaire, she has to break you off something every year? She has to pay the politicians?
It's not me. It's the American public.
You're the one that wants the money.
To be able to contribute back to the public schools that she went to. I think she'd be happy to invest in good roads in her community. I think she'd be happy to pay a little bit more so that everybody had a little bit more.
You're reaching a little deep into the pockets.
To be defending billionaires from your channel, Jesse. That's a crazy thing. I thought you were for. I'm just saying, look, at the end of the day, I thought you were for the everyday man. Like, if you're for billionaires more than you're for every other person, you and I are just going to disagree.
No, I just think I have the.
On this, it should have been like, we can bring Beyonce here and ask her, do you think Beyonce's going to side with you, Jesse Waters? Do you think in a debate between Abdul Al-Sayed, the Democratic Michigan lefty guy, and fucking Jesse Waters, do you think that Beyonce is going to be siding with Jesse Waters in any argument ever about literally anything ever? Like, no. What a crazy fucking...
Right to the fruits of my own labor. That's America. It's not communist, what you're talking about.
No, the problem
let me ask you about socialized healthcare.
Billionaires don't make money. Let me just answer the question.
Sure.
No, let me go back to that.
Go ahead.
Billionaires don't make their money off of their labor. That, I think, is where you head off. Billionaires that make their money off their money. So if you have $1 billion, your billion makes another 100 million. That's not the fruits of your labor. That's just the fruits of your money making money. I think it's okay. Like, if we tax you at 7%, you're still going to make, what, a cool $30 million off your $1 billion? I think it's okay. They're going to be okay.
Yeah, I just don't like the idea of politicians like you capping how much money people make in America. That's just me. We can have the voters in Michigan decide. You say you want socialized healthcare.
Oh,
Abdul,
man.
how much is that going to cost?
It's going to cost the average Michigander a whole lot less than they pay right
now. Yeah, okay, yeah. Less than you pay right now.
But I'm just going to tell you.
No, but how much does healthcare cost right now for you? How much does insurance cost right now for you?
What's the price tag of the program?
We voted to raise prescription drug prices 19 times, right? And so I'm just saying I want to bring your costs down. The price of the program is going to be substantially less for an everyday person who's out here who can't afford their healthcare and worried about losing their healthcare with their job.
Well, give me the total number.
While you're out here trying to talk about the broader national budget, I'm a lot more interested in the everyday budgets that Michigan.
The total number should just be the $1 trillion or however much Americans spend every year on healthcare. Just without, I don't know how much less than that.
Are thinking about, and that's exactly the budget that Donald Trump and Mike Rogers are blowing up right now. Well, I just don't see why you're so on the side of the billionaires, Jesse, rather than on the side of everyday Michiganders.
No, because I don't want you guys to blow the country up. Do you know how much the federal budget is now?
No, neither do I. Here's exactly
the federal budget right now that you guys said that you cared so much about, that Donald Trump is responsible for a third of our.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's up to a third now, isn't it? $40 trillion, a third of all U.S. debt. I think can be traced back to Donald. Not straight traced back to, but I think it was accrued under his administrations. And we're only like 1 year into 1.5 years, I guess, into the second term, like.
You guys want to have Pete Hegseth.
Answer the question. Do you know what the federal budget is?
To raise, no.
I'll answer you if you tell me what the debt is and how much of it Trump is responsible for. Because you motherfuckers aren't cutting spending anywhere.
I just want to talk about this. Look, you want to talk about budgets, I'm happy to do that. The guy who used to work on your channel, I think he was like the 6th host on the 5, he wanted to raise our military budget to $1.5 trillion, and you don't seem to be upset about that. What, so we could fight a war we don't know how to get out of, to raise our gas prices $5 a gallon? That doesn't make sense to me, Jesse. You want to talk about the things that we actually should spend on.
I have a feeling, Abdul, you don't even know how much money the government spends every year. Do you know?
Well, I like how the only reason fucking Jesse Waters knows is because he probably looked at them in advance. It's like $2 trillion discretionary and $5 trillion non-discretionary. I think it's around $7 to $8 trillion altogether. But obviously, he looked at them ahead of time before he does.
Look, the question, Jesse, to me.
All right, so you don't know. Let me tell you what it is. It's $7 trillion a year, and your plan.
And Donald Trump was asking for an extra $500 billion. That $7 trillion includes the discretionary and non-discretionary. Donald Trump wanted an extra $500 billion just for the fucking military. Just for the fucking military, by the way.
Take over the healthcare system. It's $4 trillion.
Here's the problem with it. So to exactly your point.
To take over the healthcare system is $4 trillion.
Here's the problem with it. So to exactly your point.
I mean, you know what? I'm not very good at math. I don't think you're very good at math either. But go ahead.
Clearly you don't. And you don't seem to care. But I don't think most Americans want to spend that much money on military escapades so that the folks stranded on the USS Abraham Lincoln can't even get a sausage for breakfast. I just think that we could do a lot better with our money, Jesse, and I think that's where you and I
I just disagree. I think if you spend $4 trillion, everything else is going to get really expensive. You're going to look back at Biden inflation, and you're going to wish you were back there. But
the money is already getting spent on our healthcare. People spend money on insurance premiums, and they spend money going to the hospital. Like, do you think that people just don't pay for healthcare anywhere at all? Hello?
Brought up foreign policy.
Are you talking about inflation? I'd be happy to talk about inflation. Jesse, you said the word. Because everywhere I go in Michigan, people are talking about the fact that they've never had to worry as much about life being as unaffordable as they say right now. Now, I get it. Donald Trump likes to blame everything on his predecessor. But let's be clear. This is Donald Trump's economy right now.
This is a hit piece. Yeah, I think he needs to be... Abdul needs to go on Piers Morgan a few times. This is just like a drive-by hit piece interview, basically, where I don't even know if Jesse Waters will respond to anything he says. He's just going to move to the next hit piece talking point. That's it.
Now, and he's about to make everything so much worse because he's in a vanity war with the Prime Minister of Canada. And look, like, I'm in Michigan, and you're from New York, right? So you know Canadians, man. They're the only people I know who apologize before they even did this thing. So now they're raising the tariff to 50%. What's that going to do to inflation?
Yeah, what is spending $4 trillion going to do? I think it's going to make it a lot worse. But you brought up the war. Are you glad the Ayatollah is dead?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was a terrible person, but that's beyond the point. The bigger question is, should we have gone to war in the first place? So I just want to be clear with you, right? I mean, I'm never going to defend the Iranian regime, but I am going to defend the idea that we probably shouldn't be fighting wars we don't know how to get out of. Oopsie, you go to war and you tell us that it's going to be a special military operation. That was in February. We're now in September.
Like, I think you could also flip this on, like, are you glad the Ayatollah is dead? Oh, are you glad Saddam Hussein is dead? So do you support when we went to Iraq and Afghanistan? Is that, or because all of you guys pretend, every single one of you guys pretend like none of you supported it now, that all of you discovered your hatred for war, years and years after the Bush administration. So was Saddam Hussein a good guy? Like,
almost, and we're still fighting the special military operation. I mean, it's not working for us.
We're not really fighting
exactly
it. It's
what happens. We've got a dunce in the White House who doesn't know what he's doing.
So you'd go back in time, you'd give them back their nuke program, you'd give them back their Air Force, their Navy.
No,
we could go back to when Barack Obama was the president and we had a nuclear deal on the table and they weren't pursuing nuclear weapons and the entire world knew that. We could go back to that time, maybe.
Because the nuke program's buried under a mountain of rubble. And we actually had nuclear containment.
Oh, it's buried under rubble? Then why are we still at war? Then why is the traffic still non-existent through the Strait of Hormuz? If all the mission objectives are complete, then what are we still there for? Why is everything so fucked up right now? Like,
now, Jesse, you like to, I mean, look, I understand selective memory about history, but we had a JCPOA that was well negotiated, that actually had nuclear non-proliferation far more securely than what we have right now after having gone to war for the better part of 6 months.
Yeah, I like the fact that the nuke program's buried under a mountain of rubble. They can't even get access to it, but that's me. I think we'll figure it out. The thing you said about...
So let's just stop there. So, Jesse, wait. I'm saying you're not good at math. I get that. I'll give you that. But science is not science, okay? Yeah. You understand that, like, nuclear material doesn't just go away because you buried it under a mountain of rubble. You understand they can still go back and bury it out, right?
Yeah, we're watching it from Space Force.
So
and anybody that goes near it,
than we were back then.
Okay, let's move on.
Oh my God,
you said getting rid of Sharia law was white supremacy. Let's roll the tape. Go.
I don't have to tell you that the same exact forces that drove native peoples from their land 2 centuries ago, destroyed Black Wall Street a century ago, bombed a building decades ago, and tried to ban Sharia law not a decade ago, that those forces are alive and well today.
So getting rid of Sharia law is white supremacy. Can you explain that one?
Do you know what canon law is, Jesse?
Oh, no! Because I was going to say, you could try to make a comparison to Christian stuff, or like, don't you think people should be allowed to be married in churches? It's kind of like Catholic stuff, law, maybe? I don't know. This is a hard one. Just Americans are just fucking racist as fuck. I don't know what you want me to say. Sharia law is always going to sound scary, which is funny because conservatives are the people that would love the concept of Sharia law the most if you could rebrand it in a Christian-friendly way, motherfuckers. Why, the unbelievable irony of this fucking guy talking about, like, So you want to bring back Sharia law, you disgusting piece of shit, while they're banning pornography in every fucking state they can without your phone scanning your fucking face while you're jerking off, while they're making it so that cops can hunt you down when you cross state boundaries for getting a fucking abortion, when they're trying to ban every form of fucking cross-dressing and drag queen people. It's like fucking illegal shit. You can't have it anywhere near fucking school buildings. Like, that, give me a break. Like, you guys want to be the moral police so bad, and to pretend otherwise is such a, because it's scary and brown Sharia. Like, give me a break. Like, you guys are not the ones that can fucking grandstand on this shit.
I assume you're Christian, right? Yeah, tell me. All right, so canon law is the name for Christian law. I don't begrudge you your right to practice your faith as you choose. I don't know why the idea that I could practice my faith as I choose is a problem. Nobody is trying to push Sharia law on anyone else, just like I hope nobody is trying to push canon law on anybody else, because we live in America where you should have the freedom of your religion. So the idea that you have somebody like Tommy Tuberville, right, who, barely was good at coaching football.
Retarded comparison? Yeah, it's a retarded comparison because you're white and you don't give a fuck, okay? Fuck you. Christians love to legislate morality to us, and I would never in a billion fucking years listen to some fucking hick fuck trailer park retard who probably grew up fucking his sister talking to me about how unethical it is for Muslims to want to have their own fucking religious law when you motherfuckers think that you can force your shitty ass fucking 10 commandments in our state fucking courtrooms. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. That's cringe as fuck. I never want to hear a Christian fuck. When Donald Trump is sitting up here saying like, oh, the Bible is the most important book in the world as he fucking goes to war in the middle, give me a fucking break. That's ridiculous. You would kill yourself if we had any kind of president who was like Muslim or any other religion was holding up their cringe fucking imaginary man books saying that this is why they're going to war. Give me a break.
Like Tommy Tuberville, right, who, barely was good at coaching football, is out here trying to ban Sharia law when there's less than 1% of the Muslim community in America, as if somehow Muslims are out here trying to push Sharia law. That seems to me to be deliberately targeting the Muslim community because they're different. And I'm just saying that, like, I have no issue with people practicing their faith. In fact, I would never want somebody to push their faith on me, and I would never want to push my faith on somebody else.
Because no one wants you to get rid of your religion.
And so the idea,
no one wants that.
So, but when people preemptively go out there and start preemptively passing laws to ban something that's not happening, what you're trying to do is target a very small community because they're different. And this operates. I mean, look, I'm just going to say, there's statistical evidence that the
Sharia law in Michigan is kind of scary.
WR8. I don't know what that means. Weight rebate? Weight rate? The West is built on Christianity. The third world is built on Islam. Which do you want? The West, as we know it today, is built on post-Enlightenment secular values. It's not built on the Catholic Church over the fucking Dark Ages ruling all of Europe. The Western world was a bunch of enlightened thinkers that were secular in their philosophy and their approach to government, who studied the governments of the past to build the governments of the future. It wasn't a bunch of fucking retarded hicks who were reading the Bible, asking what Jesus Christ wanted for the American system of government. The fuck out of here.
People don't go for that.
It's like men aren't equal for women. It's like physical punishments.
You like to say the word. Look, Jesse.
People don't like that in Michigan. I'm just saying, I don't think that's a good position.
Scary. Nobody's pushing it. No, but Jesse, nobody's pushing it. You know what the issue is in Michigan?
What?
The issue that people are worried about is not that somehow somebody's going to come and push Sharia law on them. The issue in Michigan is people are worried about how they're going to afford their gas. The issue in Michigan is how am I going to see a doctor when I get sick? How am I going to keep my job? You're out here. Honestly,
I agree with you.
But you use these words that sound really foreign to avoid actually having to talk about the issues that everyday people like to talk about. Now, look, Mike Rogers is the guy I'm running against for U.S. Senate. And I know that you had him on your show. Maybe he answers questions. I don't know if he does.
I've actually never had him on.
But look, you haven't. So he's ducking your show too because he's ducking. Look, do we all agree?
I haven't invited him on.
Have a debate, right? Can we all agree that Mike Rogers is a beta? Can we all agree with that?
I haven't even had him on.
He won't even come on your show because he's afraid of getting grilled.
And I will have him on.
That guy.
And I'm sure it'll be great.
But Abdul, Jesse, let me just
can I back up
he's
for
out
1
here
second?
trying to talk about.
Can I back up for 1 second?
Finish my point. I'll finish.
Yeah, okay. Because Mike Rogers isn't here to defend himself.
He thinks he's running against Hasan Piker. Well, maybe then he'll actually come on your show. Maybe I'm doing you a favor then. But the guy's a beta, doesn't like to answer questions, and he dodges every debate.
I don't think I need Mike Rogers on the show, but thanks for booking it. I agree. Gas prices are too high. Gas prices are too high. Abdul, pipe down 1 second. Gas prices are too high. Green New Deal's not going to help that. You said that we get to keep our doctor. I've been told that before. We were lied to. So let's move on.
Jesse.
You said here, I want to move on because we do have to hit a break.
No, let me just finish the point.
Please.
You told me you want to say something.
Go ahead.
And I want to just finish my point, okay?
Yeah.
If the only answer that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have to this economy is to...
For the people in the chat who are like, oh, our law system is built on the 10 Commandments, blah, blah, blah. First of all, no, it's not, okay? Some of these 10 Commandments make it illegal to covet thy neighbor's wife and say that you have to keep holy the Sabbath and that you should have no other gods besides your own. For the other commandments... If you want to, with a straight face, tell me that Christians were the ones to discover that murder and stealing are bad, a lot of other people on the planet figured that one out without fucking God, all right? Without Yahweh, with their own gods, with their own fucking shit. Lots of people on the planet have figured that one out. That's not like a huge, unique contribution to mankind where Christians are like, don't murder!
If the only answer that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have to this economy is to point to me and say there are scary words associated with him, I'm just going to tell you, Those scary words are not raising gas prices or keeping you from seeing your doctor. I'm interested in getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket, passing Medicare for all. And I think that actually will solve problems in Michigan.
I'm not scared of you,
If you think
Abdul. I
that
just
running
think you're a
against
little
my name
misguided.
or running
That's
against my faith is going to fix problems, go ahead.
No, I just played what you said and we talked about it, so we're all good. You also said this. You want to replace the right to bear arms with the right to health care. You don't want to replace the Second Amendment, do you?
Well, look, man, I think more people are more worried about whether or not they can see a doctor than whether or not they can have a gun. I'm just going to put that out there.
I mean, you're dodging the question. Do you want to replace the Second Amendment?
I'm just saying that more people are more concerned about seeing a doctor. If we had a right to health care in this country, they probably wouldn't. And I think that'd be a pretty good thing, don't you?
I think you dodged the question. And that's a pretty big one in Michigan.
What? Yeah, I was going to say in Michigan, you can have a moderate position on this. I don't even think lefties. I don't know who supports this guy. I guess online it's like the lefties, but in real life he has support from like moderate people. He's not like and he's not like a crazy lefty guy. I don't know why he can't just give a little on the. You don't have to be crazy about guns. I don't think he needs to be, but I don't know.
But I'll take it as what you said. You said
look,
Colin Kaepernick.
I'm perfectly fine with people. Let me just finish to answer your point. You said I dodged the question. I'm perfectly okay with people having their hunting rifles. It's an important pastime. I've got family that goes hunting every single year.
Sure.
But don't you think we should have a right to health care? Don't you think that'd be a good thing?
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, just give that.
America, can we just say that?
75% of the country likes the health care coverage they have. I don't want to screw that up.
No, 75% of the country wants guaranteed health care through Medicare for all. So maybe you have your facts.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Alternative facts over here.
We'll find out. We'll find out in November. But that's a Gallup poll. You might not believe it, but
yes, we will.
I'm telling you what it is.
Yes, we will.
You said Colin.
Republicans talking about not believing the polls. You fucking retards don't even believe the results of our elections. What the fuck would you talk about somebody believing in a fucking poll or not? Are you serious?
Kaepernick was a good guy, and you said the NFL was racist. What did you mean by that?
Look, I think for Colin Kaepernick's sake, I think he should have had several more years in the NFL. Now, I think he's a pretty damn good quarterback. I think, unfortunately, he lost a lot of time. But the bigger question right now when it comes to football, look, I know you guys like to think I don't like football, but I'm happy to line up against anybody who thinks that I don't like football. And I'll just tell you, the bigger issue that we have for football right now is I looked at ticket prices.
Why are they still pressed about cap? Because BLM was 9/11 every single day for Republicans in this country. Every single day they had to hear about black people, especially, I mean, come on, to be fair to them, they already had to suffer through a black president, okay? But yeah, the BLM shit was just way too, that's why they always say like, why don't you guys bring up January 6th? What about BLM rights, BLM.
To try and go and see a game with my family, it's astronomical through the roof. Now, I think football used to be the kind of thing that you could enjoy with people.
It's another dodge, Abdul.
So I mean, I want to talk about access to football.
I asked you if you thought the NFL was racist because you said the NFL was racist, and now you're talking about ticket prices.
No, I'm just telling you, the NFL is too expensive. The NFL is too expensive. You don't agree?
All right, so you don't think it's racist anymore?
I get it.
All right, well, I'm glad. You don't think the NFL is racist anymore. That's
most
good.
people can't afford that. Bigger issue with the NFL. You want to talk about the NFL. The bigger issue with the NFL is too many people can't afford it. I get you probably can. And I know that you're in New York, so you have like 2 teams that play in the same place, so you get 2 options. But I'm just saying that here in Michigan, we got 1 team.
Okay.
Does New York have 2 NFL teams? Is that true? The fuck? That's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
no?
they're pretty close to each other.
Why?
It's New York.
Every state no, that's not. Every state doesn't have an NFL team, right? I don't think Nebraska has an NFL team. No? Okay. 2 NFL teams just for New York? What
Jets and Giants, yeah.
Wait, how many states have 2? Oh, LA has 3 teams? What the fuck?
Yeah. LA's got a lot of them. Well,
And most people can't
LA
afford
has 3. But
People in
California.
the chat said they had 3.
Watch them in the stadium, and I'd like to make it more affordable.
Right, so you dodged again. Sex changes for minors. Do you support that?
Look, I remember having great conversations with my conservative friends about right to try legislation. The idea that the government shouldn't tell you what kind of health care you should have. I just think the government shouldn't tell you what kind of health care you should have. And if you're a minor,
you want to try on kids?
Now, if you disagree with that, if you disagree that healthcare decisions need to be made by a doctor and their parents and
I know that nobody will ever do it, and it's a whatever personal, I guess, gripe or not even. I wish that somebody would also pilot the circumcision argument. Like, do you want doctors cutting up little kids' penises? Well, what do you think about circumcision, Jesse Waters? Because most people do that literally for. You want to talk about Sharia law? That's literally female genital mutilation for men that people do for religious fucking reasons. Like, if you want to talk about like all the virtue signaling over trans healthcare, whatever, you could. I don't know. I would like to see that argument piloted, but
patient. Then we think we agree to disagree. But you want to put government inside.
So Abdul, you're a doctor, right?
Selectively.
Oh God.
I am.
So you think it's okay for a parent to slash his kid's dingling off?
Oh.
You think that's okay?
I mean, do you really want to have this conversation? Are you circumcised?
No, he did it!
Yeah, but I mean, that's a personal question.
Okay.
When the status of your children's fucking anything else is not? What?
So you probably should want to move on.
And circumcision.
Oh, he's making a death to the error there. I say shit like that, but you have to flesh that argument out. You're talking to Fox News audience. These are the most retarded. Sorry. No, I'm not sorry. These are the most retarded people in the fucking country. You got to flesh that one out a little bit.
It's different than castration.
I think it's a problem. It's a problem that you think that you get to decide what happens between a parent, a doctor, and a patient. And I'm just saying that yes, circumcision is surgery on a kid's dingling. So if you really want to bring that up, you can. I just think you guys are really selective about how you want these things.
Abdul, Michigan's not going for that. That is sick stuff. Boys playing in girls' sports.
I'm not advocating anything. I'm just saying So what about that?
So the question, so again, like Jesse, you have not asked me one time about the issues that people actually care about in Michigan. You don't want to talk about gas prices. You don't want to talk about groceries. You don't want to talk about healthcare. You don't want to talk about the stupid trade war that's about to destroy.
We spent the whole interview talking about that stuff.
That's destroying. That is destroying our own military. You don't seem to want to talk about any of those things. You want to bring up all this culture war that, you know, I'm not here to
We talked about the war. We talked about gas prices and the Green New Deal, okay? If you want to do an interview,
up every time.
you can do the interview, okay?
Me, like, you're doing the greatest hits, Jesse. Like, I mean, this is like, you can play this game if you want, but like, you can keep doing the greatest hits if you want. You told me we were going to come on for a conversation, and when we have conversations, I think it's okay to.
There's no. This has to be part of his debate strategy because there's no way that he really thought that this was going to be like a good faith conversation, right? There's no way.
Also ask questions. I just want to understand what you're getting at here.
I'm getting at whether you think men should play in women's sports.
Senator in Michigan,
it's a big
I'm
issue.
interested in getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket, and passing Medicare for all.
You're filibustering,
most people care about what sports kids play.
You're filibustering. It's a big issue.
Because like I
you guys kind of lost on that issue last time.
Deserve to hear about.
All right, so you want to answer that question?
What issue?
You want to answer the question?
What issue? Go ahead, Jesse. What issue?
Should men play women's sports? You have daughters, right?
I think that. Look, I played sports my whole life. Sports are an important part of my life. I'm grateful for the opportunity to play sports. And at the end of the day, the decision of who gets to play what sports ought to be decided by the people who govern sports. I'm running for U.S. Senate. Jesse, it's insane. I'm out here trying to take on like the healthcare crisis in Big Pharma, and you're asking me about who gets to play what sports. It's
I don't
silly.
know. It's kind of a big thing if you've been following the news recently, Abdul. Let me ask you about the politics. We'll get to your race. Let's do your race right now.
Please be serious. Like, I'm here with you. I want to have a conversation about the issues that matter.
Let's do it.
Let's talk about the things that people are actually talking about.
Okay. I am, but let's keep going. Black people in Michigan.
You guys are talking about that, but like the most of the country's not.
Black people in Michigan. Right. Let's go.
Black people in Michigan voted for this white lady you ran against by like 8 points over you. What happened there?
Well, Jesse, I mean, you said it yourself, right? You got to give credit to Abdul. He ran against the machine. I got outspent 11-1. That 11-1 is going to do something at the end of the day. Now, my job is to go and earn every vote. And we've been having some great conversations in the community. We'll continue to do that. And I have a lot to talk about when it comes to my work, taking care of communities. I rebuilt Detroit's health department, led Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services, got to work alongside so many folks in the community to give kids classes, take on corporate polluters, eliminate medical debt. I'm looking forward to continuing to have those conversations. And I feel really good about being able to bring communities together and beat Mike Rogers, who you and I both agree is a beta and won't come on your show and will debate me in November.
Didn't agree to that, but that's funny. Reparations. Do you support that?
But you laughed at it because you didn't say you didn't agree. Like, Jesse, you're very good at telling me when you don't agree with me, but you actually laughed at that joke because you actually agree. Sorry.
Reparations. Do you support that?
Got him there.
I think we need to have an honest conversation about the incredible debt that was put upon black folks as a function of slavery that we have yet to pay. And I just think that's fair. Like, if people are enslaved and forced into servitude, and then we don't actually have a conversation about all that was owed, that our own country agreed was owed, I just think that it's past time to have the conversation.
I don't know what the polling is on this, but I would say that's why the fuck we don't need to do the reparations conversation. Is that really?
That shouldn't be a crazy thing. I understand that, like, for folks who really want to inflame culture war, I just think it's important for us to think about how do we make sure that communities like the city of Detroit that have been segregated so that you have a disproportionate number of people as a function of redlining who are forced into certain communities, how do we make sure that their schools are made whole? I'll just tell you this, in the city of Detroit right now, they just had $700 million invested in their schools. They're still $1.7 billion behind. And a lot of folks want to say, oh, well, that's profligacy, et cetera, et cetera. No, a lot of that has to do with public policy. Okay. And if public policy created a level in which black folks disproportionately suffer everything from maternal mortality and infant mortality to lack of access to jobs, I think it's important for our country
so you want to have a conversation about it. You want to have a conversation about it because we have you on the record as backing it, but now you just want to have a conversation. I got it.
I couldn't tell you exactly what. Go ahead.
Schumer. You said you basically wanted his head on a stake when you were running in the primary. Do you still believe that?
Well, look, me and the senator have one goal right now. It is to win Michigan. So we're looking forward to doing that. And given the fact that Mike Rogers, who you agree is a beta, is my opponent, it probably shouldn't be very hard.
Okay. I respect the fact that you came on.
Me. Mike, bro, talk to your guy.
I respect the fact that you came on. I don't think you've really looked into some of the policies you're pushing. You seem a little naive, Abdul. I give you credit for facing the music, but some of the stuff's just straight up wacky. You know? I don't know if that's going to fly in Michigan, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out.
We're going to find out. And you know what's wacky?
Yeah.
You know what's wacky, though?
Yeah.
Can I just tell you, you didn't ask me about? What? We got a president of the United States who cares more about the drapes in a ballroom that shouldn't be built than he cares about the war he just got us into, or that he cares about the affordability crisis. That seems to me to be a little bit wacky. So if we want to have a serious conversation about what Michiganders are feeling, I'd love to come back on and talk about getting money out of politics, put money in your pocket, passing Medicare for all.
Okay, we'll do it again.
I'm telling you, none of that is wacky, and that's what Michiganders want.
We'll do it again, Abdul.
It was a good conversation.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck in Michigan.
See, at least I don't dodge you.
No. Yeah, thank you. Like 25%. Have a good night. Johnny goes to the Grand Prix.
I think he could do better, but I think it was okay.
I mean, I think it was better than most Dems would do.
Probably. Maybe.
You haven't finished that, so I feel, but sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say, Maggie Haberman had the best nickname for her. She said that she's Trump's Binky. Maggie Haberman from the New York Times. Natalie is Trump's Binky because she traveled with him in the catering truck, the little catering container when he snuck onto the military plane.
Yeah, like literally snuck in the back of the truck to what was it like? Like,
Well,
go
Yeah,
ahead,
because the plane was under threat of attack, so Trump decided to use his cabinet and reporters as bait, and he flew secretly on the military plane.
kinda like
he had a couple of staff
Padme-
with him, and he was one.
Should you just ignore some of those questions and just talk about affordability? I just don't. I think affordability is kind of red herring. I think that or I think that I don't know. I don't know how these shows would go. Actually, I guess in a super competitive way when you are the candidate. One thing I would like to see piloted, because I'd just be curious how it would work, is every time somebody brings up one of these fucking issues, like find the equivalent Trump issue and then push on that, and then make the other person answer first. Like, you're not there to have a good faith conversation. You know that's not going to be the case, and then just figure out like how you basically do like the combat while you're there. But yeah, I don't know what that would. I don't know how that would look or what that would look like, or I just have no idea. I don't know.
Remember when Padme did the whole thing with the decoy and Attack of the Clones? It's kind of like that, I would say. A little bit like that. If you remember that explosion, everyone dies in a fire explosion, all the reporters, all the Secretary of State, everyone, and Trump comes out and is like, you died for me, I'm alive. Like, I don't know, that was wild.
That never made sense because she's like, the decoy says I failed you, and it's like, no, you did the...
These people are doing so many things that there's no way they are up to date enough to talk with a personality like Jesse that basically follows all of it. Maybe. Like, I feel like if I was trying to do a debate and I was trying to appeal to the other audience, I think what I would do is I would try to preempt the issues that the other guy is going to talk to me about, which should be pretty easy because they're the issues everybody in the country is talking about. And then I would try to find a way to pivot from an attack on me and then to pivot to an appeal to the audience and then to reframe that as an attack on Trump. So you're going to get questions about Biden's open border, right? And the attack there is that too many illegals came into the country, right? Don't you guys want open borders or something, right? So what the voter cares about, especially on Fox News, is that too many illegals are here, there wasn't enough border enforcement, whatever. So the reframing on that, I feel like would be, well, Trump has obviously failed on that level. And you can also ask questions like, has enough been done for immigration enforcement? And Republicans will always say no to that because I feel like you can always do more for that. So I feel like the reframing on that would be, Donald Trump has asked for $90 billion for ICE. Do you feel like ICE has deported all the people that came in under Biden? And then you would just push on that. And he would try to find a way to finagle around that. But you would just like basically like, and then the appeal would be to the audience is like, I think a lot of people did get to this country that didn't need to be here. Maybe, but you'd have to be careful about appealing to the Democratic voters here. So I don't know how you would phrase it. You have to be careful on that because you don't want to give too much on that. But like, did Donald Trump make this country safer? Has Donald Trump done a good job enforcing the interior of the country for immigration proceedings? Like, do you think that people in Minnesota would agree? Do you think that people in, California would agree? Do you think that people where ICE has gone and terrorized? Like, clearly that's something is not working here. But I don't know. I mean, there's ways that could go well. There's ways that could be horrible. Like, I don't know what it would look like in practice.
Perfect thing. You died.
Can you even convert Fox News viewers? No, you're not trying to convert them. You're just trying to depress them from their current administration. Like, you think the ICE stuff is really important. Fine. How's Donald Trump done with that? Not good, right? I don't remember seeing a video of the wall being finished. I don't remember hearing that 40 million illegals have been deported. So it seems like if this is a thing you care about, Donald Trump fucking failed you on it.
In my place, that was your job. Good job. It made sense because she's like, the decoy says I failed you, and it's like, no, you did the perfect thing. You died in my place. That was your job. Good job. No, I was confusing this IRI from the 2023 thing where she chose to stow herself in the trunk of an SUV of the motorcade in order to not be left behind. So she just like did a little hitchhiking essentially.
Well, I think there were no more seats left, so she climbed into the trunk of one of the Secret Service cars. Yeah,
literally like the Beatlemania, like chasing him around, like, no, take me with you.
Yeah, I think Trump likes it though. I don't know.
And he described her as the only one who loves him as much as his wife and children, that she will never leave him. And he described her as my Natalie. So,
Wow.
And I know some people are pointing out that she looks a little like Ivanka. I don't know if anyone's picking up on
I can't remember her face. It's so forgettable to me. But John Ossoff, he goes up and like makes a quip. Like, you hear all that, right? In a different letter that we're not going to read, she's like, all these people have time to be pretty for you, but I'm too busy working and I'm not even sleeping. I just want to be pretty for you. And so like John Ossoff comes out and makes a quip about how Trump isn't worried about you. He's spending more time thinking about Natalie, going on the plane with Natalie. And all of conservative media collectively lose their shit in a definitely coordinated, feigned sense of outrage about how dare you attack this innocent woman, this poor victim. And they try to like basically strong arm everyone into condemning John Ossoff for going too low. I don't know.
It was misogynistic. It's crazy. How dare you attack our misogynistic president with your misogyny?
And the line wasn't even that crazy. It was like Trump's flying on his defenseless plane and he wants to travel with Natalie. Like, it wasn't even that big of a deal. He didn't accuse Trump of like sleeping with her. And so I wonder why the right just went apeshit over that comment. I think you might be right, Pisco. Like, it came from the top down. Like, Trump was
100%.
demanding everyone push back on this. And he just made it worse for himself by drawing because that line wouldn't have got a lot of attention beyond a day or two, max.
Well, maybe they're focusing extra attention because it's true. they are sleeping together. And like, no, they're getting ahead of it, maybe.
Well, and then I saw this weekend when Trump was at the Indy race, there was, I don't know if it's true, but supposedly Melania left the box when Natalie came in or something. So who knows what's going on there.
Well, one of our favorite conservative commentators, Scott. Oh, wait, are you going to go?
Well, I was going to say, do we want to watch the response? Yeah, Trump calling him, let's see.
Pee Wee Herman or whatever?
Yeah.
Stupid.
John Ossoff said you'd rather travel with your aide Natalie Hart than build the ballroom and do your job as president. What is your response, John Ossoff?
You mean Pee Wee Herman?
It's a
Pee Wee
banger.
Herman lookalike? No, I would much rather do other things. It's we're building a great facility here. We're fixing a White House that hasn't been taken care of. You can look at this. This room was a disgraceful situation, the Oval Office, and it was let go. The whole building, the White House, was let go. The exteriors were falling apart. The columns
Pan
were
up to
falling
the
apart.
room.
The whole place was a mess. In addition,
gaudy
they've been trying
office
to get a
shit.
ballroom for the last 150 years. And when I said I was going to build a ballroom, the military asked if they could see me, and they say, "Sir, we have an opportunity to go down deep into the ground and build a military facility to go to the White House and to go with all of Washington, D.C., which would be so valuable." And then they came up with a drone port on top, which would be a major drone port to protect the White House and all of D.C. And all of those things added up, and it became much more than just a ballroom. And I said to myself, wow, what an opportunity. I mean, if I was just going to build a ballroom, I could have had it built very quickly, because I build very well and very quickly.
He's like, yeah, does he talk about Ossoff more, or does he just completely skew off and talk about the ballroom for another 2 minutes? That was
Pee Wee Herman was a banger. He should have ended on that. I mean, I don't know what to say. He's just lost
That
his
is a
touch.
dated reference, man. I don't know about that one.
I think it slaps. The reaction I most liked, though, was Scott Jennings. If you guys don't know, Scott Jennings is the CNN like conservative guy they have on for like, I don't know why they have him on, just to probably appease Trump and MAGA and all that shit. But he's clearly auditioning for a role as press secretary now that Carolyn Levitt has left the building. And he was just like, it's whataboutism. Don't bring up all the time that like Trump has gone after women before to try to hold me to my standard, or when he made fun of a disabled reporter. We just have to make sure that we're all like very mad about what John Ossoff said. So yeah, it was all fake and phony. It lasted like 2 days, but they're desperate for something on Ossoff.
They also apparently, I mean, just to fuel the allegations, like Melania, according to what was his name, Eisenstadt, the journalist, Melania finds Trump and Stott in the private quarters that are like reserved for just the Trump family, working with them at night. So it's like, oh, what are you doing? Working late at the office, Mr. Trump.
We got a Lewinsky situation. Natalie's like 35 years old though, so I don't know what's going on there.
She's too old for him, you think? Yeah.
She's also like she was a media figure. It's not like she's some random person who is like above reproach or anything. By the way, Trump's not against going after those people either. So like, I just don't understand this outrage on that quip. In fact, not only do I not think that it was that bad that Ossoff did it, I actually support him doing it more.
Sure. No, I was shocked at how this random line got so much attention. It just shows how charismatic Ossoff is and how he's resonating with people. He also came up, well, he popularized.
I think it's also, I think the Republicans are just reaching. I think a lot of it is just desperation. Bro, what is the last W that Republicans have been able to take out of like any part of the news cycle? It's like been a brutal time for them. Like, Jesus Christ.
It's been a bit.
It's like L after L after L. Like, they have to try to do like this Hasan stuff, or they got to try to do something in the Francesca Hong, like the Democratic primary shit, like the DSA people. Like, other than that,
what the fuck have they won?
Like, fucking nothing, bro. Destiny, they don't see it that way, though. I think even the Republican voters are not feeling too great about where things are at right now. I think it's been a lot of tough pills to swallow. Yeah, I guess maybe their last W was Venezuela. How long ago was that? Jesus.
It's Epstein class as well.
True.
He's been hitting on all cylinders. We'll see what happens in Georgia. I think if Ossoff's popularity can help carry Keisha Lance Bottoms over the finish line to become governor, then I think the talk about Ossoff running for president gets much more serious. But if it's still a Republican in charge of the state, I worry that Ossoff needs to stay as senator.
For the effect on the Senate, you mean?
Yes.
That's how important.
I'm not convinced that anybody can fill that seat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's unclear to me whether Raphael Warnock, do you think that he would win? I mean, he won against Herschel Walker. He won against Loeffler. Would he win?
I think he's got decent. I think he's got decent numbers in Georgia, and I think I get the sense, I could be wrong, but I get the sense that like the Lakshas of the world feel like Georgia is like not terrible for Democrats. It's not been. You know, how much did we lose Georgia by in 2024? Wasn't that one of the closer ones?
I think it was.
I don't know off the top of my head.
6. But
wait, we know how much. Wait, did he say in 2024 or 2020?
He said 2024.
Oh. Oh shit! Never mind. Yeah, I was thinking we know how much we won it by because of that stupid Trump song. But this is the
What's the song?
When he calls in and he asks for I need you to find 11,000 whatever fucking votes.
Oh Jesus Christ! Yeah.
You never heard the meme song?
Couldn't find them either. No, probably not.
I'm not playing this whole stupid thing, but
I was living in Canada, man.
Sure. The devil went. Is it this or is this gonna be some retarded shit? 12,000 views. This is gonna be.
The conference is now connected.
This dumb shit. You've never heard this?
Hello.
Oh, I have.
Hello.
Yeah.
7,000 votes. Give me a break.
Don't quote me on that, guys. Definitely don't quote me on that.
Georgia presidential election.
Something like that.
2.2%.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that was one of the better ones, I think.
Shit. Yeah, Georgia.
I think Warnock is like got pretty decent numbers there, and Ossoff I think is like +10. But you know, again, he's pretty unique. So I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I have faith in the Democratic Party bench right now, and so like I don't know. I think we could probably find someone decent for Georgia. Would you want him to run for president, knowing that? I mean, if it's Ossoff versus fucking Vance, I don't think that's going to be a close race. Like,
Bro,
I just
presidency is what matters. Fuck the Senate. We need the presidency overall. If I have an intuition that Ossoff's going to be more effective as a presidential candidate, put him in that seat, man, and let him go. I mean, he'll carry you in Georgia if there's a special election that needs to happen. He'll go there and campaign.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm so amazed that we have these seats right now. I hate to give them up for anything, you know, like when people.
Would he carry you? I don't know how people would feel. I guess I don't know what happened to Obama's seat after he left, but after he took such a strong stance on like, I will not run for president. And then he does run for president and then leaves his seat. Could he go and endorse a new person and then maybe voters wouldn't care? I don't know.
I think sometimes people are just happy that they're the president now and they find that cool.
Who?
Like the voters who voted him in.
Oh, so like if you were in Georgia and now Ossoff is like the president, you don't care that
It's
he's
like,
not.
holy shit, that's our guy. And now he's president. That'd be my guess, I guess. But they probably wouldn't like it if you just said that you were using this as a stepping stone.
Sure. Yeah, you might not like it if the guy says he's going to run for president, but if he was president, maybe it depends on your
Pretty
state
cool.
too. Like if a Nebraskan, if anybody from Nebraska was president, I'd be like, oh, that's fucking awesome. And then that would be it.
People talk about Tallarico. I'm like, are you nuts? Like, leave that man in that seat, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, well, that's like a once in a lifetime. Oh my God, we're gonna flip Texas. This is crazy.
Right.
Versus like, I don't know, like when Kamala Harris runs, it was like, okay, we definitely replace this person in California. Georgia's like maybe a little closer, but yeah, Texas is a whole other story. So
Well, the other thing is the DNC changing the schedule for the primaries to have South Carolina going first. That is, great news for someone like John Ossoff as well. So large black population
Controversial
in
among
Georgia.
some people. There are some states that are like, you should go with like swing states, or you should go with states that are more reliably blue than states that we're definitely going to lose. The idea was, I think, a little bit to make it more representative of the Democratic constituency. That's the logic of it. Because before we started with Iowa and New Hampshire, which you could argue are like overrepresentative white, and definitely favor someone like I think Pete Buttigieg or Bernie Sanders, given their demographics.
I feel like this is an instructive lesson for people that fuck around with electoral politics, which is that if you can demonstrate yourself as like a voting bloc of being like very reliable coalition partners, then the party will reward you. And so, I think for a block of America that, votes for Democrats 90+% of the time, I don't know. I feel like they should have sort of an outsized
a racial bonus
when it comes to yeah, let's do racial quotas. When it comes to picking the nominee, I mean, I just feel like that kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
I don't know. I feel like I want a system that prioritizes. Maybe that's the best way to prioritize winning. Whatever system we generate is going to create some skew somewhere. And so if there's going to be a skew that we're going to account for, I would sooner it be like for election results in the general, or just have it be fucking random.
Well, the schedule is actually really interesting because not only is it South Carolina appealing to electorate that reflects the Democratic Party's base more, but then it's Nevada, which has a large Hispanic population, and I think New Mexico, and fifth is Michigan. So it's like this is a good lineup, to get a good sense of America and appeal to all Americans. But when I went to the DNC, it was like it felt like a Black Sororities of America reunion. Like it was predominantly Black women just popping off, having the time of their lives. So I could see why they chose South Carolina. I mean, they are the beating heart of the Democratic Party.
I think in every modern like primary contest, basically, you don't win the Democratic nominee without Black voters. And so, in a way, it's a little helpful because it's like, let's just fucking get the show on the road a little bit,
Yeah, sure.
Bernie tried and Bernie failed. Speaking of Black voters, let's
talk about El Sayed and his challenges.
Oh yeah, we can.
Can I segue? Can we move to this topic?
We got 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes before Jeremy's supposed to join. So
I've got some thoughts.
Then we should touch. But just briefly on the Black issue, obviously that's a demographic that he needs to improve with, and it feels like he is making the effort. But when somebody asked him at a press event recently, about his lack of Black support, he said, "Well, I'm from Africa."
So I'm from Egypt. Yeah.
Okay, wait. I didn't think I was that crazy. Let me defend El Sayed.
Sweeper.
Let me sweep. Hold on. I should get for every time.
Did he? Okay, I didn't look into this because somebody said DGG like clipped him wrongly on the subreddit there, and he didn't actually say something that stupid, and then I didn't want to go check because he didn't really, did he?
I mean, I watched the clip.
Was it cut up or something, or
maybe? Yeah, I mean, I bet it was, man. I bet it was.
Does anybody have like the unedited fucking clip or something?
Is he wrong? I mean, Egypt is in Africa. Is it not? Yes or no?
True. This is the original DSA clip versus the longer C-SPAN clip. 34 seconds. Is this?
Make it just happen there. The guy saying you're an Arab, you don't care about Black folks. I hate to say this, but I continue to hear it from older Black folks, people like some of Denzel's colleagues telling me that they're uncommitted for you.
There's been an effort, I think, to divide people against each other. And unfortunately, you see that the consequence of that. to tell us that some group or another group have to be counterposed because there's not enough for all of us. I am Arab. I'm also African. My family immigrated to this country from Egypt. I'm proud of my African heritage.
Okay, that was the cut. This is a longer clip. Okay.
You know, there's been an effort, I think, to divide people against each other. And unfortunately, you see that the consequence of that. To tell us that some group or another group have to be counterposed because there's not enough for all of us. I am Arab. I'm also African. My family immigrated to this country from Egypt. I'm proud of my African heritage. And when people try to divide us based on I am Arab. I'm also African. My family immigrated to this country from Egypt. I'm proud of my African heritage. And when people
come the fuck on, it's not that crazy of a thing to say. Okay.
That's right. It's not.
Okay.
People try to divide us based on identity or ethnicity, sometimes we miss the nuances that make us whole and that make us human. And regardless of what my name is,
Are Egyptians not Africans? No.
Or what my heritage might
are
be,
now.
when I look at my daughters in the eye, the question I'm always asking is, how do we build an America where they and all of their sisters and brothers, regardless of their color of skin or where they grew up, have the basic things that they need in their lives? And my work has entirely been about dignifying that. I left a role in the academy to come to rebuild a health department in the city of Detroit, to serve what was at that point 85% black city. Because I also understand that if we're not serious about racial equity, we're not serious about building the kind of America that America is supposed to be. Put glasses on tens of thousands of kids' faces, took on big corporate polluters, inspected schools when their boilers weren't working, made sure that they weren't drinking lead in their water, eliminated medical debt. And that has been about a service that is rendered to communities that might not look like me or pray like me. But we certainly hold this space, this America, together. And when anybody suffers for lack of the kind of government services they deserve, all of us suffer. So that's been the vision that I've operated on my whole life. Now, there's always going to be folks like Donald Trump or J.D. Vance who want to divide us and tell us that if one community has any success, the other community loses it. That only some groups of people can thrive here. But I've always believed in the kind of America that I saw in my own house. I grew up in a house built by Mohammed and Jackie, Egyptian immigrant from the northeast corner of Africa, and a daughter of the American Revolution whose family's been here since before the Revolutionary War. And I saw what they built together, a home that's greater than the sum of its parts. So I'm really grateful for that. And the only way you oppose the kind of zero-sum politics that tell us that there's only enough to go around for a few is to come together with communities believing that what we can gain together is so much bigger than what we fight for alone.
Okay. I like a little cringe, but not like a huge deal. I just, whatever.
Calls me. We need a sweep emote in Lib Learn because I'm apparently a huge
Okay,
sweep.
yeah, guys, if you're emo creators, send them to me and we can maybe add them to the channel. But go ahead.
Oh, I gotta send you my yap emotes.
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
are important. No, so like, oh, actually, can we get this up? Can we just watch the response? I didn't think this was that crazy.
He was like, you're from Africa, I'm from Africa. Was that what
No,
it
no,
was?
but that's not like,
Sorry.
hold on. Let me give the framing, and then you can all watch it, and you can tell me if I'm fucking dishonest. But basically, the way I saw it was, he goes like, look, people are gonna come at me and say, you're not gonna represent the black person. It's like, look, I'm Arabic, I'm African, and I think ultimately I come from all these different places, but it doesn't matter. What matters is I'm trying to lift everyone up. But I'm like, okay, maybe you could focus on the fact that he's like the Elon Musk defense, right? Where it's like, hey, oh, you think I'm racist? I'm African American. Like, I don't think that's
guys, the
what
logic
he
of
was
it is
going for.
because Egypt, though in Africa, is a predominantly Arab country, and so people are saying, well,
No, but-
you know,
when asked about the concern of black Americans, not
Yeah, I was going to say that the main thing I think that especially black communities in the United States, African American communities are looking for is some recognition of like issues that they feel like uniquely affects them. That's the only reason why that answer would be a little spooky, because it's like, well, I'm African just like you. And it's like, you come from a very rich family. You went to med school just to get an epidemiology master's. Like, this is like, I don't know, it's a little weird there, but it wasn't like the worst fucking answer on the planet, I think. But the goal is always to try to make like some community feel seen or whatever is the goal.
Supporting you, I don't think it appeals to them to hear or reassures them to hear I'm from Africa too. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
It was cringe,
Everyone
but not
gets
like
one.
Well, he said some pretty cringe stuff recently. He compared himself to Jesus the other day. That was a bit much. And then,
Did he actually?
What's wrong with Jesus? What do you have against Jesus?
If you find yourself saying like, well, they called Jesus a radical too. He said the same thing about Martin Luther
Oh,
King.
come on. Okay, that one's like whatever.
It's
right?
cringe. Don't do that.
You kind of have to
do
be
that.
like a megomaniacal to run for these offices anyway.
Do you?
I have more problem with like the I'm from Africa guys, if at all though. Because wait, did you also have a problem when Haley Stevens was like went up to a black
Israel?
person and was like, "Hey, you voted for Obama," or "I know Obama."
Oh my god.
Or, she didn't say that one. She said something like that. Jolah knows. Jolah.
Well, oh, nice, and the college.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, like black people liked Obama, but so did white people. Like, I would have to see the particular Haley Stevens interaction. Like, everybody liked Obama as a president. I don't think there's, like, if
White people love Jesus.
Like, there's a way I would have to see that interaction now to know specifically, because like saying like, oh my God, you know, like I knew some black people, whatever, and I worked with Obama and I wanted to talk with them about that because, you know, it was whatever. And like for somebody to say like, wow, you talked about Obama? What, because they were black? And I was like, no, because Obama was the most popular president in my entire fucking lifetime, and I worked in his administration. What do you mean? You think it's like the fried chicken and watermelon argument? It was like, you offer them fried chicken because they were black? It's like, no, it's because everybody loves fried chicken. What the fuck? But maybe she was cringe on it. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe she had a hot sauce
Let's
moment.
look it up.
Well, where's the original fucking clip? Is it even a clip, or is it like part of one of her ads or something?
Let's find it. I'll find it. Linkers.
This is the clip Jolah took it from.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Love you. Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you, guys. And I was proud to work with Obama.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
They love her.
I mean, I don't know also what they're talking about before, but like, this isn't enough to say. Like, do you just not bring it up because they're black? You just don't bring up that you ever worked with Obama because you don't want...
News flash.
The
Black
guy said
people
Obama?
love
Oh, wait, was she responding?
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, guys. And I was proud to work with Obama. Thank you.
Love you. Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you, guys.
Oh, did he say something about...
Someone said Obama.
Oh, so she might have even been responding to it.
Thank you.
Love you. Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
I can't what he's saying, though. Oh, because she's saying yes, and I was proud to work with Obama. Sure.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, okay, so she is... So it seems like she's also responding... So, I mean, like, yeah, I don't think this is that. I don't think this is cringe.
Hey,
What?
Pisco said Jolah knows, though, right?
True. True.
I saw that clip and it was fine. Like I don't even understand. And the fact that she like, dominated with black voters.
Yeah,
let's all judge collectively. This is the full 2 minutes with the context. All right.
This isn't even 2 minutes. The most topical side thing that we're.
Yeah. Oh, we can move into the other one as well. But I do want to watch this.
Oh, that's a kind of sweeping
effort, I think, to divide people against each other. And unfortunately, you see that divide. I'm always asking.
I think
we can stop it.
I want to speak first. You guys are okay. So the people who are most mad about this, and I want to say, I think it's a stupid thing to say. You shouldn't, like, whatever. Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. So spare me the sanctimony, you motherfucker.
Everybody knew.
But everybody knew that was a misspeak, right? Like, I don't understand what... Are we pretending like Biden genuinely thought?
Was he wrong?
Like the comic of the person losing their blackness because they didn't vote for Biden?
That was bad, too. Everybody was like, oh my God, I can't believe
Yeah, and I do the same thing. Who the fuck cares? We got to win.
Oh, man.
But also, I mean, one of your biggest criticisms has been that, that Biden was a bad communicator, regardless of if he was senile or not. So now we're making excuses for somebody else messing up communication. I don't know, whatever.
Okay. All right. But
Well, listen.
and also, yeah, go ahead, Hutch. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not that big of a deal, honestly. I think the other
I don't think this is that big of a
elephant
deal.
in the room
That's
is his friend, Mr. Piker, that's giving him a lot of grief right now, too.
Can I just say something real quick? I just want to say what's on my mind real quick, and then you guys can do your thing. Hasan Piker.
Ask permission. It's your show.
Listen. Abdul El-Sayed obviously never should have campaigned with Hasan Piker. Obviously. Everybody that understood politics knew that this was going to happen. They, within like...
Can you not put train stops on curved tracks anymore?
We hate this fucking game, man.
Ooh, now I'm going to leave this pause for a long time while I figure this out. Thank you.
Put the politics
Is
in
it
the
not
bag,
possible
man.
to put train tracks...
I'm going to put you in a train.
Stop Factorio. Did they change this? Was this never possible and I'm just retarded? It's not possible. Holy fuck. Maybe it was always like this. I think it was always like this. Never mind.
Like literally an hour of Abdul winning. We're running 24/7 full court press campaign ads, tying him to Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker physically cannot stop himself from saying the most outrageous shit every day.
He's right.
And, Abdul has put himself in a no-win situation. The statement that he put out today was bad. Who was it for? Obviously, his campaign felt like that Hasan clip of him talking about American Jews and all that was potentially bad for them. And so they wanted to put out this...
Why didn't he just listen to the soy pill, though? Because the soy pill said it wasn't a big deal at all, and it definitely wasn't anti-Semitic in any way, size, shape, or form. Fuck.
Oh, but he didn't disavow Hasan. And so it's like, who's it for? The people that want the disavow didn't get it.
Who it's for?
And the people, and now Hasan's audience think that he's the snake that betrayed him. So it's like, I would have rather he said nothing than put out... If you're going to stick with Hasan and not do the disavow, don't do that. Because everybody's pissed now. And so I just think
it's just like everyone loses. Like you've appeased no one and made everyone your enemy. That's what I thought about his statement as well.
No, I actually thought it was Shrewd, and I'll tell you why. Even though you guys are completely right in what you said. You guys are completely right in what you said, and I still think it's Shrewd. He's trying to prepare, not for what you guys are going to say on Twitter. He's preparing for a debate where he's going to be asked about his statements. Do you regret campaigning with Hasan Piker since you disavowed him afterwards? Or if he's asked, did you disavow the statement? He wants to be able to walk that line, to not be forced to look like a cuck in front of the debate audience and to look like he's principled, and to maintain this whole, I disagree with people all the time, I'm able to do this too. If he goes too hard, then he can be asked, was it a mistake to campaign with Hasan? And then he has to say yes. And that's what he's trying to avoid.
Well, I feel like, and I could be wrong, I don't know if Democrats do this or what an example of this would be, but like sometimes I feel like people make things too dramatic when it comes to like Democrats just disavowing things, where it's like you could just say like, yeah, we didn't know enough about him, and yeah, that's why I don't campaign with him anymore. I disavow, and then like that's it. And then do you think would people still attack you on it? I guess I'm not sure. I feel like it would be really hard to attack somebody on it at that point though, because it's like they already said.
Just say like, have you seen him in the general election?
Yeah,
there's a reason.
Yeah, and then that's it. And then you move on to the next thing, as opposed to when somebody can identify a pain point, they're always gonna mush their fingers into it over and over and over again because they know that you have to score them every single time. And it feels like, and I think most people, still have the perception that it feels like he's squirming every time he's asked about it. So they're going to continue to push their fingers into it, you know?
Admitting to a mistake.
But Pisco, if this election comes down to El Sayed and associated with Hasan, and it's not about Trump, it's not about the Republican Party, he's going to lose.
That's baked in. Wait, that's
no.
Cost.
He can push that away. It'll keep happening no matter what he says. I understand it'll keep happening, but he can forcefully push back.
I don't agree that I always think that this is one of the big strategic errors that Democrats make, is where Democrats will do this thing where they don't necessarily, like you could argue Kamala had this issue too, where the problem with the Democrats is that they don't have this issue of having insane positions, but they have this issue of not disavowing insane positions. And then they end up looking like they support things that they don't actually.
Like they have the position.
Yeah, like no, like you don't actually support this. It's like just disavow it and then be done with it, you know?
And say, I hope Hasan learns to love America as much as I do.
He can't though. No, but that's the thing.
Young man.
But guy, he can't do that. He can't. The online grassroots support that he's gotten has been a massive buoy to his campaign. And so if he does that, he loses that. And it's like, you know,
I agree. Disagree.
Like this is
I don't think he's gonna lose that though.
Well, the online stuff. You got to remember these races. Although the way the DSA works is kind of weird. Although he's not a DSA candidate. Although he does have support from a lot of the people that would support the DSA. Like he's running for an office. It is a federal office, but he's running to be the senator from Michigan. So what he needs to concern himself with is voters in Michigan. And that's it. Like, this is like the issue that I have with, and obviously people are just going to say it's my personal issue with Hasan, but, you know, whatever. The issue is that what Hasan is doing can only ever hurt El Sayed. Hasan is not that known in the United States. Not many people know about him. Well, a lot more people know about him now.
Yeah.
Nobody is winning a race, especially for senator, especially in a purple state. Nobody is winning because you got the Hasan bump. That's never happening. So the only possible thing that Hasan can do by showing up in this race is hurting you. That's it. So like, I don't know. The fact that he keeps getting like kind of thrown in with El Sayed is kind of painful, but.
I don't think he'll lose a single vote if he drops Hasan.
Exactly.
Not one person will abandon
There's
him.
nobody voting for him that is voting for him because of Hasan. But there might be people that don't vote for him because of Hasan and then the associated attack. Especially, your big problem too is that Hasan was not just like a one-time thing that was like kind of cringe. He is the cringe that keeps on giving. He never stops saying cringy, horrible fucking things on his stream. So he's like an infinite well of every time Hasan says some fucking insanely outlandish, retarded shit on his stream, Republicans get to go back to the Hasan well and draw from it over and over and over and over again. You have to explain again, like, oh, this guy who just said this, the 50 millionth unhinged thing about Jews or whatever the fuck else, especially as a purple, in a purple district, you're running in a battleground state. Like, ugh.
Because he's the real deal, and he has these values.
Look at the replies.
It's about looking bad. It's about being like, oh, you mean when you're an adult?
Like, I don't think do you look bad for disavowing? Like, even Donald Trump was able to disavow the Nazi people, however disingenuous it was. And then I think people stopped talking to him about like the David Duke shit and the Charlottesville shit after Donald Trump was like, oh yeah, I disavow, whatever, right? And then like that's it. You just do it and you move on. But when Democrats just have this issue where they can never ever let go of a thing, and then they always get attacked for it like infinitely into the future.
Right now, you made such a big mistake. He doesn't want to cop to a mistake. That's the issue, right, Ira? If he goes too hard, it questions his judgment. Now, you might say, well, his judgment should be questioned, but that's a calculus that he's making. That's why you saw that approach. He doesn't want to be called on either a mistake.
If that's the calculus he's making, though, and obviously they wouldn't agree with this for no reason, but if that's the calculus he's making, that's fine. But then you can't get mad at people for saying, I can't support him. I don't care about any Senate state or whatever. Like, supporting terrorism, that's a bridge too far. Like, sorry, if he thinks that that's the calculation he wants to make, that he has to, make it ambiguous about whether or not he is chill with a dude who openly supports terrorist attacks, then I mean, like, I'm sorry, but that's a bridge too far. Like, Senate be damned.
He doesn't want to admit to doing something wrong. He wants to say, oh yeah, Hasan's wrong, and that was a bad statement, but I didn't do anything wrong. That's what he wants.
But just don't put any statement out then, because like
Tesla from the movie, and you guys know this movie?
Oh my God. I just fucked my shit up.
Role though.
No,
But then
okay,
the
but
Supreme Court can
it
still
doesn't
strike
matter,
down.
right? Yeah, the Supreme Court can try to. That's why you start with court reform.
Finds Trump and Stott in the private quarters that are like reserved for.
It felt like a black sorority.
Get it.
It's for.
And the people, and now Hasan's audience like think that he's the snake that betrayed him. So it's like I would have rather he said.
I understand it'll keep happening, but he can forcefully push back and say, "I hope Hasan learns to love America as much as I
He
do."
can't
And I
though.
think
No, but
Hasan
that's
is a
the thing.
troubled young man.
But guy,
Whatever,
he can't do that. He can't. The online
admit to doing something wrong. He wants to say, oh yeah, Hasan's wrong, and that was a bad statement, but I didn't do anything wrong. That's what he wants.
But just don't put any statement out then, because like if you're not going to disavow what he said or name names.
Hutch, because in a debate or whenever this presented to him, he wants to be able to say, I disavow the statement. He wants
No,
to be
no,
able to say that without. Yeah, I said something.
Everybody can see that. That's
Then, yeah, why not
why
just
it's
shut up?
shrewd. Everybody can see the people he's doing.
Hutch, the people who see it are the people who are paying attention and who are already activated. They're already going to vote one way or the other. The people for whom this would be an issue potentially is if it's racism for the first time in an interview or in a debate setting, and he wants to be able to say something to the movable people who are already online. Like, the fact that you would know about this already means you're 99% going to vote one or the other. The people who know about this, they know who they're going to vote for. That's what I'm trying to say. Is his audience is perhaps different than what you're thinking.
Guys, Jeremy is here. Final word, and then I'm going to let him in, or do you think he's going to really want to talk
Hasan
about
is bad,
Hasan
man.
drama?
No, I've said my piece.
I just want to say real quickly, I think El Sayed can be a great senator, and this feels unnecessary, like he's handicapping his campaign. He can throw Hasan under the bus at any time, and I don't think he'd lose a single vote.
Yep. All right. I think you can't square that circle with all the grassroots, energy that Hasan provided to him.
What? You think Hasan was bringing grassroots energy to El Sayed's campaign? That's an unreal statement.
Hasan jumps on DSA coattails.
Yeah, seriously, what?
This feels unnecessary, like he's handicapping his campaign. He can throw Hasan under the bus at any time, and I don't think he'd lose a single vote.
All right. I think you can't square that circle with all the grassroots, energy
Also,
that Hasan
Hasan
provided to
should
him.
be there to swade through that with his audience, so to make sure that they don't lose a vote. He should be there like, yeah, it's fine. Like, Abdul El Sayed has to do this. We're still pro Abdul El Sayed, even he's not going to let me in the campaign, blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
Like, he should be willing to do that.
I mean, we already had this conversation with the entire Democratic Party, remember? Where people were literally saying, like, and I think every single person on this podcast agreed, if you have to throw the Democratic Party under the bus to win your battleground state election, then sure, yeah, 100%. You should do it. Fuck it, yeah.
Great senator, and this feels unnecessary, like he's handicapping his campaign. He can throw Hasan under the bus at any time, and I don't think he'd lose a single vote.
All right. I think you can't square that circle with all the grassroots, energy that Hasan provided to him. I think you're going to lose some votes. I just don't know. I mean, clearly, you look at the lefty response to this. They're not happy with his not even real disavowal.
Are they not going to vote? Are they not going to vote?
They're going to vote for him.
Of course. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He's not going to lose anybody.
They haven't even agreed to a debate yet, is what I'm saying.
You don't think that's good? But that's not something in his mind?
Okay. I'm bringing in Jeremy. No more debate. No debate. I'm canceling the debate. Hello.
Kool-Aid Man busted.
Oh, what up?
The brick explodes behind your head.
Oh my God, the most energetic candidate we've ever had on stream. Thank you so much for joining us, Jeremy. Jeremy, who are you? What are you doing here? What's going on?
Who the hell am I? That's the actual thing. That's a great question because I'm running for United States Congress, Massachusetts, District 1. It's Western and Central Massachusetts. People don't even know where that is on the map that live in Eastern Massachusetts, let alone the country. And so we have also been really putting in a lot of effort on the grassroots level in a very different way. If we start strategy, your mind's going to be blown. But what we've done is we've laid the foundation of an actual challenge right here. I'm feeling pretty damn good about my race, to be honest.
Okay. Is there anything else that's interesting here?
Sorry.
Really?
Really? General Kenobi.
Uh-oh. Hold on. We got some drama. Dear community, I understand why you're getting banned from other communities. Yes, some of you are getting mad or annoyed with some left subs banning you or criticizing Hasan. Remember, those communities are run by Marxist-Leninists. Remember, Marxist-Leninists don't view Hasan and or DSA as a socialist. Why? We don't believe in reformism. You can't use liberal democracy to achieve socialism. Lenin and others has shown that liberal democracy is a sham. If you want to use liberal democracy as a tool, then you must belong in an independent workers' party showing your plan and show how awful liberal democracy is. Also, we oppose entryism. We don't support the Democratic Party. We see people who use a bourgeois party as opportunists. They make radicals into liberals. Because of those reasons, we don't trust Hasan or the DSA to achieve socialist goals because we've seen it fail before. Many of us tolerate DSA and Hasan because he can lead workers to more revolution ideas. Because revolution over reform is the only way to socialism. Ooh, he got downvoted.
Isn't
like
this his
crazy.
subreddit?
Yeah, but it's a ML going to Hasan subreddit. Downvoting. They downvoted him. Boom.
The left does give me hope though, because eventually they're going to turn on themselves, as we've always seen, and that is going to be glorious. I'm going to sit there like the Jeb fucking emote.
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
I'm here to push back against the El Sayed claims. I disagree with you because
Which claim?
The claim where he says that Egyptians are essentially black. I know you're saying that that's obviously wrong, but I think it's a much more malicious claim. I think it's a malicious claim mostly because there's a subsect of like Arab people who would like to be like, oh, we're like North Africans especially, who are just like, oh, we're Africans too. We have like, we're against like the oppressive white people. But in reality, there's a lot of like racism towards black Africans by Arab. There's a lot of racism and there's historical oppression. Like, for example, the Egyptians during the Sudanese campaign, they enslaved millions of, like hundreds of thousands and millions of black people. And this was true during the
This might all be true, but I don't think it's that deep. I think he was just he wanted to relate to like the African American vote.
He wants the
I think
black
that was
vote,
it.
man.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
No, I do think it was that deep because it's like an entire subsect of like the Arab population who say these types of things and at the same time like engage in racist behavior against black people. Like I think it's much more like malicious. Like it's like a
Yeah, but is there any evidence where he's like engaged in like colorism or racial hatred against like more like darker skinned people from Africa?
I mean, like I don't have it, but I wouldn't be surprised guessing by like the fact he's like an Egyptian. He's an Egyptian immigrant. Like I'm just saying. Those type of things are very common.
Was he born here or was he born in Egypt?
Yeah, I think he was born here, but like even the diaspora, I think it's very common for there to be like racism against black Africans, especially if you're Arab.
Well, sure, but I mean, like depending when you just say like black, like colorism exists in all societies of non-white people, and I guess even white people. I mean, like is that like? Was that like a crazy malicious comment that he made? I mean, I don't know.
I think it's a telling on how like retarded he is to even make that comment in the fucking first place. Like if you're gonna make the comment like, oh, we're just all like black, we're just all like Africans, and we're just like, oh, we're just not really like we're kind of the same. But like at the end of the day, your people have it's like I feel like if the black people should have as much smoke for white people as for Arab people as they do with white people because of the more malicious history of like Arab colonization in Africa rather than just slavery. I feel like if we're going to be consistent, I feel like black people, especially in the States and abroad, should have the same amount of contempt for Arabs.
Sure, but I'm just shooting in the dark here. I don't think especially like African Americans in the United States, I don't think give much of a fuck about Africa or the Middle East. I don't think that's like a issue that's of close concern to them. And then even like if I say like recent history, I would say that this gets into cultural issues that are too complicated for me, but like black African Americans, like even to some extent tried to identify with like Islamic culture and shit. Like that was a big thing for like your 90s gangster rappers wanted to be cool, so they were like chill with like fucking Muhammad and Islam and shit. And that was like a thing for them. Like I don't know if this idea that there's like this antagonism between African Americans in the United States and like Egyptians coming from like an African American perspective. I would be surprised on that, but
no, well, there was a lot of immigrants from Africa who are obviously they're not African Americans, but there is some sort of like history of like contempt between the two groups. And also, I guess that's kind of true, but like there's a reason why a lot of those like movements kind of wavered off in the 20th century because people started reading history and realized the Arab colonization was like a objectively bad thing that happened to a lot of people of African descent. So I don't know, that's just all I had to say. I just got kind of triggered by that, but thanks.
Okay. Well, thanks for the perspective. I love you, buddy.
He's African. It's time to move on.
Whoa. Really?
It's my senator. It's my African senator, even.
What do you mean? You're not even from Michigan.
Oh, true. Fuck Michigan.
Did you just have a stroke? Hello?
No, they're all my senators, man. I just want the fucking Supreme Court secured.
Interesting. Interesting the way you phrase that. Okay.
It was out of context, etc.
True. Okay.
No. You're not allowed to leave yet.
about
what Trump is doing. Let me just ask you very specifically on the question of keeping prices down, which is obviously a central part of the campaign that we saw last time. What grade would you give him on keeping prices down?
Well, I'll answer that, but in the context of your question, what I'm hearing on the campaign trail, people are not talking to me about Trump. We're talking about the contrast that exists between Republicans and Democrats in Texas. One thing, of course, with regard to prices, everyone wants to see the price of oil go down. They want to see the price of what they pay at the pump go down. And that's is one thing that we're working to address. Candidly, one of the things I've been working on in my campaign is I have the most robust campaign platform to provide affordability to people in the state of Texas, lowering housing costs, lowering health care costs, lowering auto insurance costs, lowering the cost of living in a home by slashing property taxes in the state of Texas. And so we are providing answers and solutions to our fellow Texans.
I'm not hearing an answer.
That don't have anything to do whatsoever with what's going on in Washington, D.C. So what grade would you give him? Depends on what category you're talking I said about. About keeping prices low.
Well, listen, we all need to have prices lowered, especially at the price of the pump.
Give him an S.
And I think the president is on a track to get us there.
On track? What?
Wait, you wouldn't grade him?
Black folk want to engage in radical. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Dr. Abdul El Sayed in the building, running for Senate in Michigan. Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking idiotic old lady. Yo, fuck this refugee.
I'm not here to disavow people's views.
Mao Zedong is one of the great leaders of this world. America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
This is hummus. You got baba ganoush.
Oh, let's talk about our favorite flags.
Oh, like overall, what my favorite flag? Yeah. Hezbollah.
Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
But you're actively campaigning.
Who was he talking to in that clip? Do you know?
Making, so.
For sure. I know.
Dan.
The one and only Dan Stockman. I've heard they call him that.
Diddy Dan.
What?
They call him that too.
Really?
Yeah.
Know that he's having a conversation with a number of folks who feel locked out.
If they serve in the military and then they get their fucking untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, very funny.
The people who listen to Hasan are engaging in good faith. They want a way forward into our politics.
Damn, dude. I am on compared to this guy. He's got me beat on clips.
I mean, we're still talking about this Twitch streamer. You know what I'm saying?
He's just a Twitch streamer. Somebody contact Jolah. Jolah needs to tell these guys to get real, okay?
He needs to get on Twitter. You need to tell him, calm down.
Yeah, these are not real. These are not real politics, guys. He's just a Twitch streamer. Oh, it should be like that. Fuck. Okay. I'm leaving. Wait.
I wanted to thank you for not mocking my disability during our debate. As you know, I have a speaking disorder that causes me to sometimes mispronounce your name and act like a deranged retard for 6 hours.
Okay.
My boy Eric is a freak man.
Huh. Epic.
Yo, peeps, Juboomner here. When it comes to both the far-right retards plus the cosplay commies, a cassation is an admission. Hamahabi fake whines about 7-year-old harassment campaigns against him because he does those against each critic of his...
Thanks.
Calm is fair.
Diggers, my diaper full. It is under occupation. Eat your vegetables, eat my ass, bitch. I'm being genocided by my ape mother. The mens rea is undeniable. I demand the dissolution of the crib. Hold on, that's my neighbors.
Okay.
Gay. Hello, Metalloids word here.
Okay.
You got scared.
I guess so.
When the Republicans clip you out of context to attack Democrats and Hasan incorrectly, will you laugh or will you cry?
I'll do everything, all of the above. Okay, fuck it. All right, I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. sharp, like I am every single day. I love you guys. It's been fun. Ribberino, cappuccino, pappuccino, cappuccino, 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 my dudes. I will catch you guys next. Streamerino.
He wins.
No, he doesn't. Shut up.
Do you want me to Discord message you the
stuff?
Or
Always.
email you?
Hell yeah. Discord message, baby. Bye.
Bye.